Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 201-220. Chapter 201 The Rebellion of Jinglian Demon Fire. Is this the Jinglian Demon Fire? It's really overbearing. Feeling the power of this pure lotus demon fire, Feng Jian was overjoyed immediately. But this side was only half happy when the Jinglian Demon Fire escaped from Feng Yan's body. Then he turned into a handsome white-robed man. Seeing that the Jinglian Demon Fire actually took shape, Kazama immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. Although Yuhi Lotus Karma had previously transformed into a human form, Kazama did not feel any threat to her. But now this white-robed man transformed by the pure lotus demon fire made Fengjian feel a terrifying aura. Is it you who summoned the deity? The deity. Hearing the words of the white-robed man who was transformed into the Jinglian demon fire, Kazeji felt bad. Listening to Jinglian Yaohuo's word, do you mean to be my enemy? Just when Fengjian was thinking like this, the white-robed man transformed into the Jinglian demon fire raised one hand. In the wind, the whole body was burned by the pure lotus demon fire in an instant. Even with the strongest defensive volcanic stone flame body, Fengjian can still feel the burning sensation brought by the pure lotus demon fire. As expected of the Jinglian demon fire, it's really powerful, Kazama said, and absorbed the flames from his body into his body. Ding! The Jinglian demon fire has already rebelled against the host, and the Jinglian demon fire must be subdued in order to gain all the abilities of the Jinglian demon fire. Hearing the system's word, Feng Jian was speechless. It seems that the more powerful the strange fire, the more difficult it is to conquer. Jinglian Yaohuo, you were summoned by me anyway, but you killed me as soon as you appeared. Are you still human? Don't give me nonsense. Although I am a strange fire, I have already cultivated spiritual wisdom and transformed into a human body. Now I am the pure lotus monster. How can you be subdued by such a small hair? How dare you call yourself the pure lotus demon venerable? So I'll beat you back to your original form today. Just as Kase was about to start, Sasuke, who was beside him, took the lead in killing the Jinglian Yaozen in the air. Dare to speak rudely to Lord Kazama. I think you are tired of living. It's a pity that although Sasuke is aggressive, he is not the opponent of Jinglian Yaozen at all. An ant dares to do it with me. At this time, the pure lotus monster smiled coldly and instantly burned Sasuke's complete body Susanoo into nothingness. If it wasn't for Kazama hurriedly blocking Sasuke with volcanic stone flame, I am afraid that even Sasuke will be burned to ashes in an instant. You ants have some strength. You actually have volcanic stone flame. No wonder you can block my attack. Sasuke, step back first and let me deal with him, Kazama said Kamui, and absorbed Sasuke into another dimension. Otherwise, with the strength of Jinglian Yaozen, it is possible to kill Sasuke at any time. It's a pity that your strange fire has not changed shape and has no spiritual wisdom, so it is not my opponent at all. Who told you that my strange fire has no intelligence? Kazama said, and summoned Yuhi Lotus Karma. And when Jinglian Yaozen saw the stunning beauty made by Yuhi's lotus cremation, he was immediately shocked. Not only amazed by Yuhi Lianyahuo's stunning appearance, it was even more shocking that Kazama could also have a different fire that transformed into a human form. Yuhi Lotus Karma, go and meet him. Hearing Kazama's order, Yuhi's lotus fire immediately turned into a monstrous flame and killed it towards Jinglian Yaozen. But Jinglian Yaozen smiled instead of anger after seeing it. Chapter 202 Fancy hanging to clean the lotus fire. The 8th rank trash dares to do it with me. Okay, then I'll make you a fire slave for me to drive. Looking for death. Although Yuhi Lotus Karma is not ranked as high as Jinglian Yaozen, her strength is not weak. Moreover, she is not even afraid of Fengjian, who has many kinds of strange fires, so how can she be afraid of a pure lotus demon? With the battle of Yuhi Lotus Karmic fire and pure lotus demon Zune, Yuhi, one white and two different fires, the dense forest here was instantly burnt to ashes. This destructive power was not only unexpected for Kazama, but even Black Zetsu couldn't help but wonder. Fengjian, you can be regarded as meeting an opponent now. Burn you bastard to death. Black Zetsu took advantage of the fact that he was far away from the wind, so he kept holding the wind, trying to let out a sigh of anger in his heart. But who knows that the wind has super perception? He knew all the bells and whistles in this area for hundreds of miles, not to mention Black Zetsu's scolding. Therefore, Black Zetsu's scolding just started, and the Golden Emperor Fantianyan in the wind surrounded Black Zetsu. The burning Black Zetsu was rolling on the ground, in a state of embarrassment. You bastard in the wind, don't forget that I am now possessed by Raikage. If you burn me to death, Raikage will not survive. Raikage, I have my own way to save you, but you will be slowly tortured to death by me, Kazama said, and looked at Yuhi Lotus Karma and Jinglian Yaozen, who were fighting fiercely in the air again. At this time, the Jinglian Yaozen can be said to be more and more brave, but Yuhi's lotus fire is a little difficult to support. After all, she and Jinglian Yaozen do have a lot of gap. But even so, Yuhi Lotus Karma didn't flinch in the slightest. I said, Yuhi Lotus Karma, don't support it. You are not my opponent at all. That kid in the wind let you fight to kill kill you. Why do you have to help him? It's better to surrender to me and be my bed-warming girl. Damn. Hearing Jinglian Yaozen's ridicule, Yuhi Lotus Karma became more and more angry, but she also knew that she was indeed far from Jinglian Yaozen. Now she has used all her strength, but she is still defeated by Jinglian Yaozen. Okay, you bitch. Since you don't know how to flatter yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just when Jinglian Yaozen was about to kill Yuhi Lotus Karma, a volcanic stone flame immediately appeared around Yuhi Lotus Karma, blocking the attack of Jinglian Yaozen. Afterward, another Golden Emperor, Fen Tianyan, beat the Jinglian Yaozen back several steps in a row. You kid actually owns the Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan. Seeing this golden fire in the wind, Jinglian Yaozen was once again surprised. Although Emperor Jin Fen Tianyan was one level lower than him, his strength was almost the same as Emperor Jin Fen Tianyan. Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan might not be able to kill him, but at the same time he couldn't help Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan. But even so, Jinglian Yaozen didn't want to give in, and kept shouting at the wind. Boy, don't think that you can challenge me if you have 3 kinds of strange fires. You must know that these 3 kinds of strange fires are my defeat. You're wrong, I have more than 3 different fires, Kazama said, and then he summoned all the remaining 17 kinds of strange fires. With the Yan of Light, the 8 Desolations of Destruction, the Golden Ancestral Fire of Juyu, and the appearance of a total of 20 different fires such as the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, the Volcanic Stone Flame, and the Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame that have been displayed in the wind. Chapter 203 Crazy Hanging Net Lotus Demon Fire. Even if it was as strong as the Jinglian Demon Venerable, he couldn't help but take a few steps back in fright, and fell out in cold sweat. And you said one thing wrong. I would never treat my companions as abandoned sons. Yuhi Lotus Karma. Hearing this call from Kazama, the fire spirit that Yuhi Lianye Fire transformed into instantly understood Kazama's intention. Immediately afterward, the remaining 19 different fires were absorbed into the body. At the moment when Yuhi's Lotus Karmic Fire was absorbed, the world was in turmoil, and ghosts and wolves cried. The entire ninja world was stunned by the strangeness caused by the battle between Kazama and Jinglian Yaozen. At this time, the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, which had fused 20 kinds of different fires, has been completely reborn. I saw that his whole body was shrouded in brilliance of 20 different colors. Yuhi Lotus Karma, who originally had a national look and a celestial appearance, now looks even better than before. It can be said that it is like a city of people, and a country of people, and the aura that it exudes now, even the wind is shocked, because this momentum alone is enough to smash the entire ninja world. Monster. What a monster. Lotus Demon Fire on the side saw the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire at this time, and the wind rune that turned the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire into this. Suddenly, he exclaimed again and again, and then saw Yazi was about to run away. Yuhi's Lotus Fire, which is now a fusion of 20 kinds of different fires. How could he escape? Yuhi Lian Yahuo gently lifted it with one hand, and Jinglian Yahuo was imprisoned in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. How about Jinglian Yahuo? Are you willing to surrender to me now? If it wasn't for Fengyan's order to completely subdue the pure Lotus Fire for his own use, he would have ordered Yuhi's Lotus Fire to burn it into nothingness. Even if I surrender, I have to surrender to Yuhi Lotus Karma. What are you? You are not the one who defeated me. Good. Seeing that Jinglian Yahuo still refused to surrender to himself, Fengjan immediately burst into laughter. The reason why I let Yuhi Lian Yahuo fight is because you are not worthy of me, but since you don't accept me, then I will let you see my true strength. Stop pretending to force me. Let me go if you have the ability, and see how I abuse you. Yuhi Lotus Karma Fire. Hearing Kazama's order, Yuhi Lotus Karma immediately released the lock on Jinglian Yahuo, but at this time, the Jinglian Demon Fire did not fight with the wind, but immediately fled away. Little miscellaneous hair, if you want to subdue me, just catch up with me first. Haha. Jinglian Yahuo disappeared without a trace in a few breaths. This can suddenly make the wind a bit dumbfounded. If you want to run, you want to be beautiful, Fengjan said, and turned the 8 Desolations into a pair of flaming wings. After a few breaths, he caught up with the Jinglian Demon Fire, who escaped. How is this possible? Seeing that he had tried his best, Fengjan still easily caught up with him. The Jinglian Demon Fire immediately turned into anger, and immediately came towards the wind. Xiao Mao, do you think that if you catch up with me, I will obey you? Wrong. I just deliberately lure you away from Yuhi Lian Yahuo, and then deal with you on the spot. Haha. Super Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, Sign. Demon Fire hit Fengji. It was scattered by Rinnegan's pupil technique. How is this possible? Seeing that Fengjan still has this ability, Jinglian Yaozen was suddenly surprised. In this world, your magic won't work for me at all. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Before waiting for Jinglian Yaozen to react, Fengjan sucked him to his side again. Chapter 204 Conquer the Net Lotus Fire. Dare to let me get so close to you. You are courting death. Jinglian Yaozen took advantage of the situation and launched an attack in the wind again. Super Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, Sign. It's a pity that the next moment, it was knocked out by the wind. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Super Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push Sign. After a few rounds like this, Jinglian Yaozen has been shocked by all kinds of meat and 8 element. You bastard, how dare you use me as a ball? Not bad. My technique is the technique of playing ball. I'm mad at me too. After saying that, Jinglian Yaozen opened up a space on his own and pulled Fengjian into it. Little Misty, I'm not your opponent in that world, but in my world, your magic won't work. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push Sign is indeed useless in this alien space he created. Haha, little bastard, you will die. Golden Emperor Fantianyan. Just when Jinglian Yaozen thought that this time Fengjian would surely die, but he never thought that Fengjian would actually burn his own space into nothingness. Then the two of them returned to the world of Hokage for 100 years. My Golden Emperor Fantianyan can burn even the space. Your technique won't work for me. I'm mad at me too. Seeing that he was restrained by the wind one after another, the Jinglian demon was so angry that he bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. At this moment, Fengjian probed with one hand, and Jinglian Yaozen was sucked into the small black ball in the air. Then the stones, trees, etc. below all overwhelmed Jinglian Yaozen. This kind of attack doesn't mean anything to me. Just when Jinglian Yaozen continued to pretend, suddenly seeing the Golden Emperor Fantianyan in the wind, he was also sucked by this Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. At this moment, Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, has become a huge fireball, and it is also a fireball surrounded by different fires. The Six Immortals used Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth to create the moon, and today I will use Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth to create a sun. Be enlightened. Seeing that he has been sucked by Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, and it was burned by the Golden Emperor Fantianyan, whose power was no less than his own. Jinglian Yaozen suddenly felt an aura of death. He also finally understood that what Kazami said before was true, that he did have the ability to hang himself. I have obeyed Master Fengjian. Please spare my life. I will definitely follow your lead. Ding! Successfully subduing the Jinglian demonic fire. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the nightmare sky mist that comes with the Jinglian demonic fire, which can make millions of people in demonic illusion at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Net Lotus puppet technique. This technique can turn people burned by the Net Lotus demon fire into fire slave puppet for the host to drive. Hearing the confirmation from the system, Kazama believed that Jinglian Yaozen had truly surrendered to him. Otherwise, Fengjian really wouldn't dare to let Jinglian Yaozen go so easily. After all, the strength and ambition of this guy should not be underestimated. Afterward, Fengjian took Jinglian Yaozen and returned to the place of Yuhi Lotus karmic fire. At this time, Yuhi Lotus Karma didn't know that Jinglian Yaozen had surrendered to Kazama, so he was going to take action on it. Fengjian quickly stopped her after seeing it, and explained the situation to her. At this time, the pure Lotus demon Venerable also changed his arrogant appearance before, nodding and bowing at Yuhi Lotus Karma's unstoppable forehead. Although his ranking on the different fire ranking is much higher than that of Yuhi Lotus Industry Fire, the current Yuhi Lotus Fire is a fusion of 20 different fires. Therefore, in terms of strength alone, the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire at this time can already completely abuse the pure Lotus Demon Venerable. Sister-in-law, you have been offended before. Please don't be angry. What did you call me? Hearing the words of Jinglian Yaozen, Fengjian and Yuhi Lotus Karma were both shocked. Chapter 205 How to Open the 9-Tomo Samsara Sharingan. Fengjian is my eldest brother now, so aren't you my eldest sister-in-law? Damn. Hearing the words of Jinglian Yaozen, Yuhi Lotus Karma turned a Yuhi on his face. Immediately, Jinglian Yaozen was beaten with a blue nose and a swollen face. Brother Kazama, can you help me? What did I say wrong? Jinglian Yaozen hurriedly hid behind Fengjian. You are flattering on the horse's hoof. I can't control such a peerless beauty like Yuhi Lotus Industry Fire. What did you say? At this moment, the Yuhi Lotus Karma glared at Kazama again, so frightened Kazama hurriedly waved his hands and smiled awkwardly. Okay Nee, since you've all become my companions now, let's forget about the unhappiness of the past. I still have to say it. Suinder's forehead Yuhi's Lotus Karma turned into a fire and returned to Kazama's body. Big brother Kazama, you must hurry up and cultivate. If you have anything to do, just call me again. Jinglian Yaozen also turned into flames and escaped into Fengyan's body. Seeing that he not only subdued the powerful Jinglian demon Venerable, it merged into the more powerful Yuhi Lotus Karma, and Kazama was content. Then he looked at the Black Zetsu below, who was being tortured by the Golden Emperor's Fantianyan. At this time, Black Zetsu had been burned to the point of unconsciousness, and he was dying. So Kazami wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill him, but just when Kazami was ready to do it, the system stopped him immediately, which immediately made Kazama puzzled. If the host wants to obtain the 9-Tomo Samsara Sharingan, it must use the power of Black Zetsu. What? Hearing the system's word, Kazama was taken aback again. He never thought that Black Zetsu could make himself open the Sharingan of 9 Tomo's reincarnation. If so, then Black Zetsu really can't kill, because under the influence of the host, Black Zetsu has only absorbed half of the chakra of the seven-tailed bee so far. If there is no Black Zetsu's final spiritual fusion, the body of 10 tails cannot be summoned, that is, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the host has only by absorbing the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya can the 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan be fully opened. Otherwise, even if the host finally obtains the power of 10 tails, you can only open the 6 Tomo Samsara Sharingan. Quote, so it is. Only then did Kazama understand the true method of opening the Sharingan of 9 Tomo Samsara. Although the 6 Tomo Samsara Sharingan strength is not weak, but compared with 9 Tomo, there is still a world of difference. Since we want to open, we must open the most powerful reincarnation Sharingan. Well then, thinking of this, Kazama could only re-release the half-dead Black Zetsu. That's right. At this time, Fengji suddenly thought that the Jinglian demon fire could turn the burning person into a puppet and let him drive it. Since Koto Amatsukami can't control Black Zetsu, use the pure lotus fire to control Black Zetsu's action. However, when Kazama told the system about this idea, he was attacked by the system. Black Zetsu is not a human body, but a product of will, so the pure lotus demon fire can only kill it, but cannot control it. Well, since that's the case, then Black Zetsu can only be left alone before he resurrects Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately removed the Golden Emperor Fantianyan, who was constantly burning Black Zetsu, and cast the flame of life to resuscitate it. At this time, Black Zetsu didn't know that Kazama saved him. Even more do not know the real reason for the wind to keep his own life. So as soon as this side woke up, it immediately merged into the underground and escaped without a trace. Seeing Black Zetsu fleeing, Kazama immediately sneered. He also informed Obito to bring back half of the 8-tailed Bulgo's chakra for Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to absorb. Next is Naruto's Kyubi, 9-tailed. As long as Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, absorbs half of the 9-tailed beast chakra, he can use the power of Black Zetsu to summon 10 tails. Ontology Otsutsuki Kagaya. Quote, Kazama was extremely excited when he thought that he was about to get the legendary 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan. If you want to absorb the power of Kyubi, 9 tails, in Naruto's body, you must let it release the Kyubi, 9 tails body. There, Kazama remembered that Naruto would learn how to control Kyubi, 9 tails, from Killer Bee in the future, and during the period Kyubi, 9 tails, completely went through it once. So Kazama decided to let Naruto follow Killer Bee to learn how to control the tailed beast in advance. As long as Naruto rampages and releases Kyubi, 9 tails, Kazama will be able to absorb it. At that time, I will be able to obtain the power of 10 tails, open the 3 Tomo Samsara Sharingan, and get even more powerful flame. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately woke up the 4th generation Reikage, who was in a coma, and explained his thought to Reikage. The 4th generation of Reikage naturally nodded in agreement after listening. After all, he was previously controlled by Black Zetsu, but Kazama saved himself, and Kazami's strength is so strong, he naturally dare not refuse Kazami's request. But what Kazama didn't expect was that when he returned to Konoha, Naruto actually disappeared. Chapter 200. Thick Air Tsunade. How did it suddenly disappear? Was it taken away by an enemy who coveted the power of Kyubi, 9-tailed? Kazama, who came back, immediately asked Tsunade. It's very possible, because the previous martial art tournament was held in the country of fire, so many ninjas from other countries would stop by to visit our Konoha, and Konoha's defenses were much laxer than usual. The enemy must take this opportunity to capture Naruto. Go, have Anbu been sent to search? The wind can be said to be very anxious now. After all, Naruto is his own companion, and if Naruto was really drawn out of Kyubi, 9-tails power by the enemy, then he would not be able to absorb Kyubi, 9-tails, and obtain the power of 10 tails. Alas, hearing Naruto's questioning, Tsunade shook his head helplessly. We have sent out several groups of ninjas one after another, but none of Naruto's whereabouts have been found. Damn. Kazama immediately exerted his super perception. After investigating the situation within a radius of hundreds of miles, Naruto's whereabouts were still not found. How should this be? Just when Kazama and Tsunade were at a loss, Shino, Kiba, and Hinata, who participated in the search mission, also walked in, reporting to Master Tsunade, if you want to find out Naruto's whereabouts, you may be able to use fragrant insect. Micro-scented bug. Is that the micro-fragrant bug that can rely on smell to find its target even if it is thousands of miles apart? Hearing Shino's words, Tsunade immediately asked in surprise. Not bad, but as far as I know, the fragrant worms have become extinct. Could it be that your Aburame clan still exists? No, but our Aburame clan discovered that the fragrant insect have recently appeared in the country of fire. As long as we search the kingdom of fire, we may be able to find the traces of the fragrant insect. insect. Do you know how big the country of fire is? Looking for it bit by bit, it will take several months at the fastest. Tsunade smiled wryly as he spoke. It won't take so long, Kazama said and walked up to Shino. Shino, you immediately draw the little fragrant worm. As long as it is still in the land of fire, I will be able to find his trace. How is this possible? Hearing Kazama's words, Shino, Tsunade and others all expressed their disbelief. However, Shino still handed Kazama's picture book to Kazama. After learning about the appearance of micro-fragrant insect, Kazama once again used his super perception, and used Susanoo to increase super perception to the extreme. After a few breaths, the traces of the micro-fragrant insect were searched. Found it. It's in the Rocky Valley in the south of the Fire Nation. What? So fast? Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade, Shino, and others were all taken aback. Tsunade thought that no matter how fast Kazama was, it would take days to find it. But now it has only been a few seconds, and the wind has found the trace of the micro-fragrant insect. Tsunade immediately admired this, and Shino and the others have long been stunned by Kazami's sky-defying perception. Okay, since that's the case, then, Shino, go back and pack up and help the wind to tame the worm. Don't pack up, let go straight now. This, seeing Kazama in such a hurry, Tsunade immediately laughed awkwardly. What do you know about the wind? The Rocky Valley in the southern part of the country of fire is far away from our Konoha, and it will take 3 days to arrive at the earliest. If you don't pack up, what will you eat and where will you sleep on the way? What? Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, let alone the land of fire. It is the entire ninja world. As long as I want to go, I can reach it instantly. As soon as Fungyun's voice fell, flame wings formed by the 8th desolate destruction flames appeared on his back. Tsunade and Shino took a few steps back in fright. They have never seen wings growing on the backs of people, but wings made of flame. Let go, Shino. Just when Shino was shocked, he had been taken to the 9 heavens by the wind. After a few moments of effort, the two of them had arrived at the Rocky Rock Valley in the south of the fire country. Damn it. This, Shino, who has always liked to pretend to be deep, was slumped on the ground because of the shock. No wonder everyone says Fengjan is a monster-like genius, and now he is well deserved when he sees it. Little devil, it seems that you are also here to find the micro-fragrant insect. Just when Shino was shocked by Kazami's sky-high speed, 3 ferocious ninjas immediately appeared here and surrounded them. Chapter 207 Be looked down upon. The Shengshui Lu family. Shino couldn't help being surprised when he saw the costumes the 3 were wearing. The so-called Shengshui Ryu clan is a clan in the village of Iwagakure that specializes in fighting against insects, of the same nature as the Aburame clan that Shino belongs to. It turns out to be a kid from the Aburame clan. No wonder we know our name. Originally, our mission was to come here to destroy the little fragrant worm, so that you, Konoha, would not use it to find the whereabouts of the Kyubi, Nine-Tails kid. But I didn't expect you to move so fast that you found this place all at once. Since this is the case, then we can only kill the 2 little devils from Konoha and the micro-scented insect together, so as to avoid future troubles, especially the little devils of your Aburame clan. We must cut you into pieces to solve our problem. Hate in my heart. Aburame clan in the 3rd Ninja War. So they were exiled from the village of Iwagakure, which brought them to the brink of extinction. Therefore, they naturally hated the Aburame clan where Shino belonged. If I ran into you alone, I might really lose my life, but now that my companions are here, it's you who will die, right Kazama? Facing the siege of the 3, Shino didn't care, and calmly looked at Kazama next to him. Kazama, is that Sanada Kazama, who is known as a monster-like genius? Hearing Shino's word, the 3 of Shengshui Ryu immediately looked at Kazama in horror. Shino. Hearing Kazama calling himself, Shino nodded immediately. I heard Mr. Jiraiya say that as long as you call your partner's name, it means you are going to start pretending. I will stay away from you now. No, you retreat with me immediately. What? Seeing that Kazama had not fought yet, he started to retreat. Don't say it's Shino, but the 3 people on the opposite side of Shengshui Lu are all looking at each other. Originally, Shino also wanted to see how Kazama showed Kamui, but now that Kazama has already started to retreat first, Shino can only helplessly follow. Haha. Konoha, these 2 little devils really like to pretend. That's right, you said that your partner is Sanada Kazama. If it were that guy, we would have died a long time ago. The kid from the fake Kazama, and the kid from the Aburame family, you 2 are doomed. Haha. Chased after Kazama and Shino in the distance. Fengjan, your sudden retreat like this will make me very helpless. After all, this is my first time pretending to be coercive, but now I have not been slapped in the face by the enemy, but I have been slapped in the face by you as a companion. Sorry Shino. Seeing Shino's lifeless appearance, Kazama immediately laughed helplessly. Because our main move is to look for the micro-fragrant insect. The location we were just now is very close to the micro-fragrant insect. If I go to war with the enemy, I am afraid that even the micro-fragrant insect will be affected. At that time, our plan to find Naruto will be a total failure. But I heard you don't have Sharingan. Should you be able to control them directly with demonic illusion? It's really simple. simple to use Sharingan's word, but the three of them are cloned, and the main body is still unaffected. What? Hearing Kazama's words, Shino was shocked, not only because the enemy is thoughtful, but also because the wind can see through the enemy's clone with a single face-to-face effort. That's why you pretend to be invincible and lure them away. That's right, Shino. Go back to the place where we were just now to find the fragrant insect, and I will divert their clones and main bodies away. Good. Seeing the wind can not only temporarily change the plan, but also arrange the plan so carefully, Shino had to admire it. Little devil, just escaping is useless. It didn't take long for the three of Shang Shuilu to surround the wind room. Chapter 208 Hanging Ninja in Iwagakure Village. At this time, Shino had already followed Kazama's instructions, and secretly went to the place where the microfragrant insect were, and Shino necked to Kazama's Mokuten, wood-style clone, just to confuse the enemy, so that Shino can successfully find the microfragrant insect. How dare you impersonate Sanada Kazama to scare us, you brat. Don't say you're not Kazama Sanada. Even if you were, we wouldn't be afraid of the Shengshui Ryu family. Are you really not afraid? As soon as Fengyan's words fell, he threw dozens of lily swords at the three clones of the enemy. The speed of action is simply staggering. The enemy's clone did not react at all, and was easily eliminated by the wind, and Kazama chose to use the shuriken instead of other move. It's because his main purpose is to draw the enemy's body. If you use too powerful move, the enemy's body will be frightened and flee. If so, Kazama would have no way of knowing Naruto's whereabouts from their mouth, although they still have scented bugs able to find Naruto. But Fengyan has always been steady in his work, so he must take both the enemy and the micro-fragrant insect in his hand. Damn, this kid still has 2 hits, and he can beat the clones of the 3 of us at the same time. It's just that we're more skilled at using shuriken. As long as we are ourselves, we will be able to smash these 2 little devils of Konoha into 10,000 pieces. Just as Kazami expected, once the enemy's clones were destroyed, their main body immediately slaughtered towards the wind. Little stray hair, die. As soon as the 3 of them arrived here, they immediately attacked Kazura and Shino, who had transformed into a clone. The art of insect escape from honey. Insect escape poison bee technique. Thousands of insect escape poison needles. Although the wind room was surrounded by honey at this time, the poisonous bee and the poisonous needle Chinbin were all bounced off by it, and they couldn't be hurt at all. In front of Kazama, who has the absolute defense of volcanic stone flame, the attack of these few people is basically like a child playing a house, and it doesn't hurt or itches. You brat, you're not afraid of our attack. Seeing that their poisonous needles and poisonous bees were all bounced off, the 3 of Shang Shuilu were shocked. Your attack is like tickling. What's so scary? Damn. Hearing Kazama's ridicule, the 3 immediately became furious and stepped up their attacks again. Don't be complacent, Xiao Zamao. Although you are fine, your companions are not so lucky. Shino, who is now scarred. The 3 of them immediately burst into laughter. Anyway, it can be regarded as a solution to a member of the Aburame clan, and it can be regarded as avenging for our Shangsilyu clan. Sorry, you probably won't be able to repay this hatred. What? Just as the 3 were laughing wildly, Shino slammed into a piece of wood. Clone, you bastard. Only now did the 3 of Shang Shuilu realize that they had been tricked by the wind. Angered into anger, they all immediately killed them in the wind. Little devil, although your companion has escaped, you have been trapped here by us. If we don't cut you into pieces, we swear we will not be human. That's too bad. You may really not be adults in the future. Zan Wangyan. With a loud drink in the wind, the honey wrapped on his body was immediately burned into nothingness by the mysterious yellow flame of the different fire. It was still useful to keep these 3 people in the wind, so I used the one with the least power of my own. Chapter 209 Accept me, you're going to fail at pretending. Otherwise, the momentary effort of these 3 people will be turned into nothingness. It is also a headache for a person to be too strong, because with a little force, the opponent will be beaten and vanish. How is this possible? Seeing that at this moment Fengyan's whole body is surrounded by a wonderful flame, the 3 of Shang Shuilu were so shocked that they took a few steps back and fell out in cold sweat. Even though they were still several meters away from the wind, they could still feel the high temperature emanating from Zan Wangyan. They knew that if they got a little bit of it, they would be burned to ashes. You, who are you? How can a small Konoha genin have such a powerful force? Didn't I tell you my name from the beginning? You, are you really that monstrous genius of Konoha? Kazama Sanada. Not bad. Hearing Kazama's answer, the 3 of them all slumped to the ground with a thud. If they run into other people, maybe they still have the courage to continue fighting, but if the opponent is Sanada Kazama, let alone let them fight, even escaping will be a problem, because their legs at the moment have been frightened to the ground, like the mud. I can't lift it. Nightmare Sky Mist. Kazama said that he used the ability of the Net Lotus Demon Fire, which caused the 3 of them to be hit by demonic illusion at the same time, and try to know Naruto's whereabouts from their mouth. But what Ling Fengjan did not expect was that these 3 people just received the task to come here to solve the micro-fragrant insect. They were unaware of Naruto's whereabouts. about. Damn, in this case, we can only pin our hopes on Wei Xiangworm. Kazama said that he used the pure lotus demon fire to turn the 3 into fire slaves and put them into his Kamui different fate, and immediately rushed to the place where Shino was looking for the tiny fragrant insect. How about Shino? Have you found it? The fragrant insect was found, but, as Shino said that, he handed the corpse of the worm in his hand to Kazama. How could this be? Fengjian had clearly sensed that the microfragrant insect was still alive before, but who knew that it was actually dead at this moment? The lifespan of bugs is very short. It should be when we came here, which happened to be the end of its lifespan. As Shino said that, he was about to bury the fragrance bug, but Kazama stopped him immediately. Let me bring it back to life. Fengjian, I know you are powerful, but resurrecting the bug is nothing short of a fantasy. Hearing Kazama's decision, Shino immediately shook his head into a rattle. Even our Aburame family can't revive the bug. How can you, as a foreigner, do it? What if I did it? Fengjian said, and injected a ray of life into the body of Wei Xiangworm. Although my pretense failed before, this time I must succeed in pretending. You can't do it, Shino said with a confident gesture. Sorry, Shino, your pretense failed again. As the sound of the wind fell, the already dead micro-scented worm was reborn again, and he kept flying back and forth in front of Shino, as if he was laughing at Shino. You actually have the ability to bring the dead back to life. At this moment, in Shino's eyes, Kazama has been shocked into a god. But why? Why does my pretense always fail? Shino bowed his head in pain. Chapter 210 Scary Urina Hanging the Master of Haifeng. Maybe it's because you're not suitable for pretending. Let's let the micro-scented bug find Naruto. Kazama patted Shino's shoulder with a smile, and then put Naruto's clothes in front of Mixiangbug, the country of the sea. At this time, Naruto has been wrapped by a huge sea creature, and is constantly sucking Kyubi, Nine Tails, chakra from his body. Damn, what the hell is going on with you, monster? Why do you want to attack me? Naruto, with his super physique of the Uzumaki clan, just managed to hold on. He was transformed by a domestic resentment, and his name is Haifengju. At this moment, a strangely dressed ninja came over immediately. I saw a knot in the imprint of his hand, and this Haifeng master absorbed chakra even faster. You bastard! Who are you? I have no grievances with you. Why do you want to hurt me? You and I have no grudges. Can't I do anything to you? It's just that you have a powerful Kyubi, Nine Tails fox in your body. As long as the master of Haifeng can absorb the Kyubi, Nine Tails fox's power, our country of the sea can dominate this ninja world. So you can do it, little brat, and complete our country of the sea. Haha. Quote, this ninja of the land of the sea is a typical example of saying the most cowardly thing, but doing the most hated thing. He thought that if he caught Naruto, he could successfully absorb the Kyubi, Nine Tails, chakra in Naruto. But he far underestimated Naruto's rank. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. As Naruto shouted, he immediately used Kyubi, Nine Tails chakra to break free from the shackles of Kaifengju. Then, with 3 punches and 2 kicks, he hit the ninja of the land of the sea below with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Is this the power of the demon fox? It's really powerful. Seeing that Naruto's strength has greatly increased at this moment, the ninja of the land of the sea actually laughed instead of being angry. At this time, before Naruto could react to this, he immediately rushed to the master of Haifeng, and performed a secret technique to merge with him. At this time, the originally huge Haifeng master, his size increased several times in an instant. Even Naruto, who borrowed Kyubi, Nine Tails, chakra, was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. Haha, little devil, this is the secret technique of our country of the sea. Today's Haifeng master is more than 10 times stronger than before. Now I will see how you escape. Damn it. Necromancy. After Naruto saw it, he hurriedly summoned Toad Wentai, hoping to use its power to defeat Haifengju. But now the owner of Haifeng is in the ocean, and he has already occupied the land. At this moment, even Toad Bunta was beaten by the Sweden, water style, that he casted and retreated. Naruto, you brat, always summon me to this troublesome place. Don't complain, Boss Toad. Hurry up and think of a way to defeat the enemy. Naruto was also in a mess at the moment. He never expected that even the powerful Toad Wentai would not be an enemy's opponent. The enemy is good at Sweden, water style, then we can only use Kaden, fire style, to deal with him. Then I attack with Toad Oil, and you cooperate with me to cast Kaden, fire style. Get ready. Hey, wait a minute. What are you waiting for? It's too late, Toad Bunta said, and sprayed Toad Oil at the owner of Kaifeng in front. But I don't know Kaden, fire style. Naruto was scratching his head in a hurry at the moment. Kaden, fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. At this critical moment, a sea-like flame immediately fell from the sky. After merging with Wentai's Toad Oil below, it is like a tsunami of flame. Chapter 211 About to absorb the power of Kyubi, Nine Tails. In an instant, the huge Haifeng master was submerged. After that, its power continued unabated, and even the surrounding sea water turned into a sea of fire. Needless to say, Master Haifeng has long since been burned into nothingness by this powerful Kaden Kaden, fire style. The wind room shouted happily to Kazama and Shino in the sky. Kazama, is that the Kaden, fire style? This kid Kaz. Seeing the appearance of Kazama, even the toad boss Wentai was taken aback. This kid Kaden, fire style, just now is so powerful. Even without the cooperation of my toad oil, it should be enough to hang Haifeng master. Jiraiya is right. This kid is indeed a monster like a genius. Although Gao Wentai has seen countless masters, but such a master with sky-defying strength like Kazama, it is the first time in his life that he has seen him, so he is secretly amazed. Following the farewell of Bunta Kazama, Kazama also learned from Naruto that the Kingdom of the Sea was trying to meddle with the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox. So after Kazama brought Naruto back to Konoha, he told Hokage Tsunade about it. Although Kazama also has the ability to deal with the country of the sea, but Kazama's top priority now is to let Naruto follow Killer Bee as practice, and then take the opportunity to absorb the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Therefore, the grievance between the country of the sea and the country of fire, Kazama felt that it would be more appropriate for the two countries to resolve the matter on their own. What, Kazama, are you going to practice with me? That great, because Naruto has always regarded Kazama as his idol. Being able to practice with your idol is something everyone dreams of. Wait a minute, Tsunade-sama, let us go with you to the land of thunder. And just as Kazama and Naruto were about to set off, Might Guy and Yamato immediately caught up. It turned out that Tsunade was worried that Naruto would go wild while practicing. Therefore, Yamato, who has the ability to restrain the tailed beast from running wild, and Might Guy, who is very strong in physical skills, were sent to help Kazama. Tsunade is really attentive. Seeing the arrival of Guy and Yamato, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded. In fact, Kazama alone is enough to suppress the runaway Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. However, Tsunade was also well-intentioned, and Kazama naturally wouldn't refuse. And this time, the place where Raikage arranged for Killer Bee to train Naruto is not strictly speaking within the Land of Thunder. It is on an isolated island on the border of the Land of Thunder, known as the Paradise Island. The island is completely isolated from the sea, so it can only be reached by boat. Wow, what a big ship. After arriving at the Fire Country Pier, Kazama immediately exclaimed when he saw a large ship in front of him. That, Kazama, this is not our ship. At this moment, Yamato scratched his head embarrassedly, and pointed to a small boat next to the big boat. Seeing this tattered boat, Kazami was speechless. Tsunade really knows how to live. Mingming has done so many tasks recently and earned so much money, yet he is still so stingy. The wind could only sigh helplessly. But when they were ready to go to sea by boat, once the crew heard about the sea area they were going to pass through, they all backed away in fright, expressing that they did not dare to go there. Why? Seeing that everyone was so scared, Fengjian was greatly puzzled. Little brother, you don't know something. At this time, a sailor immediately explained to the wind, The sea area you are going to pass through is often haunted by pirates. Pirate? Yeah, and it's the kind of pirate who kills without blinking an eye. We don't dare to go all out with you. Seeing that they were just mere pirates, he frightened the sailors into such a state, and Fengjian immediately shook his head with a smile. Don't be afraid, everyone. As long as there are us Konoha ninjas, no matter how powerful the pirates are, we will not be our opponent. Pull it down. Who can't brag? That is, many people said that they were not afraid of pirates before, but didn't they get killed by pirates in the end? You better find someone else. But, seeing this group of sailors insisting on refusing to go to sea, Kazama and the others felt helpless, because the route and direction of the sea is completely different from that of the land. If there are no experienced sailors to follow, Kazama and others will stay in the sea forever. If you Konoha ninjas can really defeat those pirates, I can help you go out to sea. Just then, a young man came over immediately. You are. Seeing someone take the initiative to ask Ying, Fengjian was overjoyed. But just when he was about to ask the name of the person who came and wanted to thank him, but he never thought that this person would actually kill him. Chapter 212 Get Our Escape Hanging Star Ninja. If you can't even beat me, then don't even think about going out to sea, because those pirates will tear you to pieces. It turned out to be a test of our abilities. Hearing the young man's words, Fengjian immediately smiled. Let me meet you. But Kazama didn't do anything yet, but Naruto behind him rushed towards the young man with a big laugh. Take this fight as the beginning of my practice, the art of shadow clone. Seeing Naruto making a move, Kazama immediately stepped aside with a smile. Since someone is willing to serve, the wind is also happy. The secret technique of peacock escaped from the start. But what Lingjian didn't expect was that Naruto was knocked to the ground by the young man's chakra-transformed beast before he even got close. Dozens of shadow clones also dissipated immediately. If you dare to go out to sea like this, I think you should stay where it is cool. It's for your own good too. The young man turned and left immediately. Damn, you bastard. Naruto, who fell to the ground, was still full of dissatisfaction. Fengjian, it seems that you need to give him some color to see. Although Naruto was not convinced, he knew that his skills were inferior to others, so he could only pin his hopes on Kazama. Little brother, please stay. Do you want to try it too? Good. Before the wind was finished, the young man whistled towards the wind again. Do you think these ninjas from Konoha can beat the summer star? At this time, the sailors immediately gathered around to watch the excitement. I see Zan. Sha Xing's strength is very powerful. The yellow-haired boy was knocked to the ground by him just now. This black-haired one looked very thin, and it is estimated that he has no ability. There are two other ninjas, one wearing a green tights and one wearing a helmet. If you don't know, you think they are joking. I think Konoha ninjas are not as famous as meeting. When everyone said that, they laughed at Fengjian and others. The secret technique of peacock escape from the stars. At this moment, the young man known as the Summer Star once again used the move that defeated Naruto just now. This so-called peacock secret method of star escape seems to be similar to the attack method of my Myriad Bee Spirit Fire, but I don't know how powerful it is. Kazama thought that he would not dodge and meet him here, and let the opponent's attack hit him. It's over. This black-haired boy is not as good as the yellow-haired one. Yeah, that kid still knows how to dodge, but he doesn't even dodge. Just when everyone thought that Fengjian would definitely lose, suddenly Kazama, who was hit by the Summer Star, was actually intact, and many of the bees created by the peacock's secret method disappeared immediately. This kid actually blocked Summer Star's attack. It's not blocking it. I think it seems to have absorbed the attack of the Summer Star. What? Absorbed? How is that possible? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded by the performance of the wind, and Kazama's opponent, Sha Xing, was even more shocked, because he did see his attack just now, all of which were absorbed by Kazama. If this was put in the past, he wouldn't believe it even if he was killed. Ding! I succeeded in absorbing the secret technique of the Star Escape Peacock. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Star Escape Star burning the sky. Little brother, it's my turn next. The stars will burn the sky. Just when Sha Xing and everyone were still in shock, Kazama's attack came in an instant. Chapter 213 Slap Might Guy. I saw that all the stars all over the sky turned into meteors and roared towards the bottom, scaring everyone to flee. This is the secret technique of our Xingyan family. Why would he, an outsider, actually use it? The young man known as Summer Star immediately slumped to the ground with a thud, his face full of shock. And just when the meteor that filled the sky was about to come, it disappeared in the next moment. I'm sorry everyone, I was just joking with you. I don't know if I am qualified to invite you to help me go to sea. Seeing that Fengjian spared his life, everyone could see the true strength of Fengjian. I also knew that I had underestimated the wind before, so everyone came over and apologized to the wind. It's all because we have eyes and don't know Mount High. I hope you don't have the same knowledge as little brother. Seeing that everyone obeyed him, Kazama nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Sha Xing also hurried over and asked Feng Jian curiously, little brother, where did you learn the star-burning sphere that you cast just now? Can you teach me? You must know that this star burning the sky is the secret technique of the family where Sha Xing belonged. No one will use them except their deceased patriarch. Therefore, Sha Xing was of course extremely shocked when he saw that Kazama actually performed this technique. It's a long story, but if you're willing to follow us out to sea and help us point our way, maybe I can teach you. No problem, of course I am willing. To be honest, if you don't teach me little brother, I am willing to help you go to sea. Sha Xing told Kazama and others about the past of their Xingyan clan. It turns out that Sha Xing's family was all killed by pirates back then. Even the treasures in their clan were snatched by those pirates. Therefore, in order to avenge his own family, Sha Xing naturally wanted to follow Kazama and them out to sea, and killed these pirates by the way. Although Kazama's top priority now is to lead Naruto to Killer Bee to practice, and absorb the power of EPUB, 9 tails by the way. However, if you really encounter these pirates who do all kinds of evil on the road, Kazama doesn't mind killing them. Let go. With a roar of Naruto, with the help of Sha Xing and several other sailors, Kazama and others set sail successfully. Everyone, because your boat is a hand-cranked boat, the speed of travel will be slower. How slow is it? Naruto is impatient, and immediately asked Sha Xing. Well, it takes about a month to reach the Paradise Island you mentioned. What? A month? Hearing Sha Xing's word, even Kazama, who has always been steady, felt that the speed was indeed too slow. If that's the case, then I'm here to give this ship a boost. Might Guy immediately took over the paddle and started a quick row. This is you, so fly everyone. With Might Guy's rapid paddling, everyone's speed has indeed improved a lot. Pity that the resistance of the seawater is too great. Might Guy persisted for only one stick of incense, and then he was directly paralyzed. Let me try it. Kazama immediately cast Rasengan on the stern of the boat. At this time, the Rasengan was like the transmitter, and the ship was moving fast. Then Might Guy's original speed. That great. We'll be able to resist the destination in 3 days. Sha Xing said happily after seeing her. Useless wind room. Your chakra will run out in a while. You know, I can't last long even as a blue bee. Might Guy smiled and shook his head in the wind, but after half a day, the Rasengan in the wind not only did not disappear, but turned into a big ball Rasengan. The boat that everyone was riding in was like a rocket, moving forward rapidly. You really are a monster. At this moment, even Might Guy, who claims to have unlimited physical strength, had to admire Kazama. Everyone, we're getting close to where pirates often haunt. Before Shashing finished speaking, a large ship with a skull engraved blocked the route of Kazama and others. Chapter 214 Hanging Pirate. At this time, 3 tall pirate leaders immediately appeared on the huge ghost ship. Even 3 people dare to be pirate. I can solve you in a second. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight, but before he could act, he saw behind the 3 pirate leaders. There were actually thousands of pirates, and each of them is armed with sword, and halberd, shouting at the wind and the others. Although it's just a group of scumbags, this momentum is enough to make one's heart pounding. The leg that Naruto stepped out was so frightened that he quickly retracted it. We are the ninjas of Konoha, and we advise you not to resist needlessly, and to capture them immediately. Yamato immediately stood in front of Naruto and tried to use the name of Konoha to scare off the pirate, but Yamato obviously underestimated the ambitions of these pirates. At this time, when the pirates heard Yamato's reprimand, not only were they not afraid, but they became even more crazy. Just you rubbish ninjas, you dare to let us be captured? Just a joke. We have killed all the ninjas in the 5 countries except you, Konoha. Since you took the initiative to send them to your door today, then I will fulfill you and open fire. Following the order of the pirate leader, hundreds of heavy artillery immediately appeared on the edge of their ship. What about ninjas? They still have to die under our gunfire. Haha. Seeing the sudden attack of the hundreds of heavy artillery, Yamato hurriedly cast Mokuden wood style to resist. But who knew that these shells seemed to have eyes, and they actually bypassed Yamato's Mokuden wood style. Then he continued to kill everyone on the boat. Haha. These cannonballs are all chakra leads by me. You can change the direction of the attack at will. You will die. Sweeten, water style, water formation wall. At this critical moment, Fengjun immediately cast a wall of water to block the crowd. Useless kid. My chakra cannon will change direction at any time. Water formation wall in Kazama again. By coincidence, my water formation wall also changes direction. What? Just when the pirate leader thought he was about to succeed. However, he suddenly found that the water formation wall displayed by the wind actually formed a circle, which tightly wrapped everyone in it. At this time, the water formation wall has formed a 360-degree defense without dead end. Even the chakra cannon, which can change the attack route at any time, cannot find its flaws. Therefore, within a few rounds, these chakra cannons were all shot into the sea by the water formation wall. The arrogant strength that Kazama is showing now suddenly surprised these pirates. To actually use the 360-degree water formation wall that is unique to the 2nd generation Hokage, this kid in the wind is really amazing. At this moment, even Yamato could not help but secretly acclaim. It was these 3 pirate leaders who killed our clan and robbed our Xingyan clan's treasure. Sha Xingxing immediately ran behind the wind and whispered to him. Kazama originally intended to kill these pirates instantly, but since these 3 pirate leaders robbed the treasure in Sha Xing clan, that Kazama can only change the strategy, that is, torture them to death and then force them to hand over the treasure. You bunch of pirates, today I'll let Konoha's blue beast deal with you, Might Guy said and charged towards the pirate leader on the skeleton ship. But what Guy didn't expect was that he had just arrived on this ship now. Chapter 215 Hanging One Piece. It was surrounded by the rubber technique performed by one of the leaders. No matter how hard Guy struggled, he just couldn't exert any strength. Mr. Guy, I'm here to save you. At this time, Naruto and Yamato also rushed over, ready to rescue Guy. But who knew that not only did the rescue fail, but even the 2 of them were trapped inside by the enemy. Konoha's ninjas are just like that. Oh, it looks like I have to do it. Seeing that Guy, Naruto, and Yamato were trapped one after another, Kazama immediately shook his head helplessly. Boy, I'm waiting for you. The pirate leader did the same trick again, preparing to trap Kazama too. Little stray hair, don't think you're awesome when you blocked my chakra cannon with a sweetened water style just now. Let me tell you, this rubber technique of mine is very sticky. As long as you stick a little on it, you're stuck here. Haha. Just when the pirate leader laughed wildly, thinking that he could restrain Guy, Yamato, Naruto, and Kazama. But he never thought that his rubber technique would not play any role in Kazama now. Not only was it useless, it was even absorbed into the body by the wind. Ding! The technique of absorbing rubber is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique of rubber monster. You can actually absorb my rubber art. The pirate leader had never seen such a strange thing before, and he was dumbfounded. Because your rubber technique is too rubbish, I'll show you my rubber technique next. What? You also perform rubber magic? Hearing the words of the wind, the pirate leader was even more shocked. Impossible. No one in the world can use rubber except me. Isn't it impossible if you say it's impossible? Take it. The rubber monster art. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, a monster with a rubber head appeared instantly, and directly swallowed followed the pirate leader into his stomach. Xiao Zha Mao, you are courting death. Seeing that his companion was defeated, the other pirate leader was immediately furious. Jidin, magnet style, fist of iron sand. I saw that the right fist of the pirate leader was immediately wrapped in magnetic sand. He directly smashed the rubber monster cast by Kazami into pieces. Boy, even if you stealthily learned rubber art, you are not my Jidin, magnet style, opponent. Let's see how I will cut you into 8 pieces. As the pirate leader said that, he waved the huge magnet punch again, and smashed towards the wind. Ding! Successfully absorbed the fist of Jidin, magnet style, iron sand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Jidin, magnet style, iron sand. And wait, you're not even afraid of my Jidin, magnet style. Jidin, magnet style, ninja was taken aback when he saw that his magnetic sand punch was actually absorbed by Kazama. Originally, he thought that his Jidin, magnet style, was so powerful that Kazama couldn't hold it, but he was slapped in the face by the speed of light. Is this the so-called Jidin, magnet style? No big deal. I'm mad at me too. Seeing that Fengjian not only made himself lump, he even dared to humiliate himself. This Jidin, magnet style, ninja was immediately enraged and attacked Kazama again. I will not only piss you off, but also blow you up. Jidin, magnet style, iron sand wave. Kazama raised his hand slightly, and a wave of sand and iron immediately blocked the Jidin, magnet style, ninja's attack, and buried it in the layers of iron sand. As expected of Konoha's ninja, he has 2-stroke hand seal with both hands and floated in midair. Chapter 216 Get Light Escape. Snatch the pirate ship. Flying ninja, it seems that you are the real pirate leader. Yes, the 2 of them are just my entourage. If you think that if you defeat the 2 of them, you will be able to ride on our pirates' necks and shit, that is a big mistake. Today, I will teach you how to be a human being. The sun is shining. Quote, with this real pirate leader shot, the ordinary sunlight in the sky directly merged into a light Jinchuriki column. In an instant, the cabin below was penetrated, and then the seawater was completely penetrated by it. As expected of a pirate leader, he still uses sunlight as a means of attack. Kazama looked at it without fear and rejoicing, because no matter how powerful the opponent's attack was, he would absorb it as much as possible. Moreover, seeing the strength of this light escape from the wind, it is natural to use it for oneself. As long as there is sunshine, I can unleash endless attack, and then I'm going to roast all of you Konoha ninjas. Be careful in the wind. At this time, Guy, Yamato, and Naruto also saw the unusualness of this light escape, so they immediately shouted into the wind, be careful now, it's too late. At this moment, 4 rays of light Jinchuriki column appeared in sequence from the front, back, left, and right of the wind room. Xiao Zha Mao, your strength is really awesome. It's a pity that you have met me now, and no one in this world can survive in my light escape. Seeing that Kazama was successfully submerged by his own light, the pirate leader immediately burst into laughter, but he was just halfway through laughing when he stopped abruptly. It turned out that after the light escape dissipated, the wind room was not only fine, but even cast a more powerful light escape. Ding! Absorbed the light and the sunshine successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the light and the sun to kill. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Seeing the light dun that Fengjian is using at this moment, it is actually more powerful than the light dun that he has been practicing for decades. The pirate leader slumped to the ground in fright, and at this time, with the appearance of the sun in the wind, the pirates in the entire cabin were burned to charred corpses. Only the pirate leader and his 2 followers remain, because Kazama still needs to get the whereabouts of the treasures in the Summer Star clan from their mouth. The 3 of you are still alive. It doesn't mean you have the ability, but I have left you a dog for the time being. If you don't want to be tortured to death by me, answer my question honestly. Understood. We all understand, little brother. Oh no, big brother. All our gold silver jewelry is yours. You can take it. At this time, the 3 so-called pirate leaders had been completely frightened by Kazami's formidable strength, and they no longer dared to pretend to be in front of Kazami. Don't give it to me. Where is the treasure of the Xingyan family that you robbed back then? Here. The pirate leader took off the pendant from his neck as he spoke. At this time, Feng Dian came over to take a look, only to find that the necklace contained an extraterrestrial meteorite, and this extraterrestrial meteorite also emits this extremely powerful chakra. The fallen heart flame that follows the trend has the same effect. It seems that this meteorite can also speed up the cultivation of the human body. No wonder these 3 pirate leaders are so powerful. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately handed this thing to Sha Xing, asking him to confirm the authenticity. It's true. This is the treasure of our Xingyan family. Seeing that Fengjian really found this thing for himself, Sha was moved to tears, and kept thanking Fengjian. It's not worth the effort. Little brother Kazama, I will never forget your great kindness and virtue in my whole life. Then you rest well, and I will paddle and set sail for you. No, Kazama said, and brought all the sailors in his ship to the huge pirate ship. Why are we still in a small boat when we have a big boat? Yes, how did we forget about this? The speed of the pirate ship is very fast. Everyone laughed at this moment. In the past, pirates robbed their ship, and now they can finally understand what it is like to snatch pirate ship. Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Then Fengjian turned the 3 pirate leaders into fire slaves, and absorbed them into their own different space so that they can be used in the future. Guy, Yamato, and Naruto were naturally even more shocked to see that Kazama would do this. With the rapid progress of this pirate ship, it didn't take long to arrive at the destination Paradise Island, but at this time, Kazama and the others were about to land when they suddenly saw a huge rhino appearing on the island, whistling towards him and the others. Chapter 217 Sha Killer Bee. Lord Killer Bee, what are you doing? Kumogakure Ninja Motorcycle in Paradise Island was surprised to see Killer Bee actually let the animals on the island attack Kazama. Sir Killer Bee, we are allies with Konoha now, and that Sanada Kazama is your savior. How can you let the animals on the island attack them? Don't be nervous, Motoi. Bastard. Killer Bee started his signature rap right away. I heard Lord Hokage say that Kazama saved me and my 2 berserkers, but unfortunately I was in a coma during the berserker, so I didn't see Kazama's ability at all. Since this time he took the initiative to come at this point, I naturally want to try his ability. You all come together. I want to see how powerful this wind room is. With Killer Bee's order, the many giant beasts on the island are lions, tigers, brown bears, and so on. All of them also killed the others in the past. Killer Bee, Kazama is capable of suppressing the berserk Utai twice. With his rank, how could the animals on this island be his opponent? You are doing nothing more than that. Wrong. I don't believe he can be so powerful as a kid. If there is really something wrong in the wind room, what should we do? Don't worry, I'll be able to summon these beasts by myself, and won't put Kazuma's life in danger, and in this way, I'll give Kazama a blow, so that he won't dare to underestimate my Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power. Killer Bee finished speaking. He suddenly saw those giant beasts rushing towards the wind, and they all flew back one by one. How is this possible? To see hundreds of giant beasts being defeated in such a way. Not to mention Motoi. Even Killer Bee was dumbfounded, and even Rap became stuttering. Killer Bee, this is how you welcome us. At this time, Kazama came to Killer Bee first. Then Naruto, Guy, and Yamato followed behind. You bastard. Why let the beast attack us as soon as we meet? Naruto didn't know that Killer Bee was the Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force who wanted to help him control the tailed beast this time. So after hearing Kazama questioning Killer Bee, he immediately yelled at Killer Bee, ow. At this moment, the giant rhino that had been blown away by Fengjian seemed to be going crazy and charged toward Fengjian again. Ooh. When Killer Bee saw it, he was about to turn into a tailed beast, ready to block the rhino's attack. But at this time, Fengji raised one hand and grabbed the huge horn of the rhino and lifted it into the air. When Killer Bee saw with his own eyes that Kazama had such a powerful force, he once again turned from a rap master into a stuttering uncle. Because even Killer Bee has to rely on the power of the 8 tails to suppress the beasts on this island. But now Kazama can easily slaughter the beasts on this island with his own strength alone. That's why he and Hokage together can't do it. But this is easy for Kazama, who has super strange power. In this way, Kazama still showed mercy and did not display his more powerful Susanoo. Otherwise, the entire Paradise Island will be razed to the ground by him. I'm so sorry, Kazama-sama. At this time, Motoi immediately walked over with a smile on his face. Lord Killer Bee, he is just joking with you, not really wanting to do something to you, so I hope you don't take offense, Lord Kazama. Hearing Motoi's word, Kazama naturally stopped investigating, because he also knows that Killer Bee is not a bad person, just a person who does things according to his preferences. Moreover, Kazama now has to use the strength of Killer Bee to help Naruto fully master Kyuubi 9 tails power. Naturally, I am too lazy to care about Killer Bee, but what the wind didn't expect was that he didn't care about Killer Bee, but Killer Bee began to care about him instead. 218th palm hanging Killer Bee. Little devil, are you the Sanada Kazama who helped suppress Yao twice? What do you say? Hearing Killer Bee's question, Kazama immediately said angrily, I'm sorry, Kazama-sama, because when the 8 tails ran away, Killer Bee-sama was already in a coma, so he didn't really see you make a move, so he was curious about you. Shut up, bastard. Before Motoi could finish speaking, Killer Bee interrupted him again with a rap. My dignified Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power. How could I be rescued by a kid like you? And it's only twice. I don't believe you have such a strong strength. I want to duel you. If other people said these words, I am afraid that they would have been bruised and swollen by the wind. But now hearing Killer Bee say these words in a rapping way, the wind suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. I came here to let you train Naruto, not to let you train me. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't agree to duel me, then I won't train Naruto. What? You rap uncle? Your personality is too strange. After Naruto heard it, he immediately went forward to reason with Killer Bee, but Kazama stopped him with a smile. Looks like you won't be able to train Naruto with peace of mind if I don't stick your clothes on. That right, Mina, Yalu. Okay, since that's the case, then let the horses come over. Seeing that Kazama was willing willing to duel him. Killer Bee immediately danced with joy. Little devil, see how I beat you. My dignified Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column power. How could I be suppressed by you? Yaow, lend me your power. Killer Bee said and came to the spiritual world of Yaow. Hey, Killer Bee, this kid called Kazama is probably the one who suppressed me twice. Although I was a little confused after the rampage, I still have some impressions of his appearance. Stop talking nonsense. What is the strength of this kid in the wind? We will try to find out next. Are you willing to become the defeated general of a kid? You bastard. Well, to be honest, I don't want to be suppressed by a kid. Yatai Niyugi said and merged with Killer Bee, and exerted the power of Yatai's body. Little devil, it's too late to regret it now. Damn, this Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force really liked to mess around. Yamato, Guy, and Naruto all became nervous when they saw the main body of the Eight Tails appearing. Although they knew that Kazama was powerful, they had never seen Kazama's fight against Yaoi. So I don't believe that Kazama really has the strength to defeat the Eight Tails. I never knew what regret was. Good boy, your mouth is quite tough. Take it, Mina. Come out, Eight-tailed bull ghost. Just when the eight-tailed Killer Bee was about to attack, Kazama also immediately exerted his eight-tailed power and turned into another eight-tailed bull ghost. I rely on. At this moment, Motoi, Yamato, Guy, and Naruto below all said the word, I rely on me, in unison, because they never thought that the wind could have this ability. Mina, quack. As Kazama's opponent at the moment, Killer Bee with eight tails was shocked again and stumbled. Now is not the time for stammering. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, Kazama defeated Killer Bee's Yaoi. Damn it. The power of the eight tails that this kid in Kazama has made me even stronger. At this moment, even the eight-tailed bull ghost in Killer Bee couldn't help being surprised. Tailed Beast Bomb. The panic Killer Bee heard what Yao said in the body, and forgot that he was now competing with Hefeng, not a battle of life and death. So he opened his mouth and immediately cast Tailed Beast Bomb. Killer Bee, you're crazy. The Motoi below couldn't help shouting when he saw it. And when Killer Bee slowed down and wanted to take back the Tailed Beast Bomb, it was too late, because the Tailed Beast Bomb had already attacked the eight-tailed bull demon that had changed in the wind. Everyone, hurry up and escape. Ran over to Naruto, Yamato, Guy and others. And just when everyone thought Kazama would be killed by Tailed Beast Bomb of Yao, but suddenly found that Tailed Beast Bomb did not explode immediately. So everyone looked up suspiciously, and the scene in front of them immediately surprised them even more. Chapter 219 B Killer Bee. It turned out that Kazama used to be an eight-tailed cow ghost, but now it has become a QB, 9-tails demon fox, and hit Killer Bee's Tailed Beast Bomb directly. Damn it. Didn't you say Naruto is QB, 9-tails Jinchuriki, column 4? Why can Kazama also become QB, 9-tails? Motoi immediately asked Yamato and Guy in surprise, but at this time, the two of them were just as shocked as Motoi. They also don't know why Kazama has the power of QB, 9-tails. Naruto, did you know? At this time, the three of Yamato looked at Naruto at the same time, stunned by the battle between Kazama and Killer Bee. Looks like he doesn't know either. Yamato and the others could only sigh helplessly. The battle between Kazama and Killer Bee again. Kazama originally had the power to completely suppress the eight tails, but now it has transformed into a QB, 9-tails demon fox, which is naturally a higher level of strength. Therefore, in a few breaths, the eight-tailed bull ghost transformed by Killer Bee was beaten with a bruised face. Killer Bee, who were still arrogant before, at this moment, under Funyun's subordinate, there is nothing but embarrassment to avoid, and even the courage to fight back is gone. Killer Bee, you idiot, hurry up and beg Fengjian for mercy. Let him fight like this, and I will die. Killer Bee had long wanted to throw in the towel, but he kept holding on because of his fate. But now that he has lost face when he sees eight tails, then his face is useless. So Killer Bee hurriedly took back the body of the eight tails, and began to apologize to the wind. Sure enough, it's a hero coming out of a young man. I'm willing to bow down to the next one. Killer Bee will voluntarily admit defeat. Hearing Killer Bee's word, Motoi was taken aback, because even in the battle with Reikage, Killer Bee never conceded defeat. But now after only a few rounds, Killer Bee voluntarily conceded defeat. Motoi had to admire Kazama's strength, because in this world, except Kazama, no one can make Killer Bee voluntarily admit defeat. As Kazama returned to its original appearance, Yamato and the others recovered from their shock, so he immediately came to the side of the wind, and asked the wind at all times, Kazama, how can you have the powers of Yatai and Kyubi, 9 tails, at the same time? Seeing the curious eyes of Yamato and the others, Kazama immediately laughed. Although Kazama is a companion with Yamato and others, he will not reveal the abilities of his own system. He will not admit that he really has mastered the power of Yahweh and Kyubi, 9 tails. This is just an ordinary transformation technique, not the real power of the tailed beast. Our top priority is to let Naruto learn how to control Kyubi, 9 tails, as soon as possible. Oh, that's fine. Seeing that Fengjian was reluctant to say more, it was naturally inconvenient for everyone to ask more. After all, what kind of ability Kazama possesses is his own secret. If you want to learn how to control a tailed tailed beast, you must first pass the trial of a real waterfall. As Killer Bee said, he took Kazama and the others to a waterfall. If you can't eliminate the darkness in your heart, even if you can control the tailed beast in the future, you will eventually be attacked by the tailed beast. Okay, I see. As Naruto said that, he sat on a stone opposite the waterfall and began to hold his breath. As long as you can successfully wake up next, then you have the qualification to control the tailed beast. Killer Bee laughed inwardly when he said this. Chapter 220 Slap Killer Bee. Because if you want to eliminate the darkness in your heart, you can't do it overnight. It can take a few months as fast as you can, and a few years later. Killer Bee thought that as long as Naruto couldn't wake up for a long time, Kazama and the others would definitely be anxious. At that time, I have to ask myself so that Killer Bee can take the opportunity to find a little face in the wind. Killer Bee, you're a very insidious fellow. Yao knew what Killer Bee was thinking, so he immediately laughed and scolded him. Haha, that's of course. No matter what, I'm also a dignified Killer Bee. Jinchuriki Column 4. I was defeated by Kazama just now and lost face. I must find it in Kazama. This real waterfall is only my experience, however. Only I can help Naruto eliminate the darkness in his heart. Just wait and watch the show. Just when Killer Bee was laughing, Naruto in the real waterfall was already sweating profusely and trembling all over. After seeing it in the wind, it is not good to secretly say, because this is obviously a symptom of going crazy. If it goes on like this for a long time, I am afraid that Naruto will die before he learns how to control the tailed beast. Killer Bee, what going on with Naruto? At this time, Yamato also saw that Naruto was wrong. This is Naruto fighting against his own demon, and if he wins, he will be able to wake up successfully. And what if it fails? That would be. Killer Bee said this with a pretentious sigh. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yamato immediately wanted to wake Naruto, but was stopped by Killer Bee. I advise you not to act rashly. Not only will you not help Naruto, but it will accelerate his failure. Then what do you say? Seeing Yamato take the bait, Killer Bee immediately laughed proudly. If I want to help Naruto now, I can only enter his spiritual world with the power of my fellow Jinchuriki column and help him defeat his inner demon together. Then why don't you act quickly? Hearing Yamato's urging, Killer Bee pretended to shake his head again. Entering the spiritual world requires a lot of chakra, so let me rest for a day, and then I will help Naruto. How can that be done? If something goes wrong with Naruto next, we can't afford it. I hope you will save Naruto because we Konoha and you Kumogakure are allies. Yeah, please. Hearing Yamato Guy's leave, Killer Bee immediately looked at Kazama again proudly, obviously waiting for Kazama to come and beg him. Isn't it just to help Naruto eradicate the demon? I can do it too. As Fengjian said, he was ready to cast Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, because Qinglian Earth Heart Fire can make people calm down and get rid of the symptoms of ecstasy. What, just you? Hearing Kazama's word, Killer Bee immediately burst out laughing. Little brother Kazama, I know you are powerful, but to eradicate inner demons, it's not just about being strong. You must also be a human being. Jinchuriki Column 4, so you can enter the spiritual world of human. Jinchuriki Column 4. Naruto's spiritual world can't be entered. How can we help? Just as Killer Bee was talking, he suddenly saw a wisp of jade green flames appear on Fengjian's hand. Then the flame entered Naruto's body. Are you planning to use Kaden, fire style, to burn Naruto to death? Haha. Killer Bee didn't know the wonders of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, so he laughed again in the wind. Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 221 to 240. Chapter 221 QB 9 Tails, the demon fox itself. But at the same time as he laughed, the unconscious Naruto had successfully woken up. Damn it. This. Seeing Naruto's successful awakening, Killer Bee was shocked and stepped back, his face full of disbelief. Naruto, you finally woke up. How are you feeling now? Yamato and Guy immediately ran to Naruto happily after seeing it. Thank you for Nee's concern. I have completely defeated the demon. Really? Great. Impossible. It's impossible. Just when Yamato and Guy were happy for Naruto's victory over the demon, Killer Bee immediately questioned. After all, it took him several months to defeat the demon, but now Naruto defeated the demon in just a few minutes and successfully woke up. Of course, 10,000 people didn't believe it. Naruto, since Killer Bee doesn't believe it, then tell the big guys about your process of defeating your inner demon. Seeing Killer Bee's shocked expression, Kazama immediately laughed. No problem. In fact, at the beginning, I was really not the opponent of my inner demon, because he was indeed too powerful, but just when I was about to be swallowed by it, I suddenly saw a ray of green flame, which helped me to destroy myself. My inner demon turned into nothingness, and I woke up immediately. After hearing Naruto's narration, Killer Bee believed that the magical flame just now in Kazama indeed had the effect of eradicating demon. This instantly made Killer Bee admire Kazama for his 5-body throw. That, little brother Fengjian, just now I was blind, so I underestimated you. You have a lot of knowledge, so don't have the same knowledge as me. Killer Bee hurriedly apologized incessantly. As long as you can help the power of Naruto Naruto Master Kyuubi, Ninetales, as soon as possible. I can forgive you, otherwise. Kazama touched his fist as he spoke, causing the Killer Bee to back away in fright. No problem, it's up to me next. Killer Bee hurriedly told Naruto the key to controlling the tailed bee. Then he entered the spiritual world of Naruto, faced Kyuubi, Ninetales, with him, and began to compete for Kyuubi, Ninetales, chakra. Kazama knew that Naruto was going to run wild next. Therefore, Yamato, Guy, and Motoi were immediately supported so that they could not restrain Naruto in time. Then he summoned the Jinglian demon Venerable. You immediately enter Naruto's spiritual world, anger Kyuubi, Ninetales, and force Kyuubi, Ninetales, to go completely berserk. Understood. Jinglian Yaozen immediately turned into a ray of flame and entered Naruto's body. Because Kazama couldn't enter Naruto's spiritual world, he could only rely on the strength of Jinglian Yaozen. Sorry Naruto, you will be completely dominated by the Kyuubi, Ninetales fox neck, but don't worry, as long as I absorb the power of Kyuubi, Ninetales, I will help you completely master Kyuubi, Ninetales, the power of the demon fox. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, Naruto, who was practicing with Killer Bee, ran away instantly. The huge Kyuubi, Ninetales demon fox body also appeared immediately. Haha, Uncle Ben finally came out. Ooh, Killer Bee didn't know this was Kazama's plan, so he immediately transformed into the Eight-Tails to suppress Kyuubi, Ninetales. Before he could act, he was knocked to the ground by the demon fox of Kyuubi, Ninetales. A rubbish Eight-Tails dare to challenge me, just damn it. Master, the task was successfully completed. At this time, Jinglian Yaozen also reappeared beside Fengjian. Just now, you bastard attacked me the hardest. I was worried that I couldn't find you, but you actually showed up. Seeing the appearance of Jinglian Yaozen, Kyuubi, Ninetales demon fox can be described as a murderous atmosphere. Chapter 222 Open Sitomo Rinnegan. Very well, you go back first. As ordered. So you are the master of this guy. I saw the Jinglian Yaozen turned into a flame and escaped into the body of the wind. The Kyuubi, Ninetales fox immediately understood that all this was at the direction of Kazami. Yes, it seems that you are quite clever. Stupid fox. I'm mad at me. If I don't cut you into 8 pieces, I'm not Kurama. Hearing Kazama's ridicule, the Kyuubi, Ninetales demon fox immediately became furious and immediately charged toward Kazama. Then you really can't be a Kurama next time. Kamui. The power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to pull the Kyuubi, Ninetales demon fox into his own different space. Because his neck fight with Kyuubi, Ninetales, will be devastating. If you don't pull yourself and Kyuubi, Ninetales, into Kamui's space, I'm afraid this paradise island will be razed to the ground in an instant. Little Misty, I didn't expect you to be able to use space technique, but even so, you can't escape death. Kyuubi, Ninetales, immediately launched a series of attacks into the wind, and Kazama didn't show weakness, and even used the full-body Susanoo to block all the attacks of Kyuubi, Ninetales. HMPH. I can't think of anyone other than Madara who can cast a full-body Susanoo. Seeing this golden giant in the wind, even the Kyuubi, Ninetales demon fox couldn't help but be taken aback. Madara's full-body Susanoo, is it qualified to be compared with me? Kazama immediately showed the Susanoo double sword, grass pheasant sword, shark muscle, Yushu ice mirror and burning sky bow in the hands of the complete body Susanoo. With the power of these 6 artifacts, Kazama defeated the Kyuubi, Ninetales demon fox in a row. I'm going to kill you little bastard. At this point, Kyuubi, Ninetales, was completely provoked and immediately cast Tailed Beast Bomb into the wind. Goodcom was overjoyed after seeing it and hurriedly rushed towards the Kyuubi, Ninetales Tailed Beast Bomb. Ding! Absorbed Kyuubi, Ninetales Tailed Beast Bomb successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of 10 tails and transforming into the body of 10 tails. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening Sitomo Rinnegan. Congratulations on obtaining the technique of Heavenly Hand Power. This technique allows the host to instantly reach the place where the eyes can reach when the Sitomo Rinnegans are turned on. It can make the person or thing within the line of sight change positions at will. Not only can attack instantly, the enemy can also avoid the enemy's attack. It seems that this technique is an upgraded version of Horaishin, and it can also teleport without any markers. Not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd ranked range fire. Nothingness swallows the flame. This fire is the thing that swallows the sky and devours the earth, and has the ability to swallow all things. To be able to devour everything, this is too heaven-defying. Just when Kazama was excited about his newly acquired void-swallowing flame, as well as the power of the Sitomo Rinnegan and 10 tails, Kyuubi, Ninetales, opposite was stunned by the wind, because he just saw his tailed beast bomb in the wind with his own eyes. But Fengjian is still alive now, even unscathed. This made the Kyuubi, Ninetales fox feel incredible. From the time of the EPUB's immortals to the present, I have never seen anyone who can resist my tailed beast bomb. What is the origin of this kid called Kazama? Just as Kyuubi, Ninetales the demon fox was thinking in secret, Kazama looked at him again. Didn't you say you're going to cut me into pieces? But I'm still alive. Why is that? Seeing Kagami laughing at himself again, Kyuubi 9 Tails was furious and burst into rage. Chapter 223 Gain the Power of 10 Tails. Little Misty, although I don't know how you evaded my Tailed Beast Bomb just now, you can't dodge this next move. Tailed Beast Bomb combo. Kyuubi 9 Tails opened his mouth wide, and all those dozens of Tailed Beast Bombs were killed in the wind. If it's on an ordinary person, it's inevitable, but I'm not an ordinary person, Kazama said, and immediately cast his newly acquired Sitomo Rinnegan. This is Kyuubi 9 Tails was startled again when he saw Kazama's current eye, because Kazama's eyes are now only 3 tomo from the 9 tomo Sharingan of the Six Immortal. For creatures like the Kyuubi 9 Tails demon fox, he knew exactly what kind of power Kazama's eyes now possessed, and at the same time that Kyuubi 9 Tails fox was shocked by Kazama's eye. Kazama has already performed the heavenly hand power technique, swapping himself and Kyuubi 9 Tails with each other. At this point, Kyuubi 9 Tails didn't know what was going on. Those dozens of tailed beast bombs all hit him, and the Kyuubi 9 Tails hit was riddled with holes. Thankfully, Kyuubi 9 Tails has great healing powers. Otherwise, these dozen tailed beast bombs are enough to send Kyuubi 9 Tails to the west. As expected of the ability of Sitomo Rinnegan, it is really powerful, really awesome. Seeing that he had made Kyuubi 9 Tails like this without any effort, Feng Jian was overjoyed, because he wanted to convince Kyuubi 9 Tails to tame him so that Kyuubi 9 Tails could help Naruto improve his rank. You bastard. Kyuubi 9 Tails is an extremely stubborn guy, even if he sees that he is no match for the wind, but he still did not give in, but once again gathered chakra and prepared to kill towards the wind. Kyuubi 9 Tails, I don't have time to play with you. You have lived in Naruto's body for so long, and you haven't paid your rent yet. Now you should help Naruto and let him borrow your strength. Don't give me nonsense. My dignified uncle Kyuubi 9 Tails, how can you point fingers in front of me? Seeing that Kyuubi 9 Tails not only refused to accept himself but even killed him again, Feng Jian laughed instead of being angry. Exactly. I will use you to try my nothingness. Swallowing inflammation. With a single hand in the wind, a black monster formed from nothingness and swallowing flames appeared out of thin air. The size of Kyuubi 9 Tails is already big enough, but the monster formed by the void swallowing flames in the wind is several times bigger than Kyuubi 9 Tails. Kyuubi 9 Tails was taken aback when he saw that the monster summoned by Kazama was more powerful than himself, so he had to run away immediately. But who knew that nothingness would swallow Kyuubi 9 Tails in one bite? Are you satisfied? Hearing the words of the wind, he saw his body that was about to be completely swallowed by the Wuyan Yanyan. Kyuubi 9 Tails, who has always been fearless, could not help but feel a little bit of fear, but he still did not want to surrender to the wind. I am part of the 10 Tails. Even if I surrender, I only surrender to the 10 Tails. Okay, you said it yourself. I'll convince you today. Come out 10 Tails. What? Hearing Kazama's word, he saw that Kazama had actually become the body of 10 Tails. Kyuubi 9 Tails froze in shock. He originally just wanted to find an excuse not to surrender to Kazama. After all, in his cognition, only the Six Immortals possess the power of 10 Tails, but he didn't expect Kazama to have the power of 10 Tails, and now he just can't accept it. Chapter 224 Get Void Swallowing. Have you taken it now? I got it. I got it. Kyuubi 9 Tails could only lower his head when he saw Kazami's terrifying power. Okay, then I need you to help Naruto well. Lend your strength to Naruto, and in return, I can kill your enemy. My enemy? Do you know who my enemy is? Hearing Kazama's word, Kyuubi 9 Tails was immediately taken aback. Uchiha Madara, he used Mangekyo Sharingan to control you, forced you to help him fight, and made you his psychic beast. Am I right? Seeing that Fengjian is not only terrifying in strength but even knows his past clearly, Kyuubi 9 Tails immediately fell in admiration. He originally thought that Kazama was the same as Uchiha Madara, who used himself as a weapon, but he never thought that Fengjian still wanted to avenge himself. At this time, even Kyuubi 9 Tails, whose heart is like stone, felt a sense of gratitude towards Kazama. Don't worry, Kurama, said nothing. Since I promised you to help Naruto, I will definitely be fully assisted Naruto in the future. Hearing what Kyuubi 9 Tails said, Kazama immediately nodded in satisfaction. At this time Kurama suddenly remembered something. I remember that Uchiha Madara was already dead. How can you help me get revenge? Kyuubi 9 Tails suddenly felt that he had been fooled by the wind. Uchiha Madara will be resurrected soon. What? Is this true? Hearing Kazama's word, Kyuubi 9 Tails was shocked. Of course, that's why I said that I want to help you get revenge. Don't worry, since you are saying no to 2, then I will naturally say no to 2. Good. Kyuubi 9 Tails said and re-entered Naruto's body. Then Kazama used the power of Kamui again to bring himself and Naruto back to Paradise Island. At this time, Yamato, Guy and Killer Bee are constantly looking for the whereabouts of Naruto Hefeng. When they saw Kazama and Naruto who suddenly appeared, they jumped a lot. I said, where did you two go? I thought you were swallowed by Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Killer Bee just saw Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, go berserk. So when he wakes up, he finds Naruto Hefeng missing. Naturally, they thought that the two of them were swallowed by Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Don't worry, now not only have we not been swallowed by Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, but Naruto has successfully obtained the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. What? Is this true? Excellent. Hearing Kazama's word, Guy and Yamato were naturally overjoyed, because their mission this time is to let Naruto succeed in the power of Master Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. They thought it would take a long time, but they never thought it would be done so quickly. How is this possible? It is absolutely impossible. And when Killer Bee heard Kazama's word, he immediately shook his head into a rattle. I said, Killer Bee, why are you always contradicting Konoha's ninjas? At this time, together with the motorcycles of Humogakure village, they all complained to Killer Bee. I'm not against you, it's just that I haven't helped Naruto take chakra from Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. How could he have Kyuubi, Nine-Tails power again? Just as Killer Bee was talking, Naruto, who had been in a coma, woke up. Naruto, do you have the power of Master Kyuubi, Nine-Tails? Killer Bee hurriedly asked Naruto, what Kyuubi, Nine-Tails power? I don't know. Because of Kyuubi's, Nine-Tails, runaway just now, Naruto has suffered short-term memory loss. Look, I'm right, without my help, Naruto would not be able to obtain the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Killer Bee was instantly complacent, because if Naruto really learned to control the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, himself, then Killer Bee would feel useless. Naruto, try to extract the chakra of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, now. Oh, good. Hearing Kazama's word, Naruto hurriedly communicated with Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, in his body. Then Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, put all his power on Naruto. I saw that Naruto directly crossed the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails chakra mode and advanced to the more powerful Kurama mode. At this time, except for the wind, everyone present was shocked. Killer Bee, in particular, slumped to the ground in shock. Chapter 225. Prepare to absorb Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's even more powerful than the fusion between me and Yao. But how did he do it? Looking at Naruto's Kurama mode at this time, Killer Bee was secretly shocked. Others may not know what this Kurama mode means, but for Killer Bee, who is also a Jinchuriki column 4, he knows this Kurama model very well. This is the highest level of fusion of human Jinchuriki, column power and tailed beast. You must know that the fusion between him and the eight-tailed Bulgo took decades to achieve success. But now Naruto and his cultivation time only half a day. Killer Bee not be shocked to have achieved this level of integration. It stands to reason that this kid Naruto is very dull, and Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, has a very irascible temper. The two of them should not be able to integrate to this extent, but now they are integrated seamlessly. If there is no medium in the middle, there is no way at all. It may be successful. Who helped Naruto and Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, merge successfully. Quote, just when Killer Bee was thinking like this, he suddenly saw the smiling wind room, and he suddenly realized, since Kazama was the first to know of the successful fusion of Naruto and Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, it must be him who facilitated the fusion of Naruto and Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Ah, but since he has this ability, why did he come all the way to me to help Naruto master Kyuubi, Nine-Tails? This kid is really unpredictable. Killer Bee got more and more headache, and finally stopped thinking about it, because he couldn't think of it even if he wanted to break his scalp. Fantastic. It turns out that this is the power after fusion with Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. At this time, Naruto, who turned into Kurama mode, jumped up and immediately cast Kyuubi, Nine-Tails chakra body. It shocked Yamato and the others, and even scared the animals on the island to run around. Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, thank you for helping me, Naruto immediately said happily to Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, in his body. Don't get me wrong, kid, if it wasn't for the wind, I wouldn't let you borrow my power. What? The wind room? Hearing the words of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Naruto knew that the reason why he could obtain the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails so easily was because of Kazama's help. And listening to the voice of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, it seems that he is still in awe of Kazama. This naturally made Naruto even more grateful and admired for Kazama. Hey, thank you so much. At this time, Naruto immediately put away the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails chakra, and said happily to the wind, Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, told me just now that you asked him to help me. Thank you very much. What? Kazama can command Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Hearing Naruto's thanks to Kazama, Yamato, Guy, and Killer Bee were all surprised. Especially Killer Bee. He has always believed that there is only the power of the master-tailed beast that he can perfect. But now that he saw the appearance of the wind, he knew that it was someone outside. Kazama not only controls the power of the tailed beast and his own Grand Master, but can even make the tailed beast obey him. This is something Killer Bee will never be able to do. With the power of Naruto Master Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Kazama also successfully absorbed Kyuubi, Nine-Tails chakra and obtained the power of Ten-Tails, as well as the new alien fire, and the Rinnegan of the Sitomo. Next, Kazama will prepare to absorb the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, because only by absorbing the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Kazama can open the 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan. Rasengan. So Kazama immediately called Obito while everyone was resting. Chapter 226. The Ninja War begins. His Mokuden, wood-style, avatar, to Obito. There is half the power of Kyubi, Nine Tails, in it. As long as Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, absorb Kyubi, Nine Tails, Black Zetsu will find the Nine Tails he captured beasts only have half of the chakra, and the action of resurrecting Otsutsuki Kagaya will also be slow. Then you will take the opportunity to confuse Black Zetsu. Let him use his body to fuse with the tailed beast chakra, and then resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Understood. Obito immediately brought the Mokuden, wood-style clone of Kazama back to Akatsuki. Obito, you are more capable than I thought. At this time, Black Zetsu didn't know that he had been caught in Kazama's plan. So after seeing the Mokuden, wood-style clone in Obito's hand, I thought it was the real Naruto. So he immediately burst into laughter. Next, as long as Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, absorbed Kyubi, Nine Tails, the 10 tails can be resurrected successfully, and then Mother Kagaya can regain control of the entire ninja world. When the time comes, I will make you cramp and skin you, making your life worse than death. Haha. But when Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, absorbed Kyubi, Nine Tails chakra, didn't turn into 10 tails as Black Zetsu expected. Rather, it still maintains the appearance of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and stands there. How is this possible? Seeing that his Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, obviously absorbed the power of the nine-tailed beast but still did not become 10-tailed. Black Zetsu was immediately puzzled and hurried to investigate the chakra inside Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. It didn't matter that this crow, he suddenly vomited old blood with anger. It was because he discovered that in his Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, although there were 9-tailed beast chakras, they were only half. It is definitely impossible to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya anymore. What the hell is going on here? Why are all the tailed beasts you brought back with only half chakra? Black Zetsu immediately yelled at Obito and other Akatsuki members. At this time, Obito and others said to Black Zetsu, according to the plan, when I captured Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki column 4, I was blocked by the wind, and later he snatched it in Kyubi, Nine Tails. I don't know if it has anything to do with him. When you said that, I also remembered. At this time, Deidara, Sasori, Ghost Shark and others also immediately agreed. Kazama was also present when we captured the tailed beast. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that this kid from Kazama is the devil. What? Oh, you little bastard in the wind, you dare to play with me. If I don't kill you this time, I will never be a human being. Seeing that Black Zetsu was about to collapse, Obito and the others immediately laughed secretly in their heart, because that's what Kazama gave them, to make Black Zetsu take aim at Kazama. This way, Black Zetsu will do whatever it takes to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya in order to kill Kazuma. Although Kazama is hateful, his strength has far surpassed us. If you want to defeat Kazama, you can only use the power of 10 tails. Yeah, now we must find a way to revive 10 tails as soon as possible. At this time, Obito and the others immediately began to use provocative tactics on Black Zetsu. Want it to immediately merge with Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to resurrect the 10 tails, aka Otsutsuki Kagaya. But Obito and others underestimated Black Zetsu's stubbornness. At this time, Black Zetsu simply did not accept the proposal of Obito and others. Instead, tens of thousands of white Zetsu were immediately summoned from Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Chapter 227. The Army of White Zetsu and the Army of Impure World Reincarnation. This little brat in the wind is too deceiving, and dares to hide all the tailed beasts behind my back. Well, if that's the case, then I will turn the entire ninja world upside down. I don't believe that there is no trace of the tailed beast. Are you going to fight the entire ninja world? Hearing Black Zetsu's words and seeing Black Zetsu's actions at this time, Obito and the others couldn't help but be shocked, because what Black Zetsu is doing now is far beyond their and Kazama's expectation. Yes, I'm going to fight the entire ninja world, but with these hundreds of thousands of white Zetsu, we can't even shake the 5 major countries, let alone deal with the entire ninja world. Obito hurriedly stopped after seeing it, because Kagaya's order to him is to make Black Zetsu resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya as soon as possible. Now that things have developed in the other direction, Obito is naturally anxious. HMPH, Obito, you underestimate me too. Do you think I really only have these white Zetsu? Kabuto. As soon as Black Zetsu finished speaking, Yakushi Kabuto appeared beside Black Zetsu. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto has completely mastered the sage art of Raichike. The chakra emanating from his body made even Obito on the side a little surprised. Kabuto, let them all see your work. No problem. Yakushi Kabuto sneered and adjusted his glasses. At this time, the results of my many years of research. Please appreciate it. Impure World Reincarnation. Immediately afterward, an army of hundreds of thousands of Impure World Reincarnation ninjas appeared here. This is. Seeing these armies of dead people, Obito was once again taken aback. This is the ninja who died in the wars of the past. Although their strength is not top-notch, but with the use of hundreds of thousands of white zetsu, that is the power to destroy the dead. How? Now our number has far exceeded the army of the 5 major countries. But even so, we can't destroy the entire ninja world. Obito also wants to continue to persuade Black Zetsu to give up starting the war. Don't worry, I still have cage-level masters from all over the world, as well as even more powerful aides. Yakushi Kabuto said and sneered again. Besides, our main purpose this time is not to destroy the ninja world, but to recover the 9-tailed beasts again. Black Zetsu has now completely listened to Kabuto's plan, and turned a deaf ear to Obito's persuasion. Then we'll start with Konoha, and then use it to defeat the ninja villages of the 5 major countries. At that time, I don't believe that the tailed beasts still have hiding places. Haha. This time, I will not only successfully recover the tailed beast, but also dismantle the wind room into 8 pieces, smashing the bones into ashes. What? Black Zetsu actually united with Yakushi Kabuto and is ready to fight the entire ninja world. Taking advantage of Black Zetsu's inattention, Obito hurriedly told Kazama the news. At this time, Kazama just returned to Konoha. Black Zetsu, this bastard is really stubborn. Instead of resurrecting Otsutsuki Kagaya, he actually wants to fight the entire ninja world. Learning of Black Zetsu's actions, Kazama laughed in anger. It's all because of the incompetence of my subordinate. That's why Black Zetsu didn't act according to our plan. Please forgive me, Lord Kazama. Hearing Obito's word, Kazama immediately waved his hand with a smile. It doesn't matter. Since this guy Black Zetsu doesn't give up and insists on catching the tailed beast alive, then I will force him into a corner and make him have to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya himself. At this moment, Kazama suddenly felt that many chakras appeared outside Konoha. Chapter 228. Are you floating or I can't hold the knife? So hurriedly displayed his pair of Ziktomo Rinnegan. With the improvement of Rinnegan's ability, Kazami can now see farther. Is this the army of the White Zetsu army and the Impure World reincarnation? Seeing that Black Zetsu was moving so quickly, Kazama immediately laughed secretly. Okay Black Zetsu, since you can't wait to taste failure, then I'll do it for you. Kazuma-sama, are we going to turn against Black Zetsu now? No. Feng Jian rolled his eyes and immediately had an idea. You guys keep lurking next to Black Zetsu, and when the time comes, I will let you attack Black Zetsu. As ordered, Obito said and disappeared. Since he couldn't dare to turn his face on Black Zetsu now, he naturally had to hurry back to Black Zetsu's side. And the reason why Kazama didn't let Obito and the others turn their back right now, it was because he wanted to let Obito and the others attack him when Black Zetsu was at his best. At that point, Black Zetsu will have a taste of despair. In this way, he will immediately resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. At this time, Konoha's guards also discovered the White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army led by Black Zetsu. And at this time, not only Konoha, but Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kurigakure, and Iwagakure villages were all attacked by the White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army. Because the attack was too sudden, it directly hit the ninja village of the 5 countries by surprise. The Konoha side is led by Black Zetsu himself, the strongest of the many White Zetsu armies and Impure World Reincarnation army. Because Black Zetsu knows that Kazama is not easy to deal with, and he also wants to use his current strength to defeat Kazama so as to express the evil in his heart. Konoha bastard, if you know each other, hand over the Kyubi 9-tails kid to me, or I will raise your Konoha to the ground today. At this time, Black Zetsu was like the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and his army had completely destroyed the defense of Konoha. Hokage Tsunade saw this overwhelming enemy, and she immediately took a few steps back in shock. Even the so-called Sani, she is now trembling with fear by the White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army led by Black Zetsu. Damn, hurry up and inform the allies and let them send troops to support. Not good, Tsunade-sama. At this time, before Tsunade finished speaking, Shizune rushed over in a panic. The villages of Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kurigakure, and Iwagakure allied with us were also attacked, and now they are asking us to send troops to support them. What? How could this be? Where did the enemy come from so many people to attack our 5 major countries at the same time? Master Tsunade, there are too many enemies, dozens of times more than our Konoha. What should we do next? Where's Kazama? Hurry up and inform Kazama. Seeing Konoha in crisis again, Tsunade can only pin his hopes on Kazama. Kazama led Naruto to practice in the Land of Thunder, and it seems that he hasn't come back yet. Why don't you see the figure of this kid Kazama every time it's critical? Sir Tsunade's words are too bad. What critical moment did I not show up? Just when Tsunade and the others were at a loss, Kazama immediately appeared in front of her. You bastard. Seeing Kazama finally appear, Tsunade was naturally overjoyed. Chapter 229. One person hangs 100,000 Impure World Reincarnation. The enemy's army consists of two sides. One is the White Zetsu who attacked our Konoha before, and the other is the Impure World Reincarnation Army under Yakushi Kabuto. Impure World Reincarnation. Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade couldn't help being surprised, because Impure World Reincarnation is the forbidden technique developed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. Tsunade is very knowledgeable about this technique. White Zetsu is good to say, but I heard that this Impure World Reincarnation person has an immortal body, and he has infinite chakra, which is difficult to deal with. Don't worry, I am here, don't be afraid. Seeing that Taishan collapsed in the wind without changing his face, Tsunade's heart immediately dropped. Although in her eyes Fengjan is just a teenager, Tsunade felt that he was becoming more and more dependent on Kazama, because Fengjan can always turn danger into safety at extremely dangerous moments. What shall we do next? Easy. Immediately order all the Konoha ninjas to retreat. What? Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade was taken aback. I said, Fengjan, are you sleepy? We in Konoha are not enough, and you asked all of us to retreat. As long as we retreat here, the enemy will surely raise our entire Konoha to the ground. Don't worry, I have my own way to protect Konoha. Your top priority now is to order the Konoha ninja to retreat immediately so as not to cause unnecessary casualties. Okay. Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade couldn't understand, but she could only take pictures. After all, Kazama saved Konoha twice, and he could never be wrong. You know you're not my opponent, so have you given up your resistance? Black Zetsu, who was commanding the army and fighting against Konoha at this time, seeing that Konoha actually retreated, he laughed out loud. And now Kazama wants to let Konoha's ninja army retreat. It is because he will use his Juyujin ancestral fire to summon the 100,000 yin soldiers and yin general. If the Konoha ninja does not retreat at that time, it will definitely hurt the Konoha ninja accidentally. Black Zetsu, long time no see. You bastard in the wind, bastard. Seeing Kazama appear, Black Zetsu suddenly became furious, because Kazama used his own power to defeat his plan to recover the tailed beast. As a result, the tailed beasts he recycles are half-finished product. How can he not be angry? Black Zetsu, it seems that I abused you too lightly. You dare to scold me as soon as you meet me. Don't talk nonsense to me. The little hair in the wind. I am not what I used to be. Open your dog's eyes and look at the army under my command. Don't say it's you. Even the whole ninja world is not mine. Opponent, if you want Konoha to survive, then hand over all those tailed beasts you hid, and are cutting off both arms and leg. I might consider sparing Konoha. Quote, then you don't have to think about it, because I don't know how to marry a tailed beast, and I will never do it if I cut off my arms and leg. Well, you little bastard, you really can't see the coffin without tears. Do you really think that with your own strength, you can stop my White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army? Why not? Your army is nothing but ants in my opinion. Haha, laughing at me too. You little bastard can speak big words. Well, today I want to see how you deal with my army. I will turn you into a jerk today. Seeing Black Zetsu's army attacking again, Tsunade, who was watching the battle from behind, was also terrified. Chapter 230. Your men have surrendered to me. Although she knew Kazejian's strength was high, she still couldn't believe that Kazejian alone could stop the opponent's army of hundreds of thousands, and more than half of the opponent's army is the immortal Impure World Reincarnation ninja. Tsunade, how did you become a Hokage? At this time, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu, the former high-level advisors of Konoha, immediately came here and scolded Tsunade. Aren't you two going to guard the Konoha gate? What are you doing here? Now that the battle is going on, Tsunade is too lazy to pay attention to these two. Nonsense, the enemy is about to tear down Konoha. What gates are we looking at? You are a dignified Hokage, and you actually listened to the attention of this little brat in the trade winds, and withdrew all our Konoha ninjas. Didn't you just surrender Konoha to the enemy? Don't give me nonsense. I believe that the wind room can stop the enemy's army. Hehe, Fengjan alone can stop the enemy's army of hundreds of thousands. Lie to the ghost. If the wind room can stop the enemy's army, I, Homura Mitokado, will swim in the septic tank and butterfly. I also swim with Kaharu. Then you are all set to swim today. What? Hearing Tsunade's word, both Kaharu and Homura Mitokado immediately looked towards the battlefield ahead. It turned out that the wind room, who was fighting alone just now, actually attracted 100,000 troops out of thin air. He literally fought evenly with the army under Black Zetsu. When Kaharu and Homura Mitokado saw the face of Kazama's army, they slumped to the ground in shock, because at this time, the 100,000 troops under Feng Shi's command are all skeleton-like yin soldiers and yin generals. You actually possess such ability. Don't say it was Kaharu and Homura Mitokado who were surprised at this point. Even Black Zetsu, who was fighting with the wind, was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he could use the hundreds of thousands of troops under his command to hang the wind, but who would have known that Kazejian still had the more powerful 100,000 yin soldiers and yin generals? A few face-to-face moments passed. These were the menacing White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation reincarnation army just now. The 100,000 yin soldiers and yin generals who were summoned by the wind were playing crap. How is this possible? Seeing that his white Zetsu army and impure world reincarnation army were so vulnerable in front of Kazama, Black Zetsu felt a burning pain in his face, because before, he was so full of energy that he wanted to slap Fengjian in the face and regain the face he had lost in the past. But now, not only did he not get his face back, but he was slapped by the speed of light in the wind. How this doesn't annoy Black Zetsu? At this moment, the enraged Black Zetsu immediately summoned Deidara, Sasori, Oni, and Obito here. Xiaozamao in the wind, don't be too happy. Although my army was defeated by your 100,000 yin soldiers, all of our Akatsuki members are worth 100,000 soldiers. Aren't you very cool? Okay. Today I will show you the strength of our Akatsuki. All of you will go up together. It is bound to smash the wind to pieces, and raise Konoha to the ground for me. These men of yours are really awesome, but they won't help you now. Seeing that Black Zetsu had summoned Obito and the others who had long since surrendered to him, Kazama immediately burst out laughing. Don't pretend to force me. These people are my subordinate. If I tell them to go east, they won't dare to go west. Come on. Seeing that he had given an order, but Obito and the others still did not act, Black Zetsu was immediately shocked and angry. Akatsuki members are very good. Far from the ordinary ninja army. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu, who were butterfly swimming in the septic tank, laughed again in the wind. Chapter 231 Crazy Face People. Tsunade, I advise you to hurry up and prepare a coffin for Kazama, because he will be killed by the Akatsuki members soon. Haha. Seeing Homura Mitokado and Kaharu dare to shake the hearts of the army, Tsunade was instantly furious and dragged them over. You two have already lost the bet before, but now you still dare to look down on Fengjian. What is your intention? Don't care what our intentions are. In short, we just look down on Fengjian. How can we not be convinced? If you're not convinced, let Kazama defeat Akatsuki led by Black Zetsu. If Kazama can defeat the entire Akatsuki this time, I, Homura Mitokado, will live in this cesspool from now on. I live too. Kaharu hurriedly agreed. But if Kazama is defeated by the enemy this time, then you have to put the two of us back at the top of Konoha. Kaharu and Homura Mitokado let out the wickedness in their hearts in order to continue their high jobs and also to suppress Kazama. Tsunade whenever he had the chance. Then Uni will live in the cesspool forever. What? At this time, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado, who were betting with Tsunade, suddenly heard a sneer from Kazama in front of them. In front of Kazama, who possesses super sensibility, he naturally heard the taunting of Kaharu and Homura Mitokado just now. Little miscellaneous hair. You dare to be half-hearted during the war. I think you are tired of living. After Black Zetsu said that, he instructed Obito and the others to take action against Kazama again. But Obito and the others remained motionless because they were all waiting for the signal from the wind. Everyone, you can now slap Black Zetsu in the face. What? Hearing Kazama's sudden word, Black Zetsu was greatly puzzled. What was going on? He saw Obito and the others beside him all attacking him. Kaden, Fire Style, Flurry, C4 Garuda, Red Secret Kills 100 Machines Exercise, Suiden, Water Style, Shark. But in a split second, Obito, Deidara, Sasori, and Oni Shark beat Black Zetsu into a losing streak. Faced with this sudden change, don't say that Black Zetsu didn't expect it. Even Tsunade, Homura Mitokado and others in the back felt incredible. They never thought that Akatsuki's members would obey Kazama's orders. You bastard, how dare you betray me? At this moment, Black Zetsu was furious. I have already planted my cells on them. Why can you still control them? Black Zetsu knows that Kazama has the strongest demonic illusion Koto Amatsukami and can control others without knowing it. But Black Zetsu also knows that Kazama's Koto Amatsukami doesn't work for him, nor for those with his own cell. Why he is deeply shocked to see Obito and others betray him now. Because Deidara, Sasori, and Oni have already hit my Koto Amatsukami. I let them stay in Akatsuki just to get your information. Seeing that his Akatsuki members had already become Kazama's subordinate, Black Zetsu broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that Fengjian was not only powerful, but even the city was so deep. What about Obito? I remember that Obito was planted with cells by me before he saw you. Why would he let you drive him? Black Zetsu couldn't figure out why even Obito would be Kazama's subordinate. Chapter 232 Prepare to slaughter the cage level of all dynasties. Because my Koto Amatsukami control has been enhanced to the extreme, even those who have your cells will be easily controlled by me. Things will no longer be hidden in the wind. After all, the Ninja World War has begun. In order to force Black Zetsu to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya as soon as possible for himself to absorb, of course Kazama will show all his cards. Hearing what Kazama said, Black Zetsu suddenly felt as weak as an ant in front of Kazama. Had never felt since he had lived in Eternal. At this time, facing the crazy attack from Obito and the others, Black Zetsu tried his best to dodge, but he was still torn apart. However, with its special body structure, Black Zetsu recovered in a few moments. Kazama Kazama, do you think you can see me beheaded with these traitors? Delusional. I never thought about killing you. I just wanted to torture you. You bastard. Now, Black Zetsu knows that he can't get anything cheap in Kazami's hand, so he immediately led the defeated generals under his command to flee in a hurry. Don't be too happy, Xiaozamao in the wind. Although I can't help the country of fire where you are, the other 4 countries will not have such good luck. Haha. Hearing Black Zetsu's threat before leaving, Kazama laughed instead of anger, because Kazama is deliberately letting Black Zetsu escape, and then destroying all his actions step by step. This will force Black Zetsu into having to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya with that half of the 9-tailed chakra. Deidara, Sasori, Ghost Shark. As Kazama spoke, Kakuzu and Hidan were summoned from the Kamui space. These two were also from Yakushi Kabuto and Pure World Reincarnation before, but now they are also controlled by Kazama. Subordinates are here. You guys go to the ninja villages of the 4 countries of wind, thunder, earth, and water to support them. Although Kazama deliberately let Black Zetsu escape, he couldn't really let Black Zetsu kill innocent people, and because Obito can move quickly because of base art, Kazama asked him to monitor the movements of Black Zetsu's army. As soon as you see a cage level Impure World Reincarnation appearing, let me know right away. Kazama knew that Yakushi Kabuto had cage level masters of all dynasties, as well as Ace Impure World Reincarnation like Uchiha Madara. Although Yakushi Kabuto has not summoned them yet, but as the war situation goes, it won't be long before Yakushi Kabuto will have these people in the fight. At that time, the current 5 shadows will definitely not be their opponent, so Kazama has to take action. In fact, Kazama has long wanted to compete with cage-level masters from various countries and Uchiha Madara, because at that time, the wind will be able to absorb their ability. With Obito and others leaving, Tsunade in the back was stunned by Kazama's series of operations. Tsunade had always been worried that Kazama was not a match for Black Zetsu and Akatsuki members. After all, the strength of these people is too great. Even as Hokage himself, it is difficult to compete with them. But now Kazama can actually move a knife and a shot, which makes the members of Akatsuki turn their back. Not only repel the Black Zetsu army, but also resolve the crisis in Konoha. Tsunade was completely convinced by Kazama's feats at this point. When Kaharu and Homura Mitokado saw that they had lost the bet again, they immediately wanted to take the opportunity to escape. But who knew that after only a few steps, Tsunade stopped him. Chapter 233 Travel to 5 countries in 1 second. Ni, is it time for you to keep your promise? As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, the Anbu ninja beside him threw Homura Mitokado and Kaharu directly into the cesspool, because this will be the home of Homura Mitokado and Kaharu from now on. Yo, Ni's new home is nice, sneered at Homura Mitokado and Kaharu as soon as he came to where Tsunade and the others were. At this time, when the two saw Fengjan appearing, they hurriedly knelt down at Fengjan and begged for mercy, because they knew that in Konoha now, talking in the wind was better than Tsunade. But they didn't know that Fengjan had long hated them both. Shaking the hearts of the army is a killing without mercy. If it weren't for the fact that the two of you are old and you have done credit to Konoha, I would have torn your corpses into tens of thousands of pieces, and let me spare you. Delusional, take me down. Quote. Hearing Kazama's words, several Anbu ninjas around hurriedly threw Homura Mitokado and Kaharu out. Although Kazama is just a genin now, in the hearts of everyone in Konoha, Kazama's status is much higher than Hokage Tsunade. Kazama, although our Konoha crisis has been lifted now, the ninja villages of the 4 countries that are allied with us are now being attacked by the enemy's army. What should we do? Tsunade was out of ideas at this point. She could only pin her hopes on Kazama. Now you immediately pick 4 messengers, go to the 4 kingdoms ninja village, and tell them the identity and weaknesses of the enemy so that they can deal with it. But our 5 major countries are far apart. When the messenger feels, it is estimated that the 4 major countries have been destroyed by the enemy. Don't worry, you can find someone. I have a way to get them there in no time. What? Tsunade felt that the wind was talking big, because the 5 countries are indeed too far apart. Although Fengjan has the ability to travel thousands of miles in a flash, other people do not have this ability. But Tsunade still found 4 ninjas, because she also wanted to see how Kazama made the 4 arrive in an instant. Fengjan, I know that you have the ability to travel thousands of miles in a flash, but these people don't have the ability to defy the sky like you. Even if you hand it over to them now, they won't be able to learn it. Hearing Tsunade's word, Kazama smiled faintly, immediately cast the 8th Desolation Destruction Yan, causing the 4 men's back fist to appear with flame wings. This is... Tsunade was taken aback when he saw the flaming wings behind the 4, because when Kazama took Shino to look for the little fragrant worm, he used this flame to travel thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. Fengjan, you really opened my eyes. I never imagined that your flame wings could actually be applied to others. Of course, although this is not as fast as when I cast it myself, I can reach the 4 kingdoms ninja village in no time. Weaknesses of White Zetsu an impure world reincarnation to the four of them. Immediately cast a spell and let the four of them rush towards the four country. But we still don't have enough manpower. Tsunade started groaning again. After all, the enemy has an advantage in number. Now we must join forces with the help of other forces in the ninja world. By the way, Tsunade said and immediately looked at Kazama. I remember that you had a good relationship with Otogakure village before. And Otogakure village has 4 people with Jinchuriki, column power. So powerful. Can you persuade the leader of Otogakure village to lead the village ninjas to help our 5 kingdoms? Tsunade is not clear until now that Kazama is the real leader of Otogakure village. Chapter 234 Yurin Tsunade. This is. Kazama immediately laughed when he heard Tsunade's word. Had already sent a signal to Otogakure village when he defeated Black Zetsu just now. Let Orochimaru lead the main force of Otogakure village to gather at Konoha. To Lord Hokage, a group of ninjas calling themselves Otogakure village came to our Konoha. What? I just wanted to ask Otogakure village to help, but they have already arrived. This is really what I want. Please come quickly. Long time no see. Tsunade. Orochimaru. And just as Tsunade was about to thank Otogakure for coming to support Konoha, suddenly seeing that Orochimaru was in the lead, Tsunade was terrified. She thought Orochimaru wanted to take the opportunity to destroy Konoha, so she immediately ordered her men to prepare to attack Orochimaru. Tsunade, this time, I was ordered by the chief of our Otogakure village to support you Konoha. How could you be treating guests like this? Are you a ninja of Otogakure village? Or are you ordered by the chief of your Otogakure village? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade couldn't help but be surprised, because she knew that Orochimaru dreamed of destroying Konoha, but now he came to help Konoha. And according to Orochimaru, he is not the leader of Otogakure village. Tsunade had a hard time believing that there was anyone in the world who could manage Orochimaru. Who is the chief of your Otogakure village? At this time Tsunade was even more curious about the leader of Otogakure village. Tsunade, should I call you smart or stupid? Orochimaru laughed immediately. Our Otogakure village chief saved you Konoha 3 times in a row, and you don't even know who he is. Save Konoha 3 times in a row. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade stepped back in shock. He looked to the side of the wind who was smiling at her. Kazama was the only one who saved Konoha 3 times in a row. Tsunade never thought that the ninja in his village was actually the leader of the powerful Otogakure village. Fangjan, you really are. At this moment Tsunade was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. That's right, I'm the leader of Otogakure village. There was a reason for this, so I didn't explain the situation to you. Please don't take offense. Tsunade-sama. How dare I? Hearing Kazama's joke, Tsunade felt a little speechless. I know Orochimaru has some grudges with you and Jiraiya, but that's all in the past. Now he's a ninja in my Otogakure village, and he's here to help Konoha, so I hope you can put aside your previous hatred and cooperate with each other. Well, since you said so, I naturally have no opinion. Let's not talk about Kazama's fate. Let's just say that Orochimaru is now here to help Konoha's friendship. Tsunade had to let go of his old grudge. Kazama, are you really the chief of Otogakure village? Even after hearing Kazama's admission, Tsunade still couldn't believe it. What kind of tactics did you Otogakure use to recruit 4 people? Jinchuriki column force. I remember that these people Jinchuriki column force used to be from other villages. Tsunade is very interested in Kazama's methods of attracting talent. We'll talk about this later. And our Otogakure village is not a 4-person Jinchuriki column force, but a 5-person Jinchuriki column force. Because at the end of the Budo tournament, Jinchuriki column force from Nanao had already joined Otogakure village. What? Hearing this big news, Tsunade suddenly had the urge to join Otogakure village as well. Chapter 235 Prepare to snatch the golden horn silver horn ninja tool. Because the Otogakure village in the wind is indeed too awesome, too powerful. Stop talking and get back to business. Since Black Zetsu dares to declare war on our entire ninja world, then our Otogakure village can't sit idly by. Kazama said that. He applied the 8 destruction flames to the ninjas from his Otogakure village, them to Kurigakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure villages to defend against Black Zetsu's intrusion. Looking at these extraordinary ninjas in Otogakure village, let alone Tsunade, the whole Konoha ninjas are the envy of them, because the strength displayed by Otogakure village now far exceeds that of the 5 major countries. Lord Kazama. At this moment, Obito immediately appeared from a space Uzumaki and came to Kazama and others. This is your subordinate too. Since Obito now covers his face with a mask, Tsunade doesn't know his true identity. She was amazed just to see that Obito could perform space ninjutsu. Not bad, Kazama said and looked at Obito again. What wrong? Could someone from Cage level Impure World Reincarnation appear? Cage level Impure World Reincarnation. Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade and the others were shocked. They thought that the enemies of the Impure World Reincarnation were all ordinary ninjas. Hearing what Kazama said today, it seems that there are still Cage level masters hiding in it. If so, it would be even more more difficult to deal with. Yes, the Golden Horn of Kumogakure village has been attacked by Impure World Reincarnation. Once these two appeared, they thwarted the defenses of Kumogakure village, and even Reikage was beaten and retreated by these two. Golden Corner, Silver Corner. Hearing what Obito said, everyone acclaimed at the moment, because the two brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, are the most notorious duo in the history of the ninja world. It was the two of them who staged the coup d'etat at a ceremony in which the villages of Konoha and Kumogakure were allied, killed the second-generation Reikage and the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Okay, if that's the case, then I have to go meet them, Kazama said, and prepared to use the Kamui space technique to go to Kumogakure village. Tsunade hurriedly stopped him at this time. In the wind, the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are very powerful. Even the second-generation Hokage died at their hand, and I heard that the ninja tools of the two of them were left by the Six Immortals, which is not good. To deal with it, do you really want to risk yourself? Seeing that Kazama was about to head to Kumogakure village, Tsunade felt a little reluctant and worried. After all, we are allies with Kumogakure village. I can't wait to die. Besides, since the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn killed the second-generation Hokage, they are our enemies of Konoha. This revenge is settled. But just when Tsunade was about to say something else, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded at her. Don't worry, no one in this world can kill me, Kazama said, and went to Kumogakure village with Obito. In fact, the reason why Kazama wanted to take action against the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn this time, not just to avenge the second Hokage and thwart Black Zetsu's conspiracy. More importantly, Kazama wants to take the opportunity to capture the Golden Horn Silver Horn ninja tool, that is, the Golden Rope, the Purple Gold Gourd, the Sword and the 7-star fan. These four ninja tools are all left by the Six Immortal, and their power is extremely powerful. Two brothers of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were able to kill the second-generation Reikage and the second-generation Hokage at the beginning, relying on the power of these four ninja tools. Although the wind is now very strong, but Kazama's creed is that there is no strongest, only stronger. As expected of the Golden Horn, Silver Horn called the two rays of light in the cloud. Chapter 236, Let You Pretend. At this time in Kumogakure village, the fourth generation of Reikage has been fighting with Silver Horn, the Golden Horn of Impure World Reincarnation, for a long time. Although Impure World Reincarnation made the Golden Horn Silver Corner unable to play the strength before birth on Impure World Reincarnation's infinite chakra and immortal body, it also made up for the lack of combat power of the two. Therefore, even if he is as strong as the fourth generation Reikage, he will inevitably be defeated by the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Today's Kumogakure village has really gone downhill, and it makes you a rubbish Reikage. Seeing that the fourth generation of Reikage was not the opponent of the two of them, the Golden Horn Silver Corner immediately laughed at him. Damn your mother. The fourth generation of Reikage was about to fight back, but he was knocked to the ground by the Golden Horn hammer that suddenly rushed over. Black man, this time you are dead. Jin Zhao shook the golden rope wrapped around his arm as he spoke. Afterwards, Silver Horn cut off the spirit of words that escaped from Reikage of the fourth generation with the spirit-laying sword. Seeing that he was hit by the golden rope and the sword, the fourth Reikage secretly thought that it was not good. Although he has not touched the Golden Horn Silver Horn before, but as Reikage, he is very clear about the role of the ninja tools held by these two. The golden rope can make people show the words that are often spoken, that is, the spirit of word. The spirit-laying sword can sever and curse the enemy's word spirit. As long as the enemy speak the words that appear frequently in the future, he will be sucked in by the purple gold gourd, and he will not be able to come out for eternity. The Golden Horn Silver Horn relied on the golden rope, the spirit-laying sword and the purple gold gourd, but it killed many powerful enemies. At this time, the fourth generation of Reikage knew that he couldn't say anything after that, so he decided to keep silent, and then attacked the two of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn again. But what Reikage didn't expect was that now he didn't say anything, but he was still sucked in by Zijin Gourd. How is this possible? Seeing his body being sucked into the gourd, the fourth generation Reikage couldn't help but ask his last question. Even if you don't say anything, as long as a certain amount of time passes, you will still be sucked in by the Zijin Gourd. Silence is golden, but silence can sometimes kill people. Haha. Seeing that the two of them easily solved the fourth generation Reikage, the Golden Horn Silver Corner immediately burst into laughter. But I think silence is the best way to deal with the enemy. Just when the Golden Horn and Silver Horn two people laughed wildly, Kazama immediately appeared in front of the two of them. Here comes another one who doesn't know whether to live or die. Seeing the appearance of the wind, the two people from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn sneered again, because no matter who it is, the two brothers will not take it seriously. Xiaoza Mao, your forehead seems to be a Konoha ninja. Didn't your current Hokage in Konoha tell you that the second generation Hokage died at the hands of our two brothers? Neither of you Hokage is our opponent, you little boy, how dare you get in our way? Because you killed the second generation Hokage. That's why I want to seek revenge for you. Ha ha. Hearing Kazama's word, the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn could be said to be laughing back and forth. Little Misty, don't think that you can act in front of us if you know space ninjutsu. As the Golden Horn roared, the golden rope on its arm immediately wrapped around the wind. Then the Silver Horn used the spirit-slaying sword to cut off Kazama's word spirit and successfully cursed it. Chapter 237 Hanging the Golden Horn. But at this time, the wind did not show any panic, because he deliberately let the Golden Horn Silver Horn suck himself in. Otherwise, how could he rescue the fourth Reikage in the gourd? It really is the art of space. Being absorbed into the wind room inside the purple gold gourd, he immediately saw that this gourd was a different space. No wonder ninjas can't get out after being absorbed in, but unfortunately it's useless to me, because for the wind room that owns Kamui, this purple gold gourd is no different from the neighbor's back garden. He can cast Kamui to get out of here at any time. Golden Horn. The current ninjas are too easy to deal with. They are just a bunch of garbage. It's not simple, but they are rubbish in the first place. Ha ha. I rely on it. It also hinders the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn when they feel that they are invincible. Suddenly, he was hit by a powerful shockwave and rolled and crawled. How about me? Does my Shinra Tensei almighty push sign suit your taste? You actually. Looking at the dead and resurrected wind room, the two people from the Golden Horn and the Silver Corner were immediately stunned. They have never seen anyone come out of their purple gold gourd. Reikage, who had been sucked into the gourd earlier. Xiao Mao, your luck is really good. You have rescued Reikage. Golden-footed Silver brothers said viciously immediately. It's not that I'm lucky, it's that I deliberately entered your purple gold gourd so that the fourth generation of Reikage can be rescued. Bastard. How dare you underestimate us? Seeing that Fengjian didn't take his purple gold gourd seriously, the Golden Horn, the Silver Horn, was immediately furious. Killed the past towards Kazama and Reikage respectively. Reikage is now sluggish due to his previous injury. Seeing that Silver's corner was already coming towards him, Reikage couldn't move. Little miscellaneous hair, take care of yourself first. At this time, Jin Zhao saw that Kazama didn't pay attention to himself but looked at Reikage, who was on the side, which immediately made him angry. Directly waving the 7-star fan, the rushing room unleashed 5 attacks of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth at one time. Then I'll have a good time with you guys. Kazama said that he immediately turned on the Siktomo Rinnegan and used the power of the sky. An instant, the corner of Silver, who was attacking the fourth Reikage, switched places with himself. At this time, the Silver Corner had not yet reacted to what was going on, and was knocked to the ground by the attack of the 7 stars fan. How is this possible? Seeing that his attack was clearly aimed at the wind, it suddenly hit Silver's corner. Golden Horn couldn't help but be surprised. Kazama opposite him, he didn't know when he appeared beside Reikage. Golden Horn suddenly felt that this person was unusual. Swapping position. There is still such a ninjutsu in this world. At this time, the Golden Horn also saw the clue of this technique, but because he had never seen or heard of this technique before, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. Now is not the time for half-heartedness. Just when Golden Horn was surprised by Kazami's ability, Kazama has used his heavenly hands again, and he came to the back of the Golden Horn in an instant. He cut off both of his arms directly, and took advantage of the situation to capture his Hixingyu and the golden rope. I accept your ninja tools rudely. Kid, don't get too complacent. Seeing the 7-star fan and the golden rope in Funyun's hand, Jin Zhao sneered again. Chapter 238 Hanging the Golden Corner Silver Corner. This is the ninja tool of the 6 paths immortal. Although it is powerful, it also needs to consume a lot of chakra. Except for our two brothers, no one can use it. Just as Jin Zhao was speaking, Kazama immediately used the 7-star fan to send out 5 attacks of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. The Golden Horn and the newly restored Silver Horn were once again wiped out. Didn't you say no one else can use it? Why can't I? You bastard. Seeing that even the 7-star fan can be easily used in the wind room, the two people from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn felt unbelievable. Little devil, you are really beyond our expectation, but with your strength, you can only use it once. I don't believe you can continue to use it. The Golden Horn and Silver Corner, Kazama waved the 7-star fan to them continuously, destroyed the two of them dozens of times. Seeing that Kazama could actually use the 7-star fan continuously, the two of Golden Horn and Silver Horn were dumbfounded, because even they themselves can't do it continuously. After all, the chakra needed by this 7-star fan is very huge. Forgot to tell you, I'm infinite chakra. Just as the wind was talking, he had already used his heavenly hand to come behind Silver's corner. Silver Corner, be careful. Although the Golden Horn shouted with all his might, the wind room was indeed too fast after using the heavenly hand strength. Almost in the blink of an eye, Silver Horn also had his arms cut off by the wind. The spirit-slaying sword and purple gold gourd from Silver's corner naturally fell into Kazama's hand. Seeing that the 6 paths immortals 4 made major ninja tools were all in hand, Kazama didn't bother to spend any more time with the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, so he directly used the gold slashing rope and the spirit-slaying sword to absorb the Silver Horn into the purple gold gourd. It's your turn next, Fengjian said and looked at the Golden Horn. Are you voluntarily sucked into the gourd by me, or let me beat you to death and send you in? Hearing Kazama's ridicule, he saw that Kazama actually sucked his younger brother Silver's horn into the gourd. The Golden Horn was immediately furious. The appearance of his body immediately showed Yuhi's tailed Bisu. Be careful in the wind. Golden Horn has eaten Kyubi, Nine Tails meat, and he also uses Kyubi, Nine Tails chakra. Reikage on the side hurriedly shouted into the wind, but he forgot that Fengjian wasn't even afraid of the real Kyubi, Nine Tails, so how could he be afraid of the half-finished product, the Golden Horn? Now that the chakra of Kyubi, Nine Tails, has covered my whole body, the golden rope can't touch my body, so it can't work on me. It wants to suck me into the gourd and dream. With the roar of the Golden Horn, its tailed beast-like body immediately attacked the wind. Little Misty, I'm going to smash your corpse into tens of thousands of pieces and make you pay for killing Silverhorn. Want to kill me? In the next life. Facing the full blow of the Golden Horn-tailed beast, Kazami blocked him with one hand. You still possess such terrifying power. Feeling the power of the wind at the moment, Jin Zhao couldn't help but be surprised. It's not just the magic power. My magic has already covered everything. The hungry ghost smiled coldly and devoured all the Kyubi, Nine Tails chakras of the Golden Horn. Then, before Jin Zhao could react, he was bound by the wind with a gold rope. Then he was cut off by the spirit-slaying sword, and finally was sucked in by the Zijin gourd. Seeing Kazama so easily defeated the Golden Horn Silver Horn, Reikage suddenly felt that compared to Hefeng, he was a useless person. This little brat in the wind is really amazing. Even the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are not his opponent. Yakushi Kabuto sneered immediately. Chapter 239. Ready to hang 3 generations of Reikage. Well, in that case, I'll see how good you can be. Impure World Reincarnation. With the hand seal of Yakushi Kabuto, the 4th generation of Keisuke, the 3rd generation of Reikage, the 2nd generation of Tsuchikage, and the 2nd generation of Mizukage immediately appeared on the battlefield. Little miscellaneous hair in the wind, I'll see how you deal with it now, haha. With the appearance of these cage-level masters, the situation on the battlefield immediately turned into a one-sided situation. That is, the combined ninja army was completely suppressed by these cage-level Impure World Reincarnation masters. Akatsuki and Otogakur village, who were able to stand the upper hand at the beginning, were beaten and retreated. After all, these few were real cage-level masters, and their strength is much higher than that of Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Lord Kazama, it's not good. After hearing the news, Obito hurried to Kazama. In the battleground of the combined ninja army in the middle, the 2nd generation of Mizukage, the 2nd generation of Tsuchikage, the 3rd generation of Reikage and the 4th generation of Keisuke appeared one after another. Damn it. The enemy is really despicable, and it actually uses the cage-level masters of our villages in the past as weapons. The 4th generation Reikage on the side was furious when he heard it. I'll go to support now. Kazama knew that none of the ninja combined army in the middle could compete with these cage-level masters. Therefore, he must immediately go to support, otherwise it will cause a large number of deaths of the ninja combined army. Brother Kazama, these resurrected cage-level ninjas are extremely powerful. It's hard for you to deal with it alone, so let me go with you. Hearing the request of the 4th generation of Reikage, and seeing that the enemy in Kumogakur village was running out, Kazama immediately nodded. Kazama and the 4th generation Reikage arrived. The first to encounter was the 3rd generation Reikage. Father. He knew that his father was brought out by Impure World Reincarnation and was his enemy. The 4th generation Reikage was still a little excited at this time. Boy, you have grown a lot. Now is not the time for you to reminisce. At this time, before the 3rd Reikage finished speaking, Yakushi Kabuto controlled his body and killed the 4th Reikage and Kazama. Now my body is out of control. Don't be careless. Cast the armor of Raiden. Thunder style has increased the speed to the ultimate, which is almost the same as the technique of Hiraishin. Fortunately, Kazama had Sitomo Rinnegan, so he could see his attack route and evade it successfully. But the 4 generations of Reikage on the side did not have such good luck. So now, in a face-to-face effort, the 3rd generation Reikage was knocked upside down and flew out. I am sorry Fengjian. I wanted to help you, but I still drag you down. The 4th generation Reikage was very annoyed after he fell to the ground. It doesn't matter. Then you can rest well and let me meet your 3 generations of Reikage. HMPH. Little stray. Kazama, who rushed Yakushi Kabuto again, sneered. Kill the 4th Reikage first, and then come to deal with you. After all, he likes to pick up soft persimmons the most. Therefore, he immediately ordered the 3rd generation Reikage to kill the seriously injured 4th generation Reikage. Infernal thrusts are all 4. Is this the end? The 4th generation of Reikage knows his father's trump card very well. Anyone hit by this technique will surely die. So the fourth generation of Reikage could only close his eyes in despair. But the next moment he didn't feel any pain coming from his body. Chapter 240 Hanging 3 Generations of Reikage. Immediately he opened his eyes, only to realize that he had come behind the forehead of the third generation of Reikage at some point, and where he was standing, the figure of Kazama appeared. Seeing Kazama save himself again, the fourth generation Reikage was moved to tears, but the next moment he immediately became worried for the wind, because at this time, the 3 generations of Reikage stabs from hell had already hit Kazama's body. Although the fourth generation of Reikage knew that Kazama's defense was strong, but he also knew that his father's stab from hell was even more powerful. Haha, Fangjan, you are courting death yourself. Yakushi Kabuto originally wanted to solve the fourth generation of Reikage first, but he didn't expect Kazama and the fourth Reikage to switch places. Although he didn't know how Kazama did it, he didn't care at all, because he hated Fangjan to the bone for a long time, and wished to kill Fangjan earlier so that he could get rid of the evil in his heart. What? But just when Yakushi Kabuto thought that Kazama would die at the hands of the third generation of Reikage, however, it was discovered that Kazama actually absorbed all the attacks of the 3 generations of Reikage into the body. Ding! Absorbing 4 stabs from hell successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting 3 stab from hell. Try this technique of mine. 3 of hell's thrust. Hearing Kazami's word, he saw the trick Kazami was using now. Reikage, the fourth Reikage, and the hidden Yakushi Kabuto were all taken aback. At this time, Feng Shi's body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and it instantly knocked the third generation Reikage hundreds of meters away. My god! Seeing that his father was beaten upside down by the wind, Reikage of the fourth generation was done. Because the 3 generations of Reikage are known for their physical strength. At the beginning, by his own strength, he resisted the enemy's army of tens of thousands. Now he was defeated by Kazama with one move. How could this not surprise the fourth generation of Reikage? You, a Konoha ninja, can actually use my unique skills, which is really surprising to me. Although the 3 generations of Reikage were knocked into the air by Kazama, they were then controlled by Yakushi Kabuto again and came to Kazama again. Although the third generation of Reikage's body is now out of control, his mind is still his own. Therefore, seeing Kazama actually used a 3-handed skill that was even more powerful than his own 4-handed skill, 3 generations of Reikage are naturally amazed. It's been said that now is not the time for you to gossip. Seeing that the 3 generations of Reikage failed to kill Kazama, Yakushi Kabuto was immediately furious, so he once again commanded the 3 generation Reikage, making him perform the more powerful second book. Be careful. Third generation of Reikage was about to warn Kazama, but at this time his attack had hit Kazama's body. Haha, little bastard, don't think that you are very powerful if you block the 4-handed hand. The third generation Reikage's hell thrust can increase its power as the number of fingers decreases. Just when Yakushi Kabuto was about to laugh wildly, he suddenly froze in place, because he found that the second book of the 3 generations of Reikage at this time did not cause any damage to Kazama. What the hell is going on here? Is this little bastard in the wind still a human being? How can he even absorb such a powerful second book? Yakushi Kabuto is scratching his head in a hurry at this moment. Ding! Absorbing hell and protruding 2 books is a success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hell's Thorn 1 book. Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 241 to 260. Chapter 241 Get Hell Dash. Little brother, you really amaze me. Seeing that Kazama was hit by his second hand, he was still safe and sound. 3 generations of Reikage could not help but admire it. But if you want to beat me, ordinary attack won't work unless you use the skill. But that's impossible, because even my son Reikage, the 4th generation, couldn't learn this technique. Hell stand out from one hand. What? 3rd generation of Reikage finished speaking. He saw Kazama hit the chakra of his whole body on his index finger. You've actually mastered even 1 book. 3rd generation of Reikage was dumbfounded at the moment, and the 4th generation of Reikage in the back has been paralyzed by Kazama's move, because he has been cultivating for decades, and so far there is no master who can master it. But the wind can actually display it so easily. Although the 4th generation Reikage had long known that the wind was unusual, he couldn't help but be amazed at this moment. Offended. Boom! With Kazama's shot, that has 3 generations of Reikage that can rival the body of a tailed beast. It was directly pierced by a hand in the wind, as expected of a master who is known as the strongest spear. It's really amazing. Seeing Kazama winning, the 4th generation of Reikage finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, he was stunned again. Reikage, which was originally smashed into 2 parts by the wind, has actually recovered. Haha, Impure World Reincarnation. Ninja is immortal. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill him. As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he passed the 3 generations of Reikage and looked towards the wind. He wanted to see the annoyed look on the wind, but to his surprise, Feng didn't have any annoyed expression on his face at the moment. Instead he gradually showed a smile. Xiao Zha Mao, you dare to laugh off when you are about to die. Today I will not kill you, but I will consume you. My impure world reincarnation ninjas are endless. I see how long you can last. What? But just when Yakushi Kabuto was about to control the 3 generations of Reikage and attacked Kazama again, but suddenly found that the 3 generations of Reikage actually out of his control. How is this possible? My impure world reincarnation technique is already perfect, and I shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly ordered the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Kazekage to bring back the 3rd generation Reikage, ready to replant the talisman for the 3rd generation of Reikage. But he didn't know that the reason why the 3rd generation of Reikage was out of his control was not that something went wrong with his impure world reincarnation technique. It was Kazama who controlled 3 generations of Reikage with Koto Amatsukami. The reason why Kazama didn't use Koto Amatsukami in the first place, it was because Kazama wanted to take the opportunity to absorb the abilities of the 3 generations of Reikage. He has to wait for himself to obtain the strongest killer of the 3 generations of Reikage, and then control the 3 generations of Reikage as his own. And Yakushi Kabuto though know that Kazama will be Koto Amatsukami, but he always thought that Koto Amatsukami of Kazama could end control his impure world reincarnation. Because Yakushi Kabuto has transplanted black Zetsu cells into his impure world reincarnation ninja, he thought that he would be able to withstand the Koto Amatsukami in the wind. He didn't know that Koto Amatsukami of Kazama had already been able to control people with black Zetsu cells, and Black Zetsu himself did not inform Yakushi Kabuto of this information. Because Black Zetsu wants to use Yakushi Kabuto's impure world reincarnation army to buy himself time to capture the tailed beast. Another powerful enemy is coming. Chapter 242 Ready to hang the 3 shadows. Kazama's side just used Koto Amatsukami to control 3 generations of Reikage. There, Yakushi Kabuto controlled the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Kazekage, and killed them here. What? And a strong enemy. Hearing Kazama's word, the 4th generation Reikage on the side was taken aback again. How can this be good? Now we haven't even defeated the 3 generations of Reikage, but now we have another powerful enemy. At this time, the 4th generation Reikage was in a hurry like an ant on the hot pot, turning back and forth. Don't worry, the 3 generations of Reikage will no longer attack us. What? Really? Hearing Kazama's word, the 3rd and 4th generations of Reikage asked in unison. I have cast Koto Amatsukami on you just now, and now you can move freely and will no longer be controlled by the enemy. Brother Kazama, you are really amazing. 3rd generation of Reikage immediately gave a thumbs up to the wind. I originally thought that the only way to release impure world reincarnation was sealing, but now you can directly free me from the control of the impure world reincarnation caster. You really amaze me. Just when the 3 generations of Reikage kept thanking the wind, Generation Mizukage, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, and the 4th generation Kazekage also rushed here immediately. You guys were actually reincarnation by impure world. After seeing these people appear, the 3 generations of Reikage were surprised. Nonsense, otherwise how could we be resurrected? I heard that you got rid of impure world reincarnation just now, so hurry up and help us and let us get rid of impure world reincarnation too. This one. After hearing these 3 people's words, the 3rd generation Reikage immediately shook his head with a wry smile. Getting rid of impure world reincarnation is not my own ability, but this little brother Kazama helped me. What? At first, the 3 of them didn't pay attention to Kazama at all. Now I heard that Kazama actually has a way to cancel the impure world reincarnation. Therefore, they also rushed to Kazama to request, hoping to release the impure world reincarnation of themselves and others. But before Fengji spoke, the 3 suddenly attacked him. Small hair in the wind, suffered to death. Yakushi Kabuto controlled the 3 men to attack the wind, and cursed at the wind. Originally, I wanted to take away the 3rd generation Reikage, but I really couldn't swallow the bad breath in my heart. You can deal with a 3rd generation Reikage, but I don't believe you can deal with the 2nd generation Tsuchikage at the same time. The 2nd generation of Mizukage and the 4th generation of Kazekage. Haha. Quote, dangerous and explosive. At this time, the 2nd generation Mizukage took the lead in attacking Kazama. Then a huge clone immediately appeared in front of everyone. Not good. This technique is the killer of the 2nd generation Mizukage. It contains extremely powerful steam, which can explode in an infinite loop. Even I can't resist it. 3rd generation of Reikage was surprised when he saw it, and hurriedly urged Kazama to avoid the edge for a while. But at this moment, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage and the 4th generation Kazekage also cast their respective trump cards on Kazama. Jinten, particle style, metaverse healing technique. Jitten, magnet style, sands wave. Quote, Generation Reikage and the 4th generation Reikage saw that the secret path was not good, so they immediately rushed in to help Kazama. But who knew that the attack power of these 3 people was too powerful? Generation Reikage and the 4th generation Reikage were not even close, but Yue and Gen flew upside down. At this time, the attacks of the second generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage, and the fourth generation Kazekage had all hit Kazama. Ooh, now even the gods can't resist. Third generation Reikage. He shook his head helplessly. Chapter 243 Hanging Three Shadows. Father, don't worry, he will be fine in the wind. Words of his son, the fourth generation Reikage. The third generation Reikage smiled wryly again. I know Kazama is very powerful, but you don't know how terrifying the strength of these three cage level masters in the past, and now they are fighting together again, let alone Kazama. Even the first Hokage came and blocked it. No. Third generation of Reikage finished speaking. He suddenly saw the figure of Kazama appearing in the center of the attack. At this time, the wind room was not only unscathed but did not even move a step. Oh my god, is Kazama still a human being? In the face of the siege of the three cage level masters, he was able to survive the siege. At this moment, even the three generation Reikage, who has always been stable, was stunned by Kazama's current performance and took a few steps back. Father, to be precise, Kazama is not a human being, but a god. Seeing that Kazama was still alive, the fourth generation Reikage nodded in relief immediately, because he knew that no one in the world could kill Kazama. Ding! Successfully absorbed Jinten particle style split detachment of the primitive world technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a double mirror split detachment of the primitive world technique. Because before Kazama and Jinten particle style, who absorbed 3 generations of Tsuchikage, he obtained the mirror split detachment of the primitive world technique. So now the Jinten particle style he got has been doubled up. Ding! I succeeded in absorbing the dangerous power technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the multiple dangerous art, which can be divided into multiple dangerous clones according to the host chakra. Ding! Absorbing Jitten magnet tile sand gold waves successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Jitten magnet tile great wave. Hey, there are so many spells now that I don't even know which one to use. The wind couldn't help laughing at the thought of this. You can't even kill you like this. Yakushi Kabuto saw that Kazama had clearly suffered the combined blow of the 3 shadows, but he was still safe and sound, and he was dumbfounded. So much so that Impure World Reincarnation's control has been weakened a lot. The second generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage, and the fourth generation Kazekage then regained their consciousness. Yakushi Kabuto turned pale in horror, and hurriedly controlled the bodies of these 3 people again and killed them in the wind. Be careful, our bodies are out of control right now. The 3 of them also knew that Kazama was a friend rather than an enemy, so they hurriedly urged Kazama to avoid. Offended 3 people, Kazama said, and then he used his heavenly hand to disappear from the place, and then he came to the periphery of the 3 Jinten particle style, double mirror split detachment of the primitive world technique. What, you still use my Jinten particle style? Seeing Kazama perform this technique, the second generation Tsuchikage was immediately taken aback. What surprised him even more was that this Jinten particle style, in the wind, was even more powerful than his own Jinten particle style. At this time, I saw the 4 directions of the east, west, northwest, and Jinten particle style, light Jinchuriki column appeared at the same time. An instant, the second generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage and the fourth generation Kazekage were turned into nothingness. Damn it, Kazama still has Jinten particle style. Third generation of Reikage was also taken aback when he saw it, and the body that had just stood up was stunned and slumped to the ground again. It's more than Jinten particle style. The Kazama Society's art can be described as Shinra Bansho, all creation. Father, just watch it. 4 generations of Reikage said and laughed. Tsuchikage, your Jinten particle style is so rubbish that even little devils can use it now, but mine is different. No one can use it except me. The revived second generation Mizukage immediately laughed at Tsuchikage beside him, but he just laughed halfway. But he was directly held back by the technique that Fengjian performed at the moment. Chapter 244 Phase 3 Shadows. Multiple vaporization technique. Dozens of avatars immediately surrounded the second generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage, and the fourth generation Kazekage. You kid is a monster. It must be a monster. Anyway, you are definitely not human. Second generation Mizukage could not help but let out bursts of exclamation. Afterward, these dozens of avatars of seeming danger and violent power once again blew these 3 into nothingness. This is because Kazami was worried that it would affect everyone on the battlefield, so he showed mercy. Otherwise, Fengjian will be able to display thousands of avatars in one breath. This kid is simply a monster. He can even use the second generation Mizukage's secret technique, and his power is even stronger than when the second generation Mizukage uses it. The third generation of Reikage, who was not far away, was directly collapsed to the ground by Kazama this time, and he couldn't even sit up. Senior Ni, although your skills are powerful, it's not difficult to copy them. After all, all. The other party has Mangekyo Sharingan, but he can't copy my skill. The resurrected 4th generation Kazekage immediately laughed at the 2nd generation Tsuchikage and 2nd generation Mizukage. Because Jiden, magnet style, gold dust is a secret technique handed down by Kazekage in all dynasties, it is extremely difficult. So the 4th generation of Kazekage thought that no matter how good Kazama was, he would not be able to copy his own ninjutsu. Jiden, magnet style, the art of stormy sea. The 4 generations of Kazekage were finished. Kazekage displayed a Jiden, magnet style, that was stronger than the sand gold wave. If the Jiden, magnet style, of the 4th generation of Kazekage just now is a wave, then this Jiden, magnet style, in the wind today has set off a tsunami. Haha, I said the 4th generation of Kazekage. Is it bad to be slapped in the face by the speed of light? Seeing himself and others being submerged by the stormy gold dust in the wind, Generation Tsuchikage and the 2nd generation Mizukage also immediately laughed at the 4th generation Kazekage. Damn, this little Harry in the wind really has 2 strokes. I finally saw these past Kage level ninjas from Impure World Reincarnation. Now that he was completely beaten by Kazama, Yakushi Kabuto was furious and immediately yelled at Kazama through Impure World Reincarnation. You bloody little bastard. Sooner or later, I will tear you to 10,000 pieces and smash your bones into ashes. Yakushi Kabuto, you are so sinister and vicious, and you are yelling at me through Impure World Reincarnation. Kazama originally wanted to save Yakushi Kabuto for the last time. Now I heard that Yakushi Kabuto dared to scold him repeatedly. Kazama immediately decided to find his hiding place and kill him completely. Xiaozamao in the wind, I just want to scold you. Why are you not convinced? Well, then I will make you have to be convinced today. Kazama-kun. At this time, Kazama suddenly heard Sakura's cry from the mouth of Impure World Reincarnation's ninja. This can suddenly make Feng Jian's heart startled, and the secret is not good. Could it be that Yakushi Kabuto kidnapped Sakura? It shouldn't be. Just as Kazama thought this, Yakushi Kabuto burst out laughing at Kazama again through Impure World Reincarnation. How about the little girl in the wind? Did you hear your little girlfriend cry? Now I'm going to make Sakura's life worse than death. Let's see if you dare to continue to oppose me. Yakushi Kabuto, don't give me this set. Do you think I'll be fooled by pretending to be the voice of Sakura? Even the students of the ninja school know how to change the voice, so you still want to fool me? Dream about you. Although Kazama said so, he was still very nervous, because he is also not sure if Yakushi Kabuto really took Sakura, so he can only use this method to test Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto didn't speak at this time, but Obito appeared in front of him. It's not good. Kazama-sama, there is news from Konoha that Haruno Sakura is being held hostage by the enemy. Chapter 245. Sakura is defiled by Yakushi Kabuto. What? Yakushi Kabuto, this bastard. Hearing Obito's word, Kazama was convinced that Sakura was really captured by Yakushi Kabuto, which immediately made him furious. Although Sakura is not his girlfriend, and he has never had sex with Sakura, Sakura is Kazama's companion no matter what. In the wind, no matter what, you can't see death without help. Haha. Xiaozamao, do you believe me now? By the way, this Sakura is really pretty, especially the beautiful legs wrapped in leggings. I'm really excited. Fengjan, since you don't know how to pity Shangshiyu, then I'm welcome. Haha. Bastard, how dare you? Hearing Yakushi Kabuto's word, Kazama was furious. Nonsense, I just dare. I see what you can do to me. As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he once again controlled the 4th generation Kazekage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, and the 2nd generation Tsuchikage to kill the Kazama. Xiaozamao in the wind, I have blocked the sight of these 3 people. You can't use Koto Amatsukami to control them, and they will never die for you. If you want to get rid of them and find me, dream about you. Yakushi Kabuto started laughing wildly. He was half ridiculous, but found that these 3 people had also gotten out of his control. Impossible. Yakushi Kabuto slumped to the ground in shock. I have clearly blocked the sight of these 3 people just now. It stands to reason that Koto Amatsukami of Kazama should not be able to control them, but why are these 3 people getting rid of my control? Is there something wrong with my technique? At this time, Yakushi Kabuto was puzzled. It turns out that Kazama has long since possessed the ninjutsu technique that can take control of Impure World Reincarnation. When Yakushi Kabuto first cast Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect Hidan and Kakuzu, Kazama used the Impure World Reincarnation technique to gain control of the two. At that time, Yakushi Kabuto thought that his Impure World Reincarnation technique was not perfect enough, and everything lost control. He didn't know that no matter how awesome and powerful his Impure World Reincarnation was, as long as it hit the wind, it would be useless. And the reason why Kazama didn't use this technique directly at first, it was because Kazama wanted to take the opportunity to obtain the unique trick of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Kazekage. Now that Kazama has obtained the trick of the 3 of them, and Sakura is being held hostage by Yakushi Kabuto, Kazama will naturally not be dealing with with Yakushi Kabuto. At this time, the wind immediately gave orders to the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, the 4th generation Kazekage, and the 3rd generation Raikage beside him. That is to let them help the combined ninja army resist the enemy's attack. And Kazama rushed towards the place where Yakushi Kabuto was. Although Yakushi Kabuto hides very secretly, but when Kazama came into contact with the cage-level Impure World Reincarnation ninjas just now, he already felt the source of chakra from them. That's another role for Sitomo Rinnegan. Just that Kazama wanted to leave Yakushi Kabuto at the end to deal with it. Now that Yakushi Kabuto can't wait to court death, Kazama can only fulfill him. What are you doing? Let me go. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto, who was in a hurry, immediately stretched out his hands to Sakura. Little bitch, your companion Fengjan has ruined my good deeds many times, so I can only vent my anger on you, but don't worry, I will definitely make you want to die. Haha. Although Sakura tried his best to dodge, he was still held tightly in his arms by Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 246 Rescue Sakura slings Yakushi Kabuto. Fengjan will definitely not spare you, just wait to die. Seeing that she had no hope of escaping, Sakura immediately cursed at Yakushi Kabuto. Haha, little bitch, you really think Fengjan is a god from heaven? Let's not say whether he can find my hidden place. Even if he can find it, he won't be able to break through my barrier for 10 days and a half. Wait for him. When I came here, I was already done, and you still want to kill me? Just dream. Snap. At this time, before Yakushi Kabuto finished speaking, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. The Wind Room. Kazama-kun. Seeing the sudden appearance of Kazama, Yakushi Kabuto and Sakura completely formed two stark contrasts. Yakushi Kabuto was overwhelmed with horror, while Sakura was overjoyed. Impossible. It's impossible. Seeing that Kazama really found his place, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't believe it. This place is thousands of miles away from the battlefield of the Ninja Union Army. How did you get here so quickly? And I set up a multi-layer barrier on the periphery, and you were able to break through it in an instant. How did you do it? It's impossible. Kazama ignored Yakushi Kabuto's piercing roar. Instead, he turned his head to look at Sakura. Sakura, leave first, and when I deal with Yakushi Kabuto, I'll bring you back to Konoha. Haha, think beautifully. Before Sakura could speak, Yakushi Kabuto sneered at the Wind Room again. Let me tell you, little Misty, although I don't know how you got in, it won't be so easy for you to go out again. Yakushi Kabuto said, and immediately hand sealed with both hands, and arranged several enchantments around the periphery. Seeing Yakushi Kabuto's move, Kazama felt good, laughing because in front of him with the space technique, no matter how many enchantments are arranged, it is useless. Then Kazama immediately cast Kamui, temporarily pulling Sakura into a different dimension. Space ninjutsu. No wonder you broke through my barrier. Seeing Kazama successfully taking Sakura away, and feeling that he was slapped in the face by the speed of light again, Yakushi Kabuto was immediately annoyed. But the next moment, he suddenly sneered. You can still laugh when you're dying. Small hair in the wind. I advise you not to be too complacent. Do you really think I'm still the original Yakushi Kabuto? With Yakushi Kabuto's angry shout, the powerful chakra immediately burst out from within. The original human body has turned into a snake body at this moment. I am now a master of sage art that even Orochimaru-sama can't learn. As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he pulled the hat off his head and covered his eyes. Want to use this to fend off my Kotoamatsukami? It's really insidious. Fengjan smiled coldly after seeing it, and didn't care, because Kazama didn't plan to use Kotoamatsukami against Yakushi Kabuto in the first place. He felt that it was too cheap for Yakushi Kabuto. The best way to deal with Yakushi Kabuto was to hang and beat him to death. Sage art. Well, I've never absorbed sage art. Come on. What did you say? You still want to absorb sage art, which makes me laugh. Today I will show you the power of sage art. Senpo, sage art white shock. As Yakushi Kabuto performed this technique, the air in this area immediately created a strong friction. This in turn caused the resonance of the bones in the wind. At this time, even Kazama, who had absolute defense, felt a heart-piercing pain. Is this sage art? It's amazing. Hearing Kazama's sigh, Yakushi Kabuto was very proud. Chapter 247 Absorbed Sage Art. What about the little sage? Have you seen the power of my sage art? I tell you, even the Rinnegan of Pain Sikab can't absorb my sage art. You are the little slut Mangekyo Sharingan who wants to absorb my sage art. Sage art. Dream about you. Seeing Kazama's body trembling with pain, Yakushi Kabuto immediately burst into laughter. You're right, Rinnegan can't absorb sage art, but I don't use Rinnegan to absorb it, and my eyes are not ordinary Rinnegan. Kazama probed with one hand and immediately used the system in his body to absorb all the sage art into his body. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Senpo Sage Art White Excitement Technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Senpo Sage Art Heavenly Excitement Technique. This technique is an enhanced version of the White Excitement Technique. Except for the caster, all forms of enemies will be affected by this technique. Shake into into nothingness. Seeing that Kazama really absorbed his sage art, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but exclaim, "I've always been honest in being a person in the wind. When I said I absorbed your sage art, I must absorb your sage art. And not only did I absorb your sage art, I also prepared a generous gift for you. Senpo, sage art of heavenly excitement." With the display of the sage art in the wind, a resonant force stronger than the white excitement technique shook the entire cave into ruins in an instant. I've never heard of any rubbish magic. As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he prepared to use his liquefied body to resist this resonant force, but he did not expect that this heavenly technique of the wind today, even if his body is liquefied, it is difficult for him to resist. At this moment, the immortal body of Yakushi Kabuto has begun to slowly dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is because Yakushi Kabuto can resist a little because he has learned Senpo, sage art. Otherwise, if he were an ordinary person, he would have been shaken into nothingness. How is this possible? My body is already liquefied. Why can't I avoid the power of this resonance? Looking at his body that was gradually blurring, Yakushi Kabuto was so shocked that he was sweating profusely, and he had no resistance at all. And just when Yakushi Kabuto thought he would die this time, however, he suddenly discovered that this heavenly technique of the wind had disappeared in the middle of it. It turned out that Kazama deliberately left Yakushi Kabuto alive, because Kazama knew that Yakushi Kabuto and other sage art were not displayed. So Kazama wanted to take the opportunity to absorb some of Yakushi Kabuto's sage art. After all, the power of this sage art is indeed too heaven-defying. Xiaoza Mao, it seems that your strength is not enough. If you insist on it, maybe I will really be killed by you. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto did not know that Kazama deliberately saved his life. He thought that Fengjian was not strong enough to kill himself, so he laughed at Fengjian again. When Kazama saw Yakushi Kabuto's mysterious self-confidence, he was dumbfounded. "Yes, I really can't kill you, but I don't think you can kill me, and your sage art is too rubbish. Are there any other moves? If there are any, use them as soon as possible. Bastard, how dare you underestimate me when I die? If I don't kill you today, I'll swear I'm not a human being." Yakushi Kabuto didn't know it was Kazama's sage art, so he cast another sage art again. Senpo, sage art inorganic reincarnation. At this moment, the surrounding gravel had all turned into spike, heading towards the wind. Chapter 248 Control Yakushi Kabuto. Moreover, these stones seem to have produced spiritual intelligence, capable of attacking and defending. Seeing Kazama retreating again and again, Yakushi Kabuto regained his confidence again, thinking that he would be able to successfully kill Kazama this time. Xiaoza Mao, my inorganic reincarnation can give life to inanimate inorganic things and control them, and each speed is as fast as lightning. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide for a lifetime. You can get tired even if you don't kill it. Damn you bastard. No way, this sage art is really awesome, but I still have to inform you that you failed again. Kazama, who had been dodging attacks at this time, immediately greeted them. Ding! Absorbing Senpo, sage art inorganic reincarnation successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Senpo, sage art out of nothing. It can be turned into existence and controlled to attack the enemy. Senpo, sage art out of nothing. With the use of the Kazama technique, rocks appeared in places where there were no rocks. Not only blocked Yakushi Kabuto's next attack, but also launched a counterattack against Yakushi Kabuto, who was hiding in the dark. You really have two strokes. Xiaoza Mao, it's a pity that you can't catch me no matter how good you are. It's more than two. I still have three, Kazama said, and then cast the flame of life again, surrounding all these inorganic reincarnated things. Because the flames of life in the wind can not only give life to inanimate things, Yakushi Kabuto can be easily found. With the combination of Yan of life and Senpo, sage art out of nothing, the power of the rock controlled by the wind here is naturally greater, and each has a strength that is not weaker than Jonin. A few face-to-face effort, they found Yakushi Kabuto's hiding place and brought him to Kazama. This Yakushi Kabuto, who was still eloquent with Hiba just now, has become stunned because of excessive fright. I have already mastered the power of nature and integrated my chakra into the surrounding environment. Why can you still find my existence? Because my soul can not only give life to inorganic things, but also give them the same senses as humans, so it is easy to find your hiding art. Why even though I have mastered so many forbidden technique and sage art, I still can't kill you. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto has completely fallen into despair. Because evil is invincible, people like you manipulate the dead at will, let them fight desperately with their former companions, teachers, and students, and let their remaining fetters disappear. People like you will never succeed. The best end for such a person is to die without a place to be buried. You don't have to give words in the wind. Yes, I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean I'm a loser. Don't you know, the last ace in my hand, Uchiha Madara, has already beaten the 5 shadows all over the body at this moment. If the 5 shadows all fail, will your so-called 5 kingdoms still survive? As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he pulled out his eyes again. Now that I'm blind, your Koto Amatsukami doesn't work work anymore. Even if you kill me, Impure World reincarnation will not be lifted. Haha. Yakushi Kabuto started laughing wildly again. It's not just Hotoamatsukami that wants to control you. What? Hearing Kazama's word, Yakushi Kabuto, who was laughing, suddenly became sluggish. Chapter 249 Against Uchiha Madara. Because the wind has injected a ray of pure lotus demon fire into Yakushi Kabuto's body, those who are burnt by the Jinglian demon fire will become fire slave, and let me drive them. Although you have no self-consciousness, I still want to tell you that you have failed. Looking at Yakushi Kabuto with a dull expression, Kazama immediately gave him the order to lift the Impure World reincarnation, and then completely turned him into nothingness. I hope you can be a good person in your next life. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, he immediately rushed towards the battlefield of the ninja combined army. Because although the Impure World reincarnation art has been lifted, Uchiha Madara is an exception. Kazama is really the savior of our entire ninja world. Seeing that Impure World reincarnation had returned to the Pure Land, Tsunade immediately sighed, because she had already learned from the 4th generation Raikage that Kazama went to the place where the Impure World reincarnation caster Yakushi Kabuto was, and now that Impure World reincarnation is lifted, it must be Kazama who defeated Yakushi Kabuto. At this time, the 5 shadows including Tsunade once again looked at Uchiha Madara, which was gradually dissipating in the sky. In the battle just now, the 5 of them had been completely suppressed with Uchiha Madara. Now that the technique of Impure World reincarnation is lifted, Madara is about to disappear, and the 5 shadows let out a sigh of relief. Madara, your strength is indeed very strong. Even our 5 shadows union is no match for you, but now there is someone stronger than you in our ninja union army, so you are sure to lose. Hearing Tsunade's word, Uchiha Madara immediately sneered. It's just to defeat the caster of Impure World reincarnation. It's worth your boasting. You 5 shadows are really frogs in the well, Madara said, and started hand seal with both hands. I tell you, there is no one in this world that can rival me, Impure World reincarnation. With the completion of the Uchiha Madara hand seal, the body that had dissipated was restored again. Impure World reincarnation has only one risk, that is, if the reincarnated person knows the hand seal step of this technique, they can get rid of this technique completely. Kaden Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Madara immediately cast a powerful Kaden Fire Style, killing the 5 shadows and the combined ninja army behind them. Sweeten Water Style. Quote, Terumi May hurriedly cast a Sweeten Water Style resistance after seeing it. Due to her previous battle with Uchiha Madara, she is now insufficient in chakra, and her Sweeten Water Style performance also failed immediately. Damn. Seeing that Terumi May can no longer resist with Sweeten Water Style, Tsunade and others are also very anxious, because there is not much chakra left in their bodies at this time. If it's normal Kaden Fire Style, maybe they can dodge. Now Uchiha Madara's Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation is too big. They have already surrounded them with 5 shadows. Is this the end? At this moment, even a ninja with such a powerful strength as 5 shadows could not help but let out a helpless sigh. And just when everyone thought that they would definitely die this time, suddenly, a figure rushed into the Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation of Uchiha Madara, and absorbed the powerful Kaden Fire Style. Ding! Successfully absorbed the S-rank Kaden Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super S-rank Kaden Fire Style, Great Fire Destruction. I can't believe that there are still people in the ninja combined army who can absorb ninjutsu. Seeing that his Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation was absorbed by all the people who came, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but be surprised. The Wind Room. Chapter 250 Hang Uchiha Madara. At this time, Tsunade and the others saw that Kazama appeared and saved their lives, and they were all grateful. Thank you Fangjan. If it weren't for you, we might have been really. Terumi May, Onoki, Gaara and others are all thanking the wind constantly at this moment. You are welcome. Since we are a joint ninja army, we should help each other and fight the enemy together. Thought you could dance after absorbing my Kaden Fire Style. Seeing Wying and others thank Kazama, Uchiha Madara immediately sneered, but he didn't know that the garbage in his mouth was to foil the Black Zetsu conspiracy and subdue his subordinates Obito and Nagato. Think you can survive by dodging my Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation, Delusion, Kaden Fire Style, Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu. At this time, Uchiha Madara once again used Kaden Fire Style, but instead of dealing with the 5 shadows, he killed the path towards the wind alone. Although Uchiha Madara didn't take Kazama seriously at first, but he thought that since Kazama could absorb ninjutsu, he must be a tricky ninja. If you want to kill the 5 shadows smoothly and control the ninja world, you can only kill Kazama first. Be careful Kazami. Madara's Kaden Fire Style is amazing. Seeing that Uchiha Madara wanted to kill Kazama, Tsunade and the others were very anxious, but the The wind was extremely relaxed at the moment. Good job. Just in time to try my new technique. Kaden, fire style, great fire destruction. With the use of Kazama's technique, a huge fireball immediately destroyed all the 4 fire dragons that were on the way. Uchiha Madara with unabated power. I can still use my Kaden, fire style, mysticism. Once again taken aback when he saw Kazama's arrogant fire extinguishing arrows now. Just as he was about to get out of the way, who knew that Kazama had already used the telekinesis technique to come behind him. It's not over yet. Kaden, fire style, goes out of his way. At this time, 2 huge fireballs before and after had blocked Uchiha Madara's retreat. Then it turned into a sea of fire, completely submerging Uchiha Madara. Did you win? Seeing that Uchiha Madara was submerged in the sea of fire, Tsunade and the other 5 shadows were naturally overjoyed. But when I was half happy, I found that a blue skeleton actually appeared in the sea of fire. Susanoo. Seeing the blue skeleton in front of Madara, Kazami did not reveal the slightest surprise, because his Susanoo is stronger than Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Not only do you know how to use my skills, but you even know Susanoo. Boy, you really impress me, but unfortunately you are still not qualified to dance in front of me. Fully embody Susanoo. Then a huge blue giant appeared in front of everyone. Not to mention the ninja allied army at this moment. Even the 5 shadows including Tsunade were stunned by Madara, the complete Susanoo. And what scares them even more is that Madara didn't use this technique when she fought against them before, but she had already defeated their practice. And if Madara used this technique from the beginning, I am afraid that their 5 shadows and the combined army of ninjas would be killed in an instant. Boy, this is the forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan. A complete Susanoo that will inevitably die if you watch it once. And now I will send you and Wine to the west together. As soon as Madara finished speaking, 3 daggers appeared in Susanoo's hands at the same time, flashing at the top of everyone's head. Chapter 251 Crazy Hanging Uchiha Madara. It's really over now. I can't believe Madara still has this ability. Tsunade and the others closed their eyes again in despair after seeing it. But at this moment, a larger golden giant suddenly appeared in front of them. Not only blocked the attack for them, but even knocked Madara's full body Susanoo to the ground. Can I dance now? Seeing that Kazama saved his and others' lives again, Tsunade and the others' gratitude to Kazama at this moment is beyond word. Master Tsunade, you 5 shadows will immediately lead the ninja combined army to retreat to the rear, so as not to be affected by the battle between me and Uchiha Madara. Oh, good. Originally, I wanted to watch the 5 shadows of Kazama and Uchiha Madara fighting up close. At this time, upon hearing Kazama's word, he hurriedly led a large number of ninja combined forces to retreat, because they and others not only can't help here, they will even cause chaos in the wind. You can actually cast a full body Susanoo. Seeing this golden giant in Kazama, Uchiha Madara immediately acclaimed. He thought that only himself in this world could open the full body Susanoo, but he didn't expect that a little known ninja like Kazama could actually activate the full body Susanoo. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Seeing Susanoo in the wind and the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara immediately wanted to win Kazama and make Kazama allegiance to herself, but the next words in the wind made him furious. I'm not the Uchiha clan, but the Sanada clan. What? The rubbish of the Sanada clan can actually possess the pupil technique of our Uchiha clan, and even open the full body Susanoo. Anger me too. With a furious roar from Uchiha Madara, he once again controlled his entire body, Susanoo, and charged towards the wind. To remind you, my Sanada clan is not garbage, and I am not a complete Susanoo, but a god-level Susanoo. You dare to call yourself a god at a young age? If you are a god, then I am a godslayer. Tomo Bakujang. Uchiha Madara's full-body Susanoo immediately unleashed the strongest attack, 8-foot Joan Tomo. This technique is unstoppable. Suffer to death. It's a coincidence. I can just stop it, Kazama said, and Matsuri brought out the Yushu Ice Mirror, one of the 6 artifacts. These dozens of 8-foot Joan Tomo bounced back. Not only can I stop it, but I can also return it to you intact. What? How is this possible? Seeing that the wind room really blocked his 8-footed Joan Tomo, and he bounced it back the same way, Madara was taken aback and hurriedly used the Yutengu armor on her full-body Susanoo to resist. Little Ma, the Yutengu armor on my Susanoo is indestructible. If you want to beat me, dream about it. Just when Uchiha Madara Wangpo was selling melons and boasting, Susanoo in Kazama, the shark muscle, has already arrived with a bang. In an instant, the black licking dog armor was completely absorbed. This is my other artifact, the shark muscle, with the power to devour chakra. Damn. Seeing that this god-level Susanoo of Kazama is indeed much stronger than her own complete body Susanoo, Madara immediately cursed Susanoo, who was the complete body, and escaped to a distance of 100 meters. Chapter 252 Absorb Madara. Trick. You little bastard. Don't think that if you have an artifact, you can act in front of me. My full body Susanoo already has the ability to fly. Let's see what you can do. But just when Madara thought thought she could dodge the attack of the wind, but suddenly it was directly penetrated by the endlessly extending grass pheasant sword in the wind. This is the magical grass pheasant sword. No matter where you escape, you can continue to follow it indefinitely. I'm mad at me too. Seeing that he was being suppressed by Kazama many times, Uchiha Madara immediately became angry. You're angry now. Are you going to be pissed off next? Sword of Susanoo. At this moment, before Madara could react, the two huge Susanoo swords of Kazama came crashing down. An instant, Madara's complete body, Susanoo, was chopped into pieces. Next is the last divine weapon, the burning sky bow. With the use of the burning heaven bow in Susanoo's hand, the place instantly became a sea of fire. It is simply more powerful than the arrogant fire and arrow extinguishing force that Kazami had cast before. Once again, Madara was drowned into the sea of fire. Madara, you haven't answered my previous question. Am I eligible to dance now? Kazama knew that Madara would not die so easily, so he immediately laughed at him. Because Kazama's purpose now is to force out all Madara's ninjutsu, and then take the opportunity to absorb it. Otherwise, Kazama would have cast Koto Amatsukami long ago, or the pure lotus demon fire would have turned Madara into his own fire slave. Little Misty, you are never qualified to dance in front of me. Fenshin bow in the wind were absorbed into the body by Uchiha Madara at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiaozamao, don't think that only you can absorb ninjutsu. Today I will let you experience the power of Rinnegan. Have you absorbed my attack with the Hungry Ghost Way? With Rinnegan's pupil technique. Rinnegan is really good, but unfortunately it doesn't work for me, because I already have the ability that Rinnegan can't absorb. Bullshit, nonsense. Seeing that Kazama dared to underestimate her Rinnegan, Madara was immediately furious, and immediately cursed at Kazama. Xiaozamao, you are not too young to look at your age. There is no ability in this world that Rinnegan can't absorb. Void swallowing inflammation. Before Uchiha Madara could finish speaking, Kazama cast the second ranked range fire to kill him. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a little frightened at the moment when he saw the troll turned into nothingness. Isn't it just a black flame? I don't believe it can't be absorbed, Madara said, and once again cast Hungry Ghost Path to prepare to absorb. It's a pity that the power of the void swallowing flame has already exceeded the absorption range of Rinnegan. A face-to-face effort devoured Madara's body. If not, Madara has the body of impure world reincarnation, can be restored again. I'm afraid he will die at this moment. Asshole, I'll never be a man until I kill you. Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has been beaten by Kazama and lost his mind, and directly used his trump card. I saw Madara's Susanoo and himself tied two different imprints at the same time. At this time, the originally bright sky suddenly became cloudy. The ninja allied army and the five shadows in the distance looked up and slumped to the ground in fright, and they all laughed bitterly. Chapter 253 scared Uchiha Madara, because at this time, a huge meteorite had already appeared above their head. It breath is simply unavoidable. Xiaozamao, did you see it? This is the real power of God. Today next year will be the Matsuri day of your combined ninja army. Haha. Just when Madara was laughing wildly, the third generation Tsuchikajinoki in the distance flew directly to resist the meteorite that fell from the sky. Ultralight rock art, Yoden, lava style, melting magic, the hand of sand. Then the five shadows successively performed their own secret technique, which barely blocked the huge meteorite. A group of ants. They dare to resist when they die. Uchiha laughed at them immediately after seeing it. They are not ants, but people who have regained their confidence. Haha, laugh at me too. Hearing Kazama's word, Uchiha Madara smiled and leaned forward. You said they regained their confidence. Then I want to ask those of you who regained their confidence, how are you going to block the second meteorite? Just as Uchiha Madara was talking, the second huge meteorite fell from the sky. Of course I'm here to stop it. As soon as Fengyan's voice fell, his body came under the meteorite. Is it the technique of instant body, or is it the technique of space? Seeing the speed of Kazama so fast, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but stun. It's a pity that no matter what technique you use or how fast you are, you will die this time. Seeing Kazama's vain attempt to help the combined ninja army resist the two meteorites that fell from the sky, Uchiha Madara laughed at Kazama's stupidity. Brother Kazama, we are holding you back. Tsuchikage, who was the first to withstand the meteorite, had already been crushed with blood. Originally, he and the other four shadows wanted to block the meteorite with the power of themselves and others so that Kazama could deal with Uchiha Madara at ease. But now seeing himself and others so ineffective, causing the wind to run from both sides, the five shadows all secretly hate themselves for being too useless. As I said, since we are companions, then we will naturally have to face difficulties together, and we are unparalleled. With his own super strange power, Kazama directly lifted the two huge meteorites into the air again. It's useless. No matter how you lift it, they will still fall, and if you choose to smash the meteorite, the ninja combined army below will also be smashed into blood. Haha. Uchiha Madara in the distance laughed as she spoke. What? But at this moment he suddenly discovered that his two huge meteorites were absorbed into his body by the wind at a speed visible to the naked eye. How the hell is this possible? Even Rinnegan can't absorb such a level of ninjutsu. How on earth did this little bastard do it? Has always been stable as an old dog. Couldn't help but be shocked at the strength displayed by Kazama at this moment. Ding! The technique of absorbing Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the god. With a single finger in the wind, head of Uchiha Madara, who was shocked by Kazama's rank bigger than Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, appeared. You monster! What kind of magic did you use? Uchiha Madara hurriedly used his full body Susanoo after seeing this, which blocked the huge meteorite. Although Madara is now the body of the impure world reincarnation, it is immortal and can be restored even if it is crushed by a meteorite. Chapter 254. I'm not human, I am God. But he was worried that Kazama would take the opportunity to seal himself, so he chose to use Susanoo to resist the meteorite. This technique is called God Power Meteorite Falling from the Sky. Little Misty, I don't care what kind of God power or fart power you have. In short, under my Susanoo, resisting this kind of technique is completely effortless. Hearing Madara's arrogant word, Kazama immediately burst into laughter. Madara, I know that you are very capable. Since that's the case, let me ask you a question. How will you resist the next second meteorite? What? You? Just when Uchiha Madara was shocked by Kazama's word, the second, larger meteorite had already fallen. Now the first meteorite in the wind is several times larger than the previous Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. The second meteorite that has fallen today is even bigger than the first. At this time, the meteorite from the wind and the Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, that Madara cast before, are completely two levels. If the Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, cast by Madara is a meteorite on the planet, the power of the gods in the wind is the entire planet. Oh my god, how powerful is Kazama? This is clearly not a ninjutsu that humans can accomplish. The five shadows watching the battle from a distance and the numerous ninja allied forces. Seeing the two huge meteorites in the wind today, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Tsunade, you Konohas are such a genius. No, he's not a genius, Tsunade said and shook his head. Quote, ... He is a god. Boom. As the two huge meteorite fell, Madara's complete body, Susanoo, was instantly crushed into nothingness. Even Uchiha Madara himself was completely submerged by the meteorite. Madara, let me help you. Black Zetsu, who had been hiding in the dark, immediately injected all the power of the nine-tailed beasts absorbed by Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, into Madara's body. Although it's only half of the chakra of the nine-tailed beast, it's enough to make you become a 10-tails person Jinchuriki column power, and then get the sick fairy power. As soon as Black Zetsu's voice fell, Madara, who was restrained by the meteorite, immediately felt that her whole body was full of power. Then in an instant, it penetrated the meteorite and came to the crowd again. And Tsunade and other five shadows originally thought that Kazama had completely killed Madara this time, and wanted to rush over to celebrate for Kazama. But who knew that he and others had not yet acted, and Madara appeared in front of them in a new form. At this time, Madara only gained half the power of the nine-tailed beast, but with the help of Black Zetsu, he has forcibly obtained the power of the sick fairy. Madara at this time turned white from head to toe. With the appearance of sick pitch black Gudodama, truth-seeking balls, Madara's body also floated in the air, like a god. The five shadows and the combined ninja army were all shocked. They thought Kazama could kill Madara. Never thought that Madara is not only not dead, but her strength is actually stronger than before. Is this the power of the Sickav's immortal? Sure enough, Madara, who was revived, laughed wildly when she saw the changes in her body. At this time, the wind below did not show any fear like the five shadows, but was extremely excited, because Kazama knew that since Black Zetsu made Madara a 10-tails person Jinchuriki column force, that means it won't be long before Black Zetsu will resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya through Madara's body. At that time, he can finally absorb the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Open 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan 2. Little stray hair, Dai, who became the 10-tails Jinchuriki column force, became arrogant again. Chapter 255. Sickav's Madara Advent. Then, with one hand, the Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, behind him transformed into spikes and penetrated Kazama's body, pinning Kazama to the ground. The speed is simply staggering. Haha, what's wrong with you? Didn't you think of it? You think you can kill me with a mortal like you? I tell you, I, Uchiha Madara, are the real god. And now the Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, who nails you? It is the Keke Mora created by the Sickav's immortals that surpasses Keke Genkai and the blood successor elimination. Only by obtaining Sickav's age art can you have this kind of power, and those who do not have Sickav's age art will die if you touch it. It won't last long. Hearing Uchiha Madara's word, the five shadows and the ninja allied forces and others in the rear were suddenly shocked, And now that things have reversed so quickly, they have not reacted at all to what is going on. It was Kazama who had won just now, but at this moment he was knocked to the ground by the revived Uchiha Madara. Kazama was pinned to the ground by Uchiha Madara as Gudodama, Truth-Seeking Ball. But this does not mean that he has lost the ability to act. It does not mean that he was simply defeated by Uchiha Madara. Because Kazama gained the power of 10 tails, he has already mastered Sikav's age art. These Gudodama, Truth-Seeking Ball, can't hurt him at all. And not only can it not hurt, but it can even be absorbed by the wind. And Kazama is now deliberately pretending to be invincible, and is nailed to the ground by Uchiha Madara. Because Kazama knew that Black Zetsu would definitely confuse Uchiha Madara to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi next, then let the person in Infinite Tsukuyomi be absorbed by the Divine Tree Chakra. At that time, Black Zetsu can seriously resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya, and as long as Datangmu Kagaya is resurrected, Kazama can successfully absorb the power of the Otsutsuki clan. So Kazama is now deliberately pretending to be dead. Otherwise, if Kazama continues to beat that Uchiha Madara to the point of bruising her nose and face, then Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara must have no way to carry out the next act. I'm sorry everyone. At this time, Kazama's heart immediately faced the 5 shadows and the numerous ninja allied forces with a wry smile. In order to gain the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, I can only pretend to be invincible now, and let you temporarily be in Infinite Tsukuyomi, but you can rest assured that as long as Otsutsuki Kagaya is resurrected, I can immediately release your bondage. At this time, Uchiha Madara didn't know that Kazama was deliberately pretending to be invincible, so he immediately came to the front of the wind again, and kept laughing at the wind. How's it going? Xiao Mao in the wind. Aren't you fucking awesome? Aren't you? Come and hit me. As Uchiha Madara spoke, he kept punching and kicking the wind that was pinned to the ground. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was so arrogant, Kazama immediately felt annoyed in his heart. However, in order to complete his next mission, Kazama can only temporarily ignore this Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uchiha Madara ignored him when he saw Kazama. I thought Fengjian was afraid of him, but he was even more interested. So he again focused on Kazama and launched a ruthless attack. Because Uchiha Madara claims to be the strongest person in the ninja world, but he was of course very annoyed when he was directly beaten up by the wind, and of course he wanted to regain faith. And this time that Black Zetsu saw Uchiha Madara just kept attacking Kazama, but did not immediately cast Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 256 lets Ikav's Madara act first, so he hurriedly came to Uchiha Madara with a smile on his face again. I said, Uchiha Madara, now you don't have to attack this little rascal Kazama anymore. We don't need to care about him at all. As long as we can cast Infinite Tsukuyomi and let everyone fall for our demonic illusion, then can't we control the entire ninja world? For controlling the entire ninja world, what is a mere little hair in the wind? Well, you're absolutely right. At this time, Uchiha Madara immediately cast 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan, mapping Infinite Tsukuyomi to the moon. At this time, the 5 shadows and the ninja allied army did not know that Kazama was deliberately defeated. So once you see Uchiha Madara resurrected again, everyone immediately used their best effort to kill Uchiha Madara. But now Uchiha Madara has obtained the power of the Six-Path Fairy. Therefore, in the face of this crowd's attack, Uchiha Madara was not afraid at all. A few face-to-face kung fu, and the crowd was defeated and retreated. At this time, Fengxian was shocked when he saw the countless casualties among the people, because Kazama's initial plan was not to let everyone fight with that Uchiha Madara. Instead, let everyone stop with Infinite Tsukuyomi in their hand. Then after Kazama gained the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he rescued everyone from that Infinite Tsukuyomi. If everyone keeps attacking Uchiha Madara now, wouldn't that make everyone die in vain? So Kazama immediately cast a Mokudan, wood-style clone while Uchiha Madara was not paying attention. Then the clone came to Tsunade, which surprised Tsunade. At this time, Kazama hurriedly said to Tsunade, I said, Tsunade-sama, you should unite the ninja allied army now, and let them stop fighting against Uchiha Madara. Oh, why is that? And I said, little brother Kazama, weren't you nailed to the ground by that Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, just now? Why are you resurrected now? As of now, I don't have time to give you a detailed explanation. In short, no matter what Uchiha Madara does next, don't stop it. I will definitely have a way to resuscitate you, and I will definitely have a way to kill this Uchiha Madara. Well, in that case, I can only listen to what you have to say. Although Tsunade has 10,000 mysteries in her heart, she trusts Kazama very much. It was naturally what the wind said, and she believed it. So Tsunade immediately explained the situation to the other 4 shadows. At this time, Seiying was also confused and puzzled, but they have no better way now. Besides, they didn't want their combined ninja army to be beheaded by that Uchiha Madara in vain, so everyone quickly retreated back. At this time, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly when he saw that everyone did not dare to fight against him again. It's a pity that he didn't know that everyone was already preparing for a gorgeous counterattack. Then when Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi is cast, everyone's momentary effort was shrouded in this infinite Tsukuyomi, and they fell asleep in their own dream. Then it was wrapped up by the divine tree again. HMPH, you bastard, it won't be long before you become that serious white Zetsu. At this time Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, laughed wildly when he saw the 5 shadows of infinite Tsukuyomi and the many ninja alliances in his body. Chapter 257 Otsutsuki Kagaya Advent. As Black Zetsu said, infinite Tsukuyomi in the body of everyone for a long time. Then after a few years, it will really become white Zetsu. But now that there is wind, he will not succeed in Black Zetsu as trick. At this time, although it is said that everyone has hit the serious infinite Tsukuyomi, but this infinite Tsukuyomi doesn't work for Kazama, because Kazama now has Itomo Rinnegan, so this infinite Tsukuyomi is useless to Black Zetsu at all. At this time, Black Zetsu saw that this divine tree had already included everyone and absorbed a lot of chakra. Immediately, he was overjoyed, so he immediately pretended to come to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, he said with a smile on his face. I said Uchiha Madara, now that you have relieved infinite Tsukuyomi, then you can absorb this divine tree. As long as you absorb this divine tree, then you can have transcendence. EPUB age power. Really? Hehe. Of course, I, Black Zetsu, are the product of your will. How could I lie to you? Okay, no problem. Hearing Black Zetsu's word, Uchiha Madara burst into laughter. Don't worry, as long as I have the power beyond the EPUB's immortal, then I will definitely reward you heavily. Thank you, master. Seeing that Uchiha Madara's death was imminent, but he still dared to act in front of him, Black Zetsu immediately laughed secretly. At this time, Uchiha Madara's face-to-face effort immediately devoured the entire divine tree into his body. At this moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that all the chakras in his body were out of control. This immediately shocked Uchiha Madara. So this Uchiha Madara hurriedly asked the General Black Zetsu, what the hell is going on now? Why is my chakra uncontrollable? Is it? He heard Uchiha Madara's question. Black Zetsu probed with one hand and immediately penetrated all of Uchiha Madara's body. This immediately shocked Uchiha Madara, so he yelled at Black Zetsu with anger on his face. You bastard! You are the product of my will. You are my servant. Why the hell are you attacking me? Stop giving me nonsense. What are you worthy of making me the product of your will? I am the product of that Otsutsuki Kagaya's consciousness. At this time, before Uchiha Madara could react, Heiju scattered his body again. All the chakras in his body were disturbed. Long for a huge white object to wrap Uchiha Madara firmly. Then Uchiha Madara's body at this time has completely become the body of Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Black Zetsu was overjoyed when he saw Otsutsuki Kagaya appear. Immediately, he knelt down in front of Datongmu Kagaya. Mother, after so many Eternals, I have finally resurrected you. Well, you did very well. At this time, Kagaya Datongmu saw that everyone had hit his infinite Tsukuyomi, and they were all wrapped in the divine tree, so naturally they nodded in satisfaction. But at this moment, a figure flashed by suddenly. In one face-to-face, Black Zetsu was cut in two. Because of the people's movement, even Otsutsuki Kagaya, who owns Byakugan and 9 Tomo's Samsara Sharingan, didn't know what was going on. Chapter 258 Hanging Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for that Black Zetsu, even more did not respond. At this time, Black Zetsu just wanted to heal his body again, but found that his body couldn't recover no matter what. This immediately shocked the Black Zetsu. At this time, the Black Lord fixed his eyes on the man who was attacking him. Immediately scared, he took a few steps back. It turned out that this person was the Wind Room from the dead. What? How is this possible? It is absolutely impossible. At this time, although the Black Zetsu was cut in two, it was a product of will. Therefore, he did not die seriously, but looked at the wind with a terrified face. Seeing Black Zetsu slumped to the ground in fright, Kazami immediately burst out laughing at him. I told you, Black Zetsu, just with you and Uchiha Madara, do you really think you can kill me? It's delusional. What? Annoy me too. Black Zetsu saw that Kazama was not only resurrected now, but even dared to curse at himself, which immediately made him angry. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya heard Kagaya's word, and immediately looked up and down at Kazama. It was found that as Kazama said, there is indeed no scar on his body now. This was a big surprise to Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Black Zetsu asked Kazama again with a shocked face, how is this possible? I remember seeing you being pinned to the ground by the Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, of Uchiha Madara. If you really I'm not afraid of Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, why didn't you fight back then? Then why are you going through it now? That's because I'm here to bring you back to life, Otsutsuki Kagaya, so I can catch you all. What? I'm dying of laughter. At this time, when Black Zetsu heard that Kazama wanted to fight against Kagaya, he immediately started laughing wildly again. Let me tell you, Kagaya, my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is the god who created the ninja world. She is the master of the ninja world and the source of all ninjutsu. What are you little bastard? Can you beat it? Let me tell you, you are just delusional. I don't need you to say more if it's wishful thinking, but it depends on what I do. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, 9 Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, escaped from his body, hitting Black Zetsu's body all over the place. Although Black Zetsu is not dead yet, he is now completely incapacitated. What? You actually have the power of Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. Tatanki Kagaya saw that Kagaya had a few face-to-face effort, and he was able to knock Black Zetsu, the product of his will, to the ground. Immediately, he was surprised by the win. Of course, because I can absorb all attack. As Kazama said, the Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, that EPUB's Madara cast on him earlier, absorbed Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, into his body while Otsutsuki Kagaya was resurrected. So Kazama also gained the power of Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya heard that Kagaya said that he could absorb all the attack, and immediately sneered. Because Otsutsuki Kagaya is a god from the sky, she looked down on earth people at all. She also never thought that a small hair like Kazama could get rid of her infinite Tsukuyomi. It can even knock the product of its own will to the ground. Therefore, when he saw Fengjian dare to fight against him, he immediately became furious. Chapter 259 Scared Otsutsuki Kagaya. Immediately after that, he cast the Heavenly Imperial Palace and pulled Kazama to the magma world. Seeing that he entered the magma world, Fengjian immediately laughed instead of angry, because he now has the power of absolute defense. No attack can hurt him in the slightest. Kid, didn't you say that you would absorb all attack? My magma world has endless lava flame. Today I will see how you absorb it. Okay, no problem. Hearing Datongmu Kagaya's mockery, Kagaya sneered immediately. Then he used his burning juice system to continuously absorb the magma in this space into his body. Ding! Successfully absorbed the power of magma. Congratulations to the host who has obtained the power to control magma and can manipulate magma at will. Hearing the system's word, Fengjian was immediately overjoyed. And at this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that Kazama was really not afraid of his own magma. He even absorbed the magma from his own space into his body continuously. This immediately shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya in his heart. And this is to wait for that Otsutsuki Kagaya to react to what happened, and Kagaya immediately manipulated the magma to kill her. Can actually manipulate my magic within my space. Seeing Kagaya's move, Otsutsuki Kagaya was taken aback again. He hurriedly cast the Heaven's Imperial Palace again, and brought the wind to the world of ice and snow. Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't know Kagaya had the ability to absorb attacks and use them. She also thought that Kazama could manipulate the magma itself. So I thought that water and fire can overcome each other. Since Fengjian is like a duck to water in his own magma world, it will definitely be useless in his own ice and snow world. Little devil, don't think it's awesome to be able to manipulate magma. Since ancient time, water and fire are mutually exclusive. How can I freeze you into an ice sculpture next? As Otsutsuki Kagaya said that, he used the power of ice again to kill Chao Kagaya. Ding! The technique of absorbing ice is successful. Congratulations on getting the power to manipulate ice. It's a coincidence that I can manipulate not only magma, but also ice. What? How is this possible? Seeing the ice that was originally attacking Kazami, at this moment Kazami was instructing him to kill him. Otsutsuki Kagaya was surprised again, because the space within the Imperial Palace was all her own. But now his weak feet are being used by Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya has never seen a ninja as tricky as Zhejiang Kagaya. Since lava and ice can't help you, then I'll show you a more terrifying space. A few breaths, Otsutsuki Kagaya was brought back to the super gravity space. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya Hefeng was instantly sucked to the ground, and even the basic chakra could not be refined smoothly. Is this the super gravity world? It's really amazing. Seeing that there are not only many spatial abilities in the Imperial Palace of Heaven, but also each has its own purpose, Fengjian can be said to be overjoyed. Because Kazama knew that the next thing he needed to do was absorb the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya's blood, you will be able to successfully open the 9-Tomo Samsara Sharingan. At that time, he will also be able to obtain the power of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Little devil, you can't even lift your body now. I see how you fight with me. But aren't you also suppressed by this super gravity space? Seeing that Otsutsuki Kagaya was being crushed and unable to move at the moment, Kagaya immediately laughed at her. Chapter 260 Crazy Hanging Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yes, I am indeed suppressed by this super gravity space, but this is my space after all. I know how to use the power of this space better than you. As soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice fell, a number of spikes emerged from the ground of its super gravity space, attacking the wind. Little devil, you must die this time. Ding! Absorb the technique of super gravity space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique of manipulating super gravity space. Hehe, Otsutsuki Kagaya, your space is really tricky, but unfortunately it still useless for me. What? You? Seeing that Kazama is still absorbing his own attack, and his body is still intact. At this moment, even the god of creation, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was extremely shocked, because even she can't have Master S abilities like Kazama. Your supergravity space is just ordinary pressure. Now I'll show you what 100-fold pressure is. At it with one hand at this time, and the pressure in the supergravity space was greater than the previous pressure, and it directly pressed Otsutsuki Kagaya to the ground, and Kazama took advantage of the situation to relieve the pressure on his side and flew straight away. Boy, you really amaze me. Not only can you absorb attack, but you can even manipulate my space. Exceeded the prize. If you have any other trick to press the bottom of the box, hurry up, or I will seal you up. You little bastard. How dare you underestimate me? Seeing Kagaya actually dared to laugh at himself, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly became angry, all-killing ash bone. At this time, a gray bone appeared on the Otsutsuki Kagaya's hand. This is my nirvana. If you touch it, you will die. There are very few people who can force me to use this move. You are still the first person on this planet. Even if you die, you will not be wrong. As Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke, a gray bone spur that appeared in his palm hit Kagaya. Similar move to Kimamaro's Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, but the power between the two is different. Feeling the power of all-killing ash bone, Fungjien laughed instead of anger, because he was waiting for this moment. Only when Otsutsuki Kagaya casts the art of his own blood can Kagaya take advantage of the situation to absorb and gain the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Then open the 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. And now this time has finally arrived, because Fengjian has already heard the sound of the system. Ding! Successful absorption of all-killing ash bone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super all-killing ash bone. Ding! Successfully absorbed the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Congratulations to the host for opening the 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining infinite Tsukuyomi. And congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Palace of Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the first-ranked Yuo Emperor Yan. This kind of different fire is very dangerous. Please use it with caution. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Hearing the system prompt Fengjian, I suddenly felt a little puzzled. And just when Kazami was confused, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was opposite, froze in place, because she never thought that Kazama could even absorb his own nirvana, all-killing ash bone. This completely refreshed Otsutsuki Kagaya's worldview. Otsutsuki Kagaya just thought Kagaya was a little tricky at first, but now she feels that Kagaya is not tricky, but rather scary. Can make even the god of creation, Otsutsuki Kagaya, fear. Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 261 to 280. Chapter 261 Become 10 Tails again. Who the hell are you? Could it be that you are also a member of the Otsutsuki clan? Otsutsuki Kagaya resisted the shock in his heart and hurriedly asked Kagaya. Hehe, I'm not from the Otsutsuki clan, but from the Sanada clan. What is the Sanada clan? Garbage. I have never heard of it. Since you are not from the Otsutsuki Kagaya clan, but you dare to possess the power of our Otsutsuki clan, I am really angry. Today I will give my life to kill you completely. Behead. As soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice fell, he immediately re-attacked at Kagaya again. Pity that Otsutsuki Kagaya is no match for Kagaya at all now. Not to mention that Kazama now gets the same 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. Even if Kazama has not previously reincarnated 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan, his 6-tomo's reincarnation Sharingan alone is enough to hang Otsutsuki Kagaya, because Kazama can absorb and become immune to all attack. In addition, Fengjian also has the ability to transform objects at will, such as the heavenly hand power. Therefore, Kagaya is now a face-to-face Kung Fu, waiting for that Otsutsuki Kagaya to react to what happened. Immediately, he and Otsutsuki Kagaya switched places. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya was knocked to the ground by her own attack, and that's when Kazama thought that Otsutsuki Kagaya would be killed by this attack of her own. Otsutsuki Kagaya had been pierced by now actually healed again at a speed visible to the naked eye. This suddenly shocked the wind in the heart. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately sneered in the wind. Little devil, let me tell you, although your current strength is indeed far beyond my imagination, but I am not the one who can be slaughtered by you. Now I am the source of the power of the ninja world, and the power of the god tree. The fists are all in my body. In your word, I am the 10-man Jinchuriki column 4, so my healing level is also very awesome, very powerful, so even if you smash my corpse into pieces one do on, you can't kill them either. Really? Then I really want to see how awesome and powerful you are. That Otsutsuki Kagaya dared to act in front of him. Kagaya immediately prepared to attack her again. Do you really think I'm going to capture you, little bastard? At this time, that Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that Kazama couldn't kill him, but he still dared to attack him. Immediately, his heart burst into anger, and he was furious. Although she knew that Kazama couldn't kill herself, he couldn't let Kazama be arrogant in front of him either. So this Otsutsuki Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately shouted angrily and even became the 10 main body. After seeing the wind, he was not afraid at all and immediately transformed into 10 main body. What? How is this possible? At this time, when Otsutsuki Kagaya saw Kagaya, he turned into a 10 tails exactly like him. This really shocked her even more. Otsutsuki Kagaya knew that the 10 tails were the incarnation of the divine tree, and there was only one divine tree in the entire earth. Why can Kazama change into 10 tails now? Although Otsutsuki Kagaya was shocked, he didn't have time to think anymore, because the attack of the wind has already roared. This time, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly flew to resist, and was inextricably fighting with the wind. But what Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't expect was, Chapter 262 obtained the first Fire Emperor. Now Kazama has become a 10 tails body exactly like her, but Kagaya's own power is much higher than that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. In addition, Kazama's current attacks all add extra fire damage. Therefore, after a few face-to-face efforts, this Otsutsuki Kagaya was beaten by the wind and retreated. At this time, Kagaya saw that this Otsutsuki Kagaya was not his opponent, so he immediately used the swallowing flame, ready to kill Otsutsuki Kagaya. But what Kagaya didn't expect was that Otsutsuki Kagaya was not Kagaya's opponent, but she will not be beheaded by this nothingness. Now that nothingness swallows the flame, although the big Otsutsuki Kagaya is burned all over the body, but that Otsutsuki Kagaya was still healing at a rapid rate. This suddenly made the wind in the heart feel outraged, because in the face of an opponent who can't be killed no matter what, it's a big headache for everyone. Realized how others felt about him on this Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Fengji suddenly thought, I just won the first ranked Emperor Yan of different fire. Since the second ranked void swallowing Yan can't kill Otsutsuki Kagaya, then I will simply try the power of Emperor Yan. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately cast Yan towards that Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, as soon as the wind just cast Yan, he suddenly remembered the previous warning to him from the system. It is said that Emperor Yan is very dangerous, making it difficult to use it easily. But Fengjian has now used Yan, so it is too late to take it back. Just when Fengjian was thinking about where the danger of this Emperor Yan was, suddenly, I saw that Emperor Yan not only did not attack that Otsutsuki Kagaya, but also knocked himself to the ground with one palm. This suddenly made Na Fengjian feel shocked and angry, and this is what happened without waiting for the wind to react. This Emperor Yan took a few face-to-face effort, and all the 22 different fires in Fengyan's body were completely absorbed. This suddenly scared the cold sweat out of the wind. At this time, the Fenju system also rushed into the wind and said, please be careful, host. This Emperor Yan devoured all the strange fires in the past, so it became the #1 existence. So as long as this Emperor Yan appears now, he will definitely continue to devour the alien fire. What? I am the master of Yan. Doesn't he understand my orders? Please don't be impatient, host. Although you are the master of this Emperor Yan, but because this Emperor Yan is too powerful, and his intelligence is also extremely superb, so if you can't subdue it, then you can't be righteous. The classics have regained the 23 different fires that you should have possessed. What? I'm angry too. Hearing the system's word, and seeing that this Emperor Yan is really so arrogant and domineering, Feng Jian's heart was furious, and he was furious. At this time, Yan had turned into a young man, and then he sneered at Fengjian. What the hell are you? You dare to call me out? Let me tell you, I'm not comparable to your Yuhi Lotus Karma Fire and Jinglian Yaozan. Now I can turn you into a jerk with a wave of my hand. It's in ashes, so you better fucking watch out for me. Be careful of your mother. Don't give me nonsense. Seeing that he had gone through a lot of hard work, he summoned the first Yuo Emperor Yan. Chapter 263 Emperor Yan's Rebellion. But this Emperor Yan actually dared to threaten himself, and the wind immediately burst into a rage. With a face-to-face effort, he immediately killed the Emperor Yan. At this time, Yan originally wanted to keep Fengyan's life, and then turned Fengjian into his own fire slave, and let himself be driven. After all, Yan was in Fengyan's body, but he felt his super awesome strength. But he never expected that now Fengjian is actually toasting and not eating and drinking, and he dares to pretend in front of him. Therefore, this Emperor Yan was immediately furious in his heart, and he was furious. So this Emperor Yan immediately launched an attack on the wind, and it didn't take long for the fight to be indistinguishable from the wind. Although it is said that there is no trace of strange fire in Fengyan's body now, there is still a burning art system in Fengyan's body. He can also absorb attack constantly. Therefore, although this Emperor Yan was awesome and powerful, all his attacks were absorbed into the body by the wind. However, although Kazejian could absorb the attack, he was not killed by Yan. But because Kazama doesn't have the super lethal ninjutsu like Yoshiki, just relying on ordinary ninjutsu can't help this Emperor Yan, so Kazama can't conquer Emperor Yan either. At this time, when Emperor Yan saw that Fengjian was so difficult to deal with, he was immediately furious, and he was furious. In just a few face-to-face efforts, the current world of the Heavenly Imperial Palace in Kazejian was burnt into nothingness. At this time, seeing the blazing blazing flames that filled the sky. The Fenju system in Feng Jian's body was able to absorb it. However, due to the constant stream of different fires displayed by Dian, Fengjian immediately felt the fiery existence. Because now his body is no longer protected by the strongest defense volcanic stone flame, so Kazama is also seriously injured now. In addition, in his body, there is no help of the repairing fires such as the flames of the living beings, the fallen heart flame, and the 3000 flame. Therefore, the wind suddenly felt an aura of death. At this time, Datongmu Kagaya on the other side also felt this fear of death. Originally, she had thought that Fengjian was powerful enough, but she never expected that the Emperor Yan created by Fengjian was actually more powerful than Fengjian. At this time, Kagaya, who was trying to defeat Emperor Yan, saw a group of sluggish Otsutsuki Kagaya. So Kazami had an idea and hurriedly said to Otsutsuki Kagaya, "I said Otsutsuki Kagaya, if you want to continue to live now, then the two of us can only attack this Emperor Yan together, otherwise we may really die." Hearing Kagaya's word, Otsutsuki Kagaya felt a little repulsive in her heart, and didn't want to join forces with Kagaya. But this Otsutsuki Kagaya also knows if he does not join forces with the wind, then he may really be killed by Dian now. He was finally resurrected after thousands of years. Otsutsuki Kagaya naturally did not want to fail. So this Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately joined Kagaya and attacked this Emperor Yan again. At this time, when Nadi Yan saw this Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kagaya dared to join forces to deal with him. It immediately made him even more annoyed. "Xiaozamao in the wind, want to beat me, dream about you." Dian would not allow Fengjian to act in front of him, so he immediately tried his best to kill Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya completely. And right now, Chapter 264 Hang Dian. Kazama immediately combined with that Otsutsuki Kagaya to cast the power of 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan. After a few face-to-face effort, the Emperor Yan was once again pulled into the different dimension, and after Dianlai was in this different dimension, his power was naturally weakened. Then Kazama used the Sikazil Chibaku Tensai heavenly body bursting from the earth that Otsutsuki Kagaya cast at the same time again. After a few face-to-face effort, this Emperor Yan was completely sealed. After that, the wind immediately pulled out the power of Emperor Yan's source and reabsorbed it into his body. As Emperor Yan was successfully absorbed by Kazejian, Kazejian's current overall strength has also undergone a qualitative leap. Sharingan in the reincarnation of the wind has also been greatly improved. At this time, Kazama looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya subconsciously. Black Zetsu was found in her body, which surprised Kazama. Then he secretly said, "There's no reason. I remember that Black Zetsu is the product of Kagaya Tatsutsuki's will. Why does that Otsutsuki Kagaya have the seal of Black Zetsu in his body now?" Thinking of this, Kazama immediately looked at the seal again. Then he used his own 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan to read out the contents of this seal. It turns out that this Black Zetsu is not the product of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, but the dark side of Datongmu Kagaya. Because this Otsutsuki Kagaya suffered from the rebellion of the people, she has a dark side. So now she has been controlled by her dark side, Black Zetsu. No wonder Otsutsuki Kagaya wants to kill everyone now. Thinking of this, Kagaya immediately decided to help Otsutsuki Kagaya get rid of the shackles of Black Zetsu and let his good side reappear. Otherwise, this Otsutsuki Kagaya will be killed by that Black Zetsu. Thinking of this, Kagaya's face-to-face kung fu cast a different flame and escaped into the heart of Otsutsuki Kagaya. And at this time, that Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't know what to do, and when he saw Kazuma actually shot at him again, he was shocked. So even pointed at Fengyan's nose and scolded, "I said, you little bastard, you clearly said before that you want to reconcile with me, and you want to unite with me. Why are you attacking me now? You misunderstood. Now I'm not trying to move you. I just want to eliminate the dark side of your body." Hearing Kagaya's word, Otsutsuki Kagaya was immediately puzzled. At this time, the body of Black Zetsu that has been hidden in Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. As soon as he saw Fengjian actually discovered his existence, he immediately became angry and furious. Directly regained control of Otsutsuki Kagaya and roared towards the wind. And Kagaya thought that even Otsutsuki Kagaya himself was no match for him. Now controlled by Black Zetsu, can't beat himself even more. But that Kazama whispered about Black Zetsu's strength from a distance, and now that Black Zetsu has controlled Otsutsuki Kagaya, his strength is stronger than ever. After a few face-to-face efforts, the wind was defeated in a row. This suddenly shocked the wind room. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was controlled by Black Zetsu, sneered at the wind again. "Hee, you little bastard, you really surprised me. You actually thwarted my plan one after another. Okay, I didn't want to attack you myself, but you fucking if you are courting death like this, then don't blame me. I tell you that I will teach you to cramp and skin, smash bones and ashes so that you can't survive and die." Chapter 265 Revived Black Zetsu. Zetsu. This time due to Black Zetsu regained control of Otsutsuki Kagaya, so his power and that of Otsutsuki Kagaya were also refused. After a few face-to-face efforts, the wind was defeated in a row. At this time, as soon as Kazama saw Kazama's defeat, he thought that Kazama was not his opponent. Immediately, he started to pretend again, and while attacking Kazama, he pointed at Kazama's nose and cursed again. I said, "You little bastard, you are basically heaven now. There is a way. You don't go. There is no way to hell. You come here. I have spared your life many times before, but you fucking don't give me face. Actually dare to act in front of me. It really irritates me." Clap clap clap. That's when Black Zetsu kept yelling at the wind. There were 3 slaps in the wind, and Black Zetsu was knocked to the ground immediately. This sudden change suddenly shocked Black Zetsu. Originally, he thought that he was already united with that Otsutsuki Kagaya, and it was impossible for him to defeat this wind rune. Why is this wind rune still able to knock itself to the ground? At this time, Black Zetsu was extremely suspicious. A few face-to-face kung fu in the wind immediately showed a more magical flame that Black Zetsu around firmly. At this time, Black Zetsu was shocked when he saw that Kazama's power was still stronger than himself. At this time, Kazama immediately sneered and said to him, "Black Zetsu, let me tell you, what I said in Kazama is also a strong man. Do you really think you can kill me? What, can't I kill you?" As soon as he saw Kazuma actually dared to pretend to force Black Zetsu in front of him, he immediately became furious and violent. But even if Kazama regenerates his anger, he is no match for Black Zetsu, because Kazama has now obtained the first-ranked Yuo Emperor Yan. Yan's attack power is very powerful, very powerful. Now, after a few face-to-face encounters, Kagaya, who controlled the Black Zetsu, was once again bruised, and he was defeated in a row. What? How is this possible? Now I control the god of the ninja world. Why is your strength still so awesome, so powerful? At this moment, Black Zetsu was stunned and dumbfounded. At this time, Kazama couldn't help sneering when he saw Black Zetsu being slapped in the face again. I tell you, Black Zetsu, since ancient time, the evil has not suppressed the righteous. Although the Otsutsuki Kagaya you control is very powerful, the Otsutsuki Kagaya itself is a righteous person. How can an evil person like you be controlled again and again? What about him? So now I advise you to capture immediately. If you can capture it, or maybe I can let you die a little more happily, but if you don't want to capture it, then I can only smash you into pieces and smash your bone. Grayed out. Ha ha ha. It really makes me laugh. At this time, when Black Zetsu heard Kazama's word, not only was he not afraid, but he laughed wildly again. I said, "Black Zetsu, now that you are dying, how dare you laugh wildly?" "Yes, I just want to laugh wildly. I tell you, Fengjan, don't think that now you beat me to a bruise in a losing streak, I will really be afraid of you. I tell you, although I am not you my opponent, but you can't kill me either." Chapter 266 Hang Dian. Oh, why is that? Seeing Black Zetsu so confident, Kazama was ready to punch him in the face again. "Have you forgotten? I am the dark side of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Like this product of my will, how could you kill me? Dian." At this time, before Black Zetsu finished speaking, Kazama once again used his top-ranked Yuo Emperor Flame to kill Black Zetsu. "Let me tell you, Fengjan, I already told you, your Emperor Yan can't hurt me at all." "What? How is this possible?" Just when Black Zetsu was pretending, he suddenly discovered that this Emperor Yan actually separated himself from Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. Then he surrounded himself again. At this time, Black Zetsu had already seen his body dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. I said, "Black Zetsu, your brain is really not bright. Have you forgotten? My Jinglian demon fire was able to beat you to the death before, but I deliberately left you a dog at that time. Could it be? Do you really think I'm not your match? What? You deliberately saved my life. How is that possible?" Hearing Kazama's word, Black Zetsu finally remembered the time when he was recovering Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power. It was indeed the pure lotus demon fire cast by the wind that slapped himself with a bruised face. Originally, Black Zetsu thought that he might be dying soon, but then he found himself alive again. Therefore, he thought that the pure lotus demon fire in the wind could not hurt him. But she never expected that it wasn't the pure lotus demon fire in the wind that couldn't hurt him, but it was still useful to keep him in the wind at that time, so he didn't kill him. Now, since Emperor Yan is even more powerful than the Jinglian demon fire, it is even more powerful and powerful. Naturally, it was easy to kill this Black Zetsu. At this time, Black Zetsu saw that he was not Kazama's opponent, so he immediately prepared to run away again. It's a pity that a few face-to-face efforts were completely burned into nothingness by the Emperor Yan, who followed closely behind. And at this moment, Kazama immediately came to Otsutsuki Teru. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya was previously controlled by this Black Zetsu, but now Otsutsuki Kagaya also remembered what he had experienced before. Seeing that he had done so many wrong things under the control of Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Kagaya was also full of grief and indignation. Now, as soon as he saw Kazama rescued himself. Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately thanked Kagaya continuously. At this time, Fengji hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. I said, Otsutsuki Kagaya, you are the god of ninjutsu, so you don't have to thank me so much. Speaking of which, without you, we people on Earth would not be able to master ninjutsu. You mustn't say that. Boasting about himself like this, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately waved his hand in embarrassment. It's all my fault that I originally wanted to benefit the people of the Earth, but I didn't expect that I was controlled by this too, that is, my own dark side, which caused life to be ruined. Hehe, you two bastard men and women, now that you are dying, you still dare to kiss me and me here. Just when Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya were talking, who had been sealed by the sick paths Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, actually rushed out again. This suddenly shocked Nakazama's heart, and also shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya knew that the sick paths she had previously performed with the wind were extremely powerful. But why is a face-to-face Hung Fu still broken by this Emperor Yan? At this time, according to the wind, he was still at a loss, and then he secretly said, impossible, I have already drawn out the power of Emperor Yan's sword. Why is this Emperor Yan still able to resurrect now? At this time, before Fengjian opened his mouth to ask, Ji Yan immediately sneered at him. I'm telling you, the little hairs in the wind, don't think that you can pull out my strength. You can be awesome in front of me. Have you forgotten? Everything has a positive and negative side. What you draw is just my light. The dark side of me has now been revived, and not only has I resurrected, but I even use the power of 22 different types of fire, and now you have only drawn one type of fire from my body. How can you fight me? Now I have to smash your body into tens of thousands of pieces and smash your bones into ashes to vent the hatred in my heart. And Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 267 Save Otsutsuki Kagaya. Complete Body Susanoo. Quote, at this critical moment, Kazama hurriedly displayed Susanoo, help Otsutsuki Kagaya and himself to block the attack of the Dark Emperor Flame. That in the next moment, Susanoo, the invincible complete body of the wind, was directly penetrated by Dian's attack. Haha, let me tell you the truth. Although my source power was taken away by you, but now I have fallen into darkness, so my current strength is better than before, and now I have gained 20 of your body's power. The power of the two different fires is already beyond God, so killing you can be said to be an easy task. Hearing the words of the Dark Emperor Yan, I saw Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had just gotten rid of Black Zetsu's control and became extremely weak. Kazama knew that if he wanted to completely defeat the Dark Emperor Yan, he had to get Otsutsuki Kagaya out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you protect her while fighting against the Dark Emperor Yan, mention Otsutsuki Kagaya, I am afraid that even myself will die. After all, there is no strange fire in Fengyan's body that can revive the dead and repair the injury, so Kazama now has to be careful. Kagaya, retreat first to recover, and I will deal with the enemy. Haha, laugh at me too. At this time, before Otsutsuki Kagaya opened his mouth, the Dark Emperor Yan on the opposite side immediately laughed. Xiaozamao in the wind, do you think you are still the one with 23 kinds of strange fires before, and you dare to fight against me yourself? I tell you, today you and this Otsutsuki Kagaya must die at my hand. That's the price you paid for sealing me just now. Just when the Dark Emperor Yan was clamoring wildly, thinking that Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya would definitely die. However, he found that Kagaya actually pulled Otsutsuki Kagaya into a different fate. You bastard! Had sworn that Otsutsuki Kagaya could not escape just now, saw that he had been hit in the face by the speed of light, and suddenly became angry. Little Misty, what kind of magic did you use? Because the Dark Emperor Flame does not know the space art, naturally there is no way to track the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Kagaya. This is the ultimate time-space ninjutsu. Yomatsu Hirasaka, you can enter and exit from different dimensions anytime, anywhere. How about it? Is it bad to be slapped in the face? One of the abilities obtained by Kazama after opening the 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. Don't give me the word. Tell you the little girl, you can send Otsutsuki Kagaya away, but you will never be able to leave today. As the Dark Emperor Yan said that, he cast the sky-filled flames again, sweeping towards the wind. In fact, if Kazama wanted to escape, it would be a matter of minutes, but Kazama knew that if he escaped, the Dark Emperor Yan would definitely be looking for his whereabouts. Therefore, the wind must now defeat the Dark Emperor Yan, then take back his 22 different fires from it. Little Misty, you are dead today. Seeing that his attack was about to hit Fengjian, Dark Emperor Yan couldn't help sneering. But at this moment, Dark Emperor Yan suddenly felt that the scene in front of him had changed, and he actually came to the position where Fengjian was, and Kazama came to where he was before. How is this possible? Just when the Dark Emperor Yan felt panic, all the attacks he unleashed hit him. It turned out that Kazama used the power of the sky just now to switch the Dark Emperor Yan and himself. Chapter 268 Playing with the Dark Emperor Flame. Although it is said that there is no such thing as the second in the wind, there are 20 kinds of different fires, but Kazama can still easily hang the Dark Emperor flame with his own double reincarnation Sharingan power. Sure enough, I still can't beat it. Seeing that the Dark Emperor Yan actually absorbed all the flames that hit him, Kazama couldn't help sighing secretly. In fact, Kazama also knew that Yan was the leader of the different fires, and Kaden fire style under this world wouldn't have any effect on him anymore. But Feng Jian didn't expect that even now, Yan's own attack can't deal with Yan. Little Misty, you really have two strokes. You can actually switch positions between you and me, and let my Kaden fire style hit me more than twice. I have a lot of skills, all killing Ashbone. At this moment, several gray bone spurs appeared in Feng Yan's palm, roaring towards Yan. This technique is the ninjutsu that Kagaya obtained by absorbing the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya. It is also a type of Keke Mora, and it will vanish as soon as it is touched. Haha, you dare to use this kind of trash ninjutsu against me? Yan sneered while avoiding all killing ash bones in the wind. Little Misty, although I don't know how to use base, my speed is also very fast. If you want to hit me, dream of you, Yomatsu Hirasaka. Just when the Dark Emperor Yan laughed at the wind, suddenly he found that a circle of black base appeared around him. Before he could realize what was going on, he saw hundreds of gray bone spurs appearing densely in this black base. Dark Emperor Yan just wanted to dodge, but at this time, the 360 degrees around him were all surrounded by these gray bone spurs. It pierced his body in an instant. Forgot to tell you, Yomatsu Hirasaka not only allows me to move in and out of space at will, but also shortens the distance of the attack for the purpose of surprise attack. Xiaozha Mao, your skills are indeed very powerful, but they are still useless to me. What? At this time, it was finally the wind's turn to be shocked. Because of the Dark Emperor flame hit by the all-killing ash bone, he actually recovered his body at this moment. Did I say you are stupid, you little scumbag? There are 22 kinds of different fires in my body now, including the 3000 flames and the flames of life that can repair the body and regain new life. Do you think you can? Killing me will make me laugh. Asshole. Seeing that this Dark Emperor Yan actually used his 22 different fires so skillfully, Feng Zhan secretly said that he estimated that there was really no way to completely kill the Dark Emperor Yan. But if you can't kill the Dark Emperor flame, how can you regain the 22 different types of flames that you have lost? Little Misty, it's up to me next. Dark Emperor Yan saw that he was being suppressed by the wind in succession, and immediately became angry. He knew that there was no longer the blessing of all kinds of strange fires in the wind room, so as long as he hits the wind will definitely die. Therefore, in one face-to-face effort, Yan displayed 22 different fires, all of which swept toward the wind. The wind room's retreat was surrounded by water. Xiaozha Mao, I know that you will use base ninjutsu to escape. If you have the ability, you can continue to escape, but the price of your escape will make everyone in the ninja world buried with you. Haha. Asshole. Chapter 269 Different Fire Dispersion. Seeing that the Dark Emperor Yan actually dared to threaten himself with the lives of everyone in the ninja world, the wind was furious. He could only give up the idea of running away, but in the face of the 22 kinds of different fires whistling, Kazama also knows that with his current strength, he can't resist it at all, because he now has no absolute defense against volcanic stone flame. There is no soul of resurrection light. Now this area is surrounded by 22 different types of flame. Even if I cast Izanagi to be able to resurrect, it will still be surrounded by endless flame. As for Izanami, I can't fight the Dark Emperor flame, because he is not a human body at all. Hateful. Is it really going to die here? Just when the wind was thinking about how to deal with the 22 different fires of the Dark Emperor Yan, suddenly, I saw Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had entered the different space, and actually came to his side again. My chakra has been fully recovered. If I want to suppress the Dark Emperor flame, I think we can only use the power of the two of us to use Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, to seal it. Not bad. Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's word, Kagaya suddenly remembered that he and Otsutsuki Kagaya used Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, together to temporarily seal the Emperor Yan. Although the Dark Emperor flame escaped later, this also shows that this Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is very effective against the Dark Emperor flame. Now, if you want to suppress the Dark Emperor flame, you only need to strengthen the power of Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, again. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately nodded to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Then the two of them joined hands to cast Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, again, preparing to seal the Dark Emperor flame. The Dark Emperor flame had escaped from Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth before, so this time, when I saw Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya, they dared to use this sealing technique on themselves, and they sneered immediately. I said, you two trash. You really don't have a long memory. This Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is useless to me. Wrong. This spell is not Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, but a god-level Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. What? Just when Hei Yan Dian was surprised, Chibaku Chibiku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth that Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya cast together has completely surrounded the Dark Emperor flame. Dark Emperor Yan just wanted to resist after seeing it, but who knew that Kazama had used Emperor Yan's source firework to surround the huge Chibiku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. At this time, Chibiku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth has become a small sun. Dark Emperor Yan, although you have absorbed my 22 different fires, but you have lost the power of the source, and now I use your source fire to seal you. Let's see how you can escape. Damn. At this time, seeing that he was about to be completely sealed, Dark Emperor Yan was also very anxious. Then he slammed his heart, and immediately blew his body, spreading all the 22 different fires in his body to all parts of the shinobi world. Fangjan, even if I am sealed by you, don't even think about assembling the 22 different types of fire again. Seeing the Dark Emperor Yan disperse all his 22 different types of fire, the wind was not angry but happy, because if the Dark Emperor Yan didn't do this, then Fengjian would really have no way to regain the 22 different fires. But now that the Dark Emperor flame has dispersed all these 22 different fires, the wind just happened to find them one by one and absorb them again. Dark Emperor Yan thought that he did this to destroy the plan of absorbing the different fire in the wind. Chapter 270 Retrieving the Fire. But he didn't know that doing so just happened to make a wedding dress for Kazama, and now his move is just in line with Kazama's heart. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't know that Kazama could retrieve these strange fires one by one. So once I saw the Dark Emperor flame, all the 22 different fires were scattered. Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately cursed at this Dark Emperor Yan. Then he immediately came to the side of the wind. What the matter now? This Dark Emperor flame disperses all your 22 different types of flame. This is obviously going to kill you. This Dark Emperor flame is really a bastard. Hehe, don't worry. This Dark Emperor Yan's move right now is exactly what I want. What? Is this true? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya was immediately confused. You don't know, because I have obtained 22 kinds of strange fires before, so I say that I have feelings for these 22 kinds of strange fires. So it is. Otsutsuki Kagaya also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kazama was sure to find the strange fire again. After all, Kagaya helped her get rid of Black Zetsu as control before, so Otsutsuki Kagaya naturally wanted to repay Kagaya. Although these strange fires are now scattered in all corners of the ninja world, and although they may be used by other ninja masters in the future, it is not difficult for me, as long as I can find these strange fires again, or if I find these people with strange fires, I can use my ability to reabsorb them. That was really nice. Hehe, you two dog men and women. Just when Otsutsuki Kagaya was happy for Kazama, suddenly, a flame pierced through his body, knocking Otsutsuki Kagaya unconscious to the ground. Otsutsuki Kagaya did not expect this sudden change, not even Kagaya. Because of the Dark Emperor flame, who he had clearly defeated before, he thought that there should be no more enemies here. But who is the person who suddenly attacked Otsutsuki Kagaya now? At this time, Feng Shi took a closer look, and even saw a ray of flame, and this flame happened to be the appearance of the Dark Emperor flame. Hehe, the little miscellaneous hair in the wind. Do you really think that I will be sealed by you so easily? Although my ability is not as good as before, but I can still devour the 22 different kinds of different fires that have been scattered. Recovery. So you little bastard, just wait for me to make a comeback, and then I will crush you to ashes. Before the wind could launch an attack, the Dark Emperor flame disappeared without a trace again. It really pissed me off. It's just that when Fengjian saw that this Dark Emperor was so difficult to deal with, he was naturally very angry. And I heard that this Dark Emperor actually wanted to find these 22 different fires and reintegrate them before him. Fengjian was shocked again, because if the time comes, the Dark Emperor Yan will really regain these 22 different fires. Then Kazama really has no confidence in defeating this Dark Emperor Yan. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately prepared to act, and immediately searched for the 22 different fires. At this time, he saw that Otsutsuki Kagaya was pierced by the Dark Emperor flame in order to help him, and he didn't know his life or death couldn't bear it for a while, so he immediately brought Otsutsuki Kagaya back to his Otogakur village. Chapter 271 Ready to hang the king of the lake. Let the medical ninja in your village heal him. At this time, with the death of Black Zetsu and the escape of Dark Emperor Yan, the Ninja World War has finally come to an end. At this time, the 5 countries and all the people in the ninja world knew the name of Kazama. They also all knew that Kazama foiled the enemy's conspiracy by himself, and defeated the enemy's army of millions, saving himself and others. So everyone complimented Chang Fengjian, and everyone regarded Fengjian as their role model. Therefore, in the face of everyone's compliment, Kazama is naturally extremely embarrassed, and Kagaya's top priority now is to bring Otsutsuki Kagaya back to life. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya had helped him deal with the Dark Emperor flame many times before, and Otsutsuki Kagaya's own strength is also very superb, very powerful, and the god of ninja. So Kazama thought thought that if he could bring Otsutsuki Kagaya back to life, it would be very helpful for him to defeat the Dark Emperor Flame. But now Fengjian has lost 3,000 flames of flames and flames of light, so in the face of Otsutsuki Kagaya's injury, he couldn't get involved at all. The end. It was with the help of many medical ninjas in Otogakur Village and the Fallen Heart Flame Tower in Otogakur Village. This temporarily stabilized Otsutsuki Kagaya's injury. Afterward, Kazama asked the numerous medical ninjas to heal Otsutsuki Kagaya in the Fallen Heart Flame Tower. Because this falling heart flame can make the chakra in the body constantly temper and strengthen the body. Although it cannot repair injuries seriously, it can also bring benefits to repairing injury. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya, with the help of the Fallen Heart Flame Tower and the many medical ninjas, naturally managed to escape the danger of his life. Although he hasn't fully woken up yet, Kazama let out a sigh of relief. Then Kase suddenly thought, if I use the 3,000 flames I acquired and injected all the flames of life into the Fallen Heart Flame Pagoda, I would be able to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya seriously now. But now it's useless to think too much. After all, the most urgent task now is to quickly find the strange fire that has dissipated all over the world so that we can reabsorb these strange fires before the Dark Emperor Flame. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately displayed his super powerful perception. Start searching for this strange fire scattered all over the world. Not long after that, Fengjian really searched for the whereabouts of Xuanwangyan, the mysterious fire, in the country of the lake. Although the power of Xuanwangyan has now made Fengjian look down on it. However, Kazejian also knew that Xuanwangyan's power was small, and it was much more powerful than ordinary flame. And if you don't dare to absorb it, you might be preempted by the Dark Emperor Yan. So Kazama immediately performed the ultimate space-time ninjutsu, Yomatsu Hirasaka, and came directly to the land of the lake. But what Ling Jian did not expect was that now he has come to the land of lake. However, this Xuanwangyan was already occupied by the prince of the country of the lake, which made the wind suddenly furious. After all, the prince of this lake country had conflicted with him before. Now this prince of the lake has actually absorbed his own strange fire, mysterious yellow flame. How could Fengjian not be angry in his heart? So he found the whereabouts of the prince of the lake with a face-to-face effort. At this time, the prince of the lake was excited because he obtained the mysterious fire, profound yellow flame. Chapter 272, Take Back the First Alien Fire. But when he saw Fengjian actually come to him, this suddenly made the prince of the lake both happy and angry. The joy is that he wants to use this Xuanwangyan to defeat Fengjian, which is a shame. The anger was that Kazejian actually entered and exited his own country of the lake without authorization, which immediately made the prince of the lake feel humiliated. So, before Fengjian could speak, the prince of the lake sneered at the wind. Hee hee, you little bastard in the wind, you really don't talk about it. Now my strength has greatly increased, and I was trying to seek revenge for you, and now you fucking took the initiative to come to me. Well, then I'm going to beat you up now. Seeing that the prince of the lake had been respectful to himself when he participated in the martial art conference before, but now that he actually dared to absorb Xuanwangyan, he wanted to pretend to be forceful in front of him, and Fengjian naturally sneered. So he immediately attacked the prince of the lake. Seeing Kazejian killing him, the prince of the lake laughed instead of anger. Hee hee, the little girl in the wind, do you really think I'm the king of the lake from before? As soon as the prince of the lake voice fell, Xuanwang flames immediately appeared around his body, dissolving all the attacks of the wind. Damn, is this the result of the battle with Xuanwangyan? It's really awesome, really powerful. Feeling the power of this Xuanwangyan, Feng Jian suddenly frowned. At this time, Feng Shi's fist has also been shaken out of scar. This is Kazama's fist that chakra surrounded himself earlier. Otherwise, he might have a face-to-face effort, and he would really be burned by this Xuanwangyan. Because Kazama used the strange fire to attack others before, she has never been attacked by the strange fire. Therefore, the wind can't feel the damage caused by this strange fire. But now that he was hit by the Xuanwangyan on the prince of the lake, Feng Jian could really feel the power of this Xuanwangyan. At this time, the king of the lake sneered in his heart as soon as he saw that Fengjian suffered a loss in his hand. Then he pointed at Fengyan's nose again and scolded, hee hee, I said it before, you are not my opponent. If you are not convinced, continue to beat me, and see how I will beat you with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Crying for father and mother. Boom. Just when the prince of the lake kept shouting at the wind, Kazama directly performed the Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, Levy, and a face-to-face effort immediately blasted the prince of the lake to a distance of 100 meters. At this time, the prince of the lake saw that he was actually hit by a dog in the wind. It immediately made him angry, so he rushed towards the wind again. Xiao Zamao in the wind, I don't believe that I can't kill you. If you have the ability, don't use this trick to attack me. Haha, it really makes me laugh. Seeing that the prince of the lake actually dared to dictate what trick he would use, Kazama sneered again. This is followed by a Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull plus Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push sign. After a few face-to-face effort, the prince of the lake was bruised and bruised. Prince of the Lake, do you think I'm fighting with you in the arena? What rules are you setting for me? Let me tell you, I didn't want to be a bully, but this mysterious yellow flame in your body is now mine, so I have to get it back. It's really maddening me, wanting to take away my Zanwangyan. It's a delusion. The Prince of the Lake doesn't care who this Zanwangyan belongs to. In short, since he has obtained such an awesome thing, he naturally wants to keep it for himself. So the Prince of the Lake used Xuanwangyan to kill the wind again. It's a pity that now Fengjian can't withstand Zanwangyan's attack, but he can use the Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push sign to avoid Zanwangyan's attack. Therefore, with a face-to-face effort, the Zanwangyan was blasted onto the Prince of the Lake. What burned the Prince of the Lake was rolling all over the ground, wailing endlessly. Then Kazama immediately took the opportunity to Kasukuyomi on the Prince of the Lake. The mysterious yellow flames in the body of the Prince of the Lake were stripped out again. Looking at your life, there is no great evil. Now I will spare you a dog's life temporarily. If you dare to continue to be arrogant in front of me in the future, or dare to do wrong, I will never forgive you. Tsukuyomi in his body, Kazama immediately headed for another place, because when he was fighting against the Prince of the Lake, he had already sensed the trace of another strange fire. Chapter 273 The whereabouts of the second strange fire. And the strange fire that Fengshi is feeling now is the fallen heart flame known as a cheating device. Although it is said that the Otogakure village where Kazama is now located has the fallen heart flame tower, but the falling heart flame in there is only one of the different fires that Fengjian absorbed before. Can't play a serious role at all. Therefore, Fengjian still has to hurry up and find the source fire of this fallen heart flame. Only by finding this source of heart fire, then Kazama can strengthen his strength again, and it can also prevent the badly injured Dark Emperor flame from finding this fallen heart flame. After all, fallen heart flame can improve one's own cultivation. If it is said that the Dark Emperor Yan has found this fallen heart flame, then the wind will be mournful. After all, with the current strength of the wind, although he can hang the Dark Emperor Yan, but the wind is still not completely able to kill the Dark Emperor Yan, because now Kazama can only let all the plans of the Dark Emperor Yan fail. Only then can Fengjian gather together 22 different kinds of different fires and completely kill the Dark Emperor flame. And now the location of the fallen heart flame that Kazama feels is the location of the Kurama clan in the Land of Fire. This Kurama family is known as the strongest demonic illusion family. It is rumored that the demonic illusion of Sharingan is not as good as this Kurama family, just that the Kurama family is now withering, and its strength is not as good as it was in the past. At this time, Kazama came to the Kurama clan. I haven't found the whereabouts of my fallen heart flame, but I even saw 3 familiar figures, and these 3 are Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke. It turns out that Sasuke has returned to Konoha since Kotoamatsukami of Kazama protected Konoha's demonic illusion. Kazama had already explained the situation to Tsunade. Therefore, Tsunade did not pursue Sasuke's betrayal of Konoha, and Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and others naturally welcome Sasuke's return. After the Ninja World War, they have also been carrying out the tasks in the village non-stop. Now that the 3 of them saw Kazama's reappearance, they were naturally even more happy, and they were overjoyed. At this time, Kakashi immediately came to Kazama, and said happily to Kazama, I said Kazama, why did you come here? Yeah, we haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. At this time, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke also immediately ran to Kazama's side, and asked at Kazama, since you saved the entire ninja world by yourself and defeated the enemy's conspiracy last time, we have never seen you again, and we have asked Hokage Tsunade-sama many times, but Tsunade-sama didn't give us any explanation. Where the hell is your Otogakure village? We don't even have a chance to be a guest. Everyone, although you didn't have the chance to be a guest at the time, don't you have it now? The wind immediately laughed. However, Kazama did not explain to Kakashi and the others his purpose for coming to this Kurama clan. After all, the falling heart flame is too powerful, and a little carelessness can burn people into nothingness. So Kazama is not willing to let Kakashi and others take risks for him. But Kazama learned from Kakashi and the others their purpose of coming here. It turned out that Kurama Yakumo, the daughter of the Kurama clan's patriarch, suddenly ran out of control and caused unrest in the village. Chapter 274 Arrogant Kurama Clan. That's why the ninja sent by Konoha is going to subdue this Kurama Yakumo. This, Kazama Jing immediately said secretly in his heart. I have heard of the deeds of the Kurama clan before, although the demonic illusion of the Kurama clan is particularly powerful, but in the end, the demonic illusion is only able to dominate other people's incompetence. It can't cause any substantial damage to a person, so this demonic illusion is used in conjunction with his ninjutsu. But why is Kurama Yakumo's demonic illusion able to directly kill people, and even directly how about causing chaos for the entire village? Isn't that more awesome than that Sharingan's demonic illusion? Thinking of this, Kazama immediately guessed that the reason why Kurama Yakumo's demonic illusion illusion is so awesome is that it has something to do with the Fallen Heart Flame. Because Fallen Heart Flame is known as a cheating device, it can continuously improve people's rank. If a person's personality is not firm enough, it is very likely that he will be infatuated by the powerful strength brought by the Fallen Heart Flame. So thinking of this, Kazama immediately said to Kakashi and the others, "I'll tell you the truth, I am here with the Kurama clan and I have something to do, but now that I've met you, I'm also the 7th class of Konoha. Then the 4 of us will act again." Quote, "Okay, of course this is fine." Upon hearing what the wind said, Naruto took the lead and nodded happily. Of the serious EPUB, Nine-Tails Demon Fox now that Naruto has become a master. But Naruto still admires Kazama very much in the end, and still relies on Kazama very much. He felt that as long as there was wind, all difficulties would turn into nothingness. And it's not just Naruto who thinks this way. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and others also think this way. Although it is said that the strength of these few people has been greatly increased, but they still take the lead in the wind. "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll listen to you." As the captain of the 7th squad, Kakashi immediately nodded happily. "Hehe, you Konohas came to Xiaozao Mao. How dare you be arrogant and domineering in our Kurama clan." At this time, Kazama and the others were preparing to discuss how to find the runaway Kurama Yakumo next. The Kurama clan immediately came to them and surrounded them firmly. At this time, Kazama used the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to take a look, and even found that the chakras of these people were very disordered. Apparently it was someone else's demonic illusion delirium. Kazama immediately understood that these people must be under the control of Kurama Yakumo. Because of the Kurama clan now, only Kurama Yakumo can control all the clan because of his powerful strength. So Kazama immediately gestured to Kakashi and the others. Although it is said that Kazama has not spoken now, but because he and Kakashi and others have fought side by side for many years, Kakashi and the others immediately understood what Kazama meant after seeing Kazama's eyes. A face-to-face kung fu immediately took Hunwu in his hand, and these Kurama clansmen, seeing Kazama and the others, did not answer their word but also put up a posture to fight against them, which made them laugh suddenly. "I said that you guys are really toasting and not eating and drinking. Do you really think that you are our opponent?" Chapter 275 Play Demonic Illusion. "I am your ancestor. Yeah, since you don't eat a toast and take a penalty drink, then let you see the power of our Kurama clan now." At this time, before Kazama could react, the ninjas of the Kurama clan immediately hand-sealed demonic illusion. The scene around Kakashi and others changed immediately. The original grass directly turned into an abyss, and there were countless monster flames under the abyss. The Naruto was so frightened that he shouted and trembled. "He, the ninjas from Konoha are really rubbish. Yeah, it's too easy to deal with. A simple demonic illusion scares them into that." Just when these Kurama clansmen laughed at Naruto, Kakashi, who was wearing demonic illusion, suddenly he saw the wind room that was still standing still. This suddenly shocked several ninjas from the Kurama clan. Demonic illusion of their Kurama clan is second to none in the ninja world and has never met an opponent. But they never expected that all 3 of Kakashi's 3 people have already hit their demonic illusion. But Kazama is so relaxed now, which is clearly a demonic illusion that doesn't grow its own. Just when the ninjas of the Kurama clan were shocked and did not react, Kazama immediately sneered at them and said, "Kurama Yakumo, I know that you are controlling them now, so I hope you can listen to my explanation. Now our Konoha ninjas are here to help you, not to you. We are enemies, so I hope you don't force us to do something with you. Hehe, don't give me this shit." With the roar of Kurama Yakumo, the ninjas under her control came to kill the Kazama again. At this time, Kazama saw that Kurama Yakumo was actually toasting and not eating and drinking, and naturally he would not be bitter to her anymore. So he directly cast his pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A face-to-face effort immediately unlocked the demonic illusion of these people. Then Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and others were pulled back from demonic illusion. At this time, Kurama Yakumo, who had been using demonic illusion to control everyone in the village, seeing the fact that Kazama had a single face, he cracked his demonic illusion, which immediately shocked him. Is this the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? It's amazing. Feeling the power of Kazama's eyes, Kurama Yakumo was shocked, but she didn't feel any fear. Because Kurama Yakumo has now absorbed the Fallen Heart Flame, it is said that she is now thinking that her temperament has changed greatly. In his eyes, no one is his opponent. As long as he is willing, she feels that anyone will be killed by her. So the Kurama Yakumo once again ordered the Kurama clan ninjas in demonic illusion, all of them to kill the wind. At this time, after Kakashi and the others woke up, they hurriedly thanked the wind. "Fangjan, I am really sorry for you. Yeah, Kazama, if it weren't for you, maybe we would have been trapped here forever by the demonic illusion of the Kurama family." This is that Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura all woke up, but Naruto still collapsed to the ground and kept yelling, obviously the deepest of all his demonic illusion. At this time, Sakura felt very ashamed after seeing it. Chapter 276 Your demonic illusion is garbage. He roared directly over, and immediately called Naruto back into demonic illusion back to reality. What the matter? What the hell happened? After Naruto woke up, he looked left and right, and kept asking Kazama and the others. Just now I remembered that I fell into the abyss and was chased by those many monsters. Why am I alive again now? Seeing Naruto being so confused, Sakura immediately shook his head helplessly, and the wind immediately rushed to Naruto to laugh. I said, Naruto, now you have fully mastered Kyuubi, Nine Tails chakra, and you can still use Kurama mode. Why are you still restrained by such a simple demonic illusion? This, hearing Kazama's question, Naruto immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, this may be because a person's head is stupid, so he is very easy to fall into demonic illusion. Indeed it is. Sasuke and Sakura immediately joked with Naruto, and Naruto felt helpless after hearing it. Everyone, now we should rush to the Kurama family's station as soon as possible to let those villagers get rid of the demonic illusion of Kurama Yakumo, otherwise our mission to save the Kurama family will fail this time. Okay, no problem. Under the leadership of that Kakashi, Kazama and the others rushed towards the Kurama clan's quarters again. But what Ling Fengjian and the others did not expect was, now, as soon as they came here, when they saw the hundreds of people from the Kurama clan, they all killed them. Then a face-to-face effort, and they all cast demonic illusion on them. At this time, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and others had taken precautions just now. So now even if they see everyone casting demonic illusion on themselves, they can resist. So Kakashi immediately rushed to the Kurama clan ninjas in demonic illusion and said, tell you, we are the dignified Konoha ninjas. We can't hit your demonic illusions one after another, so you should hurry up and capture them now. But just as Kakashi said that, Naruto had been hit by demonic illusion again and collapsed to the ground. This immediately embarrassed Kakashi and others, and felt like they had been slapped with a hot slap on the face, because Kakashi originally wanted to pretend to be in front of the Kurama clan, but he didn't expect that Naruto was indeed a big idiot. I just said that Konoha's ninjas won't hit the demonic illusion one after another, but Naruto has already rushed the demonic illusion again. At this time, the ninjas of the Kurama clan were already dominated by the demonic illusion of the Kurama Yakumo. Demonic illusion of himself and others again, he sneered. Immediately after that, they used their trump cards to kill Kakashi and the others, and Kakashi and others are here to rescue these people, so it means that I saw them attacking, but there is still no way to fight them seriously. After all, they also know that the Kurama clan is not the bad guy who is full of heinous crime. They were only controlled by that Kurama Yakumo, so Kakashi and the others could only defend and not attack. At this time, Kurama Yakumo saw that not only was there Sharingan in the wind, but even Kakashi could use Sharingan to resist his demonic illusion, which immediately made Kurama Yakumo angry. Chapter 277 Hanging Kurama Yakumo. Therefore, Kurama Yakumo came here immediately, and personally pulled Kakashi, Sasuke and others into demonic illusion again. Although Kakashi and Sasuke's Sharingan are particularly good, especially Sasuke has now become the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and it stands to reason that he should be able to resist Kurama Yakumo demonic illusion. Since Kurama Yakumo absorbed the fallen heart flame, his current demonic illusion has reached the sky-defying existence. Therefore, with demonic illusion alone, Kakashi and others have been defeated in a row. I can't believe that even demonic illusion can hurt people's lives. You are really amazing. What? Seeing that Kakashi and Sasuke were both controlled by his demonic illusion, but Kazama was still unharmed, Kurama Yakumo couldn't help but be surprised. Impossible. The demonic illusion of my Kurama clan is very defying. Even if I have the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I can't resist it. You're right. Your demonic illusion is really awesome, especially after absorbing the falling heart flame. But now I don't only have a demonic illusion like the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazama said that he used the Rinnegan Eye technique, knocking back all the ninjas of the Kurama clan. And Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke also immediately regained consciousness. Any demonic illusion is useless in the presence of my Rinnegan. What? You still own a Rinnegan? Seeing that the original pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind has now evolved into Rinnegan, Kurama Yakumo suddenly took a few steps back in shock. Although she has been confused by two, she is not afraid of life and death. Rinnegan, the leader of the three-pupil technique, she still felt the pressure in her blood. This is because Kazama knows that Kurama Yakumo is obsessed, so he is not willing to use all his strength to kill her. Otherwise, Kazama would have cast a more powerful reincarnation Sharingan, killing Kurama Yakumo in an instant. I told you, Kurama Yakumo, we are here to help you, so please don't be impulsive. Stop talking nonsense. I want you ninjas from Konoha to go as far as you can. Kazama could finish speaking, Kurama Yakumo scolded him angrily. Kurama Yakumo was originally a gentle and kind little girl, but now her heart has changed greatly because she absorbed the fallen heart flame. Then he opened his mouth wide, and immediately a huge monster escaped from his mouth. This is my strongest demonic illusion that turns reality into into reality. No matter how powerful you are, you will surely die this time. Haha. To actually turn your demonic illusion into an entity, it's amazing. Seeing that Kurama Yakumo used demonic illusion so powerfully, Kazama was also shocked, because even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan demonic illusion of the Kazama cannot attack with a virtual reality. Then Kazama immediately fought against the huge monster that demonic illusion turned into. At this time, it doesn't matter if there is no fight. After the battle, I found out that the huge monster created by demonic illusion is really awesome and very powerful. Not only is it not afraid of the attacks of the 5 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire and soil, and even the attack of the strange fire can't help the monster that this demonic illusion turned into. This naturally made Kazami even more shocked, because Kazami had never fought against such a monster before. At this time, Kurama Yakumo saw Kazama being defeated by his demonic illusion monster. He sneered immediately. Chapter 278. The strong enemy comes again. Let me tell you, you see that you have Rinnegan now, and you can't be my opponent. After all, this demonic illusion monster of mine is outside the 6 paths and is not in the 5 elements, so you have used all your skill. You can't beat me either. Haha. Any spell has weaknesses, and the weakness of your demonic illusion monster is demonic illusion. As long as I use a demonic illusion that is 1 level higher than it, it will work for me. What? Laugh at me too. Hearing Kazama's word, Kurama Yakumo started laughing again. This demonic illusion monster is the peak demonic illusion of our Kurama clan. Just because you still want to use demonic illusion to deal with it, dream it. What? Just when Kurama Yakumo was laughing at Kazama, Kazama had already cast Rinnegan's unique demonic illusion, directly controlling this demonic illusion monster. Afterward, the monster not only stopped attacking Kazama, but also killed Kurama Yakumo. This immediately shocked Kurama Yakumo. She never expected Kazama to actually control her demonic illusion, and killed himself. This was something that Kurama Yakumo never dreamed of. What? How is this possible? Seeing that Kazama's current strength is so superb, Kurama Yakumo was once again taken aback. After a few face-to-face moments, Kurama Yakumo was knocked to the ground by demonic illusion controlled by Kazama. Although the demonic illusion of your Kurama clan is indeed very strong, it's a pity that you are not my opponent at all. Before that Kurama Yakumo could react, Kazama immediately exerted his system power and absorbed the demonic illusion monster of Kurama Yakumo into his body. Because Kazama has already felt the existence of his fallen heart flame from this demonic illusion monster of Kurama Yakumo. In order to regain the fallen heart flame, Kazama must absorb it into his body. Ding! Successfully absorbed the demonic illusion monsters. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest demonic illusion of the Kurama clan, in order to change the reality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fallen heart flame. Amazing! Seeing that he not only regained the fallen heart flame, but now he has obtained the strongest demonic illusion of the Kurama family, the wind is naturally very happy. Although the Rinnegan demonic illusion in the wind is also very good. However, Kazejian believed in the truth that more skills do not overwhelm the body. Only the more skills your master has, the more powerful you will become. At this time, the demonic illusion monster in Kurama Yakumo was absorbed by Kazama. Kurama Yakumo naturally regained consciousness. Now she sees that she has done so much harm to her own clan invisibly. Kurama Yakumo was naturally grief-stricken in his heart. At the same time, I am very grateful to Feng Qi for stopping him in time, because if it wasn't for Fengjian to get rid of the fallen heart flame that he had unintentionally absorbed in time, then he might really kill the entire Kurama clan. It's over, so don't blame yourself too much. Yeah, now it's because of the infatuation. That's why you started against your own clansmen. Now the matter here has come to an end. I think your clansmen will definitely forgive you. Seeing Kurama Yakumo's pained appearance, Kazama and the others immediately comforted her. Hehe, you little bastard, still have time to comfort others. At this moment, a dark shadow immediately came to Kazama and the others. Chapter 279. It's easy to hang you. Dark Emperor Flame. After seeing the appearance of the person who came, Kazama immediately sneered, because Fengjian wanted to find the whereabouts of Dark Emperor Yan first, and completely obliterate it so that he would not be competing with himself for the strange fire. However, since this Dark Emperor Flame is not a human being, there is no chakra fluctuation on his body. Therefore, even if Kazama has super perception and reincarnation Sharingan, it is very troublesome to find. But now that the Dark Emperor Flame has reappeared in front of Kazama, Kazama will naturally not let it slip away. Xiao Mao, looking at your sneer, do you think you can still kill me? Although Fengjian has not spoken yet, this Dark Emperor Yan is not a fool. He had already understood everything from the expression on the wind. However, he did not show any panic, but immediately laughed at the wind. Looks like you're sure to escape my punishment. Seeing the Dark Emperor Yan rushing towards him, Fengjian immediately prepared to attack him. But at this time, Feng Jian suddenly felt that the body of Dark Emperor Yan had a variety variety of strange fires again. Xiao Zha Mao, you must know from your expression. You, hearing the words of the Dark Emperor Yan, I saw the arrogant appearance of the Dark Emperor Yan. Only then did Feng Zhan know that the Dark Emperor Yan was already one step ahead of him. The strange fire scattered all over the ninja world was recovered again. I am the incarnation of Yiwo, and my perception of Yiwo is much more sensitive than yours. As long as I find the existence of Yiwo, I will immediately start to snatch it. It's not like your mother-in-law, who has the ability to instantly kill this Kurama. Yakumo, but who would have thought that he would still use his mouth to escape here? It would be extremely stupid. What, you bastard, how dare you scold big brother Kazama? Naruto on the side did not know the identity and strength of the Dark Emperor Yan at this time. He just heard Dark Emperor Yan's rude remarks in the wind, and he was furious in his heart, so he immediately prepared to shoot at Dark Emperor Yan. Hehe, you little bastard, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me now? Okay, if that's the case, then I'll send you to the west together, Dark Emperor Yan said, and then rushed to Feng Zhan and others to launch an attack. Although it is said that the Dark Emperor Yan has not completely collected all 22 different fires, strength is naturally not as good as when Hefeng and Otsutsuki Kagaya played against each other, but even so, he now has 20 kinds of different fires. Its strength is by no means comparable to Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and others. Therefore, apart from Kazama, the three Kakashi were beaten and defeated. It was Kazama who had been protecting them with Susanoo. Otherwise, with the strength of this Dark Emperor Flame, I am afraid that the three of Kakashi will be completely killed in a face-to-face effort. Haha, you rubbish, I want to see how long you can last. Seeing that except for the wind, no one else is his opponent, Dark Emperor Yan can be said to be laughing wildly. Everyone, now this enemy is the incarnation of a different fire, not a human body, so we must use all our strength. Yomatsu Hirasaka at a lightning speed, Kakashi and others and the Dark Emperor Yan into the different fate. Now there is only us in this fate, and now you don't have to worry about affecting the Kurama clan. You can let go of your hands and feet and use your full strength. Chapter 280 I can absorb attacks infinitely. No problem. Hearing Kazama's word, Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke immediately prepared to use their trump card. After all, they have grown a lot today, and they are no longer the genins who were slaughtered by others. Haha, laugh at me too. Dark Emperor Yan saw himself being pulled into a different face by the wind, and he was still furious. Now he heard that Feng Zhan wanted to join forces with Kakashi and others to kill him, and he laughed immediately. I said, you little bastard in the wind, you really like whimsy. You must know that it was you who joined forces with that Otsutsuki Kagaya at the beginning, and they were not my opponent. Now you dare to fight against me with these rubbish. I die laughing so I can inherit my strange fire. Clap clap clap. At this time, before the Dark Emperor Yan had finished speaking, Feng Jian, who had used his heavenly hand power, immediately came to the Dark Emperor Yan, and slapped him 3 times. The Dark Emperor Yan was the first to be inattentive, and even was knocked to the ground. You bastard. Seeing that he had clearly fused 20 different types of fire, he was still knocked to the ground so easily by the wind. Dark Emperor Yan can be said to be full of disbelief. I tell you Dark Emperor Yan, you have not successfully integrated 22 different fires, so your strength is not as good as before, and I have your source power, Emperor Yan, so even if I can't kill it you can also completely hang you, and now my companions are not as strong as Otsutsuki Kagaya, but they are also not to be underestimated. Quote, that's right. Just as Kazama was talking, Naruto, who had cast the Kurama mode, immediately attacked the Dark Emperor Flame. Sasuke, who opened the full body Susanoo, as well as Kamui Kakashi and the strange power Sakura, also killed them all towards the Dark Emperor Flame. Even though the Dark Emperor Yan is extremely powerful, Kakashi and others are not what they used to be, coupled with the tacit cooperation of them and others. Therefore, after a few face-to-face efforts, the Dark Emperor Yan was defeated in a row. I am too angry, you bastard. If my Dark Emperor Yan doesn't kill you, I will swear not to be human. At this time, the Dark Emperor Yan saw that he was beaten and retreated, and he was immediately angry. So all 20 kinds of different fires in the body were cast out. Kakashi and others who were in the limelight were completely suppressed. Damn, this Dark Emperor Flame is really powerful. Seeing that the 3 of them were clearly using their trump card, but they were still suppressed by the Dark Emperor Yan, Kakashi and the others couldn't help being secretly surprised. Haha, you little bastard. I don't know that you are not my opponent, and you still want to beat me. Eat shit. Haha. What? Just when the Dark Emperor Yan was clamoring wildly, he suddenly saw that Kazjian had absorbed all of his attacks into his body. What? How is this possible? Seeing Feng Yan's move, Dark Emperor Yan couldn't help being taken aback. Although he knew before that Kazama had the ability to absorb attack, but he also knew that Kazama failed to absorb his own strange fire attack before. This shows that Kazama cannot absorb attacks indefinitely. But why can Feng Zhan absorb all the raging flames that he casts in an instant? This really surprised the Dark Emperor Yan. Impossible. I remember that you failed to absorb my strange fire attack. Why can you you successfully absorb it now? Hearing the question of Dark Emperor Yan, Feng Jian immediately laughed at him. Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 281 to 300. Chapter 281 Hang you with the power of the sky. It's very simple, because there is not only one way for me to absorb attack. When I failed to absorb your attack with my own power, I have found a solution, that is to use Rinnegan's hungry ghost path to absorb attacks at the same time, so that even if it is a two-pronged approach, your attack is arrogant, and it will have no effect on me. You bastard, you really have two-stroke, but you can't kill me even so. Dark Emperor Yan said that he immediately used his own extremely fast speed to avoid the attack of the wind. After looking at it, Fengjian smiled coldly again, because he had already thought of a solution to the Dark Emperor flame. So Kazama immediately turned his head and said to Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, we are now forming a circle and using our strongest moves towards the center point. What? Hearing Kazama's word, don't say that Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura couldn't understand. Kakashi, who has always been good at analyzing battles, was at a loss at this moment, because he knew that their top priority now was to deal with the Dark Emperor Yan. But why did Kazama let them form a circle and attack at the center point? Does this have anything to do with dealing with the Dark Emperor flame? Kakashi immediately asked the wind. Everyone, I don't have time to explain it to you anymore. In short, if you trust me, then you will follow my method. Well, if that's the case, then listen to what you have to say. Hearing what the wind said, Kakashi and the others could only do so. Although they didn't know what Kazama intended, they trusted Kazama very much. In short, as long as it is the strategy that Kazama said, it means that it will be successful. So Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura Kazama immediately aimed at the center point and released their strongest move. At this time, the Dark Emperor Yan, who was not far away, was also very puzzled by the actions of Fengjian and others. He also thought that Kazama and others were pretending to be mysterious just to lead him to the path. Therefore, he immediately laughed at the wind again. Hee, I said, you little bastard in the wind, you were really stupid, because you can't defeat me, so you pretend to be a mystery to lure me into the bait. Dream of you, I rely on it. Just when the Dark Emperor Yan was constantly laughing at the wind, all of a sudden, he realized that he had come to the center of Kazama and others all of a sudden. At this time, the Dark Emperor Yan hadn't reacted to what was going on, even if he was hit by the attacks of Kazami and others. He lost 7 of his 3 souls in the beating, and it can be said that he was covered in bruises and bruises. What? How is this possible? What kind of magic did you use to move me here? After being hit, the Dark Emperor Yan was puzzled. At this time, don't say that the Dark Emperor Yan can't understand it. Even Kakashi and others never expected that the Dark Emperor flame would suddenly come to the center of himself and others, because they had seen it with their own eyes before. The Dark Emperor flame was very far away from him. Forgot to tell you one thing, I can make myself or others move at will. What? Hearing that Fengjian actually had this ability, the Dark Emperor Yan was even more shocked, and still couldn't believe it. But now whether he believes it or not, it has now become a fact. Chapter 282 Get 20 different fires at once. Because he has indeed been completely hit by Kazama and others, it stands to reason that the Dark Emperor Yan now possesses 20 kinds of different fires, and its strength has reached an unprecedented and unparalleled rank. But the strength of the wind is also not to be underestimated, and Kazama also has the first-ranked Yuo Dian. Therefore, with a few face-to-face effort, the Dark Emperor flame was burned into nothingness, and with the death of Dark Emperor Yan, the 20 kinds of different fires fused in his body all began to escape. Just at this critical moment, Kazama immediately unleashed the power of Emperor Yan's sword. With the appearance of the number 1 Emperor Flame Fire, most of the 20 kinds of different fires that escaped were immediately absorbed. But because Dark Emperor Yan made a desperate attempt before he died, in order to prevent Fengjian from absorbing all 23 kinds of different fires into his body, therefore, several of the different fires were directly detonated. With the detonation of these strange fires, there were unexpectedly strong spatial fluctuations. It didn't take long for these different fires to be sucked into the different space, and this time, thanks to Fengyan's quick eyes and quick hand, he hurriedly divided his Emperor Flame into several strands, and injected marks on these different fires that entered the different space. In this way, even if these strange fires are not in this world, the wind can also find these strange fires smoothly. With the disappearance of the Dark Emperor Flame, Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, and the Spirit of Life that were sucked into the different space, the rest of the different fires had all been sucked into the body by the wind. Damn, this guy Dark Emperor Yan is really a bastard, and he has to ruin my good deeds when he is dying. Feeling the 3 strange fires that he had lost in his body, Feng Jian immediately cursed secretly. In the wind, has the Dark Emperor Yan been defeated by us? At this time, Kakashi and the others hurried to Kazama's side. Dark Emperor Yan was indeed killed by us, but before he died, he got my other 3 kinds of different fires into the different space. What? How should this be? Hearing Kazama's word, Kakashi Kakashi and others were also very anxious. Although we don't know what this strange fire is, but they know that the reason why Kazejian is so powerful now is thanks to the help of Yiwo. Now that they heard that the three kinds of strange fires were lost in the wind, they naturally felt extremely anxious. And Fengjian is also in a hurry now, because Kazama knew that it would not be long before the Otsutsuki clan would send Otsutsuki Dao, Otsutsuki Yu and Otsutsuki Kim to come to Earth to recover the tailed beast, and it will also treat everyone on the Earth as the nourishment of the divine tree. So Kazama knew if he wanted to defeat the Otsutsuki trio, then you must quickly find these three kinds of strange fires that you have lost. This way, he will not be at a disadvantage in the future battle with the Otsutsuki clan. Since you have lost the three kinds of strange fires, then we must quickly find the whereabouts of these three kinds of strange fires. Yeah, if you need any help, just let us know. We will do everything in our power to help you. Hearing the words of Kakashi and the others, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded at them. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't have the whereabouts of these three strange fires for now, so let's go back to Konoha first, and then have a long-term plan. Well then, hearing Kazama's word, Kakashi and the others naturally did not have any objection. Chapter 283. The Kurama clan settled in Otogakure village. At this time, the ninjas of the Kurama clan were very grateful to see Kazama and others saving their lives. Then he immediately rushed to Kazama and said, Lord Kazama, we have all heard of your name, and we all know that you saved our ninja world with your own power. Before we were controlled by demonic illusion, that's why we attacked you, so I hope you don't get mad at us. Yeah, Kazama-sama, if you don't dislike it, I hope you can let us live in your Otogakure village. We also want to do our part for your Otogakure village. This, hearing the words of the Kurama clan, this was far beyond Kazama's expectation, because Kazama never thought that the Kurama clan would be willing to join their Otogakure village. After all, the Kurama clan is the oldest clan. Although the strength is not as good as before, it is also not to be underestimated. Therefore, when I heard that the Kurama clan actually offered to join their Otogakure village, Kazama was naturally very happy. Everyone, I heard that your Kuramas live very comfortably. Why do you want to join my Otogakure village now? Although Kazama was happy in his heart, he still spoke out the doubts in his heart. This, hearing Kazama's question, the Kurama clan immediately explained to Kazama, Lord Fengjian, what you heard about our very comfortable life is just an illusion created by us. In fact, we are living in dire straits now, because our Kurama clan is now gone. Some villains covet our Kurama clan's esoteric demonic illusion, and have repeatedly come to trouble our Kurama clan. We alone are hard to resist. Yes, that's why I want to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade. But don't worry, Lord Kazama, although we want the shelter of your Otogakure village, we won't be free, as long as you have a place where you can use us. We are, after all, it's all about going through fire and water. Good. Hearing what the Kurama clan said, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded. As long as you make Otogakure your home in the future, I think everyone in Otogakure will accept you, Kazama said, and prepared to use Yomatsu Hirasaka, the art of fate, to send the Kurama clan to his Otogakure village. This time, as the strongest and youngest Kurama Yakumo in the Kurama clan, he chose to stay. This can suddenly make the wind bewildered, because Kazama wants to accept the Kurama clan. A large part of the reason is because of Kurama Yakumo. After all, the strength of Kurama Yakumo, Kazama has already experienced it. As long as you practice diligently in the future, you will definitely become one of the best masters in the future. Before, because of my reasons, my clan was controlled. All of this was caused by me, so I have no face to continue living in the Kurama clan, and of course it is impossible to go to your Otogakure village, Lord Kazama, so you just leave me to fend for myself. How is this possible? Hearing Kurama Yakumo's word, Kazama immediately shook his head at her. Anyone who is not a saint and a sage has no fault, and it was not your own will before, but you inadvertently absorbed the fallen heart flame, which caused you to go crazy. So in the end, even if it is wrong, it is my fault. Don't carry too many burdens. Chapter 284. Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Yes, at this time, the members of the Kurama family immediately persuaded Kurama Yakumo, you are the hero of our Kurama clan. When the enemy came to us in the past, you helped us to repel the enemy. If you don't come, how can we live alone in Otogakure village? Everyone, don't you really blame me? Hearing what everyone said, and seeing Kazama's hopeful eyes, Kurama Yakumo nodded happily. And when Kazama sent the Kurama clan to his Otogakure village, Kazama was about to start looking for the Yuhi Lotus karmic fire, the pure lotus demon fire, and the soul of life that were sucked into the different space one by one. And the reason why Kazama told Kakashi and others that he didn't know where the three strange fires were, the purpose is not to want Kakashi and others to accompany him on his adventures. After all, the different dimensions where these three different fires are located are very dangerous, and the situation inside is not very clear. Therefore, the wind can only go and find out by himself. After that, Kazama immediately used his super perception to look for the fluctuations of the strange fire mark. It didn't take long for the whereabouts of these 3 different fires to be found. At this time, Feng Shi's heart was filled with excitement, because these 3 different fires were during the 3rd Ninja World War, during the 2nd generation's reign, and during the 1st generation's establishment of Konoha. In this case, as long as I go back to the past, I can find the strange fire I lost, but if I go back to the past, it will definitely change history. I don't know if it will affect the current direction of the Hokage world. Thinking of this, Kazami immediately threw this question to the system. Please rest assured, the host, the space where the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire and the Soul of Life are located as a parallel space, so even if the host returns to the past and changes the history, it will not affect the future practice and development. Oh, in that case that's really nice. Hearing the system's word, Kazama completely dispelled the worries in his heart, and Kazama will save the 4th, 2nd and 1st generations long ago. After all, they are idols of the wind. Since there is this opportunity now, Kazama will never give up no matter what. To go back to the past, Kazama can only use an antique stored in the Konoha Institute. This antique is the treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, brought to earth by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Since people don't know its use, it is naturally forgotten. But for Kazama, who is familiar with Hokage's plot, he will not forget this thing. As long as there is this time machine, the wind will be able to smoothly shuttle between the past and the future. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately came to the Konoha Institute. Since it was already late at night, Kazama used the technique of space again. So, without knowing it, he took this time machine into his hand. It was then injected with chakra, and then the time machine showed its original shape and turned into a palm-sized turtle. This treasure of the Otsutsuki clan is really interesting. Who would have thought that a time machine could actually be a turtle? The wind immediately smiled secretly, and just when Kazama was about to let the time machine take him to the 4th generation period, that is, the period of the 3rd Ninja World War, the turtle immediately rejected Kazama's request. This treasure belongs to the Otsutsuki family. Unless I use the bloodline power of the Otsutsuki family, I will not send you back to the past. Hehe, it seems that you look down on me. Seeing that he was underestimated by a turtle, Kazama immediately laughed. Reincarnation Sharingan of his pair of 9 Tomo. How? Do I have the power of the Otsutsuki clan now? Have it, have it. Seeing these eyes in the wind, the turtle was immediately shocked, because the strength that Kazama is showing now is even more powerful than the ordinary Otsutsuki clan. Then Kazama came to a battlefield of the 3rd Ninja World War, Kanabi Bridge that changed the life of Kakashi and Obito. Chidori. As soon as Kazama came here, he saw a silver-haired boy holding an electric light and thunder, killing an enemy not far away. Chapter 285 Rescue Kakashi. Although at this time Fengjan has not yet found the whereabouts of the creature's Yan, but since Kazama met Kakashi here, he couldn't wait for help, because Kazama knew that Kakashi at this time had just mastered Chidori. As for Chidori's shortcoming, Kakashi is unclear. To know that Chidori is Raiden Thunder style, although it can enhance the movement speed of the caster. However, because the movement speed is too fast, it will not be able to see the enemy's counterattack. If Kakashi had Sharingan, but now Kakashi doesn't have Sharingan. Therefore, even if Kakashi hits the enemy at this time, Kakashi will actually be killed by the enemy. Thinking of this, Kakashi immediately blocked Kakashi's body with a face-to-face Kung Fu, blocked the enemy's steel knife that was about to slash at Kakashi, and immediately kicked the enemy to the ground. Then Kakashi was thrown aside. What? Is there an enemy? Because Kakashi didn't see the enemy's attack clearly, he didn't know it was Kazama who saved him, and he thought it was Kazama who was going to deal with him, so he prepared to use the Chidori Chauka's attack again. But when he saw the forehead guard on Fengyan's head, he was taken aback, because Kazama's symbol of Hohei is now their symbol of their Konoha ninja. Who the hell are you? I have never seen you in our village, and why do you want to block my attack? Could it be that you are a spy sent by the enemy? Kakashi immediately questioned Kazama continuously. Kakashi saw that Kakashi was a talker when he was a child. He secretly smiled and said, I thought Kakashi was a cold-faced warrior since he was a child, but now I didn't expect that he had a lot of words when he was a child. Just when Kazami was thinking about it, the enemy who had been kicked to the ground by Kazami earlier, carved it up straight, and then killed it again towards the wind. You little bastard, you dare to attack me? It's really unbearable or unbearable. Clap clap clap. Just when the enemy kept shouting at Fengjan, Fengjan once again punched and kicked the enemy, knocking him unconscious. Because Kazama's shot was very quick and agile, even Kakashi was shocked. At this time, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi's teammates Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Rin also all came here. When they saw that the enemy here had been eliminated by Kazama, and saw that Kazama was wearing Konoha's clothes, but his appearance was very unfamiliar, this suddenly made them puzzled. At this time, Kakashi hurriedly came to Namikaze Minato. Teacher, now this man is sneaky. He previously blocked my decisive battle with the enemy, and then he knocked the enemy to the ground with 3 punches and 2 feet, and he also wears bears our Konoha forehead, but I don't know at all what is his name, and I have never seen him in the village. You must try him properly, maybe he is a spy in our village. Hehe, I said Kakashi, but now you misunderstood me. What? How did you know my name? That's when Kakashi kept saying bad things about the Kazama to Namikaze Minato. Kakashi was even more shocked when he heard Kazama call his name suddenly, so he immediately questioned Kazama. Chapter 286 Shocking Namikaze Minato. Then Fungian turned his head and thought to himself, if I told them the truth, they would never believe in such a thing as time travel. After all, time travel was something that even I did before. I won't believe it, but now if I don't tell them the truth, they will treat me as a bad person in all likelihood, which is not conducive to my next search for the flame of light. What should I do? At this time, Kazama suddenly thought that Anbu in Konoha is very mysterious, and Anbu never showed his true face, so Kazama decided to pretend to be Anbu's person and gain the trust of Kakashi and others. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately rushed to Kakashi and Namikaze Minato and said, everyone, you misunderstood. I am not a spy, but an Anbu ninja of Konoha, because I have been carrying out secret missions before, so it is normal for you not to know me. But now that our third war has reached the white hot age and is in full swing, so I was sent to the battlefield by the 3 generations of Hokage-sama to assist your Namikaze Minato class to block the enemy together. Is it true? When Namikaze Minato heard Kazama's word, he immediately looked up and down at Kazama. Of course it's true. Namikaze Minato nodded immediately after hearing Kazama's oath. It's not that Namikaze Minato didn't doubt Kazama, but because it was the time of the war, even if Namikaze Minato suspected, he didn't have much time to find out the truth of the matter. However, Namikaze Minato also temporarily sees that Kazama should be friends rather than enemy. Otherwise, Kazama wouldn't have helped Kakashi defeat the enemy just now. And at this moment, Namikaze Minato rushed into the wind again and said, since you are sent by the 3rd generation, then let's continue the mission. But I think this person is sneaky. 9 times out of 10, he is not a good person. Kakashi was still a little worried about Kazama. Hehe, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy heart. You actually said that I'm not a good person. Hearing Kakashi's word, Kazama immediately smiled helplessly. In fact, he also understood Kakashi's concerns. After all, if someone suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his attack, then he would be suspicious of him. Kakashi, I understand what you mean, but now our war has reached the white hot day in full swing, and our main task is to destroy the Shinwubi Bridge and prevent the enemy's reinforcements from delivering supplies, so our priority is not here. Ask if this person is a good person. In short, no matter whether he is a good person or a bad person, as long as he can help us in the next task, then he is a good person, but if he is a bad person, then I will also not forgive him lightly. Namikaze Minato looked at Kazama while talking. At this time, Kazama nodded at Namikaze Minato without caring. Seeing the wind, even if he heard his own threat, he was still calm. This Namikaze Minato also had a high opinion of Kazama in his heart. At this time, a large number of enemies suddenly appeared in front. This immediately shocked Namikaze Minato in his heart. How should this be? What wrong? Seeing that there were only hundreds of enemies in front of him, Namikaze Minato became so nervous that Kazama was naturally puzzled. Chapter 287 A shot is a million Mokuden wood-style clone. You don't know. Now our goal was to defend the Shinwubi Bridge, but we didn't expect to leak the news. The enemy has set up a lot of obstacles on our way to Shinwubi Bridge. If we can't reach Shinwubi Bridge on time, we will block it. If we cut off the enemy reinforcement, then we Konoha may really be besieged by the enemy this time. Quote, oh, since that's the case, can't we just defeat these blocking enemies now? Hehe, what you said is quite simple. At this time, Kakashi laughed again into the wind. Do you know that there are hundreds of enemies in front of you now, and all of them are Jonin, the serious Iwagakure village, who is best at wide area attack? How could the few of us be their opponents now? Hehe, isn't there a lot of people? Let me tell you, there is no difference between 100 people and 1 person in front of me. What? Are you talking big to me? Or are you drunk? When Kakashi heard Kazama's word, he thought Kazama was bragging, so he immediately burst out laughing at Kazama. At this time, Fengshi didn't pay any attention to him at all. Immediately after a face-to-face effort, the Mokuden wood-style clone was immediately cast. A few face-to-face efforts have separated thousands of clones. This scared Kakashi back a few steps, and not to mention Kakashi, even Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin were all shocked. They have never seen someone who can display so many clones at once. And these avatars are all Mokuden wood-style avatars, the unique secret number of the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. This completely refreshed their worldview. At this time, Namikaze Minato was even more curious about Kazama. But even if he was curious now, he didn't have time to ask Kazama anymore. After all, now the enemy has roared. And at this time, the enemy in the distance, because they saw only 5 of them in Kazama before, they still wanted to hang Kazama and others. others, but they didn't expect that there are thousands of Mokuden wood-style clones in Kazama all of a sudden. Now that they no longer have an advantage in numbers, this can suddenly shock them. At this time, one of the leaders of the enemy, when he saw Kazama suddenly displayed so many clones, this suddenly shocked him, but he was not afraid of it. Instead, he immediately sneered in the wind and said, "Hee hee, you little bastard, you look like a rubbish genin, and you dare to fight against our Jonin. No matter how many clones you have displayed, it's useless." This Iwagakure village finished laughing at Kazama. He immediately started cheering for the people behind him. "Don't be afraid, everyone. This little brat just wants to use these thousands of avatars to confuse us, confuse our behavior, and let us retreat. He's bruised and bruised." Hearing the leader's word, those enemies immediately showed courage. So in a face-to-face effort, all of them were killed towards Fengjan and the others. At this time, Namikaze Minato immediately prepared to fight the enemy after seeing it. But who knew that the wind stopped him? "These enemies don't take action at all. I can easily beat them with bruises and bruises." Chapter 288. I just hang. As soon as the voice of the wind fell, his thousands of Mokuden wood-style clones took a few hits. It really knocked all the hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas to the ground. Seeing the thousands of Mokuden wood-style clones in the wind is so awesome, so powerful. Not only was Namikaze Minato shocked, but everyone in Iwagakure village was also shocked, because they all know that this clone can only exert 30% of the strength of the main body. The thousands of Mokuden wood-style clones in the wind today are much more powerful than them in terms of individual combat capability. This shows that the main body of the wind is even more powerful and more powerful. This suddenly shocked everyone in the Iwagakure village. At this time, the leader of the enemy was also full of disbelief, but even if he saw the powerful strength of the wind, he was unwilling to stop there, because he thought that he was still a dignified Jonin no matter what. How could he be willing to be defeated by this servant of Kazami? Therefore, in a face-to-face effort, he once again ordered his subordinates to cast Doden, Earth Style, at the same time vowing to break the wind into pieces. Doden, Earth Style, Earthquake. As these hundreds of Iwagakure village ninja Doden, Earth Style cast, the place where Kazama and the others stood all had the earthquake-like fluctuation. It was like the 12-magnitude earthquake, and Namikaze Minato, Kakashi and others were really dizzy. Seeing that all the enemies were doing their best, Namikaze Minato hurriedly commanded Kazama and the others to retreat, but the wind immediately smiled and shook his head. "It's just Doden, Earth Style, nothing to be afraid of." What? Hearing Kazama's word, and seeing that a genin in Kazama is calmer than his dignified Jonin, Namikaze Minato is very surprised. But just when he was about to ask the wind room, he saw that the thousands of Mokuden wood-style clones in the wind room actually cast Doden, Earth Style, at the same time. Tunton, the technique of super heavy rock. The Doden, Earth Style, of the thousands of Mokuden wood-style clones in the wind, the area that had just been shaken by the ground was instantly suppressed, and it was still suppressed by the wind. Seeing that Kazama made thousands of clones cast Doden, Earth Style, at the same time, Namikaze Minato and the enemy were all shocked, because they never expected that the thousands of clones in the wind are not only powerful. How could he still cast such a powerful Doden, Earth Style, at the same time? You must know that even a super heavy rock technique is enough to consume a lot of chakra, but now these thousands of clones in the wind can actually perform thousands of super heavy rock techniques at the same time. This was far beyond their expectations, and it was something they never dreamed of. At this time, Namikaze Minato was full of admiration for Kazama. After all, even Namikaze Minato himself cannot perform ninjutsu at the same time as his clone. Because of this chakra consumption, even a cage-level expert can't do it. A mediocre genin in the Kazama did it, and Namikaze Minato was shocked. And at the same time that Namikaze Minato and others were shocked, Kazama has ordered his thousands of clones to defeat all the hundreds of Iwagakure village ninjas on the opposite side. Now let's rush to Shinwubi Bridge right now. Hearing Kazama's word, Namikaze Minato and the others naturally nodded. Kakashi, who initially disliked Kazama, couldn't help but look at Kazama. Chapter 289. Whoever refuses to hang and beat whoever. At this time, Kazama seems to have become the new captain of the Namikaze Minato class. The most urgent task of Kazejian now is to find the flame of the living being. However, Kazama also knew that it didn't matter if the flame of life was looking for it later. But if you say that he is not helping the Namikaze Minato class right now, then it will make Kakashi, Obito, and Nohara Rin suffer the pain of life and death. This is not what Kazama wants to see. Although this is just a parallel world, even if Kazama changed their fate, it would be useless in that real world. But even if it was useless, Kazama didn't want to watch them die. After all, Kazama is a very kind person, and whether it is Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Nohara Rin, Obito, Kazama respects and likes people very much. So Kazama knew that he had to help them. So not long after, they and others came to Shinwubi Bridge. This is Namikaze Minato's surprise when he first came here. I couldn't help but take a few steps back, and I fell out out in cold sweat. Namikaze Minato, who has always been calm, showed such an expression. Kazama was even more puzzled, so he immediately asked Namikaze Minato, "Ms. Minato, why are you so shocked? You don't know something?" At this time, Namikaze Minato said, and immediately gestured to Kazama, and let him look at the three ninjas on the bridge above the bridge. These three are the super Jonin of Iwagakure village, known as the Three Killing Brothers. These three brothers are extremely powerful and are particularly good at cooperating with ninjutsu. If these three join forces, let's not say it's the serious Hokage level masters are hard to resist. Just as Namikaze Minato said so, the Three Killing Brothers suddenly cast Doden, Earth Style, thickening and strengthening the bridge of the Shinwubi Bridge again. Damn! At this time, Namikaze Minato was shocked again when he saw the act of killing the three brothers, because even the fool knew at this time that the killing of the three brothers was obviously to prevent Namikaze Minato and the others from fighting the bridge. And if Namikaze Minato and others have no way to destroy the Shinwubi Bridge, then there is no way to stop the reinforcements from Iwagakure village. If that's the case, then their Konoha is in crisis. Damn! I originally wanted to use the Hiraishin technique to deal with these three people, and then take the opportunity to lead these three people away so that you can blow up the Shinwubi-chou. But now I didn't expect to kill the three brothers, to actually take one step ahead of us and make the Shinwubi-chou invincible. What should we do? Even the resourceful Namikaze Minato was not paying attention at the moment. Hehe, don't worry, no matter how hard the Shinwu Bridge becomes, I can still destroy it. What? Are you serious? Seeing Kazama's confidence, Namikaze Minato was taken aback. At this time, Namikaze Minato did not wait for a response. Kazama made a face-to-face effort, and immediately cast his full-body Susanoo. The appearance of this complete Susanoo, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Rin all slumped to the ground, because they have never seen such a powerful move, especially Obito, because he is a member of the Uchiha family, so he is very familiar with this complete Susanoo. Chapter 290. I will only fight against 10,000, but when it comes to familiarity, he has only heard Susanoo mentioned by their Uchiha clan, but he never really saw it. Forbidden technique of his Uchiha family, Obito was naturally stunned, and now with the appearance of the complete body Susanoo of Kazama, Shinwubi Bridge also immediately discovered the traces of Namikaze Minato and others, so he immediately sneered and killed them. You bastard! Our three brothers have been waiting here for you to fall into the trap for a long time. Don't think that you can act in front of us with this rubbish trick you are using now. Although the Three Killing Brothers saw Kazama's current complete body Susanoo, but since they had never seen this ninjutsu before, they thought that Kazama was playing tricks on it now. I thought this Susanoo from Kazama was useless. Therefore, he immediately killed this Susanoo in Kazama. But what the three of them did not expect was that the strength of the three of them now is simply not enough to fight against Susanoo in the wind. Therefore, after a few face-to-face kung fu, the famous three brothers were beaten into flesh Chan by Susanoo in the wind. Seeing the three famous murderous brothers, he couldn't even hold a single round in the hands of the wind. This can really refresh the worldview of Namikaze Minato and others. When Namikaze Minato and others were surprised, Kazama used the sword of Susanoo. The indestructible Shinwubi Bridge was chopped down in pieces. Seeing that Kazama's strength is so superb, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi and others are naturally even more shocked. However, they never expected that this S-level mission was supposed to be the god-incomparable bridge destruction battle. It was so easy in the hands of the wind, so easy to be solved. They really didn't expect such a monstrous genius to emerge from their Konoha village. At this time, with the wind, the Shinwubi Bridge was cut off. Iwagakure village in front saw that Kazama had destroyed their supply. They were naturally furious. You must know that if you change to other ninja villages, there is no bridge is the only way. Maybe they will really stop there. But for the people of Iwagakure village, even if there is no Shinwubi Bridge, they will not stop fighting, because Iwagakure village ninjas are best at building bridges with Doden, Earth Style. So these ninjas from Iwagakure village were swarming again, and they all slaughtered towards the wind. At this time, Namikaze Minato saw the army of Iwagakure village in front of him, and instead of confronting his own army of Konoha, he killed him instead. This suddenly surprised Namikaze Minato. So Namikaze Minato hurried into the wind and said, I said this little brother, now we should retreat as soon as possible. After all, our task now is to compare the bridge. Yes, now the actions of the enemy have greatly exceeded our expectations, and we must not be rigid with these enemies now. This is Kakashi also said immediately. Besides, with the strength of the four of us, there is no way to fight against these thousands of Iwagakure village ninjas. Hehe, don't worry, what I am good at in the wind is to fight against 10,000. Chapter 291. You're so arrogant. What? Kakashi was even more shocked when he heard that Kazama wanted to fight against the thousands of ninjas alone. So he asked with suspicion in the wind, I said you are a person, don't talk too much. Although I know that your strength is indeed very powerful, and you are always arrogant, but you should also also know that we are now there are only 5 people. How can it be possible to beat the thousands of ninja army of the other side? If you don't withdraw, then the 3 of us will withdraw, and we don't want to accompany you to die. I said, Kakashi, how can you talk like this? At this time Kazama hadn't opened his mouth, but Namikaze Minato immediately scolded Kakashi. I tell you Kakashi, the task of this Shinwubi bridge was originally for the 4 of us, and now with the addition of Kazama, we can successfully complete this task, but now you have to abandon our companions and leave. You do this as it's suitable. But I said, teacher, have you forgotten the rules of our ninjas? We ninjas are meant to complete the task at all costs. Now that our task is completed, why should I die in vain? I don't want to die in vain, but now that our companions are still here, we must not be great. At this time, Uchiha Obito also stood up immediately. Although he had only known him for half a day, he had already regarded him as his companion. And Kakashi, although not a cold-blooded person, suffered the shadow of his father's death due to his childhood. Therefore, he regards the task as more important than everything else, and he thinks that those who cannot complete the task are waste. But Obito thinks that people who don't care about the lives of their comrades are worse than trash. And this time was when Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato and Kakashi were arguing. The army of thousands of Iwagakure villages had already killed them. At this time, Kazama didn't show a trace of panic when facing the thousands of ninja army. Instead, he turned his head to look at Kakashi. Kakashi, you're right, missions are indeed very important to ninjas, but I agree with Obito's idea that the life of your companions is the most important thing compared to missions, so I won't let you die. This time I will deal with the enemy alone, and the 4 of you will retreat immediately. What? Heard that Kazama really insisted on dealing with the thousands of enemies alone. Kakashi was stunned. I am not a person who take credit and pride. I am not a person who like to brag. The reason why I stay here now is because I am sure to defeat the army of thousands of Iwagakure villages. If you don't believe it, you can just watch the show here. Quote, voice fell. He immediately used the 6 divine weapons on Susanoo, the Susanoo sword, Yushu ice mirror, grass pheasant sword, and burning sky bow. A few face-to-face fight. It was indissoluble with the thousands of ninjas in the village of Iwagakure. Afterward, Kazama defeated all the tens of thousands of ninjas in Sunagakure village by himself. Kazama's current feat, the Konoha army who had been prepared to come to support, was shocked and froze in place. Chapter 292 Hanging Young Tsuchikajinoki. They thought that Kazama alone would be killed by the people of Iwagakure village, but they never expected that now Kazama alone has defeated the tens of thousands of troops in Iwagakure village. This is something they never dreamed of. At this time, Konoha's ninja army thought that Konoha would be able to defeat the village of Iwagakure this time. Iwagakure village who had been killed by Kazama were all resurrected in the next moment. Don't say that Konoha ninja didn't expect it at this time. Even Kazama was shocked, because he had killed all these people in Iwagakure village with his own hand. Why were they able to resurrect again? They are all serious human beings. They shouldn't have the ability to bring back the dead. Could it be the flame of life? Thinking of this, Feng Jian was both surprised and happy, because Kazama traveled through time and space to the period of the Third Ninja World War. It was because he felt the flame of life that could bring people back to life here. Iwagakure village who were beheaded by him, he was able to resurrect again. Kazama is sure that someone is secretly casting the flame of life, so these people will be resurrected. Just when Fengjian was about to take advantage of the situation to find the soul of Yan Shaoluo, suddenly, I saw Tsuchikajinoki, who is known as the 2 Days of Peace, and flew in front of him. Hee. I didn't expect Onoki to be so young at this time. Seeing the appearance of Tsuchikajinoki, Kazama smiled secretly. Although it is said that in the real world, Kazama has already united with Tsuchikajinoki, but now in a parallel world, and now Konoha is also fighting against Iwagakure village, so Kazama knew that now he and Tsuchikajinoki were hostile. At this time, Kazama used his super perception again, and only then did he realize that the flame of life was in Tsuchikajinoki's body. This is really nowhere to be found after stepping through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately said to Tsuchikajinoki, if my expectations are correct, you should have obtained the strange fire that can bring people back to life, so you resurrected your subordinate. Hee, you little bastard, you know quite a lot depending on how young you are. Seeing a face-to-face Kung Fu in the wind, he knew the existence of the flame of life in his body, and Onoki sneered immediately. And now it's just like what the wind said. The army of thousands of ninjas in the village of Iwagakure was able to come back to life. Because Onoki cast the flame of life on them, and Iwagakure village was able to defeat the Konoha army before, because Onoki used the flame of life, so Konoha could not win against the army of ninjas who could not be killed by the Iwagakure village manager. At this time, Tsuchikajinoki rushed into the wind again and said, I really didn't expect that a person of such high strength in Konoha would be able to defeat the army of thousands of ninjas in our village of Iwagakure by yourself. The losing streak, you are really awesome. You are really amazing. Hehe, no matter how good I am, I can't compare to you, Tsuchikage-sama. I never imagined that you would be able to practice the magic of that dead soul. It's too amazing to talk about, but now you Konoha are definitely not the opponents of our Iwagakure village, and it's easy to deal with you. So you say that if you know the faith, immediately kneel down and kowtow 10,000 times to me, or I will burn you to ashes. Chapter 293. Awesome. Really awesome. Do you think the mere flames of living beings can protect your Iwagakure village and never fail? Then I have to give it a try today to see if you are resurrecting faster or if I am attacking faster. Voice fell. He immediately rushed to Onoki and killed him. At this time, Namikaze Minato, who was in the back, saw Tsuchikage's appearance and originally wanted to call for Kazama to retreat. After all, he knew that Kazama was as good as he was, so how could he possibly beat the dignified Tsuchikage? But Namikaze Minato didn't expect that now, instead of retreating, Kazama took the initiative to kill Tsuchikage. This was far beyond Namikaze Minato's expectation. At this time, not only that Namikaze Minato but also Kakashi and others on the side were shocked. After all, in their eyes, the wind is just as genin as they are. Now a mediocre genin is on a par with a dignified Tsuchikage. How can this surprise them? At this time, Kakashi, who had always been arrogant, couldn't help but sneered at the wind room again. I said that this kid called Kazama really doesn't know whether to live or die, and I don't know when such a stupid person appeared in our Konoha village. What? How dare you insult Kazama? At this time, Uchiha Obito grabbed Kakashi's collar and said angrily to him, Hehe, what does this have to do with you? Could it be that you and this Kazama are friends? When Kakashi saw Uchiha Obito, the useless tail of the crane in his eyes, he dared to grab his collar, and he was immediately furious. Then a palm knocked it to the ground. Although I have only known Fengjan for a long time, Fengjan saved your life before, and also ours, and also helped us complete the mission of Shinwu Baichao. Now he is going to cover our retreat and go alone to deal with the powerful Tsuchikage. Not only did you not go up to help, but you even dared to sneer here, which really pissed me off. As Obito spoke, he got up and attacked Kakashi, but unfortunately Obito was not Kakashi's opponent. Therefore, between 3 hits, 5 and 2, he was knocked to the ground again by Kakashi. I tell you, now I just look down on Kazama, because Kazama is really ridiculous. A mere genin can beat thousands of Iwagakure ninjas before, God blesses him already, but now he still brazenly wants to fight against Tsuchikage. Isn't that just courting death? If even a genin like Kazama can beat the dignified Tsuchikage, we really need us. What's the use of these chunin and jonin? So even if someone like Kazama dies, it's not a pity to die. As Kakashi said that, he sneered again and looked at Kazama, who was fighting against Tsuchikage. But what happened next shocked him, because he originally thought that Kazama would definitely be easily killed by Tsuchikage. But he never expected that Kazama had already fought against that Tsuchikage for dozens of rounds, and he still didn't lose. This suddenly surprised Kakashi again. He never expected that now Kazejian is really so powerful that he can even compete with Tsuchikage. At this time, Tsuchikage saw a genin in Kazama, and he actually fought with him for hundreds of rounds without losing the win, which immediately made him angry. Chapter 294. Kill Tsuchikage. So immediately cast his own Kekkei Genkei Jinten particle style. Xiaoza Mao, I admit that you are indeed very powerful. Your current strength is far beyond my imagination. It's a pity that you are very powerful, and you are only a small genin, so now I will send you on. West Jinten particle style, metaverse stripping art. Onoki said a face-to-face Kung Fu, and immediately cast Jinten particle style to kill him. Ooh, Namikaze Minato was shocked when he saw it, and immediately wanted to use the technique of Hiraishin to save Kazama. But he forgot to leave a mark on Kazami, and at this time Onoki's attack speed was too fast. Therefore, after a few face-to-face efforts, Jinten particle style has completely hit Kazama. Hehe, it's over. This Jinten particle style, as Onoki's ninjutsu and his trump card. There's no way to avoid it. Kakashi immediately laughed at Kazama again, but although Kakashi said so on the surface, he was very anxious about Kazama's current comfort in his heart, just because Kakashi suffered a lot of pain in his childhood, causing him to have a shadow in his heart now. Therefore, it is impossible for him to care about Fengjan seriously. At this time, Onoki sneered when he saw that Kazama was hit by his Jinten particle style split detachment of the primitive world technique. Hehe, you little bastard. Anyone who has been hit by my split detachment of the primitive world technique, everyone can survive, and a rubbish genin like you can be killed by my Jinten particle style. It can be regarded as the blessing that you have cultivated in 3 lifetimes. Quote, hehe, if this is considered convincing, then I would rather not. What? How is this possible? Just when Onoki thought that Kazama would definitely die, he found that after Jinten particle style dissipated, Kazama was still standing still intact. This was so frightening that Onoki fell directly from the air to the ground. At this time, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito and others others were also scared and took a few steps back. They never expected that Kazama was hit by Jinten particle style, and would be safe. At this time, Kazama took a single-handed look, and immediately cast the Jinten particle style, that he mastered. Jinten particle style, the art of healing off the mirror metaverse. What? Surprised when he saw that Kazama also used his unique secret technique Jinten particle style. And at the same time he was surprised. The 4 Jinten particle style lines in the wind had already surrounded Onoki firmly. I am sorry, Onoki, although you and I are allies in the real world, but now we are enemies in the parallel world, so it's either you or me. As the sound of the wind fell, the 4 Jinten particle style came at the same time. An instant, Onoki reached nothingness. At this time, as Onoki was healed by Jinten particle style, the spirit of life in Onoki was immediately reabsorbed by Kazama. Great, now that I have obtained the flame of life, then only the pure lotus demon fire and the Yuhi lotus fire are left. At this time, Kazama, who has obtained the flame of life, is very happy. And at this time, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi and others below, when they saw Kazama actually kill Tsuchikage, they were shocked. Then Kakashi secretly hated himself for underestimating Kazama earlier. Now Kazama's strength is not to mention himself, even that serious cage level master can't be Kazama's opponent. So Kakashi didn't dare to underestimate Kazama at this time. Chapter 295 I just like to beat cage level master. And not only did he not dare to look down on Fengjan, he even admired Fengjan very much in his heart. At this time, Namikaze Minato came to Kazama's side immediately after a face-to-face effort, and he said happily at Fengjan, I said little brother Fengjan, you are really awesome, you are really amazing, I have never seen a mere genin who can actually take that serious person killed by Tsuchikage, you are really amazing. Yes Fengjan, you are really amazing. At this time, Kakashi also immediately gave a thumbs up to the wind. I heard that Jinten particle style is Tsuchikage's trump card. Why do you use it too? This, seeing Kakashi, who looked down on him before, but now keeps complimenting him, Kazama immediately laughed. I said Kakashi, don't worry about how I learned this Jinten particle style. I remember you swore before that I would be killed by Tsuchikage. Why are you complimenting me like this now? What? This? At this time, Kakashi was embarrassed when he saw which pot was not opened and lifted in the wind, and then shook his head with a wry smile. At this time, the army of Konoha and the others below, when they saw Kazama actually killed the opponent's Tsuchikage, then they also know that this time their Konoha not only got rid of the crisis but also defeated the village of Iwagakure seriously. At this time, just as the Konoha army expected, the ninjas from the Iwagakure village below, once they saw that the leader of their village, Tsuchikage, was beheaded, they naturally did not dare to continue to fight against the Konoha army, so everyone immediately prepared to escape. But at this time, a face-to-face effort in the wind stopped everyone. I tell you, I am a ninja in Konoha village. Although I am hostile to you, I am not a bloodthirsty person. It was you Tsuchikage who had to kill me before, and I was also forced to. I have no choice but to take action against you. So now I hope you can allies with Konoha and live in peace so that we can stop the third ninja war in earnest. Haha, it really makes me laugh. At this time, before Kazama finished speaking, everyone in Iwagakure village immediately laughed at Kazama. Let me tell you boy, although your strength is indeed very powerful now, and you are far beyond our imagination, but do you think that our Iwagakure village and your Konoha alliance can bring peace to the troubled world? I tell you it's absolutely impossible. Oh, why is that? Seeing that everyone in this Iwagakure village is clearly dying, obviously they are not their opponent, but now they still dare to act in front of themselves and dare to be arrogant in front of them. If it were a single person, I am afraid that these people would have been smashed into tens of thousands of pieces. But now Fengjan has not attacked them. After all, as Kazama said, he is not the heinous person. If he is a heinous person, then it is impossible for him to obtain the 23 kinds of strange fires. After all, God will not let an evil person be so arrogant and powerful. At this time, when the Iwagakure people heard Kazama's question, they sneered at him again. I said you kid, do you really not know or not? Now our entire ninja world is in chaos, and Kurigakure village in the land of water, Kumogakure village in the land of thunder, Sunagakure village in the land of wind, all are in each other's dogfight. The fight is in full swing. Chapter 296 Shock the Three Shadows. Even if our two villages join forces, they will not stop, and not only will they not stop, but they will also regard us as the target of public criticism, and it is impossible to fall into serious peace. According to what you said, then I just need to let the chiefs of these three villages join us. What? I said you kid, don't blow the big Kiba away. Yeah, don't think you've beaten our Tsuchikage. You're really so awesome. Seeing this Iwagakure village people do not believe that they can quell the war. Kazama immediately decided to go to other battlefields and end the Third Ninja World War as soon as possible. Although Kazama has now obtained the Soul of Light, he is unwilling to watch these many ninjas fall into dire strait. After all, Kazama thought that he was a righteous person person, so he had the obligation to help everyone get rid of the war. At this time, Namikaze Minato learned that Kazama was actually going to another battlefield to fight against 3 other cage-level masters, which surprised him. So he hurriedly persuaded the wind. I said, little brother Kazama, don't worry now. You know that Kazekage, Reikage, Mizukage are more powerful, and now if you are defeated by them, this is our Konoha loss. Quote, yeah, and now that you have killed Tsuchikage, then these few moments of effort will be passed on to the ears of the other 3 cage-level masters. In order to eradicate you, the 3 of them will definitely join forces to deal with you. Hearing Namikaze Minato and Kakashi persuading him, Kazama immediately smiled and shook his head. At this time, the 4th generation of Kazekage, the 4th generation of Mizukage, and the 3rd generation of Reikage have come to the wind. As Namikaze Minato said earlier, since the 3 of them heard that Konoha had produced a genin who could kill Tsuchikage, they were naturally shocked. Naturally, they couldn't let Kazama continue to live, so they had to join forces to kill Kazama. At this time, when Feng Shi saw the arrival of these 3 people, he was not afraid at all. Not only was he not afraid, but he even laughed at them, because even if the 3 of them don't come to Kazama, Kazama will go to them and force them to stop the Ninja World War. Now that these 3 people are here, Kazama is just happy to be there. It just happened to let them see their own strength and force them to stop fighting. At this time, the 4th generation of Kazekage, the 4th generation of Mizukage, and the 3rd generation of Reikage saw that Kazama was just a teenage child, but they were able to kill that Tsuchikage, and they immediately felt ashamed and angry. I felt that Kazama insulted the names of these cage-level masters. Therefore, without saying a word, a face-to-face Kung Fu immediately killed the wind. This immediately shocked Namikaze Minato and Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi was the first to be scared to the ground by the 3 cage-level masters. Although Namikaze Minato is very powerful, he cannot defeat 3 with 1. Therefore, after a few face-to-face efforts, these 3 cage-level masters were beaten and retreated in a row. Hee, you son of a bitch, now we'll kill you first. At this time, Kazekage, Reikage, and Mizukage immediately prepared to kill Namikaze Minato first. After all, Namikaze Minato's yellow flashing name, they are also very afraid in their heart. And at this moment, Kazama immediately used his heavenly hand to switch Namikaze Minato to himself. Now the attacks of the 3 cage-level masters have all hit Kazama's body. At this time, Kazekage, Mizukage, and Reikage didn't know how Kazama and Namikaze Minato changed positions in an instant, but they don't have to look into it. After all, in their eyes, killing Namikaze Minato is the same as killing Kazama. They figured it would be enough if they could deal with Konoha's masters, but what they didn't expect was that now the attack of the 3 of them was behind Kazami. Not only was Kazama safe and sound, he even absorbed all the attacks of the 3 of them into his body. This shocked them all at once. What? How is this possible? Is your kid a monster? The 3 had never seen a ninja who could absorb an attack. Therefore, they were naturally shocked. While they were shocked, Kazami immediately sneered at them. Since you have already used the ultimate move on me before, then I will show you my abilities next. Chapter 297 Hanging 3 Shadows. Hee, I said that you are too arrogant, you little bastard. At this time, when Kazekage, Mizukage, and Reikage heard that Fengjan was going to fight back at them, they laughed so hard that they fell back and forth. I'm telling you, little bastard, don't think you've blocked our attack and you can pretend to be in front of us. Yes, you can block our 1 attack. Can you block our 2nd and 3rd attack? Hee, stop talking nonsense to me. Kazama saw that these 3 cage-level masters were obviously not his opponent, but now he still dared to act in front of him. It immediately made him sneer, and then a face-to-face effort directly attacked the 3. And at this time, the attack that Kazekage unleashed was the trump card of Kazekage, Mizukage, and Reikage. This suddenly scared them into a cold sweat and took a few steps back. They thought that even if Kazama could block their own attack, Kazuma's counterattack would definitely not be too arrogant or too sharp. After all, one cannot be perfect. If a person's defensive power is very strong, then its attack power will be very weak. On the contrary, if a ninja's attack power is very sharp, then his defense power will be very garbage. But they never expected that the defensive power of Kazami is not only very powerful now, even his attack power is so defiant. A few face-to-face efforts, the 3 famous Kazekage, Mizukage, and Reikage were beaten by Kazekage and retreated. At this time, it wasn't just Namikaze Minato and the others below that couldn't believe it. Even the subordinates of the 3 cage-level masters, Mizukage, Kazekage, and Reikage, were all shocked, because they never thought that their leader would be beaten like this by a little genin. And now, the 3 of them are still teaming up, and they are actually no match for Fengjan alone. This has greatly refreshed their worldview. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have never dreamed of it. At this time, when the 3 cage-level masters saw that Kazama really had the ability to knock themselves to the ground, they immediately became angry. If the 3 of them were knocked to the ground by thousands of ninjas, that was nothing. Now the 3 of them were knocked to the ground by a genin in the wind. This made them very angry, so the three of them immediately performed their all-out solutions again. It's a pity that no matter how awesome and powerful they are, how could they be the opponents of the wind? Now Kazama is just a little trick, and it is easy to beat Kazekage, Reikage, and Mizukage again. At this time, these three Kage level masters saw the pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Kazama, and thought that the reason why Kazama was so awesome and powerful was because of this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. So the three of them immediately rushed into the wind and said, "Let me tell you, Xiao Mao, if you really want us to quell this battle, then even if you kill us, it will be completely useless." "Oh, so what do you say I should make you guys stop this fight?" When Kazama saw these three people, although they didn't beg for mercy seriously, they also said soft words to themselves. Therefore, Fengjian immediately sneered at them. "Hehe, it's very simple. If you really want to convince us, then you can only have a fight with me." Chapter 298 Philly 3 Shadows. Nonsense. Now I'm not only fighting with you with real swords and real gun, and I am not only real swordsman, but also 1 against 3. Isn't this sincere enough? Of course it's not sincere enough. I tell you now, you have opened this pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You must know that this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is famous in our ninja world, so as long as you don't use this Mangekyo Sharingan, if you can still defeat us, then we will recognize you as Lord. Okay, then listen to what you have to say. As soon as he heard that the three of them would not allow themselves to use Mangekyo Sharingan, the wind immediately smiled coldly. At this time, when the three heard that Kazama really agreed to his request and stopped using the Mangekyo Sharingan, they laughed wildly, because they think about this little brat in the wind, no matter how awesome it is. But without the support of Mangekyo Sharingan, the wind room would be a rubbish, useless, and the mud could not support the wall. So Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Reikage thought so, and immediately killed the wind. But they didn't expect that now Kazama is no longer using that Mangekyo Sharingan. But the next moment Kazami immediately cast his pair of Rinnegan. Before the three of them could react, Kazama immediately cast the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push sign, directly blasting the three of them out 100 meters away. At this moment, the three of them looked at each other and immediately acclaimed that it was a monster. After all, the previous pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind was enough to shock them. Now they saw that Kazama actually opened the Rinnegan owned by the Sick Halves Immortal. How could they not be shocked? So a face-to-face Kung Fu immediately wants to run away. It's a pity that in front of this pair of Rinnegans in the wind, how could they escape? Then Kazama probed with one hand, and immediately cast Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull, and then sucked the three of them in front of him. At this time, Fengjian said to them again, "How is it? Are you willing to surrender to me now?" "I surrender to your mother." At this time, the wind was originally trying to persuade the three of them, but I never thought that these three dignified Kage-level masters would curse at Kazama. How could Kazama not be angry? So they cast the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, again, and immediately knocked these people to the ground. This was followed by the Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull, followed by the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push sign. In this way, a few face-to-face efforts made the three of them dizzy. At this time, the three of them also saw that they could not be Kazama's opponents at all. Although they don't understand why Kazami's strength is so superb, so awesome, but they now know that it is useless to think too much. After all, no matter what they think, they are indeed not the opponents of the wind. Therefore, he could only hurriedly kowtow to the wind and beg for mercy. "Brother Fengjian, we are all wrong. We really shouldn't be acting in front of you before. Please spare us a dog's life." "Oh, really?" Kazama was naturally overjoyed when he saw that these three Kage-level masters were really begging for mercy. "Hehe, of course, if you think we are not sincere, then we will kowtow to you now and admit our mistake. Yes, we are very sincere now, so I hope you must listen to us." Chapter 299 Go back in time to fight Danzo. Hehe, that's about the same. As soon as he saw the three of them, he was really afraid of himself, and Kazama immediately smiled and nodded. "Let me tell you, I have always been that sturdy and iron-boned man in the wind. I can't change my name. I can't change my name, and now I don't want you to surrender to me. Oh, you've worked so hard to hang us up and humiliated us to such a degree that you didn't make us submit to you. So what are you doing?" Hehe, of course, it is to let you calm down this war. What? Hearing Kazama just told them to stop the war and bring the ninja world into peace. Kazekage, Reikage, and Mizukage immediately looked at me, and I looked at you, all looking at each other. After all, they knew that a person with a high level of cultivation like Kazama wanted to unify the entire ninja world by himself. But they never expected Kazama to be so powerful now. But Kazama never talked about unifying the ninja world. They even let the three of them continue to return to their respective villages as leaders of the village. This naturally made them very grateful. And then the Konoha army once saw Kazama use his own strength, and they quelled the third ninja war. All of them immediately admired the wind and were very grateful. But some people are happy and some are worried, and now the wind is so powerful and so powerful. A face-to-face kung fu spread to the ears of Danzo, the leader of Konoha's route. "You must know that in the real world Kazama killed Danzo long ago, but in this parallel world Danzo is still alive and well. And now because Danzo is in the third ninja war, Danzo is also a lot younger, and the strength is also more powerful, and the ambition is also very big. Now he was shocked when he heard that their Konoha had produced such an awesome person. Then I heard that Fengjan is not only powerful but also has Mangekyo Sharingan. This made that Danzo burst into laughter. All know, Danzo liked to collect Sharingan very much. His entire right arm was transplanted with Sharingan. So Danzo also really wants to get the Mangekyo Sharingan from Kazama. So Danzo here is a face-to-face, and he tells his subordinate to deceive Kazama to him. At this time, one of the subordinates of the root heard that Danzo actually wanted to attack Kazama, the hero who saved Konoha. This naturally made him puzzled, and he immediately looked a little unhappy. And that 5 Danzo is a famous old fox. When Danzo saw that his subordinates actually dared not to obey his orders, he was immediately furious. Then, with a single palm, this subordinate was beaten into a crippled man. This sudden change suddenly scared the numerous subordinate back several steps. They never expected that now this Danzo actually turned his face. When he turned his face, at this time Danzo said to the crowd again, I tell you these bastards, I, Danzo, have always said one thing. You people were my subordinates before, and now you dare not to obey my conquest. If you don't obey me if you ordered me, then I'm bound to burn you to ashes. Do you understand? I understand. We don't dare not obey your orders. Although these subordinates said this on the surface, they were still somewhat dissatisfied with Danzo in their heart. Chapter 300. Danzo wants to pretend, but because Danzo's strength is too powerful and superb, they let them eat the gall of a bear and a leopard, and they dare not resist anymore, so they can only give up. At this time, Danzo sneered when he saw that everyone dared not continue to act in front of him. Immediately after that, he dispatched his subordinate to lead the wind. Danzo thinks his roots are in Konoha, but few people know it, and even if Kazama knew, he couldn't possibly know that he wanted to attack him. But he didn't know that Kazama was a person from the real world, so Kazama knew for a long time that Danzo didn't hold back any good fart. Now Kazama is just about to take the time machine again and enter the era of the second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. I saw Danzo's men come down and ask me to go to the route. Kazama naturally sneered when he heard it. Expected that Konoha would send someone to say that Danzo was looking for him, which made Nakazama sneer. At this time, Namikaze Minato and others didn't know Danzo's ambition. Therefore, he happily rushed to Fengjan and said, I said little brother Fengjan, now I want to congratulate you. Oh, what do you want to congratulate me on? Congratulations to yourself. Upon hearing that Namikaze Minato, the wind was immediately confused and puzzled. Hehe, I said little brother Kazama, you may not know something. Lord Danzo is one of the top leaders of our Konoha. If he has summoned you now, then in all likelihood he will delegate important tasks to you, don't you think? Don't you know? Congratulations. This, Namikaze Minato's word, Kazama burst into laughter. Kazama originally wanted to explain Danzo's ugly face to Namikaze Minato, but Kazama thought that he had no evidence. Even if he said too much, it would be useless, but it would cause suspicion in Namikaze Minato's heart. Therefore, Kazama could only immediately nodded with a smile, then a face-to-face effort, and immediately went to the root of the team battle. At this time, Danzo sneered when he saw that Kazama came to his own territory so easily. Then he pretended to be in the wind and said, I said you, this kid, I have never seen you in Konoha before. What is your name? Why are you so powerful now? You are not from the Uchiha clan. Why can you have Mangekyo Sharingan? This, seeing that Danzo, the old fox, made a face-to-face effort, he brought the topic to his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Feng Jian immediately sneered. Then Fengjan said to Danzo again, whether I am from the Uchiha clan, maybe it has nothing to do with you. Besides, whether I have Mangekyo Sharingan or not has nothing to do with you. If you have nothing else to do with me, I'm going to say goodbye now. Presumptuous. Where do you think this is? Come as you say it, and leave as you say it. Danzo was furious when he saw Fengjan dare not give himself face. Directly instructed his subordinates to surround the outlet of this route firmly. At this time, Kazama sneered when he saw that Danzo was so eager to attack him. Then he rushed to the Kazama again and said, I tell you Danzo, I have always changed my name and surname. I have helped Konoha resist the attacks of the 4 great powers before, and I also quelled the ninja world war by myself. Are you going to do something to me now? Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 301 to 320. Chapter 301. Izanagi doesn't work for me. Hehe, yes, I don't care if you are a hero or not. In short, as long as I like something, there is nothing I can't get. And now I like your Mangekyo Sharingan, so you must leave your eyes. If you can give your eyes and hands, maybe I can leave you a dog. But if you are obsessed, don't blame me for being cruel. Clap clap clap. Before Danzo could finish speaking, he was suddenly slapped 3 times, knocking you to the ground. At this time, before Danzo could react, Kazama was already standing in front of him with a smile. This suddenly scared the Danzo back a few steps and broke out in cold sweat, because even a fool now knows that this is what knocked him to the ground in the wind. But that Danzo had never seen any trace of the wind before. He also didn't see how Fengjian acted, and he came to him in a face-to-face effort. He could even shoot himself, knocking his mighty self to the ground. Danzo thought to himself that if Kazama directly killed him, wouldn't he have to die? Thinking of this, Danzo suppressed the shock in his heart. Then he said again in the wind with resentment on his face, "You little bastard, I didn't pay any attention to you before, but you dare to take action against me. It's really unbearable." Clap clap clap. Just when Danzo kept yelling at the wind, Kazama slapped his hand and 3 more slapped, knocking Danzo to the ground again. Then he immediately sneered at him and said, "I tell you Danzo, it's very easy for me to kill you in the wind, but I don't want to pay too much attention to you now, because I still have important things to do, so I hope you don't stay there. Pretend in front of me. Don't give me this shit." At this time, as soon as Fengjian saw Fengjian in front of his subordinate, he slapped himself with a bruised nose and a bruised face. Danzo, who is so good-faced, endured this, so that Danzo immediately cast his trump card. First Futon, wind style, and then Mokuton, wood style. It seems that he wants to break the wind into pieces. Pity that Danzo's current operations are basically pediatric in the eyes of Kazama. Didn't even bother to hide, and in one face-to-face, Danzo's Futon, wind style, and Mokuton, wood style, were absorbed into his body. What? Anger me too. Danzo got even more angry when he saw that Kazama was not afraid of his own attack, so he directly tore off the bandage on his right arm, revealing the 10 Sharingans on his right arm. Then Danzo sneered again and said to the wind, "I tell you the wind, don't think that if you have 2 pairs of Sharingan, you can pretend in front of me. I have 10 Sharingans now. You can still fight. Have you passed me? Haha. No matter how much your Sharingan is, it's useless no matter how awesome you are. I killed the hiccup." That Kazejian didn't take his 10 Sharingans in his eyes. Danzo was furious, so he immediately killed the wind again, and while attacking Kazama, he used Izanagi, because Izanagi can transform reality into a dream. Danzo thought that even if Kazama killed him, he could be resurrected within a limited time. He didn't know that the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that Kazama relied on had already seen through Danzo's careful thought. Chapter 302, the second generation of Hokage era. Therefore, in a face-to-face effort, there was a plan, and the Danzo was directly divided into 2. At this time, the resurrected Danzo came to Kazama stupidly, and started to pretend to be in front of Kazama. "Xiaoza Mao, do you think you can behead me so easily? I tell you this is absolutely impossible." Boom. But just as Danzo roared at Kazama, Kazama smashed it into Meat-chan again. Now that a few back and forth, Danzo kept casting Izanagi in order to stay alive, but every time he cast Izanagi, Kazama could always kill him at the next moment. So as Danzo's Sharingan runs out, Izanagi runs out. He couldn't hurt the wind in the slightest, which suddenly made him fall out of cold sweat, because he originally wanted to use Izanagi to kill Kazama. But now not only did he not kill Fengjian, but he also used all his trump cards, and they are all useless and wasted. Why didn't this make Danzo's heart terrified? And then Danzo immediately said secretly, "It seems that I'm really not the opponent of this little bastard, and now if I continue to fight him with real swords and gun, in all likelihood, I will be punished. He beheaded, and since this is the case, then I can only use the bitter plan." Thinking of this, Danzo immediately said in the wind with a smile on his face, "Little brother, you are really awesome. You are really powerful. Please don't misunderstand. I just made a joke with you before. Just wanted to test your abilities. Now that you have passed my test, I hope you can join our Konoha roots and serve our Konoha. How about that? Hehe. Do you think I will believe your nonsense?" Just when Danzo wanted to deceive Kazama with the bitter meat, Kazama had already exerted his heavenly power and quietly came behind Danzo, put a handful of kunai on Danzo's neck, which immediately shocked Danzo even more. So Danzo hurriedly said to Fengjian with a smile on his face again, "I said, little brother Fengjian, what are you doing? Didn't I say it just now? I really made a joke with you. I didn't mean to kill you. Please don't misunderstand me. Besides, I am the leader of the high-level Konoha. If you kill me, then you will not survive. Really, I really want to try what it's like to be alive. I'm mad at me too." At this time, Danzo was furious when he saw that Feng Jian was actually soft and hard to eat, so he immediately cast his own unique sealing technique, wanting to perish with the wind. A pity that after Kazama cast Kamui, his body was blurred, and Danzo's healing technique still failed to hit Kazama. Now Danzo not only failed to kill Kazama, but lost his life instead. This is to steal the chicken without losing the right. I lost my wife and lost my army. At this time, Danzo's subordinates were shocked when they saw that Kazama killed their boss with such ease. Originally, they still wanted revenge, but they also knew that the cause of this incident was that Danzo wanted to take Mangekyo Sharingan from Kazama, and Kazama is the big hero who saves Konoha, so they naturally dare not attack Kazama again. And Kazama also knew that although Danzo was not an authentic person, his subordinate still thought of Konoha wholeheartedly. Therefore, Kazama stopped paying too much attention to them, but told them to protect Konoha with all his heart in the future. Then he used the ability of the time shuttle again and came to the era of the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. At this time, Kazama had just arrived here, and when he saw the second generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, they were being chased by the two brothers from the Golden Horn, Silver Horn, who were known as the two rays of light in the cloud. Chapter 303 Chased by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Hokage at this time was allied with the second generation Raikage, but was rebelled by the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Corner, caused the second generation Raikage to die on the spot at the meeting of the alliance. In order to protect his subordinate, the second generation Mizukage as Yuanfei Hiruzen and the young Danzo and others. Therefore, he immediately fled the territory of the Land of Thunder. But he never expected that the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were the heinous bastards. They have been leading their men to hunt down the second generation of Hokage. Addition, the land of Kumogakure village, the Land of Thunder, is very large. Although the second Hokage knows the art of Hiraishin, he cannot escape alone. Therefore, they can only continue to lead Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, constantly dodging the attack of the Golden Horn, and the Silver Horn. Pity that the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama has the ability to hang the Golden Horn Silver Corner. But in order to protect Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, he was already forced to retreat by the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. At this time, Senju Tobirama finally avoided the pursuit of the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and had a chance to breathe. So he rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo and said, "It's very difficult for the three of us to escape smoothly now, so I'll stay to stop the enemy, and the two of you will rush to Konoha immediately." "What? How is this possible?" Upon hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shook his head into a rattle. "You are the Hokage of our village. How could I leave you alone to escape? You return to Konoha now, and I will block the enemy." "Hehe," I said. Sarutobi Hiruzen, "You really like to talk big. Aren't you afraid of talking too much and flashing your tongue?" At this time, the young Danzo still pretended to be the same as when he was old, and looked down on Sarutobi Hiruzen. He saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to stay here alone to resist the Golden Horn Silver Horn, so he immediately laughed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I tell you, Sarutobi, the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are known as the two rays of light in the cloud. The two of them are the descendants of the Sick Path Fairy, and they have the magic weapon of the Sick Path Fairy in their hand. What do you do now? Maybe their opponent. Don't give me this set." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a violent temper. Before Danzo could finish speaking, he immediately became violent, ready to fight Danzo. At this time, Senju Tobirama stopped them immediately. "I tell you both, now that we are in the middle of a crisis, you should stop blaming each other here. Our priority now is to preserve our living strength. Both of you are our hope for the future of Konoha, so now you must hurry up, save your life and return to Konoha." "Okay." Hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Sarutobi and Danzo had no choice but to stop. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, if I can't go back today, then you will be the third generation of Hokage." "What?" Senju Tobirama's word. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and that team battle were shocked. Only one was surprised, the other was angry, because Danzo has always coveted Hokage's position. Now he never expected Senju Tobirama actually gave the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was furious, and he was furious. So Danzo immediately said to Tobirama, a resentful puncher again, "I said, Hokage-sama, I'm not as good as Sarutobi. Sarutobi is not my opponent at all in terms of strength. He can't beat me at all. So I say this Hokage position must be taken by me." Chapter 304 Hanging the Golden Corner Silver Corner. Snap! Before Danzo could finish speaking, Senju Tobirama knocked him to the ground with a slap. "I tell you, it's not that you can be Hokage because of your strength, but the courage to dedicate your life to Konoha from time to time. You are not as good as Sarutobi at this point, so you can't be this Hokage." "Hehe, you three little bastard. Now that you are dying, you dare to say who is Hokage? Who is not Hokage? I tell you, with our two brothers here, none of you can be Hokage." Just when the three Senju Tobirama were having a heated conversation, the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn have brought their men to surround Senju Tobirama and others. Senju Tobirama immediately cursed after seeing it, even though he said he was completely capable of running away. But he also knew that if he escaped, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo would surely die. Therefore, he can only continue to stay here. Even if he knows that he is dead, he will die with the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo saw that they were surrounded by enemies again, and they were also furious in their hearts. So he immediately took out kunai, took out their respective ninja tools, and prepared to fight the enemy. At this time, when the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn saw that Senju Tobirama and the others were going to fight with them, they laughed wildly again. Hee, I tell you three bastards, our two brothers have the blood of the six-halves immortal, just because you are not my opponents at all. That right, the previous second-generation Hokage was beheaded by me, and now you three little bastards must be smashed to pieces by us, and your bones will be smashed to ashes. Hee, really? Do you really have such a powerful ability? At this critical moment, Kazama was already in front of everyone in a time machine. At this time, with the appearance of the wind, the two brothers, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Golden Horn Silver Horn, were all shocked and couldn't believe it. After all, they had never seen Kazama before, and they couldn't understand how Kazama came to the crowd. I don't even know if the wind is now a friend or an enemy. At this time, when Senju Tobarama saw that Kazama was wearing his Konoha forehead guard, he immediately let out a sigh of relief, because now, the two brothers of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn are enough for him to drink a pot. If Kazama is also the enemy's helper, then he really doesn't have the confidence to protect Sarutobi Danzo. But Senju Tobarama thought that even if Kazama were reinforcement, he alone would be useless. Addition, seeing that Kazama was so young, he was probably a genin, so he wanted to persuade Kazama to leave immediately. But the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn hate others to laugh at them the most, and hate others to look down on them the most. Therefore, once they saw the genin in the wind, they dared to pretend in front of themselves, and immediately made them furious and violent. Then the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn immediately pointed at Feng Jian's nose and cursed angrily. You little bastard, originally we didn't want to pay attention to your genin, so we left a whole corpse of your genin on the battlefield, but you little bastard dared to look down on our two rays of light in the cloud, the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. Since this is the case, then today I will smash your body into thousands of pieces and smash your bones into ashes to see how you pretend to be arrogant and how arrogant. Chapter 305 Shocking Golden Horn Silver Horn. At this moment, the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn let out an angry roar, and they flew towards the wind and killed them. At this time, Senju Tobarama immediately prepared to help Kazama to fight against the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. But just as he was about to take action, he found that the wind actually stopped him. What are you doing? Seeing the wind blocking him, Senju Tobarama was greatly puzzled. Silver corner, Golden corner, I can deal with it alone. What? Hearing what Kazama said, Senju Tobarama was taken aback again, and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn became even more furious when he heard that Kazuma dared to look down on them. Boy, did the donkey kick your head in the head. Just when the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were scolding the wind, with a face-to-face effort, the wind immediately killed the two brothers at the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Then the wind punched past, and the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn shot hundreds of meters away. Two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn did not expect this sudden change. Even Senju Tobarama did not expect it. This kid actually possesses such terrifying power. Seeing that the power emanating from Kazama's fist was so huge, Senju Tobarama was immediately shocked. At this time, the two brothers, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, were also famous for their immense strength, but they never expected that Funyun's strength is actually stronger than himself, and a face-to-face effort knocked the two of them to the ground. This instantly made them even more embarrassed and angry, so the two immediately said to the wind with resentment on their faces again, Xiao Za Mao, it seems that we really underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You two better keep your mouth clean. Don't do this to me. Our two brothers are people of that temperament. We will scold whoever we don't like. If you let us clean up, will we clean up? What are you? The Golden Horn Silver asked the two brothers to speak, and immediately took out the ninja tool that he was good at. That is, the golden rope, the 7-star sword, the banana fan, and the Yuhi gourd. Ooh, two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn took out the Six-Halves Immortal's ninja gear. Senju Tobarama was shocked again. Although Senju Tobarama is not from Kumogakure village in the Land of Thunder, he has never gotten along with the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn on weekdays, but the name and power of the Six-Halves Immortal ninja tool, Senju Tobarama has already heard of it. So Senju Tobarama hurried to Kazama's side and said to Kazama, you must be careful. These two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn not only have the blood of the Six-Halves Immortal, they can also use the Six-Halves Immortal's ninja tool. It is easy to use, especially the purple gold gourd, the golden rope and the 7-star sword, which can cut off the words of others and absorb them into the gourd, so you must be very careful. And the banana fan, it is an attack that can use the 5 elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. So now you must leave immediately, and I am here to resist. Seeing that Senju Tobarama doesn't know him, but thinks so for himself, Kazama naturally admires him very much. Cage level masters like Senju Tobarama generally don't care so much about their subordinate, but their Konoha ninjas are different. Their Konoha ninjas all regard the life of their companions as the most sacred thing and the most precious thing. Chapter 306 Take the Golden Horn Silver Horn ninja tool again. Because of this, even if Kazama has Odogakure village, he is willing to continue to be Konoha's ninja. two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn took out the EPUB's Immortal's ninja tool. When he was full of confidence again, he immediately sneered in the wind. I'll tell you this little bastard. Now we don't need to introduce the power of these ninja tools to you too much. After all, your second generation Hokage has already told you a new kind of nuance. But even if you know our ninja the power of the tool, knowing the usefulness of our ninja tool, you can't resist it. This is the gap in strength. Not bad, because our ninja tools have now reached the level of destruction. As soon as the Golden Horn's voice fell, a face-to-face Kung Fu immediately changed his hand to the golden rope and killed him towards the wind. At this time, the Silver Corner followed closely, and it seemed that Matsuri wanted to take advantage of the situation and use the 7-star sword to cut off the word spirit drawn by the golden rope in the wind and curse. If it were someone who didn't know, I'm afraid that a face-to-face effort would find the way of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. But in the real world, Kazama had already fought against the two brothers, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and he also hanged the two brothers of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and took away their ninja tool. Therefore, seeing the attack of these two people now, Fengjian immediately sneered, not afraid at all. Besides, Kazama is so powerful now, but he has 10,000 ways to kill the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn in an instant. But Kazama thought that the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn dared to be so arrogant, so if he killed them easily, wouldn't it be too cheap for them? So Kazama decided to play with them before beheading them. Therefore, Fengjian's face-to-face Kung Fu immediately exerted his heavenly hand, Silver Corner at the rear with himself. At this time, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn hadn't reacted, and the two of them collided, and the two hit their heads with blood. At this time, the golden rope of the Golden Horn touched the body of Silver Horn. Therefore, when even summoned the word spirit of the Silver Corner. At this time, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn were all shocked. Just when they wondered why they were together, that Kazama had already snatched the 7-star sword from Silver Horn's hand at a lightning quick speed, and take advantage of the situation to cut off the seal of the word spirit of the Silver Corner. Then he took Yuhi's gourd from Silver's horn. Then he immediately smiled and said to the two brothers, the Silver Horn and the Golden Horn, but I said you two brothers are fools. Aren't you going to attack me? Why did you fight so well by yourself? What? I'm angry too. The Golden Horn and the Silver Horn were angry and embarrassed because they fought together. Now I see Fengjian dare to be cheap and sell good, and dare to laugh at them. Immediately, they were even more furious in their heart, and they were furious. But no matter how angry they were in their hearts and how they were furious, they didn't dare to curse at the wind now. After all, they knew that Kazama used his golden rope and 7-star sword to cut off and curse the word spirit of Silver Horn before. If they say that they are shouting and cursing in the wind now, they will definitely say their own catchphrase unconsciously. Even if the Golden Horn said the mantra, it might be fine. But if Silver Corner said a mantra, then Silver Corner would have a face-to-face effort and was absorbed by the Yuhi gourd in Kazama's hand. Chapter 307 First Abuse Silver Corner. This naturally shocked the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, so the two immediately covered their mouths, not daring to say anything, only daring to glare at Fengjian. At this time, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen Danzo and others on the other side. However, I never expected that with a few face-to-face efforts in the wind, they would be able to turn the tables against the wind and make a gorgeous counterattack. This was far beyond their expectation, and even Senju Tobarama didn't expect that Kazama could suppress the two brothers of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn so easily. This is not to say that Senju Tobarama underestimated the Kazama duo, but he knew that the strength of the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn was very superb. Golden Horn and Silver Horn not only possess the strength of EPUB, Nine-Tails Demon Fox, but also can use the ninja tools of EPUB's Immortal with ease. So even if Senju Tobarama fights against them alone, Senju Tobarama is not sure to kill them. But now Fengjian can actually hang these two people so easily. Senju Tobarama admired that Kazama in his heart, and naturally became more curious about the origin of Kazama. At this time, once the wind saw the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn covering their mouths, they did not dare to say a word. He immediately sneered at them. I said that the two of you are really stupid. Although it is said that silence is golden, there is a saying that eloquence is golden. You don't say a word now. Do you think you can escape being absorbed by my Yuhi gourd? Fate. What? Hearing Fengjian's word, the Silver Corner was sucked in by Yuhi gourd before he could understand what was going on. Hehe, I tell you, even if you don't speak, you will be absorbed by the stolen Yuhi gourd. It really pissed me off. At this time, Jin Zhao suddenly thought that his Yuhi gourd did have this ability, but he never expected that an outsider in Kazami actually knew so much about his ninja equipment. This naturally made him furious and furious. Then the Golden Horn laughed wildly, and then immediately cast that serious EPUB, Nine-Tails chakra. After all, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are brothers, and the friendship is very deep. As long as one side is killed, the other side will go completely berserk. And at this time, Senju Tobarama Kazama actually performed Kyubi, Nine-Tails, chakra when he saw the golden horn. He knew that the power of Kyubi, Nine-Tails, represented the power of destruction. Even though he had seen Kazama hanging and beating the two brothers from the golden horn and silver horn before, he still couldn't believe that Kazama could continue to hang and beat the two of them. So Senju Tobirama hurriedly rushed into the wind again and said, "Go as far as you can now. Don't fight with the golden horn. This golden horn is the chakra of Kyubi, Nine-Tails, the tailed beast chakra. The strength is very arrogant, very powerful. Want to go, want to be beautiful." Just when Senju Tobirama persuaded Kazama that Kyubi, Nine-Tails chakra was already killing the wind. At this time, Senju Tobirama made a face-to-face effort and immediately cast the Sweden, water-style, water formation wall in an attempt to block the attack of the golden horn. But he never expected that the strength of the golden horn after the tail beast has reached a terrifying level. Just a face-to-face effort, he completely broke through the water formation wall of Senju Tobirama. "Hehe," I said. "Senju Tobirama, did your brain kick the donkey? Now that I have the power of a tailed beast, this trash Sweden, water-style, also wants to block me. Dream about you." Chapter 308. To abuse the golden horn again. Sweden, water-style, water formation wall. Just when the golden horn after the rampage, he kept laughing at Senju Tobirama as Sweden, water-style, that Kazama also immediately cast a Sweden, water-style, water formation wall. At this time, Golden Horn saw that the water formation wall between Senju and Faye was broken by himself. Now Kazama still dares to use Sweden, water-style, to pretend in front of him. This immediately made him laugh even more in his heart. "I said, you little bastard, you are really stupid. You must know that Senju Tobirama is the one who claims to have signed a contract with the sea, and even his Sweden, water-style, can't stop me. Now you little bastard, can the Sweden, water-style, stop me?" With a roar of the golden horn, its body has rushed towards the Sweden, water-style, in the wind, water formation wall in the Kazama, and the golden horn was instantly stunned. It turns out that the water formation wall in the wind today is dozens of times more than the water formation wall in Senju Tobirama. If Senju Tobirama's water formation wall is a wall, then the water formation wall in Kazama has reached the level of a city wall, and it is still a city wall of thousands of miles. Water formation wall in the wind was like a tsunami, whistling towards the golden horn. Not to mention the golden horn, even Senju Tobirama and the others were so frightened that they took a few steps back and almost collapsed on the ground. Because even Senju Tobirama, who made a contract with the sea, he doesn't have so much chakra to summon such a powerful Sweden, water-style. But Kazama is so relaxed now that he has displayed such a powerful Sweden, water-style. How this doesn't shock Senju Tobirama's heart. At this time, although the golden horn was also shocked, he thought that he had said a big thing before. "I have already said that I am not afraid of any Sweden, water-style. Wouldn't it be too shameless if he backed away at this time?" Thinking of this, the golden horn could only bite the bullet and greet the water formation wall in the wind room. When Fengjian saw that the golden horn actually really did not know how to fight with his water formation wall, he sneered immediately. "You must know that the Kyubi, Nine-Tails chakra of the golden horn is awesome, but the water formation wall in the wind is also very powerful and very powerful. After all, this water formation wall in the wind contains the power of different fires, which is not comparable to ordinary Sweden, water-style. This power has already reached the level of destruction. Therefore, these few face-to-face efforts made the golden horns beaten and retreated. At this time, the golden horn was embarrassed. After all, he thought he could break through the water formation wall in the wind in an instant, but now he not only failed to pass, but was completely suppressed by the water formation wall in the wind. Therefore, the golden horn immediately prepared to escape from here, but just when the golden horn was thinking about how to rush out of the Sweden, water-style sea, I heard another roar from the wind, and then I saw thousands of water Jinchuriki column emanating from the water formation wall. A few face-to-face effort, and the golden horn was severely bruised. If it weren't for the golden horn, it now has Kyubi, Nine-Tails chakra, which can heal wounds instantly. I am afraid that a face-to-face effort will be smashed into flesh by the wind. And at this time, Senju Tobirama saw that the wind was able to use the Sweden, water-style so superbly. It even completely suppressed the tailed beast golden horn. Senju Tobirama immediately admired Kazama and immediately gave him a thumbs up. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, seeing Senju Tobirama, who was not good at boasting, actually gave Kazama a thumbs up. Chapter 309. It's easy to hang you. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, seeing Senju Tobirama, who was not good at boasting, actually gave Kazama a thumbs up. They were immediately shocked by the wind in their heart. At this time, the beast-shaped golden horn saw that he was no match for Kazama, so he immediately prepared to escape. "Xiao Zha Mao, I am indeed your opponent, but if I want to escape, you can't catch me no matter what, haha. It's a pity that in front of the wind, he can't escape no matter what. Shinra Tensai, almighty push sign." At this time, time, Feng-shi probed with one hand, and immediately spread the golden horn to the ground. At this time, Senju Tobarama thought that the golden horn would escape successfully, but he never expected Fengjian to be so arrogant. With a light lift of his hand, he knocked the golden horn to the ground again. Just when Senju Tobarama was shocked, Kazama immediately cast Bansho Tenon, universal pull, sucking the golden horn over, and that golden horn saw that he was so close to the wind, and even wanted to take advantage of the situation to fight back against the wind. It's a pity that Kazama had already seen his thoughts, so he performed the Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, campaign again and blasted it out 100 meters away. In this way, after a few face-to-face efforts, Jin Zhao was completely beaten by the wind and could not move. At this time, although the golden horn was beaten to death by the wind, but he still refused to accept Fengjian, and still sneered at Fengjian. Little Misty, let me tell you, although you can beat me to the death, you can never kill me, because my body is protected by QB, Nine-Tails Chakra, so you can't hurt me at all. Even if you beat me to the city meat Chan, I can be resurrected instantly. Really? Since it's so awesome, then I'll absorb your QB, Nine-Tails Chakra first. Just because you want to absorb my QB, Nine-Tails Chakra. Dream about you. My QB, Nine-Tails power is not something you can absorb. What? Just when Jin Zhao thought that the wind was talking big, he didn't expect that Kazama had already used the ability of Sikab's Hungry Ghost Realm. A few moments, the QB, Nine-Tails Chakra of the golden horn was completely sucked. This was far beyond the golden horn's expectation. It made Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others even more shocked. What? How is this possible? It is absolutely impossible. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others and the golden horn all made this shocking sound. Although it is said that Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama and others very much hope that the wind can hang the golden horn. After all, the golden horn is their enemy. As long as Fengjian can kill the golden horn, then they can be saved. But they never expected that now the wind can still absorb the enemy's attack. Isn't this an invincible existence? At this time, the golden horn was also full of shock. He never expected that he had clearly displayed the power of the QB, Nine-Tails Demon Fox now. But he was not the opponent of Fengjian, which naturally frustrated the golden horn's self-esteem. So the golden horn let out a roar and killed it again towards the wind. At this time, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were no longer worried about Kazama. After all, they all know that Funyun's strength is very clever, especially arrogant. So even if they worry, it's useless. Besides, they didn't need to worry about Kazama at all, because they all know that Kazejian's current strength can completely hang this golden horn. Chapter 310. Danzo is not convinced, and as expected by Senju Tobarama at all. Now that the golden horns have come to the fate, they have been knocked to the ground again by the wind. Then, in order to wait for the golden horn to react, Kazama immediately sucked him into Yuhi's gourd. At this time, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo were all shocked and admired by Kazama. After all, if they were themselves, they wouldn't be able to hang golden horn and silver horn so easily. After all, this golden horn Silver Kakuzu is the famous arrogant and domineering person, and their strength is also very superb. Otherwise, it is impossible to be called the two rays of light in the cloud. But now their so-called two rays of light in the cloud were so easily beaten by the wind. This naturally shocked them. Addition, Kazama now not only beheaded golden horn and silver horn, but even took away their ninja tools, which immediately made Senju Tobarama and others admire them even more. All know, the reason why the golden horn silver horn is so awesome is mostly due to the ninja tools of their Sikab's Immortal. This Sikab's Immortal's ninja gear is also very much expected by ordinary people, but everyone also knows that the Sikab's Immortal's ninja tool and its consumption of chakra, they can't use it even if they get it. Now Kazama can not only easily take the ninja tools of the two brothers from the golden horn and silver horn, you can even use these ninja tools with ease. This naturally shocked the hearts of Senju Tobarama and others. So Senju Tobarama immediately praised Kazama constantly, because he admired Kazama very much in his heart. I said, this little brother, now you are really too powerful, too arrogant. Before we thought you were young, just an ordinary genin, but now we didn't expect your strength to be so strong. Niyubi, you have greatly exceeded my expectation. Lord Hokage, you're serious? This golden horn, silver horn, in my opinion, is a piece of junk. Killing them is naturally easy. What? Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen were surprised to hear that Kazama actually regarded the golden horn silver corner as trash. But even if they were shocked in their heart, they were not. Speak doubtful word. After all, Kazami does have this ability and this rank, and that golden horn silver horn is very powerful in front of others, but in front of the wind, they are indeed too garbage. At this time, Danzo on the other side scoffed at Kazama's word. Then Danzo immediately sneered and said into the wind, I said, you, this kid, considering your young age, I didn't expect you to be able to talk big. Danzo, how could you speak like that to our benefactor? Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious when he saw that Danzo dared to laugh at Kazama. Don't give me this shit. Before Before Sarutobi could finish speaking, Danzo scolded him with rubbish. Although Danzo and Yuanfei Hiruzen are companion because he heard about Senjufei's Hokage appointment earlier, he was very angry with Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. Danzo aspires to be Hokage, after all, but now Sarutobi Hiruzen has become the serious new Hokage. Therefore, Danzo was naturally furious in his heart, and he was furious. Therefore, he didn't want to pay too much attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but immediately sneered into the wind again. Chapter 311 Then hit you. Let me tell you, kid, although I say that your strength is very powerful, but since I have never seen you in that Konoha village before, I hope you can tell your name now. If you can't tell, then there is reason and obligation to believe that you are a spy sent by the enemy. What? I'm angry too. Hearing that Danzo framed himself again and again, the wind was instantly furious. Then a slap went over, knocking Danzo directly to the ground. At this time, Danzo never expected that Kazama would dare to do it with himself. Because Danzo relied on being Senju Tobarama's apprentice on weekdays, he was horizontal and domineering all day, and no one dared to give himself face. But now he never expected that he was slapped in the face by the wind, and he was naturally angry. So that Danzo stood up with a car, and then another hungry tiger came and killed it in the wind in an instant. Pity that although this Danzo's strength is not bad, he is just a piece of garbage in front of Kazama. Therefore, Fengjian is now 3 and 5 and 2, so he once again bruised his nose and face that Danzo beat, and looked for Kiba all over the place. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobarama on the other side were worried that Kazama would really kill that Danzo, but they also knew that Kazama was the savior who saved their lives. Wouldn't it be outrageous to say that they are now taking action against Fengjian? Besides, Kazama is not that bloodthirsty person. He has already killed Danzo twice before. He couldn't bear to kill Danzo when he was young again. So Kazama made a face-to-face effort, and immediately cast Koto Amatsukami on Danzo, giving him an order to protect Konoha. At this time, Danzo, who was hit by Koto Amatsukami Kazama, naturally did not dare to continue to act in front of Kazama, so he hurriedly kowtowed to the wind and begged for mercy. Danzo, who was holding Danzo directly at the wind, now a face-to-face kung fu, is actually kowtowing to the wind and begging for mercy. This naturally shocked Senju Tobarama in his heart. At this time, Sarutobi on the other side admired Kazama even more, because he knew that Danzo's character was very stubborn. Even Senju Tobarama's orders, Danzo sometimes doesn't follow much. Now that Danzo has surrendered to Kazama, this is naturally surprising to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Kazama saw that the golden horn and the silver corner had been resolved, and Danzo surrendered to himself. So Kazama used his super perception again and began to look for the whereabouts of Jinglian Yaohuo. After all, Fengjian came here now to find the Jinglian demon fire. At this time, Senju Tobarama and others wanted to leave immediately and return to Konoha, but they saw Kazama sitting cross-legged now, as if perceiving the situation around them. So they stopped talking, but waited quietly for the wind. Now, unknowingly, Kazama has become the leader of the crowd with his powerful strength. At this time, Kazama's super perceptive power was exerted. When he found out that outside the forest, a powerful ninja was killing him, and the Jinglian demon fire was on this person. After feeling the powerful strength of this person, Kazama immediately laughed instead of angry. Although the strength of this ninja is very strong, compared with the golden horn silver horn, it is not inferior at all, but the scenery is not afraid at all. Chapter 312 3 Generations of Reikage who have changed their temperament. After all, Fengjian came here now to find the Jinglian demon fire, so no matter how powerful or arrogant this person is, Fengjian has to take back his pure lotus demon fire from his hand. At this time, Fengjian immediately turned his head and said to Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, everyone, now 100 miles away, there is a powerful enemy coming to kill us, and this person's strength is stronger than that of the golden horn silver horn. They're still bullshit, so it's up to me to resist here now. You people leave now. What? How is this possible? Hearing Kazama's words, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others immediately shook their heads and refused. I said, little brother Fengjian, you have already saved our lives before. How can we escape in crisis now? Yeah, little brother Fengjian, although we say that our strength is not as good as yours, but we are not as strong as you, but we are also men with strong bones, and we can't escape so easily, so no matter how powerful the enemy is, it's amazing. In short, as long as he dares to come, we will have a real fight with him. This one. As soon as he heard what everyone said, Kase no longer refused. After all, Kazama is also well versed in the world of people. If he refuses the good intentions of everyone again and again, then he will appear too ruthless. Besides, although the strength of the incoming person is high, the wind is not afraid at all. After all, Kazama now has the 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan that is serious. Therefore, no one can pretend in front of him, nor is he qualified to be arrogant in front of him. And not long after this time, the person with the pure lotus demon fire immediately came to the crowd. It it's actually him. At this time, the wind was shocked when he saw the appearance of the person who came. It turns out that this person is the future 3 generations of Reikage. As far as Kazama knows, these 3 generations of Reikage are very simple and honest people, but the wind was totally unexpected. Now in this parallel world, the characters of these 3 generations of Reikage have also undergone earth-shaking changes. In this world, the 3 generations of Reikage are the heinous one, and the 2 brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn are his subordinate. It was he who commanded the Golden Horn and Silver Horn to kill the 2nd generation Reikage. The purpose is to overthrow the rule of the 2nd generation Reikage so that he can become the 3rd generation Reikage himself. Because the 3 generations of Reikage were originally very powerful, and their bodies were strong enough to withstand the full blow of the tailed beast. In addition, he has now obtained this pure lotus demon fire, so he is naturally more arrogant and domineering. Therefore, when he sees Kazama and others here, he will laugh wildly. He still does not know the true strength of the wind. He didn't know that it was Kazama who beheaded his 2 capable men, the Golden Horn Silver Horn. Therefore, he thought it was the 2nd generation Hokage who beheaded his subordinate. So after coming here, he immediately pointed at Senju Tobirama's nose and scolded, "Well, you 2nd generation Hokage, you are so arrogant. I thought that sending the Golden Horn Silver Horn could teach you to hunt and kill, but I didn't expect that you were so fucking lucky to be able to block the attack of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Well, since that's the case, then today I'm going to see how awesome you are." Status. At this time, the 3 generations of Reikage's voice fell, and immediately cast their own killer stab in hell. Chapter 313 Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. An instant, he killed Senju Tobirama, and at this time that Senju Tobirama although cast Hiraishin in time to evade, but even so, it was almost hit by those 3 generations of Reikage. As expected of a strong general under the 2nd generation Reikage, the speed is indeed terrifying. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but said secretly. At this time, the 3 generations of Reikage were not afraid of tigers because they were newborn calves, so he didn't take that Senju Tobirama into his eyes at all. So when I saw Senju Tobirama dodging his attack, he sneered. Then, he tried his best to kill Senju Tobirama again. And at this time, when Kazama saw this 3rd generation Reikage, he dared to look down on him, and he didn't take himself seriously. So he immediately flew and blocked in front of Senju Tobirama. At this time, the 3 generations of Reikage really didn't take Kazama seriously, because now that he saw that Fengjian dared to resist his attack, he was immediately furious. So immediately prepared to kill Kazama, and then go to deal with Senju Tobirama. But what the 3 generations of Reikage didn't expect was that after his health thrust hit Kazama, Kazama was actually intact. This suddenly surprised the 3 generations of Reikage. At this time, not only the 3rd generation Reikage was shocked, but even Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen were all shocked, because they all know that the strength of this 3rd generation Reikage is very superb and very powerful, especially his health thrust, but it is known as the strongest spear. But now Kazama has easily blocked the strongest spear of this 3rd generation Reikage. This is of course greatly beyond their expectation. At this time, the 3 generations of Reikage also saw the unusualness of the wind at a glance. Therefore, he quickly put away the attack, and then retreated several steps in a row. Only then did he face the wind with a face full of anger and say, "You little bastard, you are really awesome. You dare to do something to me. You'd better keep your mouth clean for me. Hee, don't give me this shit." At this time, the 3 generations of Reikage saw that Kazama was not afraid of him, and even dared to curse at him. This suddenly made him furious and furious. After all, the 3 generations of Reikage were in the village before, and even the 2nd generation Reikage was not convinced. How could he allow the young man Kazama to reprimand him? Therefore, the 3 generations of Reikage performed a face-to-face kung fu, and they performed a 3-handed hand that was more powerful than the 4-handed hand. At this time, the thrusting ability of the 3 generations of Reikage had undergone earth-shaking changes. This is that Senju Tobirama was immediately shocked when he saw it, so he hurriedly said to Kazama, "Little brother Kazama, you must be careful. Now the 3 generation Reikage's health thrust is very powerful, very awesome." Hee, I said it now, it's too late. Before Senju Tobirama could finish speaking, the 3rd generation of Reikage immediately burst into laughter, because the 3 generations of Reikage did not take Kazama in their eyes at all. Therefore, upon hearing Senju Tobirama's word, he accelerated his speed again and slayed towards Kazama. He thought that he had used the 3 skills, and he should be able to kill the wind easily, but he never expected that now the wind in the wind has regained the strange fire. Therefore, with the strongest defense of the current volcanic stone flame, Kazama can easily resist the attacks of the 3 generations of Reikage. Chapter 314 successfully subdued the Jinglian demon fire. In addition, Kazama can absorb the opponent's chakra. Therefore, after the 3 generations of Reikage's health thrust Sanbangwan hand hit Kazama, it is like a tickling. Not only did not break through the defense of the wind, it was even easy for Kazama to absorb the power contained in these three masters into the body. What? How is this possible? It is absolutely impossible. Hokage, who have always been arrogant and domineering, seeing that his book did not hurt Kazama in the slightest. He was even blocked by Fengjian and attack, which suddenly made him furious and violent. But now even if he is angry again, it is useless. After all, it was easy for Kazama to block his attack now. This suddenly shocked the three generations of Hokage, and they couldn't believe it. At this time, Senju Tobarama saw that Kazama was intact, and shook his head with a smile. How could I forget that little brother? Kazama has the ability to absorb the opponent's attack, so no matter how powerful the enemy's tricks are, it is of no use to Kazama. Stop trying to force me. Third generation of Hokage was originally annoyed that he couldn't kill Kazama, so now I see Senju Tobarama still gloating on the sideline. This naturally made the three generations of Hokage even more unbearable in their hearts. So the three generations of Hokage's face-to-face Hung Fu immediately turned the three books into one book again. At this time, even the surrounding air became hot and dry, because today's three-generation Hokage's stab in hell has reached its peak. At this time, the three generations of Hokage sneered again and sneered in the wind. Little bastard, although I don't know why you can absorb my attack, I don't know why your defense is so strong. It's so awesome, but it's a pity that in front of my current stab in hell, no matter how awesome and powerful your defense is, it's of no use to me. Quote, at this time, as soon as the voice of the three generations of Hokage fell, they immediately rushed toward Fengjian with lightning speed. Ha ha ha, little brat, you're going to die. Just when these three generations of Hokage thought that Kazama would surely die, didn't expect the result to be the same now. That is, he didn't hurt Kazama at all, and his attack was completely blocked by Kazama. This suddenly made the three generations of Lei Ying even more shocked, and it was even more difficult to believe, because his stab from hell was well-rounded, but it reached the level of perfection. But now he still hasn't been able to hurt the wind in the slightest, which is far beyond the expectations of the three generations of Hokage. So the three generations of Hokage had a face-to-face effort, and hurriedly cast the pure lotus demon fire in his body. Xiao Za Mao, you really amaze me. If I used to be me, I really wouldn't be your opponent, but now I'm not the me I used to be, and my attacks are very powerful, very powerful. At this time, before everyone could react, the powerful pure lotus demon fire in the body of the third generation Hokage whistled towards the wind. In the eyes of others, Jinglian demon fire is indeed a very powerful existence, but in the eyes of the wind, Jinglian Yaohuo is his defeated general. At this time, after the Jinglian demon fire turned into a human form, it was going to attack the wind, but when he saw the appearance of the wind, immediately he was surprised and delighted. Then, with a plop, he knelt in front of the wind. At that time, the three generations of Hokage never expected that the strength of the Jinglian Yaohuo was so superb. All of them turned their backs and betrayed themselves and surrendered to Kazama. This suddenly made the three generations of Hokage furious, so he pointed directly at the nose of the Jinglian Yaozan and scolded, Jinglian Yaohuo, you bastard, you fucking said you wanted to surrender to me, but now you fucking dare to betray me. Really tolerable or unbearable? Stop giving me nonsense. At this time, he did not wait for the three generations of Hokage to finish. Jinglian Yaohuo burned the three generations of Hokage into nothingness in a single face-to-face effort. It's my master. What are you? You dare to let me recognize you as master? Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were once again taken aback when they heard the words of Jinglian Yaohuo. They never expected that such foreign object in the world as Jinglian demon fire would surrender to Fengjian. In their eyes now, Fengjian is not a human being but a god. Chapter 315. Go to the Senju Hashirama era. I said, little brother Fengjian, you are too powerful, you are too awesome. At this time, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo could no longer suppress the excitement in their heart. Therefore, they all crowded around Fengjian, constantly complimenting the middle. After looking at the wind, he immediately smiled and nodded at them. Although Fengjian is a modest person, he is naturally very happy when he sees everyone complimenting him like this. At this time, Fengshi knew that since he had already subdued the Jinglian demon fire and the spirit of light, then, I will go to the world of the first Hokage again and start to recover the Yuhi Lotus fire. After all, as long as the Yuhi Lotus karmic fire is absorbed, Kazama can have 23 kinds of different fires in its entirety. At that time, Kazama's strength can reach an unprecedented date. At that time, Kazama will be able to deal with the attack of the Otsutsuki clan seriously. At this time, Senju Tobarama didn't know that Kazama was going to leave immediately. Therefore, he said to Kazama, I said, little brother Kazama, now you have not only saved the lives of us and others, but even defeated the Golden Horn, Silver Horn and the many masters in Kumogakure village, the land of thunder. If you don't dislike it, then I hope you will return to Konoha with us immediately, and I will definitely reward you greatly in the name of Hokage. This, Hokage-sama, you are serious? Second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama was going to reward reward him. Kazama immediately smiled and waved his hand. Oh, why is that? At this time, Senju Tobarama admired Kazama too much, so he wanted to reward Kazama. But he never expected Kazama to reject him, which naturally made Senju Tobarama puzzled, because everyone wants to be rewarded. After all, ninjas go out on missions to get bounty. Now Kazama doesn't want his own reward, which naturally made Senju Tobarama feel a lot of doubts in his heart. At this time, Kazama said to Fengjian again, Lord Hokage, you may not know something. Although I am very grateful to you for your reward, I can only take it from my heart, because I still have important things to do now. And then the interviewer said that I also sincerely protect Konoha. Even if there is no reward, I am willing to throw my head in blood for Konoha. After all, I am a ninja of Konoha. I was born and raised in Konoha. Don't be rude. Oh, really? Then since that's the case, I'm not forcing it anymore. Hearing Kazama's words, Senju Tobarama nodded immediately, and at this time, Senju Tobarama heard that Kazama was going to leave here, which made him puzzled. After all, he had seen the strength of Kazami just now. If Kazama is in his own Konoha, then his own Konoha will be able to unify the entire ninja world in the future. Now Kazama wants to leave here, which naturally makes Senju Tobarama feel very sad. But Senju Tobarama also knows that Kazama is a very mysterious person, and his strength is also very superb. Even if you want to keep it, you can't keep it. Lord Hokage, our green hills will continue to flow without changing the rate, and there will be a period in the future. As soon as Funyun's voice fell, he took the time shuttle again. A few face-to-face effort, we came to the era of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Chapter 316 Coercion has no end. At this time, in the world of the first Hokage, there was no Konoha ninja village, nor the ninja villages of the other 5 countries. After all, this world is full of frequent wars, and there is no concept of a ninja village. It's just a battle between tribes. Example, the Senju clan where the first Hokage belonged, and the Uchiha clan, where Uchiha Madara belonged, were fighting all year round. But because Senju Hashirama had a very good relationship with that Uchiha Madara when he was young, therefore, they joined forces between the two clans to defeat the many enemies in the ninja world. But no matter how good the relationship between two people is, they can only share adversity and cannot share blessing. Now that the Uchiha clan has joined forces with the Senju clan, they have obtained a lot of spoil. Naturally, there is an analysis on the question of distribution. This also directly led to the battle between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Hashirama, it looks like the battle between our two families is about to break out now. In the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, leading their retainers, were already on opposite sides, and that Senju Hashirama has always been a soft-hearted person. He also valued the friendship with Uchiha Madara very much, so he persuaded that Uchiha Madara one after another. But since Uchiha Madara was already bewitched by Black Zetsu at that time, he believes that only by obtaining Senju Hashirama's else can he carry forward the Uchiha family. Only then can the Uchiha family become the largest family in the ninja world. So Uchiha Madara has given up his friendship with Senju Hashirama. Immediately after a face-to-face effort, he killed Senju Hashirama. Following the attack of Uchiha Madara, the members of the Uchiha family immediately killed the members of the Senju family. In addition to Uchiha Madara Uchiha, the strongest is that Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. At this time, Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobarama, had long disliked the Uchiha family. He always thought that the Uchiha family was too arrogant and domineering. Therefore, this Senju Tobarama immediately used all his powers to fight with that Uchiha Izuna. And that Uchiha Izuna is an arrogant and domineering generation, and he has always looked down on the Senju family. He always thought that the Senju clan didn't have the awesome Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Then he is not qualified to be in alliance with his own Uchiha clan. So that Uchiha Izuna immediately fought with Senju Tobarama in a difficult way. At this time, although Senju Tobarama does not know Sharingan pupil technique, the strength of Senju Tobarama is also very powerful. After a few face-to-face efforts, Uchiha was defeated in a row. Give it up, Uchiha Izuna. Your Uchiha clan can't be our Senju clan's opponent at all. Stop giving me the fucking bullshit. Uchiha Izuna saw that he was actually defeated by Senju Tobarama, which naturally made him extremely angry. So Uchiha Izuna's face-to-face effort immediately turned on his Sharingan. Senju Tobarama has long seen the power of this Sharingan, so he hurriedly closed his eyes. He was worried that he would hit the Sharingan's demonic illusion again. And at this moment, as Senju Tobarama's eyes closed, Uchiha Izuna immediately seized the opportunity. A face-to-face effort. He cast his trump card on that Senju Tobarama. Chapter 317 Hang Uchiha Izuna. And at this critical moment, a figure immediately stopped Uchiha Izuna's attack. This sudden change, let alone Uchiha Izuna was shocked. Even that Senju Tobarama was surprised, because because Senju Tobirama felt that Uchiha Izuna's attack was hitting his vital spot just now. He also knew that he might die soon, but he didn't expect that now he was rescued by a mysterious person. Although Kazama had previously met him in the era of the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, but because Kazama has now come to another parallel world, that is, the era of the original Hokage, so Senju Tobirama doesn't know Kazama at this time. Therefore, when he saw Fengjian save him, he was overjoyed. So I wanted to ask Kazama's last name and why I wanted to save myself, but since it was the time of the war, Senju Tobirama naturally didn't ask much. At this time, Uchiha Izuna, who had always been arrogant, was about to be killed by himself once Senju Tobirama, but he was rescued by a young man, which immediately made Uchiha Izuna furious. So this Uchiha Izuna immediately pointed at Kazama's nose and cursed without saying a word. "You little bastard, who are you? Why are you ruining my good deed? Stop talking nonsense. Now I'm not bad for you. I just want to tell you that there is no need for your Uchiha clan to fight with the Senju clan, because now your Uchiha clan has been bewitched by Black Zetsu, so you will be angry with the Senju clan. You have to stop talking nonsense to me. What about Black Zetsu? White Zetsu? I don't understand what you are saying. I tell you, little bastard, originally our target was only the Senju family, but you bastard dare to stop it. I behead Senju Tobirama, then I'll cut you now." As soon as Uchiha Izuna finished speaking, he immediately used his pair of 3 Tomo's Sharingan to cast demonic illusion in the wind. Sharingan's demonic illusion is awesome. Be careful. Senju Tobirama didn't know Kazama's true strength yet, so he immediately became worried about Kazama. But he didn't know that in front of Kazama, Uchiha Izuna's Sharingan was the younger brother at all. So the wind at this time also immediately opened his pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A face-to-face effort easily resisted Uchiha Izuna's demonic illusion. By the way, demonic illusion was also cast on that Uchiha Izuna, causing that Uchiha Izuna to slump directly to the ground. What? How is this possible? At this time, Uchiha Izuna not only resisted his demonic illusion once he saw Kazama, he even bounced back his demonic illusion, attacking all 5 of his senses. This immediately shocked Uchiha Izuna. It's too early to be shocked. Just as Uchiha Izuna was shocked, Kazama cast Tsukuyomi on Uchiha Izuna again. At this time, in the world of Tsukuyomi, Kazama launched an endless spiritual attack on Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izumi, who was hit, was mentally frustrated and was dying. At this time, Senju Tobirama saw Uchiha Izuna, who was still arrogant and domineering just now. Now, in just a few seconds, he was knocked to the ground in the duel between the followers. This was far beyond Senju Tobirama's expectation. Chapter 318 Hang Uchiha Madara. After all, whether Uchiha Izuna's strength is high or low, Senju Tobirama has a deep understanding, but he never expected that in front of Kazama, this Uchiha Izuna would be so impatient. And at this time, Uchiha Madara, who was fighting fiercely with Senju Hashirama, as soon as he saw his younger brother was knocked over to the ground by a strange boy, this suddenly made that Uchiha Madara furious in his heart, beating like thunder. So this Uchiha Madara immediately asked Senju Hashirama to kill him in the wind. "What kind of thing are you, little bastard? How dare you obstruct the battle between our Uchiha clan and the Senju clan?" At this time, Uchiha Madara rushed to Kazama while scolding, preparing to shoot at Kazama. But when he saw the pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind, suddenly shocked, he took a few steps back, and for a while he thought Kazama was a member of his Uchiha clan. After all, only the people of the Uchiha family are qualified and able to open this pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So Uchiha Madara immediately scolded into the wind. "I said, you little bastard, looking at your eyes I can tell that you are from our Uchiha clan, but now you fucking dare to treat us Uchiha clan the clansman shot. I said, are you an idiot?" Clap clap clap. Just as Uchiha Madara kept scolding at Kazama, Kazama went over and slapped him 3 times, knocking him to the ground. Uchiha Madara never expected that Kazama's movements were so fast. Seeing that he was knocked to the ground by an unknown teenager, Uchiha Madara was naturally even more annoyed. At this time, Kazama sneered and said to Uchiha Madara, "Although I have Mangekyo Sharingan, I am not from your Uchiha clan. Could it be that you belong to the Senju family?" "I'm not from the Senju clan either. I'm here now, just to persuade both of you to stop fighting. After all, you are now bewitched by the Black Zetsu, so you attacked the Senju clan, so I hope you can turn your back. Quote, stop giving me the fucking bullshit." Then Uchiha Madara didn't listen to Kazama's words at all, because Uchiha Madara hasn't seen Black Zetsu yet, although he said that his step-by-step actions were indeed bewitched by that Black Zetsu. But since Black Zetsu one hides in the dark, and quietly guide this Uchiha Madara to attack the Senju clan, so this Uchiha Madara did not know the existence of Black Zetsu, but he was indeed bewitched by that Black Zetsu. Therefore, this Uchiha Madara now heard the words of the room, and thought that Kazama was pretending pretending to be in front of him. Therefore, I thought that no matter what, I would smash the corpse into 10,000 pieces and smash the bones into ashes. Therefore, it is said that Uchiha Madara immediately rescued his younger brother and placed it in the army at the rear. Then he got up again and scolded the wind in a cold voice. I'll tell you, little bastard, it's okay for you to bully me, Uchiha Madara, but now you dare to attack my brother Uchiha Izuna, then I can't spare you no matter what. Yes, don't think that you have this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. You can be awesome in front of me. You must know that as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I also opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. As soon as Uchiha Madara's voice fell, his 3-Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly and turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 319 Paralyzed Uchiha Madara. Then Uchiha Madara attacked the Kazama again, but unfortunately, this Uchiha Madara's attack is sharp now, but in Kazama's eyes, all the flaws in Uchiha Madara's actions were clearly seen by him. Therefore, Fengjan is now even fighting, and a few face-to-face efforts have passed. Then he defeated the Uchiha Madara again and again. What? How is this possible? Seeing that he has obviously turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, but he is not the opponent of the wind, that he couldn't capture Kazama's movement. This made Uchiha Madara even more shocked. I tell you, Uchiha Madara, all you have is an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, and mine is an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which is one level higher than you, so you are definitely not my opponent. It really pissed me off, knowing that Kazama's eyes are even more powerful than his Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara was immediately furious in her heart, and she also immediately coveted the eyes of the wind. He thought that since Kazama's strength was so superb, that must be because of this pair of timeless Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara thought that as long as he took advantage of the situation to capture the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind, then his strength can become as powerful as the wind. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara immediately cast that perfect Susanoo. Seeing that Uchiha Madara is now relying on Mangekyo Sharingan alone, Kazama has to admire the strength of Uchiha Madara at her peak, and at this time, Senju Tobirama had never seen this complete Susanoo. Therefore, seeing this mountain-like giant appear, he was so frightened that Senju Tobirama took a few steps back and broke out in cold sweat. At this time, even Senju Hashirama from the original Hokage flew in front of Kazama. Although he didn't know Kazama either, he saw Kazama just now but saved his younger brother, and also had a hard fight with that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Therefore, he also knew that Fengjan was a friend rather than an enemy, so he immediately rushed to Fengjan and said, "Little brother, hurry up and retreat. Now this Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, but their forbidden technique of the Uchiha family, ordinary people can't resist." Hehe, Hashirama, you were right. Although you say that your brain is not good, but now you know my forbidden technique quite well. Uchiha Madara, who had opened up the full-body Susanoo, immediately laughed at Kazama, Hashirama and others with the appearance of Hoon facing the world. I tell you, these little stray hairs, this full-body Susanoo of mine is a super forbidden technique that claims that as long as you see it with your own eyes, you can't escape death. So now I use this full-body Susanoo to treat your little stray hair, and all the people of your Senju clan are killed. Only in this way can my Uchiha clan dominate the entire ninja world. Ha ha ha. Just when Uchiha Madara was laughing wildly, suddenly he saw a golden giant several times taller than himself appeared in front of him, even more imposing than his full-body Susanoo. There are even 3 heads and 6 arms, and each of those 6 hands are holding extremely powerful weapon. This suddenly scared that Uchiha Madara took a few steps back and almost collapsed on the ground. Chapter 320 Fancy Sling Uchiha Madara. The face of this sudden change, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are also looking at me. I look at you, and they all look at each other in dismay, because they never expected the ordinary people in their eyes. In a single face-to-face effort, he was able to perform a complete body Susanoo that was even more powerful than that Uchiha Madara. What? You are not a member of our Uchiha family. Why are you able to perform the forbidden technique of our Uchiha family now? Then Uchiha Madara was shocked when she saw the golden Susanoo in Kazama today. I'm going to correct you. This one of mine is not a complete top Susanoo. It's a god-level Susanoo. Stop giving me the fucking word. Uchiha Madara was shocked in his heart. He also looked down on Kazama in his heart. After all, he thought that Kazama was not from his Uchiha clan, but Kazama now not only has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that only his own Uchiha clan can have, Susanoo that was comparable to or even stronger than himself, then how could Uchiha Madara not be angry? Therefore, Uchiha Madara immediately directed Susanoo in a face-to-face effort, and killed the god-level Susanoo in the wind. Pity that although Uchiha Madara is powerful, he doesn't have the ability to hurt Kazama at all. I saw that Uchiha Madara's sword of Susanoo, which originally had the power to destroy the world, hit the god-level Susanoo of Kazama, have any effect on this god-level Susanoo of Kazama. Instead, he was shocked by Susanoo in the wind and took a few steps back, which immediately shocked Uchiha Madara. He never expected that the perfect Susanoo that he had always been proud of, knocked down by this god-level Susanoo of Kazama. At this time, Senju Hashirama thought that no matter how strong Kazama was, he would definitely not be the opponent of that Uchiha Madara. After all, even Senju Hashirama himself is not sure about hanging Uchiha Madara. Now he sees this god-level Susanoo in Kazama. It's just because of the hardness of his body. The complete body of Uchiha Madara, Susanoo, was shaken back and forth again and again. This Senju Hashirama couldn't help but exclaim, "What is the origin of this kid? How can he be so powerful? It seems that Uchiha Madara is very different from him." "What, brother, is what you said true?" Senju Tobarama on the other side was shocked when he heard his brother's word. Because of the strength of Uchiha Madara, he has also experienced it long ago. He also never expected that in this world, besides his brother, there are people who can beat Uchiha Madara. At this time, the two brothers, Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama, were shocked by Kazama's rank, that Uchiha Madara has already exerted all his strengths again. This god-level Susanoo toward Kazama. But no matter how awesome or powerful Uchiha Madara is, how could he be Kazama's opponent? At this time, Kazama immediately used the 6 artifacts on his Susanoo. A few face-to-face efforts. Susanoo, the complete body of Uchiha Madara, was beaten to pieces. Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 321 to 340. Chapter 321 The Power of the Orochi. Fortunately, that Uchiha Madara is so powerful. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that a face-to-face effort will become nothing in the wind. At this time, Uchiha Madara saw that Kazama's strength was so awesome, so powerful. He secretly said that if he were to follow the wind, he would be beheaded by the wind in all likelihood. But if Uchiha Madara is allowed to escape like this, then Uchiha Madara absolutely cannot do it. After all, Uchiha Madara is a very face-saving person. How could he run away for no reason? Therefore, this Uchiha Madara immediately performed another psychic spell and summoned the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Fox. What? Uchiha Madara actually channeled all Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Foxes. Below saw Uchiha Madara's psychic beast and was shocked again. After all, this Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox is the head of the nine-tailed beast, with the power to destroy the world. How this doesn't shock Senju Hashirama's heart. At this time, Uchiha Madara, with the help of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox, started laughing again. "Let me tell you, Xiao Zamao, don't think that your own strength is very powerful, and you can be arrogant in front of me. The ninja you do must not only rely on your own strength, but also be able to use external power. The spirit beast Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox is my foreign power. I want to see how awesome and powerful your magical Susanoo is. Give it to me." As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox, who was forcibly controlled by Sharingan, immediately headed towards the wind and killed it. At this time, Fengjian smiled coldly after looking at it, still not afraid at all. Because Kazama not only has the god-level Susanoo, he also has the full power of the nine-headed beast. Therefore, the wind can easily hang the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Fox. But when Kazama saw this Uchiha Madara, he dared to look down on himself. "So I decided to give this Uchiha Madara a good slap in the face." So Kazama pretended to be invincible and let Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Fox attack his Susanoo. At this time, Uchiha Madara didn't know that Kazama was about to pretend. He didn't even know he was about to be beaten in the face. Therefore, he was still laughing at the wind. "He, the little girl in the wind. Have you seen the power of my Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox now? Let me tell you, my Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox is the overlord of the ninja world. And who gets it? Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox, who is the overlord of the ninja world. So you can't be my opponent at all. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll let you see my true strength." At this time, the voice in the wind room fell, and immediately put away the god-level Susanoo. Then he changed his body, and immediately exerted his power of the eight-headed snake. At this time, the eight-headed snake that changed with the wind appeared. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who were immediately frightened, were terrified in their heart, because Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, is the head of the nine-tailed beast. But this eight-headed snake is the legendary creature. They have never even seen it before, so they are naturally shocked in their heart, and they never expected that the wind could actually possess the power of the legendary monster. At this time, Uchiha Madara was shocked to see the eight-headed snake that had changed in Kazama, and immediately thought that the secret path was not good. After all, the strength radiating from the Orochi Baki now is even more powerful than his own Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Chapter 322 The Power of Ten Tails. So this Uchiha Madara once again commanded the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox to attack the Orochi, trying to take the lead. But Kazama had already affected Uchiha Madara's action. Therefore, Orochimaru immediately made 8 attacks with different attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, melting, ice, and rain at the same time. A face-to-face effort, he killed the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Although Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, is powerful, powerful. Its most powerful power is hidden, fire style. So in the face of these 8 different attributes of the attack, the Kyubi, Nine-Tails demon fought was naturally a face-to-face Hung Fu, and was beaten and defeated. This immediately shocked Uchiha Madara even more. So Uchiha Madara performed a face-to-face Hung Fu, and immediately performed the full-body Susanoo again, and covered the armor of Susanoo on the body of Kyubi, Nine-Tails demon fought. Hehe, Xiaozha Mao, I tell you, now my trick is the prestige Susanoo. How about it? Haven't seen it before. Now my Susanoo and Kyubi, Nine-Tails demon fought have the same power, so the time of death for you little bastard is coming. Susanoo in that way suit, with a single face-to-face effort, the 8-headed snake that was transformed by the wind was defeated and retreated. Hehe, I didn't expect Uchiha Madara to have a lot of trick. Well, since that's the case, then I'll show you my prestige Susanoo too. What? How is this possible? That Fengjian actually pretended to be Susanoo, but at the same time he was shocked. Kazama had also cast Susanoo to cover this Orochi. Then this Orochi, dressed as Susanoo, immediately fought with the big Kyubi, Nine-Tails demon fought. You must know that Kazama's own strength is much higher than that of Uchiha Madara. Therefore, after a few face-to-face effort, they used this Yaki Orochi to pretend to be Susanoo, and defeated Uchiha Madara's majestic Susanoo in a row. And at this time, when Na Fengjian saw that Uchiha Madara was so impatient, he sneered. However, although Uchiha Madara was beaten by Kazama, he was still unwilling to give in, still scolding incessantly at the wind. At this time, Kazama saw that Uchiha Madara was clearly not his opponent, but now he still dares to act in front of him. He dares to be so arrogant, and he doesn't even listen to his persuasion. The wind was instantly furious. Kazama knew that this Uchiha Madara was a character who did not hit the southern wall and did not turn back. So Kazama decided to use more powerful abilities to let Uchiha Madara feel the gap with him. So Kazama changed his body again, and immediately used the power of 10 tails. Kyubi, Nine-Tails slumped to the ground in fright as the 10 tails in the wind appeared. Now even if Uchiha Madara uses Sharingan to forcibly control Kyubi, Nine-Tails does not dare to play against the 10 tails who follow the trend. After all, every tailed beast has a very strict level suppression. Although Kyubi, Nine-Tails can suppress the other 8-tailed beast, Kyubi, Nine-Tails will also be suppressed by this 8-tailed beast. This is the coercion of blood, and it is a fact that cannot be changed. So now with the fear in the heart of the Kyubi, Nine-Tails fought, that Uchiha Madara who controlled the Kyubi, Nine-Tails fought with Sharingan. He also felt the terrifying power of the 10 tails that had changed in the wind. Chapter 323 Ready to sling Black Zetsu. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was caught off guard, and immediately collapsed to the ground in fright. How about Uchiha Madara? I don't think you have seen this 10 tails that I have transformed, so now I will tell you that your Kyubi, 9 tails, and other 8-tailed beasts are all created by me, the 10. The power of tails is scattered, so do you think that a Kyubi, 9 tails, in mere now can beat my Kyubi, 9 tails? Quote. Hearing Kazama's word, Uchiha Madara also realized that he was indeed not Kazama's opponent, which made him extremely angry. But even if he was angry in his heart, he knew that he could no longer fight against the wind no matter what. After all, he knew that there was only one outcome in the battle with Fengjian, and that was to be killed by Fengjian, because Kazama's current strength is indeed too arrogant and too powerful. At this moment, Kazama immediately removed the 10 tails body and restored its original appearance. Then he said to the Uchiha Madara, I told you Uchiha Madara, didn't I tell you before? You have been charmed by the Black Zetsu, and Black Zetsu also used his special ability to change the steel of your Uchiha family. Content that makes you want to occupy the cells of the Senju clan. What? How did you know? At this time, Uchiha Madara didn't understand what Black Zetsu was talking about in Kazama's mouth, but as soon as he saw Kazama actually revealing his purpose, Uchiha Madara was taken aback again, because Uchiha Madara really wants to occupy the cells of the Senju family. In this way, he can obtain the power of the god of ninja world. I tell you Uchiha Madara, if you get the cells of the Senju family, then it is undeniable that you will indeed become very powerful, but this powerful power of yours is only temporary. In the end you will still be killed by Black Zetsu control. What? Is this true? Uchiha Madara was shocked when he heard the solemnity of what Feng Jian said. In addition, the strength of the wind today is so superb, so awesome. Then Uchiha Madara had to believe even if she didn't believe it. Hehe, of course. Kazama said that. He probed with one hand, immediately cast Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull, and sucked the Black Zetsu hidden in the dark into his hand. What is this time? Seeing that Kazama actually sucked a mass of black things from the ground into his hand, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were all shocked, because they have never seen such a creature. You little bastard, I didn't expect you to be so damn sensitive. You could actually sense my existence. This is the trick that Black Zetsu saw that he had worked so hard for many years, and it was cracked by Kazama so easily. This suddenly made that Black Zetsu furious in his heart, heart, and he was furious. But even Black Zetsu's anger was of no use, because with his current strength, there is simply no way to break free from the shackles of the wind. At this time, Kazama ignored Black Zetsu at all, but said to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama again, you can see now, it is this Black Zetsu who bewitched your two families and made you two. There is a fight in the clan. If you really fall into their tactic, then both of your clans will go to ruin. So the top priority for you now is to stop fighting immediately, so that the entire ninja world will enter peace, which is also the result you want to see. Chapter 324 Regain Yuhi Lotus Karma Fire. This one. Hearing Kazama's word, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama also nodded solemnly. After all, their dream from the beginning was to bring the world to peace, and the reason why Uchiha Madara fought against the Senju clan was because he was bewitched by Black Zetsu. He thought that as long as he used the power he had acquired and cast infinite Tsukuyomi, the world would be at peace. But he didn't know that this kind of peace was only short-lived, and it wasn't that serious peace at all. But now Black Zetsu sees that Kazama dares to sabotage his plan again and again. This made him go wild, and Black Zetsu immediately unleashed a Yuhi-colored flame. In a face-to-face effort, he killed the wind. I said, Black Zetsu, do you really think a mere Yuhi Lotus Karma can kill me? Seeing the Yuhi Lotus fire that Black Zetsu cast, Kazama immediately gave a cold smile. Afterward, he used the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push sign to blast the Yuhi Lotus Karma and Black Zetsu out 100 meters away. It turned out that the room had already sensed the Yuhi Lotus Karma that Black Zetsu possessed, but Kazama is not afraid at all. After all, this Yuhi Lotus Karma was a subordinate of Kazama before. Like the Jinglian Demon Fire, they all surrendered to Fengjian and recognized Fengjian as the master. Therefore, Kazama immediately said to the coquettish beauty who was cremated by Yuhi Lotus Industry, now you can surrender again. Want me to surrender to you? Delusional. Before Kazama could finish speaking, the bewitching beauty that Yuhi Lianye Huo turned into, he once again killed Kazama toward Kazama. What? How is this possible? Yuhi Lotus Karma Fire, who should have surrendered himself like pure Lotus Demon Fire. Yuhi was indiscriminate, as if the sick relatives did not recognize him and called to kill him. Feng Jian was immediately shocked. At this time, Black Zetsu, who was in the distance, immediately laughed at Kazama. How about Xiao Mao? Although I don't know the origin of this Yuhi Lotus Karma, but now that you can say her name, she must have been your subordinate before. But even so, now she will not. I surrender to you again, because I have placed my Black Zetsu cells on her, and now this Yuhi Lotus Karma fire will only be at my will. So it is. Hearing Black Zetsu's word, Kazama immediately laughed instead of angry, because if Kazama didn't know the reason why Yuhi Lotus Karma attacked him, there might be no way to subdue Yuhi Lotus Karma. But now that Black Zetsu is stupid enough to tell the reason why Yuhi Lianyahuo betrayed him, then there is a way for Kazama to convince Yuhi that the Lotus Industry is on fire again. After all, Kazama already has 22 other kinds of different fires. Therefore, it is naturally easy to remove the Black Zetsu cells in Yuhi's Lotus fire body. But Black Zetsu didn't know that there were other strange fires in Kazama, so he thought that as long as he mastered Yuhi Lotus Karma, he could easily hang Kazama. So this Black Zetsu sneered, and scolded the wind again. Little bastard, don't think that your strength is superb. You can pretend to be in front of me. You must know that the strength of this Yuhi Lotus Karma is even more powerful. Great trick, even more awesome. Just as Black Zetsu kept insulting Kazama, Kazama had already escaped into the body of Yuhi's Lotus Karma. After a few face-to-face efforts, the Black Zetsu cells were burned into nothingness. What? How is this possible? At this time, Black Zetsu suddenly felt Yuhi's Lotus fire, and he was no longer under his control. This suddenly scared the Black Zetsu back a few steps and broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 325 Non-stop slapping Black Zetsu. It may not be that you have the final say, but I have the final say. At this time, Kazama immediately looked at the terrified Black Zetsu and laughed. Yuhi, who regained his sanity and got rid of Black Zetsu's control, hurried to Kazama's side. I'm really sorry. I was deceived by the Black Zetsu cells before, so I attacked you, Master. I hope Master will spare my life. Oh. Upon hearing Yuhi Lianyahuo's word, Kazama felt very strange, because the previous Yuhi Lotus Karma was very high profile, and his character was very arrogant. Even she loves to ignore her own master Feng Jian. Seeing Yuhi Lianyahuo's attitude towards him now, Kazama is naturally very strange. At this time, the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire reverently said to the wind again, Master, you don't know anything. The reason why I ignored you before was because your strength was not superb, and you did not get that there are 23 kinds of strange fires that are serious. But now, including me, you have obtained 23 kinds of strange fires, and now you have become the king of strange fires. You are the strange fires, and the strange fires that is you. So naturally I have to respect you. So it turns out, it seems that this world is really the strong prey to the weak, and it really has the strength to conquer everything. Hearing Yuhi Lianyahuo's word, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded. At this moment, that Black Zetsu saw that Kazama had managed to conquer the Yuhi Lotus Karma, and he took it back so easily. He even got into a fight with the coquettish beauties painted by Yuhi Lee and Yahuo, and flirted there. This suddenly made that Black Zetsu even more furious, and he was furious. Although Black Zetsu is just a product of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, but this Black Lord is also a hungry ghost. Previously, he saw that the coquettish beauty that Yuhi Lotus Karma turned into was very beautiful, and he also wanted to take advantage of that Yuhi Lotus Karma. But although the Yuhi Lotus karmic fire was controlled by the Black Zetsu, the Yuhi Lotus karmic fire itself was sacred and inviolable. That's why Black Zetsu was shut down countless times. Now Black Zetsu sees Kazama not only taking away Yuhi Lotus Karma, but even gaining Yuhi Lotus Karma's heart. Black Zetsu was instantly furious, and he was furious. After a face-to-face effort, he immediately started yelling at Feng Jian. You little bastard in the wind, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I tell you that even if you take away the fire of Yuhi's Lotus Karma, I'm not afraid of you. Hearing Black Zetsu's word, Kazama was not afraid at all, but instead started laughing wildly. Hee, I said Black Zetsu, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant in this parallel world now. Did you forget that in the real world, you were constantly being hanged and beaten by me? Hang your mother. Black Zetsu doesn't know what a parallel world is, nor what a real world is. In short, when he saw Fengjian being so arrogant and powerful, it naturally made him angry. So Black Zetsu killed him in a face-to-face manner. At this time, Kazama saw that Black Zetsu's death was imminent, but he still dared to act in front of him. That Kazama sneered all his life, and let Black Zetsu attack him. Prepare to give Black Zetsu a fatal blow when Black Zetsu gets close. Chapter 326 The Surrender of Uchiha Madara. But what Kazama didn't expect was that now this Black Zetsu is simply a trick-or-treating method. Other word, Black Zetsu itself does not dare to fight against the wind. After all, Black Zetsu's ability is very rubbish. How can he dare to fight against the wind? Today's Black Zetsu just wants to make Kazama careless. He just wants to make Kazama think he won't run away. And now Kazama is indeed caught in Black Zetsu's trick. Just when Kazama stood there, preparing to wait for Black Zetsu to attack, that Black Zetsu suddenly slipped into the ground and disappeared. This sudden change made the wind a bit dumbfounded. After all, Kazama had really thought about Black Zetsu wanting to have a real fight with him, but he didn't expect that this parallel world of Black Zetsu was actually a useless person. At this time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were shocked when they saw the culprit, Heiju, running away. So he hurried to Kazama's side, and said respectfully to Kazama, I said this little brother, didn't you say that this Black Zetsu was the culprit? Now that he has escaped, wouldn't that be a nuisance to us? Is the ninja world causing more chaos? Don't worry, now this Black Zetsu has escaped, but as long as I am here, he can't escape very far, and the main purpose of this Black Zetsu is to cause chaos in the ninja world, so it won't be long before he will take the initiative. Dedicated, so as long as Black Zetsu appears, I can search for its trace, and as long as he dares to come out again, I will definitely turn it into nothingness. Quote, Brother Fengjian, you really are awesome, then we'll listen to what you have to say. Hearing Kazama's word, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama were very happy. At this time, it stands to reason that the scenery has already obtained the Yuhi Lotus karmic fire, and all 23 kinds of different fires have been collected. The original plan was to take a time machine back to the real world, but Kazama had previously promised Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to help them eradicate Black Zetsu. Plus Black Zetsu, this guy is really a bastard. Chapsui. If Black Zetsu is allowed to continue here, then with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, there is no ability to kill this Black Zetsu. Although Black Zetsu's combat power is not good, the body structure of Black Zetsu is completely different from that of ordinary human. Even smashing it into Mi-chan, it can be revived. So Kazama decided to stay here and help them kill the Black Zetsu. So Kazama took advantage of this time to help Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara and others establish Konoha. And ninjas from other countries, seeing Kazama and others established Konoha, immediately followed suit. This is where Sunagakure village in the land of wind, Hayes village in the land of water, Kumogakure village in the land of thunder, and Iwagakure village in the land of earth. There are also ninja villages in other small countries, etc., etc. It can be said that it has everything. But what Kazama did not expect was that the ninja villages in these countries have now been established to actually have the brows of war again. This is far beyond Kazami's expectation. The main purpose of Kazama's establishment of Konoha is to establish a good ninja system. It can also contribute to the peace of the ninja world. But now that the ninja world has fallen into war again, Kazama is naturally full of reluctance. Chapter 327 Back to the Past united 5 shadows. So Kazama immediately united Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, prepare to form an alliance with the ninja villages of the other 4 countries. But as soon as Kazama's proposal came out, Uchiha Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama immediately shook their heads. What do you mean? Why are you rejecting my offer? This word, Uchiha Madara immediately said with a wry smile. I am Kazama's little brother. You may not know it, although your strength is indeed very powerful and powerful. Even if you want to unify the ninja world, it's very easy, but the premise is that you use force to rule the ninja world. If you don't use force, but you want to form an alliance with other ninja villages, then they will definitely not accept you. Oh, why is that? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The wind immediately became confused and puzzled. It's very simple, because the ninja villages in the four major countries, Sunagakure Village, Kumogakure Village, Kurigakure Village, and Iwagakure Village, are also not weak. Although they are not as good as our Konoha, their leaders are all arrogant and domineering. They are not willing to join us. So now if we really want to ally with them, there is only one way, and that is to kill their leaders, then let them surrender to us, and let them become our affiliated forces so that we can achieve that righteousness. Piece of the 8 classic. This one heard Uchiha Madara's proposal. Kazama immediately shook his head. Oh, could it be that little brother Kazama? Don't you agree with my proposal? Hearing Uchiha Madara's question, Kazama smiled again and said, I don't completely disagree with your proposal. I just think your proposal is too extreme. We might as well find a compromise. Oh, what's the compromise? In fact, Senju Hashirama does not agree with Uchiha Madara's proposal. After all, Senju Hashirama is a kind person, and he can't do it if he kills the leaders of other ninja villages. It's very simple. If according to what you said now, the leaders of these 4 ninja villages are all arrogant and domineering, then I can indeed suppress them with force, but there is no need to kill them, but to clean them up. Be obedient so that they can listen to my word, and only by listening to my word, then they can know the strength of our Konoha. As long as they know the strength of our Konoha, then they will definitely be willing to ally with us. Quote, after all, whether it is a person or a group, they are willing to ally with a powerful force so that their status can be raised. Not bad. What you said is very reasonable. Hearing Kazama's decision, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara immediately nodded happily. After all, they also felt that Kazama's proposal was very correct, and after making up his mind at this time, Kazama led Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others. The leaders of the 4 ninja villages were immediately called together. But what Kazama didn't expect was that the leaders of these 4 ninja villages were all arrogant and domineering, as Uchiha Madara said. When they heard that they were going to join forces with Konoha village, they sneered. Chapter 328. Ready to hang the original Hokage. Then they saw that Kazama was young now, but he still dared to be on an equal footing with their leaders. This made them even more angry. Especially Hokage, the first generation of the country of thunder, has a more grumpy temper, and he stood up with a slap on the table. Then he pointed at Funyun's nose and scolded loudly. What are you, little bastard? You dare to let us unite with you? I tell you, even if we join with you, then we have to be your masters, and you are going to be our prisoner. Are you right? Not bad, not bad. Quote, hearing the words of the original Hokage, the other cage level masters also burst into laughter. At this time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara dared to look down on Kazama when they saw this first generation Hokage. This suddenly made them furious and furious. After all, they are very aware of Kazama's strength, and they also respect Kazama very much. Therefore, they must not tolerate this first generation Hokage underestimating Kazama. So Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara immediately joined forces and killed the first Hokage. At this time, the first generation of Hokage was also a grumpy, fearless person. Although he knew that Senju Hashirama and his Uchiha Madara were powerful, he was not afraid at all. Therefore, after a few face-to-face efforts, the first Hokage fought with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It's a pity that 2 fists can't match 4 hands. No matter how powerful he is, how can one person beat the combination of 2 people? Therefore, after a few face-to-face efforts, the first generation of Hokage was obediently taken care of by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Then the 2 sneered at the first Hokage again and said, how is it? Are you convinced now? Hehe, don't give me this shit. But what Kazama didn't expect was that the first Hokage had already been beaten by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. But they are still not convinced, and not only are they not convinced, he even sneered at the wind. Let me tell you, little bastard, even if I'm convinced now, I'm still convinced by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but I'm extremely unlucky for you, little bastard, because I don't know you at all. I don't know you. I don't know what you are from. You dare to be the leader of Konoha, and you dare to match us with you. I tell you, if you want us to join you, then you will fight with me. I don't believe your strength can beat me. This one. At this time, upon hearing that the first generation Hokage was fighting against him, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded. At this time, the Senju Hashirama and the Uchiha Madara immediately began to gloat over the misfortune. Then the 2 immediately rushed to the first Hokage and said, I said that you were really strange. People always pick up soft persimmons and pinch them, but you can kick whichever piece of iron is hard. I tell you, don't look look at our little brother in the wind. You must know that the strength of our little brother in the wind is unprecedented, and no one will come later. Stop giving me the fucking word. At this time, the first Raikage did not listen to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at all. Instead, he thought that Senju Hashirama and that Uchiha Madara were accusing the wind. Chapter 329 Start hanging the first generation Raikage. Therefore, he felt even more that Fengjian was a useless person. At this time, the first generation Tsuchikage, the first generation Mizukage, and the first generation Kazekage on the other side had the same idea as the first generation Raikage. They also thought that the wind room was a piece of trash. So they all rushed to the first Raikage and said, "The first Raikage, now you have to teach this little bastard a good lesson, or everyone will dare to act in front of us Kage-level masters in the future." "Oh, of course it is." First generation Raikage finished speaking. He immediately used the trick that Kumogakure village was good at, that is, the lightning armor. With a face-to-face effort, he killed in the wind. It still Yuhi-colored lightning. The lightning of this first generation Raikage. It is not only Yuhi-colored but also so powerful. The wind was immediately shocked. However, even if the Raiden, thunder style, of the original Raikage is awesome and powerful, it is of no use to Kazama. The first Raikage saw that he was less than 10 steps away from Kazama, but that Kazama was still standing there and didn't move at all, and the first generation Raikage neared. Immediately afterward, he secretly cursed in his heart, "Xiaozha Mao, this is something you didn't avoid yourself, so don't blame me for being ruthless." First generation Raikage made a face-to-face effort, and immediately used all his strength to hit the Tianling guy in the wind. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that this face-to-face Hung Fu will be beaten into meat-chan. But what Raikage didn't expect from the first generation is that now after his palm hit Kazama's forehead, Kazama is actually intact. This was so frightening that the first Raikage took a few steps back, sweating coldly. This was something he never expected. At this time, the three of Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage were also shocked. After all, the three of them had previously felt the attack of the original Raikage, but it was very powerful and powerful. Even if they were slapped alive, they couldn't stand it. But now the wind is actually intact, which naturally refreshed their worldview. At this time, the first generation Raikage saw that he had clearly boasted about the sea, saying that he could blow his bones into ashes, but it never expected that Kazama's defense was so powerful. It was so easy to block his full blow. This is naturally a big surprise to the original Raikage. At this time, the first generation of Raikage also had a Yuhi on his face, and immediately felt extremely embarrassed. After all, he failed to pretend to be forced now, and was slapped in the face by the speed of light in the wind. This is something that the original Raikage could not accept. Therefore, the first generation Raikage made another face-to-face effort, and immediately killed it in the wind. But Kazama is still standing still, allowing the first Raikage to attack. Now the first generation Raikage has done everything possible, but it has yet to hurt the wind. This suddenly made the first generation Raikage even more terrified. Impossible, this little brat seems to be ordinary now. Why is he so powerful in defense? It's almost that 360-degree defense without dead end. If I can't hurt this little brat in the slightest branch, then am I too shameless? No, I can't just give up. The first generation of Raikage said secretly in his heart immediately. 330 hanging the first generation of Four Shadows. Thinking of this, the original Raikage immediately came up with an idea. Then he sneered again and said into the wind, "I said, you little bastard, you are really like the 1,000-year-old bastard. Your body is so hard, but no matter how strong your defense is, it doesn't matter. Eggy, if you want me to subdue you, then you must show me how awesome and powerful your attack is. Do you really want to see me fight back?" Kazama saw that this first generation Raikage couldn't even break through his own defense, so he actually wanted to do it with himself. This suddenly made the wind burst into laughter. He felt that the original Raikage was a person whose brain was kicked by a donkey. "Nonsense, I'm just going to have a real fight with you. How about it? Are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, then go eat shit right away." It really pissed me off. Kazama never expected that a dignified Kage-level expert would open and close his mouth full of swear words. Feng Jian was furious at this command, so Kazama immediately unleashed his super strange power. A face-to-face effort. He killed the first Raikage. Hehe, little stray hair. Seeing your palm is so ordinary, I don't even need to dodge it. Since the original Raikage saw that Kazama's attack did not have any attributes attack, that's why Kazama's current attack was just an ordinary taijutsu. But what he didn't expect was that although Kazama is performing taijutsu, it is not an ordinary taijutsu. It's that serious super physique. At this time, the first generation Raikage was no good, and was immediately blasted out by the wind 100 meters away. This sudden change suddenly shocked everyone. At this time, it was said that it was the first generation of Raikage, and the first generation of Kazekage, the first generation of Mizukage, and the first generation of Tsuchikage were all shocked. They never expected that Fengjian was so powerful now. In a few face-to-face effort, the first generation Raikage, who was not weak among among them was sent hundreds of meters away. Therefore, the three cage-level masters hurriedly whispered to each other, if the three of us are fighting against the wind alone, maybe we really have no certainty of winning. But now that we don't fight him, don't we three cage-level masters have to surrender to this kid Kazama? We absolutely cannot conquer him. The three cage-level masters thought of this, and they all slapped the table and killed them in the wind. This is something that the wind never expected, because they had clearly stated before that it was a wheel battle. But now these few cage-level masters are so rebellious that they want to besiege themselves. But the scenery is not afraid at all. Even if they are besieged by themselves, it is useless, because Kazama's current strength can already beat these cage-level masters. At this time, Kazekage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage attack Kazekage, and said with a sneer at Kazekage, I tell you, Xiao Zamao, although it is said that youth is better than blue, but your song Xiao Zamao will never exceed us cage-level masters. Seeing the attack of these three cage-level masters is already oncoming, Fengjian smiled coldly, and immediately used his heavenly hand, exchanged the position of the first-generation Reikage in the distance with himself. After that, only a rumbling sound was heard, and the attacks of the three cage-level masters had all hit the original Reikage. This sudden change suddenly shocked everyone present. Chapter 331 Four Shadows Conspiracy. What the hell is going on here? At this time, the four cage-level masters were all stunned by Kazama's current series of operation. They never expected that Fengjian could switch positions in an instant. Kazama's actions today have already exceeded their worldview and have subverted their imagination. At this time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama below also never expected Kazama to have this skill now. This suddenly scared them into a cold sweat, especially that Uchiha Madara, because Uchiha Madara had fought hundreds of rounds with the big room before, but Kazama never used this skill on Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly thought that if Kazama had used that skill on him, then all your attacks will hit you. Didn't he just die a long time ago? As soon as he thought of this, Uchiha Madara fell to the ground with 5 bodies that Kazama immediately admired. At this time, Kazama immediately said to the 4 cage-level masters who were full of surprise, how is it now? Are you willing to be convinced of me? That's it. 4 cage-level masters heard this. They immediately looked at me and I looked at you, and they all looked at each other in dismay, because it stands to reason that they are indeed not the opponents of the wind now. But if they were really convinced, they would be very reluctant. After all, Kazami is young now, and they are all adults. How can an adult surrender to a young man? So these people are immediately reluctant. Therefore, the 4 cage-level masters got together again and discussed with each other. What do you guys say to do? Well, do you want me to say that we might as well run away now? Hehe, how is this possible? Hearing that one of the cage-level masters wanted to escape, the other 3 cage-level masters shook their heads into rattle. Don't you know, Kazama has called us here now, and the purpose is to make us surrender to him. If we don't surrender and flee directly, then Kazama will attack our ninja village in all likelihood. At that time, we will be able to escape and the monks will not be able to escape the temple. Well, you're right, but if we really surrender to this young man, I'm still a little unconvinced. Since this is the case, then we might as well assign a very difficult task to Fengjian, so that we can not surrender to Fengjian, but also can save fate. What kind of mission is this? Hearing the words of the original Reikage, the other 3 cage-level masters immediately became interested. It's very simple. You also know that there are 9-tailed beasts with powerful tails scattered in our ninja world. Among them, the Kyubi 9-tails demon fox has been subdued by the Uchiha Madara, but the other 1 to 8 tails have not been subdued, and the strength of these tailed beasts is also good. We deliberately said to Kazama, let him go to subdue these 8-tailed beasts. Only if he subdues we will be willing to surrender to him. By that time, this little miscellaneous hair in Kazama will definitely be fooled. What if he might as well subdue these tailed beasts? Yeah, Kazama is not a fool after all. Hearing the first Reikage's plan, the other 3 shadows immediately put forward different opinions. Chapter 332 Subdue the tailed beast. That better. If he doesn't agree, we can justifiably not surrender to him, and we don't have to lose faith. And if he agrees, he still can't complete this task, so we don't have to surrender to him. Not bad. Hearing the words of the first generation Reikage, the other 3 shadows immediately smiled and nodded. Fengjian is a young man. Since he is a young man, he will definitely hit my trick, so you don't have to think so much. Having said that, the first Reikage immediately sneered at Kazama and said, I tell you Kazama, if you want us to surrender to you, yes, but you also know that we are all the leaders of the ninja village now. Just ask Ruruo. We surrender to you, and even if we want to, then the subjects in our name will not. Okay, don't talk nonsense anymore. Just say it. In the end, what should I do before you can surrender to me? It's easy. At this time, the first generation of Reikage was overjoyed when he saw that Kazama seemed to be fooled by himself. Then he rushed to the wind again and said, you also know that there are 9-headed beasts scattered in our ninja world today, and among them, the Kyubi 9-tails demon fox has been subdued by your Konoha s Uchiha Madara. Then if the other 8-tailed beasts are you can also be subdued, then we are willing to surrender to you. What? Fraud, me too. At this time, Kazama hadn't opened his mouth yet, but Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama immediately scolded the first Raikage. I said the original Raikage, you are such a villain. Yeah, don't you know that the strength of these tailed beasts is very terrifying, very awesome, let alone our Konoha ninja village. Even if our 5-nation ninja villages are united, it is impossible to beat these 8-head-tailed beasts. Besides, these tailed beasts are all bloodthirsty people, and they don't have any intelligence. How could they be tamed? Now you are doing this to our little brothers in the wind. Hehe, don't give me this shit. At this time, the first generation Raikage saw that Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara did not seem to agree with his decision, and immediately sneered. Because his purpose is to make Kazama disagree. As long as Kazama doesn't agree with the decision, then he can justifiably not surrender to Fengjan, and he can take advantage of the situation to regain his faith. But he didn't expect it, and now he is arguing with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The wind immediately sneered and said to him, no problem, I can go and conquer these 8-tailed beasts. What? Is this true? Seeing that Kazama agreed to this bet, the first Raikage was immediately overjoyed. I said, boy, did you kick the donkey in your head? At this time, the first generation of Mizukage, the first generation of Tsuchikage, and the first generation of Kazekage immediately laughed in the wind. I said, you brat in the wind, don't brag about the big Kiba. Yeah, you have to know that the strength of these tailed beasts is very strong, very awesome. Even if you can beat us with bruises and bruises, then you can't beat these tailed beasts. After all, the strength of these tailed beasts has already reached to the point of destruction. Okay, stop talking nonsense with me. I will ask you where these tailed beasts are now. As long as you can find these tailed beasts, then I can take them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 333 Hanging Shukaku. Okay, you said it yourself. Such a vow. The first Kazekage sneered in his heart. In the Sunagakure village of the first generation of Kazekage, a Shukaku happened to be imprisoned. He also used a variety of methods before trying to subdue this Aikyo Shukaku, so that I can become the one of Shukaku's Jinchuriki, column 4th, but it has not been successful. Therefore, when he saw Fengjan willing to do it for him, he was immediately overjoyed. And he also knows that Shukaku's strength is very superb and very powerful. He thought that since Fengjan was not afraid of death, it would be better for Fengjan to try it. If Kazama can really convince Shukaku of this tale, then he will take advantage of the situation to become the Jinchuriki column force for Shukaku. If Aikyo Shukaku cannot be subdued, Kazama will definitely be beheaded by Aikyo Shukaku. At that time, he can still not surrender to Kazama. So the first Kazekage thought, and immediately led Kazama, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others to his Sunagakure village. Then he sneered at Fengjan again and said, I told you Fengjan Xiaozao, don't blame me for not reminding you. This Fengyan strength is very high-end, very powerful. Our entire Sunagakure village uses. I did everything I could and exerted my strength to completely imprison that Shukaku, so you better understand. Hehe, don't give me this shit. As the first Kazekage finished speaking, Uchiha Madara immediately sneered at the first Kazekage, because Uchiha Madara knows Kazama's strength very well. Even the EPUB, 9-tails demon fox was no match for Kazami before. Shukaku be that Kazama's opponent now. And this is when the first generation Kazekage saw Uchiha Madara dare to curse at him, and he was immediately furious. But even if he was furious, he didn't dare to retort. After all, he knew that Uchiha Madara's strength was very high and powerful. At this time, Kazekage didn't want to deal with the original Kazekage too much. Instead, he immediately came to the imprisoned Aikyo Shukaku. At this time, Shukaku has been imprisoned, so it is said that he has been in a coma. At this time, the first generation Kazekage saw Kazama coming, and immediately untied the shackles of Shukaku. By the way, he also cast a spell to provoke Shukaku's roar, making his temper even more irritable. The purpose is to use the hand of Shukaku Aikyo to kill Kazama. Kazama now has that serious super perception, can clearly see the small action of the first generation of Kazekage, but Kazama now knows that his top priority is to subdue Shukaku Aikyo. Therefore, for the small movements of the first generation Kazekage, Kazama has not dismantled it for the time being, so Kazama made a face-to-face effort and immediately killed Shukaku. At this time, Shukaku on the other end was furious when he saw that someone dared to take the initiative to find an attack, directly performed his own life ninjutsu, which is the art of sand escape. At this time, the overwhelming sandstorm rushed towards the wind. The original Kazekage and the other 3 films immediately sneered haha, because they have never seen the true strength of Kazami. Therefore, they thought that no matter how powerful Kazama was, it was absolutely impossible to beat Shukaku. Chapter 334 Continuously slaughtering the 7-headed tailed beast. But they didn't expect it. Just when they thought Kazama would be beheaded by Shukaku Aikyo, that Kazama not only resisted the sandstorm attack from Shukaku Shukaku's tail intact. Even the sandstorm attack of the other Shukaku was turned on the other Shukaku. In a face-to-face effort, the one who fought for Shukaku was defeated in a row. This frightened the 4 cage level masters in shock. They never expected that Fengjian would still do this trick now. The reason why Kazama is now able to rebound Shukaku's attack is because of the ability of Yushu Ice Mirror. Although it is said that this Jade Void Ice Mirror was attached to that Susanoo by Kazama. However, as long as the Wind Rune wants to use it, it can still be seconded at any time. And at this time, Shukaku is a violent-tailed beast. Now, as soon as he saw Fengjian district alone, Lei knocked himself to the ground. Naturally, he was even more annoyed in his heart, and then he whistled towards the wind again. It's a pity that Kazama didn't pay attention to Aikiao Shukaku at all. Therefore, Kazama immediately cast his own unique pupil technique of Samsara Sharingan. In a face-to-face effort, the one controlled by Shukaku docilely obeyed. At this time, the 4 cage level masters thought that Shukaku, who had run wild, could kill Kazama, but they never expected that this one-tail Shukaku had just attacked halfway and was directly controlled by Kazama. This suddenly shocked them even more. At this time, Kazama sneered again and said to the 4 cage level masters, "How is it? Now do you believe that I can conquer the tailed beast? This one." At this time, the 4 cage level masters were shocked when they saw that Kazama really subdued Shukaku. However, in order to save face, they naturally rushed to the wind again and said, "I tell you Xiao Zhao, don't think that you can persuade Shukaku to act in front of us. You know that we still have 2 to 8 tails here. I don't believe you can subdue the remaining 7-tailed beast." At this time, the first generation Raikage, the first generation Tsuchikage, and the first generation Mizukage were talking, while immediately ordering his subordinates to lead all the 8-tailed beasts here. At this time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, once they saw these 3 cage level masters, were so shameless. It was clearly agreed that Kazama would control the tailed beasts one by one, but now they have gathered all the remaining 7-tailed beasts here. To know the strength of a tailed beast may not be enough to fear, but if these tailed beasts are all gathered together, it will be a particularly powerful existence. Therefore, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were instantly furious in their hearts, so he immediately prepared to help Kazama resist the attacks of these tailed beasts. But Kazama immediately waved at them with a smile. Don't worry, if I can't even deal with these mere tailed beasts, then there's no need for me to make these cage level masters surrender to me. Hehe, you little bastard, you really like to talk big." At this time, the 4 cage level masters heard the wind that they could recover these tailed beasts by themselves. Immediately, he burst into laughter again, because they don't believe that Kazama can conquer these tailed beasts at all. But just when they didn't believe it, that Kazama has once again cast his demonic illusion unique to the Sharingan of Samsara. Chapter 335 Just for You. After a few face-to-face Hung Fu, together with the other 7 head-tailed beasts including Shukaku, they are all controlled by the reincarnation Sharingan in the wind. Now the reincarnation of the wind, once Sharingan's pupil technique is used, these 8-headed beasts are all obedient to the wind. They all surrendered to Kazama. The 4 cage level masters who were so frightened immediately took a few steps back and broke out in cold sweat. Originally, they made a bet with Fengjian, and their purpose was to make Fengjian retreat. But they never expected that now Fengjian not only did not retreat in spite of difficulty, they even slapped them heavily in the face, which was something they never expected, and something they never wanted to believe. So these 4 cage level masters immediately looked at me and I looked at you, all looking at each other, not knowing what to do. And at this time, after the wind had subdued these 8-tailed beasts, then he said to the 4 cage level masters again, "I tell you, Kazama never said that I want you to surrender to me. I just want you to live in peace with Konoha. Don't care whose status is high, and don't care who has a lower status. In short, we are all subjects of the ninja world, so we still have to maintain the peace of the ninja world. But you have to think that I want to ride on your neck and shit, and now your idea is wrong. Although my practice is superb, I will never cover the sky with one hand, so I hope you can live in peace." Quote, "Stop giving me the fucking bullshit." At this time, the first generation Raikage slapped himself in the face one after another as soon as he saw the wind. This suddenly made him furious and furious. Then, with a face-to-face effort, he was killed in the wind. Although he knew that he was not Kazama's opponent, he couldn't tolerate Kazuma's constant pretense in front of him. And this time that Senju Hashirama and that Uchiha Madara. Once you see this first generation Raikage, it is obviously not the opponent of the wind. In addition, Kazama has already completed their bet, but now they still dare to act in the face of risk. Therefore, the two of them were immediately furious and furious. Immediately, it was a face-to-face effort, and he killed the first Raikage. A few rounds, the original Raikage was bruised. At this time, the Kazama did not stop Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. After all, Kazama also felt that this first generation Raikage was indeed too sincere and domineering. He is obviously not his opponent, but he has to pretend to be in front of him. How can this not make the wind angry? So this Kazama sneered at the first Hokage again and said, I tell you the first Hokage, if I want to kill you, then it will be as easy as breathing, but now I haven't done anything to you. I just hope that you can put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha, but now you are pretending to be forceful in front of me one after another, so don't blame me for being futile and cruel. Quote, Kazama said, and immediately prepared to kill the first Hokage. At this time, the first generation Hokage heard Kazama's word, and saw Kazama sneering towards him, when even felt a breath of death coming. The first generation Hokage, who was so frightened, fell out in cold sweat. You must know that the first generation of Hokage has never felt such terrifying coercion since its birth. Chapter 336. You have to obey. So the first generation Hokage hurriedly said into the wind again, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I am willing to surrender to you now, can I? At this time, seeing that the first generation of Hokage is willing to surrender to Kazama's read, then the remaining Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage immediately fell to their knees in front of Kazama. They are also all planted with Fengyan's constant begging for mercy, hoping that Fengyan can spare their lives. At this time, Fengyan saw that these people finally stopped fighting against him, and immediately laughed. Okay, now you are willing to surrender to me sincerely, then I will save your life, but I want you to know that now you surrender to me is secondary. The main purpose is to hope that you can maintain the peace of the ninja world. Now you and Konoha are ninjas from the 5 kingdoms of the ninja world. As long as you can unite together, then the ninja world can fall into long-term peace. Quote, of course we know that. At this time, the 4 Kage level masters, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, also nodded happily at Kazama. After all, maintaining peace in the ninja world is the long-standing dream of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. But they know that the two of them are powerful. It's impossible if it's just the two of them. Let the masters of the entire ninja world listen to them. But now the wind has done it now. Now Kazama has brought the entire ninja world into peace with his own power. This naturally made Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama very happy. But what Kazama and the others didn't expect was that the 5 great nations of the ninja world had just joined together. The 4 Kage level masters were immediately surrounded by a black thing. A face-to-face effort. The eyes of the 4 Kage level masters immediately turned from bright to dark. Then the 4 Kage level masters immediately sneered at the wind room. Hihi, the little girl in the wind, do you still remember me? Black Zetsu, you bastard. Although it was said that Kazama couldn't see who this shadow was, but Kazama knew that under this world he could use spiritual fusion to control others. Only Black Zetsu is the only bitch. Yes, it's your grandfather and me. Black Zetsu saw Kazama's rude words to him, so he cursed at Kazama too. Let me tell you the wind, my strength is not what it used to be, and I have already controlled these 4 Kage level masters. I don't believe you can beat me. If you know each other, if you do, then immediately kowtow to me and beg for mercy. If you insist on not kowtowing to me and begging for mercy, then I will definitely smash your court into thousands of pieces and smash your bones into ashes. Haha, it really made me laugh. At this time, Kazama hadn't spoken, but Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara immediately sneered at Black Zetsu, because they all know that this Black Zetsu is Kazama's defeat. Now Black Zetsu, a defeated general, actually dared to act in front of them, which naturally made them sneer. So Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara pointed at Kazama's nose and cursed. I tell you Black Zetsu, our little brother Kazama has beaten you to the point of being bruised and bruised by our own power before, and we kindly spared you one dog life, let you run away, but now you are fucking obsessed, and you dare to pretend to be in front of our little brother in the room. I said you are still human. You are a bastard. Chapter 337. Silly Black Zetsu. Don't give me this shit. Black Zetsu this time because of the control of 4 Kage level masters, so his character has also become extremely arrogant, and he didn't take that Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and Kazama in his eyes at all. Instead, he immediately sneered and said to them, I, Black Zetsu, have always been fearless, and I didn't take you ants in my eyes at all. That's right, I was really bruised by this little Harry in the wind before, but it wasn't because the wind deliberately let me go. It was because I was so powerful that I escaped by myself. But you have to know, it's not too late for Kunzi to take revenge for 10 years. Although it was said that I escaped at the time, but now, I'm back again. And now I only have one purpose to come back, and that is to burn yourselves to ashes. As soon as Black Zetsu finished speaking, he immediately controlled the 4 Kage level masters and killed them in the wind. At this time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara immediately held Kazama to start the battle with these 4 Kage level masters. But what Rei, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama didn't expect was, now Black Zetsu actually performed spiritual fusion again to control the two of them. At this time, after Black Zetsu took control of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he immediately burst into laughter. Then he rushed to the wind again and said, how about Xiaoza Mao? I have already said that my current strength is far from what it used to be, and the strength of my spiritual fusion is also very powerful, so you can't at all. Is my opponent. Hehe. I also told you, Black Zetsu, you bastard. It's easy for me to kill you in the wind. Don't think that now you control these cage level masters. You can act in front of me. Don't give me this shit. Don't tell me anything big. I don't believe you can kill me. If you have the ability, then let it go. As soon as Black Zetsu's voice fell, he killed the wind again with a face-to-face effort. And at this time, Kazama didn't lose in the slightest, and with a face-to-face effort, he had a hard-to-find fight with Black Zetsu. At this time, Black Zetsu thought that he not only controlled the 4 cage-level masters, but also controlled Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who were equally powerful. He should be fully capable, and he can easily kill Kazama. But he never expected that now Kazama's strength is beyond his imagination. Even these 4 cage-level masters teamed up with that Uchiha Madara Senju Hashirama, and they failed to harm the room one bit. This suddenly shocked Black Zetsu's heart. At this time, Kazama said to Black Zetsu again, I tell you, Black Zetsu, if you want to live now, then you should immediately release the control of these people, otherwise I will definitely make you unable to survive or die. Haha, it really makes me laugh. At this time, Black Zetsu knew that Kazama was extremely powerful, but he didn't take Kazama in his eyes either. Black Zetsu naturally scoffed when he heard Kazama's threat to him. Therefore, Black Zetsu immediately sneered and said to Fangzhan, I also tell you, Xiao Zhao Mao, I know that your strength is very high, and I also know that you are very good, but no matter how good or bad you are, you can't be my opponent. Now you have the guts to kill me, but you have to show me that if you kill me, then the people I control will also be killed by me in an instant. It really pissed me off. As soon as Kazama saw that Black Zetsu was so arrogant and domineering, he was immediately furious, so he immediately cast his own different Fire Emperor Flame. You must know that this Emperor Yan has a natural suppressing effect on that Black Zetsu, coupled with Kazama's proficiency in manipulating this range fire. Therefore, Kazama entered the body of Reikage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage Mizukage Senju Hashirama, and Ikea Madara without knowing it. After a few face-to-face effort, the Black Zetsu cells in their bodies were burned into nothingness. At this time, Black Zetsu never expected that Kazama actually had a way to get these people out of his mind control. This suddenly scared the Black Zetsu into a cold sweat, to know that Black Zetsu itself has no fighting power, and Black Zetsu's main combat power is spiritual fusion, controlling others to work for themselves. But now Kazama has cracked his trump card. Black Zetsu is naturally frightened. Chapter 338 shocked the crowd. Black Zetsu, now your time to die has come. At this time, Kazama faced Black Zetsu again with a single face-to-face effort, because now Kazama has removed the Black Zetsu cells in Hashirama and others, so Kazama is now finally on the verge of killing. And just when Kazama thought he could kill Black Zetsu, however, he suddenly saw a dense army of ninjas appearing behind the Black Zetsu, shocked Nakazama and all the cage-level masters, because these thousands of ninja armies are all ninjas in the ninja villages of the 5 countries. What the hell is going on here? At this time, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others immediately sent out bursts of questions. Hehe, you bastard, do you really think that I have no certainty, so I dare to fight with you? Just when Kazama and the others were puzzled, Black Zetsu had already sneered at Kazama and the others. I tell you, Xiao Zhao Mao in the wind, I know that you are very powerful, and I also know that I can't kill you by myself, so before I came here, I had already set up the ninja village in your 5 countries. The second hand is to inject all the ninjas of your ninja villages from the 5 countries into my Black Zetsu cells, so that your ninjas will obey my orders. Quote, impossible. It's absolutely impossible. At this time, before Black Zetsu finished speaking, the first generation Reikage with the most irascible temper immediately scolded Black Zetsu angrily. I may not know about the ninjas in other villages, but the ninjas in Kumogakure village, the land of thunder, all recognize me as my master and are my good brothers. They will never obey your orders no matter what. I said, Reikage, what do you mean by that? Hearing Reikage's word, Black Zetsu has started to refute. On the contrary, Mizukage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others who were beside him immediately scolded him angrily. Do you mean that apart from your Kumogakure village in the land of thunder, all the ninjas in our ninja villages are traitors? Everyone, I didn't mean that. Seeing that everyone was angry, this first generation Reikage also knew that he might have said the wrong thing just now. Therefore, he immediately nodded and bowed at the crowd, and kept apologizing. Okay, you little bastard, don't give me dog bites here again. At this time, Black Zetsu scolded Kazama and the others again. I tell you, bastard, no matter how loyal your ninjas were to you before, but now that they have been injected with Black Zetsu cells by me, they will obey my orders. Don't give me this set. I've never heard of Black Zetsu cells, so I don't believe your so-called Black Zetsu cells can do anything to me. At this time, the first generation Reikage immediately took the lead in killing Black Zetsu. At this time, Black Zetsu smiled instead of angry, immediately ordered the Kumogakure village ninjas behind him to attack the first generation Reikage. Raikage. What? How is that possible? At this time, the first generation of Raikage never expected it. Now, he was really attacked by ninjas in his own village. So the first generation Raikage was immediately full of resentment, and shouted at the Kumogakure village ninjas under his command. You bastard! You open your dog eyes and see who I am. I am your leader. I think it is the first Raikage of Kumogakure village. You dare to attack me. You are clearly a traitor. Chapter 339. I can't believe you are so arrogant. At this time, no matter how the first generation Raikage scolded the ninjas of Kumogakure village under his command, but none of his original subordinate paid any attention to him. They still kept attacking Raikage. At this time, according to Raikage's original strength, he could easily hang his original subordinate, but he also knew that his subordinates were now attacking him. These subordinates still rushed into Black Zetsu's control. They have lost their wits of their own. If he really kills his original subordinate, then it is tantamount to beheading the living force of his own village. This is not what a village chief should do. Therefore, this first generation Raikage can only stand and retreat. At this time, the other three Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage also thought that Black Zetsu would not be able to control the ninja in his own village. But now I see the first generation Raikage being beaten by ninjas from his own village and losing out. They naturally understood that what Black Zetsu said was true. So everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. So everyone can only put their hope back on the wind. After all, only Kazama has the ability to restrain Black Zetsu, which is something they have already verified. Brother Kazama, please save us. Yes, little brother Kazama, we have no other way now. Although we can easily hang and beat the ninjas in our village, you also know that these people are still people of our village. If we really give them to if we kill it, in the end, it will still fall into Black Zetsu's trick, and it will still make Black Zetsu poop on our neck. Don't worry everyone, I have my own way. Hearing everyone's cry, Feng-Jian immediately nodded solemnly to them, because even if these people didn't come to plead with Kazama, Kazama would take the initiative to help them deal with Black Zetsu. After all, this Black Zetsu is indeed a bastard, a heinous person, and it has also provoked wars in the ninja world many times. Kazama yearns for peace very much, so Kazama naturally can't tolerate a bastard like Black Zetsu being arrogant and arrogant here. So Kazama immediately flew to the army controlled by Black Zetsu. At this time, Black Zetsu was shocked when he saw Kazama start to attack. Although he is confident that it is impossible for the wind to let everyone get rid of his control at once, but he also knew that Feng-Yan's strength was very against the sky. Therefore, Black Zetsu is still very afraid of Kazama. So without waiting for the wind to speak, Black Zetsu immediately scolded the wind. Little bastard, can't you finally take the shot? But let me tell you, now I am not controlling a few people, but a few people, thousands of people, and now I know that you have the ability to free them from my bondage. So I tell me the bad things ahead of time, and if you dare to try to get them out of my control, then I will order them right away cannibalism. Even if I can't let them kill you, I'll make you the murderer who indirectly killed them. Let's see if you will suffer or I will suffer. Haha. Hearing Black Zetsu's word, Kazama felt even more annoyed in his heart, because he never expected Black Zetsu to be so despicable. Therefore, in a face-to-face hung fu between the wind, he immediately cast his strongest different fire emperor flames again. Chapter 340. I'm really cool. At this time, Black Zetsu saw that he had clearly warned Kazama that he would kill these people, but he didn't expect Feng-Jian to ignore his warning at all. Instead, he prepared to cast Emperor Flame on himself without hesitation, and Black Zetsu suddenly became angry and angry. You little bastard in the wind, didn't you hear what I said to you just now? I will kill these people instantly, so you'd better be honest with me. Stop talking nonsense. I'll tell you, I hate others to threaten me the most in my life in the wind, and you dare to threaten me over and over again. That good. Today I'll let you see my true strength. At this time, the wind looked at it with one hand. The overwhelming Emperor Yan immediately killed the thousands of ninja army ahead. In a single face-to-face effort, all the ninjas in the ninja villages of the 5 countries were burned into nothingness. At this time, when Black Zetsu saw that Kazama was so cruel, he was so frightened that he fell into a cold sweat. Therefore, he immediately wanted to take the opportunity to escape. It's a pity that now he has violated Kazama's inverse scale, which is a threat to Kazama. How could Kazama let him escape? As a result, Kazama blocked Black Zetsu's way with Dian immediately. The Black Zetsu firmly. At this time, the 4 shadows below and Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others, seeing that Kazama actually burned their respective ninjas into nothingness, it shocked them all. Among them, the first generation Raikage immediately flew to Kazama's nose and questioned. I said, Kazama, we know that you are very powerful, but you don't need to take action against our subordinate, right? Yeah, although our subordinates are controlled by the bastard Black Zetsu, they are now involuntarily. Even if we want to shoot at them, we should trap them, not give them away. Kill it. At this time, all the people were accusing the wind constantly, but they didn't know that Feng-Jian was not that murderous person. Since Kazama dares to kill the ninjas under their command, Kazama will naturally be sure to resurrect them. After all, Fengjian has the technique of resurrecting life, the Yan of life. At this time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara believed that Kazama was not the bloodthirsty people, so he immediately came to Kazama and said to the first generation Hokage and others, "Everyone, you may have misunderstood Kazama. I think Kazama must have a purpose for doing this. What the hell is there? Kazama is a murderer." At this time, Black Zetsu also immediately started to fan the flame. He thought that since he had no way to kill Fengjian, he would confuse everyone and let them shoot at Fengjian. "Everyone, what you see now is the true appearance of Fengjian. To put it bluntly, Fengjian is that scumbag, and he is also a serious murderous person. If you don't believe it, then you can totally do it. Look how your men died. Now that you have all seen your subordinates and were mercilessly beheaded by the wind, don't you believe my word?" At this time, the 4 Kage level expert Hokage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage all nodded solemnly when they heard these words. Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 341 to 360. Chapter 341 Surprise and Delight. Although they say they don't like Black Zetsu, but at the same time, they no longer have the previous respect for Kazama. After all, they knew that these subordinates were recruited by themselves, but now Kazama actually indiscriminately beheads Yuhi's subordinate. Although it is said that Kazama does this to prevent these subordinates from killing each other, it can also prevent these subordinates from attacking them. But everything has two sides. Now that Kazama is doing this, it has also indirectly caused the strength of the ninja villages of these 5 countries to fall into a downturn. Therefore, the 4 people, Hokage, Kazekage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage, immediately said to Kazama with resentment on their faces, "I tell you Kazama, although we surrendered to you before, but now you behead all our men, then we can no longer surrender to you no matter what." Hehe, I said that you people really like to listen to other people's words. Do you believe what others say? What do you mean by that? Hearing Kazama's word, the 4 Kage level masters immediately looked at each other. "I don't know what medicine Fengjian sells in the gourd now." At this time, Fengjian said to them again, "I tell you, if I can kill your men, then I will be able to resurrect your men." "Oh, really? This is simply impossible." Hearing Kazama's word, the 4 Kage level masters were both surprised and delighted. Surprisingly, they thought it was impossible for Kazama to have this strength to resurrect others, and if Kazama can really revive their subordinate, then they will naturally be very happy. And at this time, once Black Zetsu saw Kazama, he had the ability to revive the men he killed. This immediately shocked Black Zetsu in his heart, because Black Zetsu knew that if Kazama really revives the army of thousands of ninjas, then his last plan will fail. Because now as long as Kazejian resurrect these subordinate, these Kage level masters will definitely follow Kazejian to become Jade and Silk. Then there is no way for him to pretend to be in front of the wind. So Black Zetsu laughed in the wind again. "You little bastard in the wind, I don't believe that you have the fucking ability to resurrect these people. You must know that I Black Zetsu is the product of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, and that Otsutsuki Kagaya is the god of ninjas, and even she has no ability to revive them. These people are resurrected, but now you fucking dare to say that you have the ability to resurrect her. You are a bastard. You are a nonsense." At this time, Kazama saw that Black Zetsu dared to act in front of him one after another. He actually dared to keep yelling at himself. Fengjian was naturally furious in his heart, and he was furious. Although the Wind Room is a very good-tempered person, but Kazama couldn't tolerate this Black Zetsu constantly cursing in front of him. So Kazama looked at it with one hand, and the wisp of Emperor Yan rubbish blocked Black Zetsu's mouth. The burning Black Zetsu rolled on the floor. But even so, Black Zetsu couldn't escape the shackles of the wind, because Fengjian had already wrapped the different fire Emperor flames around Fengyan's body, and with the power of this Emperor flame, it can completely burn that Black Zetsu into nothingness. Chapter 342 Abuse Black Zetsu. But Kazama had already made up his mind, and it was impossible for Kazama to die so happily. Therefore, the Wind Room should slowly torture the Wind Room to death. At this time, the wind immediately displayed the flame of the soul. In a face-to-face effort, the thousands of ninja army who were burned to death by these Yuanbei were resurrected. At this time, those Black Zetsu thought that the 4 Kage level masters thought that Kazama was talking big. But now I can see that the wind really has the ability to bring everyone back to life. Black Zetsu was instantly speechless, and those Kage level masters are overjoyed in their hearts. So these people also felt that they had indeed wrongly blamed Kazama before. Therefore, he hurriedly bowed his hands to the wind. "I said, little brother Fengjian, we were all wrong. We had eyes but didn't know Mount High, and we didn't know gold inlaid jade before, so we underestimated you. We are really useless. Bastard, please leave us alone. Yeah, please don't attack us and don't get angry. Hehe, I said that you people are changing faces really fast. When did I say that I would attack you in the wind?" Seeing these 4 Kage level masters keep kowtowing to him and begging for mercy, Fengjian immediately smiled smiled and waved at them. Although the wind was indeed a little angry before, they misunderstood themselves. But Kazama is not the one with a bloodthirsty streak. Therefore, it is impossible for Kazama to really attack them. So now a face-to-face effort. Kazama immediately led the 4 cage level masters, as well as Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others, to Black Zetsu. At this time, Black Zetsu saw that Kazama was not only capable of killing these thousands of ninjas, it even has the ability to bring these ninjas to life. That Black Zetsu immediately fell out in a cold sweat. Because Black Zetsu has lived here for thousands of years, he has never seen such a powerful character as Kazama. Therefore, Black Zetsu immediately said to Kazama with a shocked face, "Who the hell are you? Why do you have the ability to bring the dead back to life?" Clap clap clap. Before Black Zetsu finished speaking, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara immediately rushed to fight and kicked Black Zetsu. After a few face-to-face effort, the Black Zetsu was bruised and bruised. Although Black Zetsu can't feel pain because his body structure is very special, but Black Zetsu did feel humiliated. Therefore, he was immediately furious. But even if he gets angry again, it is of no use at all, because Fengjian is now using Emperor Yan to surround him. At this time, Kazama said to Black Zetsu again, "I'll tell you, you don't need to tell me who I am in Kazama, because my brothers will naturally tell you, and besides, I am a righteous person. Since I am righteous human, then I naturally have the ability to bring the dead back to life, and a bastard like you who is afraid of chaos in the world, naturally I can't kill you easily." As Kazama spoke, he immediately cast the Emperor Flame again and penetrated Black Zetsu's body. The burning Black Zetsu was screaming and gnashing Kiba's teeth in anger, so he immediately yelled in the wind, "You little bastard in the wind, if you have the gut, I will kill you right away. If you don't have the gut, then you will eat shit." Chapter 343 Become the Overlord of the Ninja World. Stop giving me shit. Kazama didn't like swearing, but now Kazama sees this Black Zetsu constantly pretending to be in front of him, so he immediately cast his super awesome Emperor Yan again. After a few face-to-face effort, the Black Zetsu was burned to the brink of death, and then just as that Black Zetsu was about to die, Kazama immediately cast 3,000 flames of flame to bring the Black Zetsu back to life. This made Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and others puzzled. They all knew that Black Zetsu was a heinous person. Why did Fengjian save him again? Therefore, the two of them asked the rubbish towards the wind. "I said, little brother Kazama, now why don't you just kill this Black Zetsu? It's very simple, because Black Zetsu is a heinous person who is full of evil, and I can't bring it to death so easily." At this moment, as soon as Kazama's voice fell, he cast Yan again and burned the Black Zetsu to the brink of death. Afterward, the old trick was repeated, using 3,000 flames of flame to restore Black Zetsu's body. Just like this, one after another, the Black Zetsu had been beaten to death. At this time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara saw that Kazama's methods against the enemy were so sharp. This naturally made them admire. They also finally understood the intention of the wind, that is to deal with a heinous bastard like Black Zetsu. It is naturally impossible to kill it easily. Instead, he must continue to abuse him, and his body will be completely tortured so that it can grow to memory. At this time, Black Zetsu was tortured by Kazama and couldn't even speak. After a face-to-face effort, Fengjian completely burned it into nothingness. And at this time, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and others, once they saw Kazama's strength is so awesome, immediately they all fell to the ground with the 5 bodies that Kazama admired. Then, they all invited Kazama to master and the others in the ninja world. Let Kazama become the overlord of the ninja world. But Kazama knew that he was not from a parallel world now. He still has a more important task, which is to return to the real world and help everyone resist the aggression of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, the Dao clan, Jin clan, and Ku clan and the Datong Mu clan will soon come to Earth. That's why Kazama now has to work so hard to obtain the 23 kinds of different fire. Its purpose is to enhance its strength to the top. Otsutsuki can be easily hanged, so Kazama immediately explained the situation to Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others. Although it is said that everyone is not very clear about what Kazama said about the real world and the parallel world, but they knew that what Fengjian said was true, and they also knew that Fengjian had more important things to do, so there is no need to stay in the air. Instead, he said solemnly to Fengjian, "Little brother Fengjian, if you want to leave, we will not stop you. After all, we know that you must have important things to do, but as long as you have nothing to do in the future, we still hope you can come to us and have a drink with us." Yeah, there are a few people I don't admire in Uchiha Madara, even Senju Hashirama I don't pay attention to him, but now I admire you very much, so you must come back to visit us often. Chapter 334 Back to the present. Hearing what everyone said, Kazama immediately nodded happily. Then he took the time machine again and returned to the real world. But at this time, the wind did not expect that he was in the parallel world for just a few days. In the real world, decades have passed. Now Kazama has returned to the real world. Only then did I realize that Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and others, who were the same age as me, were all married and had children. This can suddenly make the wind a bit dumbfounded. At this time, Naruto is already the 7th generation of Hokage who has become a serious child. Originally, Naruto was supposed to be the 6th Hokage in that order, but since the 6th generation of Hokage is reserved for Kazama, but everyone has waited for decades, but no trace of the wind has been found. So in desperation, the 7th generation of Hokage, which is Naruto, was reformulated. Although Kazama has never been a 6th generation Hokage, he has never been in power in the 6th generation Hokage, but everyone is still very grateful for Kazama's feat of saving the entire ninja world. Therefore, everyone still engrave the appearance of Kazama on the surface of the Hokage rock. After all, everyone's heart is full of gratitude in the eyes of falsehood. And just as soon as Kazama returned to Konoha, he came to Hokage Naruto's office. At this time, Naruto was very busy with Hokage's affairs. As soon as he saw the arrival of the wind, he was immediately incoherent with joy. Moreover, after seeing Fengjian for decades, he still looks like he was 18 or 19 years old. This suddenly shocked the Naruto even more. So Naruto immediately asked Kazama in surprise. I said, Kazama, why are you still so young after all these decades? At this time, Kazama also somewhat realized that he had stayed in the parallel world for dozens of days before. In reality, decades have passed, so Kazama is naturally different from Naruto and their time experience. So Kazama immediately told Naruto about this. It's a pity that Naruto is an elm knot and can't turn around for a while. Therefore, he can only scratch his head in embarrassment, indicating that he does not understand Kazama's word. Then Naruto was swept into the wind again and said, anyway, you are my good brother now, and besides, our Hokage position is reserved for you, and because you haven't shown up for many years, so say I only became the 7th generation Hokage, but now that you are here, I will automatically step down and let you continue to be the 6th generation Hokage. Absolutely not. As soon as he saw that Naruto actually wanted to take the initiative to let Shion, the wind immediately shook his head into a rattle. Why is that? Didn't I say Kazama wanted to be the Hokage since you were a child? Once Naruto saw Kazama rejecting his proposal, he was not in a hurry. After all, Naruto knew that Kazama was the same as his dream of becoming a Hokage, and Feng Mingren also knows that Kazami is more qualified to be a Hokage than himself. After all, Kazama's strength is one of the best in the entire ninja world. It was also Kazama who foiled the Black Zetsu conspiracy by himself. If there is no Kazama, then their entire human world will probably be controlled by that Black Zetsu. Therefore, the win to be this Hokage, it is well deserved. But Kazama also knows that what Naruto and Hokage have done during their reigns are very good, and they are also relied on by everyone. Chapter 345 Arrogant Blogger. If it is said that he recklessly replaced Naruto as Hokage, then it is bound to make those who do not know themselves feel bad about themselves. Hokage in that parallel world before, he even became the overlord of the entire ninja world. So Kazama doesn't care about the dispensable title of Hokage. So Kazama immediately smiled and said to Naruto, it's very simple. I said, Naruto, the position of Hokage is only for people who are recognized by everyone, although everyone recognizes me very much now. But after all, I am the number one. I haven't appeared in front of everyone for 10 years. So now the new generation of ninjas in Konoha village don't know me. I can't be rash and be this Hokage. Besides, whoever is a Hokage is the same. As long as he thinks about everyone, then he is a serious Hokage. Well said. Hearing Kazama's word, Naruto immediately gave him a thumbs up. I said, Kazama, now that you've finally returned to Konoha, then you have to have a drink with me. You won't go home if you don't get drunk. As Naruto spoke, he immediately invited Kazama to be a guest at his home, Konoha, for decades. But Kazama knows Hokage manga very well. Therefore, as a transmigrator, he naturally knows that Kazama is now married to Hinata, and has a son and a daughter. As for Sakura, she is naturally married to Sasuke, a childhood sweetheart, and has a daughter named Sarana. Seeing the happiness of everyone's life, Feng Jian was immediately overjoyed. But what Ling Feng didn't expect was that Naruto's son, Bo Ren, was a very rebellious person. And this blogger is also a character who is not afraid of the sky. Even for his own father, Naruto, who is Hokage, this blogger is very dissatisfied. So now I have seen Naruto bring Kazama to his home as a guest. The Bo person immediately looked up and down at the wind room. Then he rushed to the wind again and said, I often heard my father mention you before, how awesome and powerful you are, and that you saved the entire ninja world by yourself. I always thought my father was talking nonsense. Oh, since you think your father is talking nonsense, then you'll keep your head down, because there's really nothing special about me. Kazama naturally didn't want to pay too much attention to the little brat, Boren, but Bo Ren is a very stubborn guy. As soon as he saw Fengjian say dispensable thing, he immediately became even more angry. So I immediately prepared prepared to learn from the wind. This immediately made Naruto quite embarrassed. So Naruto immediately said to his son, "What are you doing now? You must know that Kazama is our guest, and Kazama hasn't returned to Konoha for many years, so how could it be possible to discuss with you as soon as we meet? What? Besides, with your ability, how could you possibly be Kazama's opponent? Stop giving me nonsense." At this time, the Naruto had not finished speaking, and the blogger immediately resisted Naruto. At this time, Fengjian never expected that this blogger was so arrogant and domineering. "How dare you speak to your father like this?" Therefore, the wind immediately felt a little angry in his heart. Chapter 346, Hanging Bow and Zorana. After all, Kase is a very filial person. In addition, Fengjian also looked down on arrogant and domineering little devils like Borin. So the wind immediately smiled and said to him, "Okay, since you like to discuss so much, then I will discuss with you. It is also an appetizer before our meal." "Okay, if that's the case, then listen to what you have to say." As soon as Bo Ren's voice fell, he immediately sneered at Feng Xian at Feng Jian. Then a face-to-face kung fu, without even the handprint. Kasuidan, water style, Raiden, thunder style, Doden, earth style, Futon, wind style, Kaden, fire style, towards the wind room. A total of escapism with 5 attributes. This sudden change suddenly shocked Naruto and Hinata in their heart. They never expected that their son Borin would become so awesome now. Without even needing to pick up the seal, he unleashed 5 types of attack. You must know that the escape technique that can display the 5 attributes is already possessed by the strength of a cage level master. At this time, the scenery was not afraid at all, nor did he feel any surprise, because Kazama knew that in Borin's era, there were scientific ninjas. Now, the reason why Borin can cast 5 attribute attacks at once without using hand seal, it was because of the scientific ninja gear on his right hand. Therefore, it is said that Bo talents will become so arrogant and so powerful. It's just that this scientific ninja is awesome. Cage level master Kazama, it is very garbage. Therefore, when Fengjian raised one hand, a strange fire knocked the attack of the 5 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth into nothingness. Then this strange fire was even more powerful, and it killed the Borin again. This sudden change, but the man who came to him was shocked. Then he took a few steps back and slumped on the ground. At this time, the strange fire in the wind was less than half a meter away from the blogger. Then the wind stopped the strange fire on Bo Ren's forehead. Then he smiled at the blogger and asked, "How is it? Are you convinced now?" Although Bo Ren was knocked to the ground by the wind, he was still full of dissatisfaction. At this time, Naruto knew the strength of Kazama very well. Therefore, he immediately said to the blogger, "Okay, blogger, how can you beat Fengjian? After all, Fengjian is stronger than me." And after Naruto heard his father Naruto's word, he didn't take it seriously at all. Then he cast Shadow Clone again, killing the pass towards the wind. At this time, Feng Shi saw Bo Ren's stubbornness. "I decided to teach bloggers a good lesson." So the face-to-face kung fu in the wind flashed behind Bo Ren. This is not the fact that Kazama used the power of the sky, but Kazama used the technique of instant body. Because for a kid like Borin, Kazama didn't plan to use the awesome trick of heavenly hand strength. After all, if you use the hands of heaven to deal with bloggers, wouldn't you use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? At this time, Borin felt furious in his heart as soon as he felt Fengjian coming behind him. After all, the first rule of the ninja code is that you can't leave your back to the enemy. But the Borin was about to turn around and fight back when he was knocked unconscious by the blow from the wind. To create the wind room now only uses 1% of the power. If the wind room exhausted all means, then I am afraid that a face-to-face effort will be able to separate the corpses beaten by Taibo people. At this time, Naruto and Hinata also knew that Kazama was merciful, so he immediately apologized for the embarrassment of Kazama. "Fengjian, I am really sorry. Our son is so stubborn. That's what surprises you. Hehe, it's okay. Isn't that the case with children?" Kazama said, and immediately nodded at Naruto and Hinata with a smile. But when they were waiting for the others to enter the house for dinner, Borin's teammate Yu, who is also Sasuke's daughter Sarana, just happened to be here. Because that Zoriana has long heard of Kazama's deed. Now seeing Fengjian so easily knocked the blogger to the ground, so Zorana immediately prepared to fight for the blogger. At this time, Naruto was so stubborn when he saw that even the girl Zorana was so stubborn that Naruto was embarrassed. Then Naruto rushed to Kazama again and said, "I said Kazama, but I really have nothing to do. After all, this is also the daughter of our teammate Sasuke. If you don't dislike it, teach her a good lesson. Let them know your true strength so that they will not dare to continue to be arrogant in front of you." "Haha, no problem. I like to teach juniors the most." At this time, Nazorana didn't know that Kazama's top pupil technique was Kutomo's Samsara Sharingan. So Zorana immediately turned on her Kutomo's Sharingan, ready to shock Kazama. But she didn't expect that now her Kutomo Sharingan has been opened. The Kazama actually cast the Sharingan of the 3 Tomo. This suddenly scared Zorana back a few steps. At this time, Zorana didn't realize realize what was going on. Demonic illusion by Kazama, and then a face-to-face effort made Nazarana slump to the ground in fright. Kazama didn't even move his hand at this time, and demonic illusion alone had already beat Nazarana without a chance to fight back. Zorana also immediately understood that Kazama's strength is indeed very high and very powerful. I also understand that the confrontation between myself and the wind is simply hitting the stone with the egg. So he hurriedly apologized to the wind, and Fengjian will naturally not be angry with them. After all, they are all little devils to Fengjian. How could an adult in Fengjian be angry with some little devil? So it was Fengjian who waved at her with a smile. At this time, Naruto also immediately invited Zoriana to come to his home for dinner to wash away the dust together. But what everyone did not expect was that now they were just about to return home for dinner, when even heard Konoha sounded the alarm. Kazama, who is a Konoha ninja, knows very well what this warning means. The enemy invaded. Is it the Otsutsuki trio? It came so soon. Fengji was shocked at this time, and immediately said secretly. Chapter 347 The Five Shadows of the New World. So the wind made a face-to-face effort, and immediately flew to the periphery of Konoha. What the wind did not expect at this time was that it was not the intruder that triggered the alarm now. It was the leader of the other four big country ninja villages, which suddenly surprised Kazama. At this time, Naruto hurriedly came to Kazama with a smile, and said to Kazama, I said Kazama, you have been away from the village for too many years. You don't know, now our alarm has been changed. Now the original alarm sound is the sound of warm welcome, because it is the first time that our five major countries have jointly organized the Chunin exam. So the village of Kurigakure in the land of water, the village of Iwagakure in the land of earth, and the land of thunder Kumogakure village, Sunagakure village in the land of wind. All these leaders have come to us. Quote, oh, so it is. I thought it was the Otsutsuki trio who came early. Hearing Naruto's words, Fengjian immediately said secretly in his heart, but as soon as the wind just finished speaking, he was shocked again, because he suddenly remembered that this trio of Otsutsuki would attack Konoha village on the way to Chunin's exam. It seems that since the Chunin exam is about to start, so now it's only a matter of time before the Otsutsuki trio kill. Therefore, Fengjian was naturally shocked in his heart. However, although Kazama was frightened now, he did not feel any fear. After all, Kazama has now obtained 23 kinds of different fires, and Kazama also has that 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan, better than Rinnegan from the Otsutsuki trio. So Kazama knew that as long as this trio of Otsutsuki dared to come, Kazama could keep them coming and going. At this time, the other 4 cage level masters also flew to Kazama. These 4 people are also the former companions of Kazami, and they are also inextricably linked with Kazami. Example, Mizukage Terumi Mei. It was Kazama who saved his life and then helped her, so that she could become that serious Mizukage. And the 4th generation of Tsuchikage Kuretsuchi, the granddaughter of the first 3 generations of Projection Onoki. And Gaara is the youngest except Naruto, so now he is still the 5th generation Kazekage. Now these people are seeing the wind for the first time in decades, and they are naturally extremely happy. So he immediately asked Kazama where he had been all these years, and Kazama wanted to tell them the truth. However, Funyun's ability to travel through time and space is mysterious. Even if he said it himself, I am afraid that these people will not be able to understand for a while. Therefore, Kazama immediately laughed and laughed, covering up the matter. At this time, the followers behind the 4 cage level masters are also today's new generation of ninjas. At this time, these ninjas were surprised when they heard that Fengjian was the hero who saved the entire ninja world. Immediately, he looked up and down in the wind room. They saw that Kazama was so young now, and his strength was so superb. Naturally, he admired the wind in his heart. You must know that their previous idols were all leaders of their own villages, but now seeing the appearance of Kazama, their idols turned into a face-to-face Hung Fu, and this is the charm of that person in Kazama. Chunin exam with him. Chapter 348 One person singled out 5 shadows. Although Kazama is not Hokage now, Kazama's ability has surpassed everyone present. Therefore, Kazama is qualified, capable, and obliged to attend this meeting. At this time, Naruto suddenly wanted to take another matter, and then he smiled again and said to Kazama, I said Kazama, I remember that you didn't pass the Chunin exam, because when we took the Chunin exam, Orochimaru it's a mess, so our Chunin exams have been abandoned halfway, and then you have been performing tasks outside all year round, so you should still be a genin by now, right? This, seeing that Naruto didn't lift the pot, Fengjian immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. At this time, cage level masters such as Gaara and Terumi Mei, once heard that Fengjian is so powerful now, are still just a genin. This suddenly made them a little dumbfounded. Then Naruto smiled again and said at the stroke, I said Kazama, now that our 5 ninja villages have jointly launched this Chunin exam, then why don't you come to take it too? How can this work? Hearing Naruto's words at this time, Kazama didn't speak, but the other 4 cage level masters immediately shook their heads into rattle. Oh, why is that? He saw that the 4 cage level masters rejected his proposal to take the Chinese exam. Kazama smiled knowingly. It's very simple, because I said Kazama, now your strength is so awesome and so superb. If you also took the Chunin exam, wouldn't that make it impossible for us ninjas who could have advanced? Yeah, I said Kazama, now this Chunin, or Jonin is just a title, and now your strength has already surpassed all cage level masters, so now I think it doesn't matter if you participate or not. Hehe, everyone, I'm just making a joke for you. At this time, Naruto saw these 4 cage level masters in such a frightened state, and immediately waved at them with a smile. At this time, Naruto said to them again, everyone, since it is the first time that our 5 major countries have jointly held the Chunin exam, then we might as well have a pre-match appetizer. Oh, what's a pre-game appetizer? Upon hearing Naruto's word, Terumi-Mei and other cage level masters immediately became interested. It's very simple, as we all know, Kazama is the hero of our 4th ninja war, and Kazama has saved us and repelled the enemy's conspiracy by himself. Since this is the case, then we might as well follow Kazami. This is a performance where 5 of our cage level masters play against the wind alone, so that everyone can see the ability of the wind, and let everyone see what a genius is. Only then will they work harder. Not bad, that's a very good idea, Wayang said, and immediately looked at Kazama with eyes full of anticipation. And the wind also smiled at this time, non-committal, because he also knows the true purpose of Naruto and others. Although it was an appetizer on the surface, Kazama knew that the 5 shadows really wanted to be able to play against each other. After all, Wayang has been around for decades, and their strength is also very powerful and very powerful. Naturally, they also wanted to see how much the wind was different from themselves and others. Chapter 349 Thousands of Real Hand. And Fengjian saw that they were so enthusiastic, and naturally did not want to refute their fate. In addition, Kazama also wanted to try out what tricks Naruto these 5 shadows have learned after so many years. So Kazama immediately nodded in agreement. And at this time, the news that Fengjian wanted one person to fight against the 5 shadows spread. Immediately, all the ninjas in the 5 kingdoms were shocked. Some were timid and even fell out in a cold sweat. Some Kazama's admirers even directly worried about Kazama. They thought that no matter how awesome and powerful Fengjian was, he was just a person. How can it be possible to beat these 5 cage level masters? If you want me to say that we should hurry up and jointly sign a letter, we can't let Fengjian fight against Wayang and others. After all, Wayang's strength is very powerful, very powerful. Hehe, I said you people are really frogs in the well. At this time, those ninjas who valued Kazama very much immediately said to these people with a smile, you don't know, the strength of the wind can be seen to be very powerful and very powerful. But no matter how good you are, your 2 fists can't beat your 4 hand. I don't believe that this little brat in the wind can beat this 5 shadows. At this time, those ninjas who looked down on Kazama and thought Kazama was pretending to be a force immediately began to laugh at Kazama. At this time, Borin, Zuorana and the others were shocked when they heard that Fengjian was going to fight against the 5 shadows, because the 2 of them had seen the strength of the wind before. Although they didn't know what the result of Kazama's battle with the 5 shadows would be, but they know that even if the wind can't beat the 5 shadows will definitely not be able to beat the wind. Therefore, Zyborin and Zorana immediately scolded these people who looked down on Kazama. Even if you look down on Kazama, you can't just laugh at Kazama, because Kazama is the hero of our ninja world, otherwise our Konoha village will never spare you. At this time, those ninjas were so frightened that they fell into a cold sweat when they saw the arrogant and domineering Shaoqiangs of Konoha such as Borin and Zorana. Naturally, they didn't dare to argue with Boren and others anymore. After all, they are now in Konoha's territory, so they don't dare to be too arrogant. At this time, the wind and the 5 shadows have come to the middle of the venue. At that time, following the referee's order, Naruto and the other 5 shadows immediately launched their trump card. At this time, Naruto's face-to-face effort immediately cast Kurama mode. At this time, Kazekage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Raikage also exerted their killer skills. And at this critical moment, another figure suddenly came to the 5 shadows. This person is Uchiha Sasuke, who has been collecting intelligence all the year round. At this time, when Sasuke Uchiha saw Kazama's return, he was naturally very excited. In addition, he also learned that the 5 shadows in the wind room are going to learn from the wind room. Naturally, he also wanted to test how powerful Fengjian was and how powerful he was. Therefore, Sasuke immediately did everything he could to help Naruto and the others to kill the wind. I'm the eldest brother of Kazama. Don't be angry. We just want to see how awesome and powerful you are now. No problem. I have always been a soldier in the wind and flooded with water. Seeing that Sasuke also joined the battle, Kazama burst into laughter in his heart. Chapter 350 Buddha on the top. A face-to-face effort. He immediately cast his god-level Susanoo. Then he used the 6 artifact to fight Wayang and the others. At this time, the crowd watching saw that that Kazama alone could fight Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke indistinguishably, which shocked everyone. At this time, Naruto didn't know that Kazama didn't use all his strength. Therefore, once he saw that the 6 of his own were tied with the wind, I thought that the strength of myself and others now is very powerful and very powerful. Therefore, he immediately smiled at Fengjian and said, I said Fengjian, it seems that the strength of not seeing you for many years has not declined at all, but our strength has also improved a lot, so now I need to use it to be stronger. The ultimate trick, the multiple shadow clone technique. As soon as Naruto's voice fell, he immediately cast hundreds of clones. At this time, the hundreds of clones also immediately cast the QB, Nine Tails chakra mode. At this time, everyone in the audience was in a boiling state, because everyone knows Naruto's strength very well, and also knows that Kazama is the power of QB, Nine Tails Jinchuriki column. It is the power that can fully exert QB, Nine Tails. Therefore, some of the people who looked down on Kazama laughed at Kazama again. Everyone, if you want me to say that this time in the win, there is no doubt that I will lose. Oh, why is that? It's very simple, because don't you see it now, that Naruto is the QB, Nine Tails Jinchuriki column force, but he can fully use the QB, Nine Tails chakra. How can it be possible now? Kazama whereas his opponent, and just when everyone thought that the wind would definitely lose, thought that Kazama was actually a face-to-face Kung Fu, so he immediately cast thousands of Mokuden, wood-style clone, and these Mokuden, wood-style clones all cast the full-body Susanoo. Although it is not a god-level Susanoo, these complete Susanoos alone are enough to suppress Naruto's current QB, Nine Tails chakra. At this time, Naruto and the other 5 shadows never expected that after so many years in the wind, their strength is still so strong. Be able to display thousands of Mokuden, wood-style clones is far beyond the expectations of Naruto and the other 5 shadows. At this time, Naruto smiled again and said to Kazama, I said Kazama, I remember that when you fought against us before, you never used so many Mokuden, wood-style clones. Haha, after all, you are the 5 shadows. Hearing Kazama's word, Naruto laughed again. Since this is the case, can I understand that now you have been cornered by me and us? That is to say, if you don't cast your clone, then you will definitely be defeated by us, right? Hehe, Naruto, you really like to be optimistic. Well, since you really think that I will be defeated by you if I don't use my clone, then I won't use my clone now, so I'll let you see my true strength. What? Real strength? What do you mean? Naruto originally thought that Kazama had used his true strength, but he didn't expect that Kazejian didn't show all his strengths now. This is naturally shocking. At this time, Naruto hadn't reacted to what was going on. Seeing a face-to-face effort in the wind, he immediately put away his avatar. Even the full-body Susanoo was put away. Chapter 351 So arrogant. Hehe, Kazama, now that you put away these Susanoos, then we won't be afraid of you anymore. At this time, Sasuke immediately used his full-body Susanoo to kill towards Kazama again. Okay, since that's the case, then let you see my true strength. Kazama smiled coldly, and then immediately cast the Super Mokuden, wood style, of Senju Hashirama that he had learned in the parallel world. Thousands of real hands turned into Buddhas on the top. At this moment, with a roar from the wind, the Senju Buddha, which is comparable to a tailed beast, instantly appeared among the crowd. All the onlookers were shocked. Some were timid and even fainted with fright. After all, they have never seen such an awesome and powerful ninjutsu. At this time, Naruto and the other 5 shadows were also stunned by the current Mokuden, wood style, in Kazama. Hokage Tsunade, which had been relegated to the second line, was also stunned. After all, these thousands of real hands are the secret techniques that her grandfather Senju Hashirama can only perform. At this time, Naruto and the other 5 shadows still hadn't reacted to what was going on. Kazama immediately cast the top of the Buddha, defeating the 5 shadows and Sasuke in a row. At this time, even Naruto in Kurama mode was beaten by Kazama's current technique and was powerless to fight back. At this time, the wind then used thousands of real hands to surround the crowd. Then he said to the crowd again, how is it? Are you satisfied with your strength now? I'm convinced. We're very convinced. At this time, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other cage level masters immediately bowed their hands to Kazama. You must know that they really feel the terrifying strength of the wind now. At this time, Naruto suddenly thought that the most powerful thing in the wind was the strange fire. And as far as he knows, Kazama has now obtained 23 kinds of different fires, and the power of these different fires is more powerful than each other. But now Kazami actually didn't display these strange fires, but with ninjutsu alone, he beat himself and others to a series of defeats. Doesn't this mean that Kazama's strength has reached the pinnacle of perfection? If Kazama had just cast a different fire to fight against himself and others, I am afraid that he and others would not have a chance to fight back. Thinking of this, Naruto was shocked that a cold sweat broke out. He also immediately understood that the wind is indeed very arrogant and very powerful. At this time, the onlookers were shocked to see that Kazama really defeated the 5 shadows including leaving Naruto by himself. All of them gave thumbs up. After all, they were very optimistic about the 5 shadows before, and they also felt that it was impossible for Kazama alone to defeat the 4 hand, but they never expected that Kazama is now really capable of fighting against 4 hands with 2 fists. He really defeated those 5 shadows and no shadows with his own strength, plus a super awesome Uchiha Sasuke. This kind of record is unprecedented, and no one has come since. And just when everyone was surprised, the referee had once again announced the start of the Chunin exam. At this time, the new generation of ninjas immediately competed vigorously to fight. After all, they all want to quickly become the crowd and acquire more powerful ninjutsu, and then become the existence of a super person like Kazama. At this time, after the 5 shadows, Uchiha Sasuke and others ended the battle, they also complimented K's first. Chapter 352 The Otsutsuki Trio Strike. You must know that they are not flattering Fengjan now, but they admire Fengjan very much in their heart. After all, they had never seen anyone who could defeat all 6 of them by themselves. In addition, they knew the strength of Kazami before, but they also really wanted to see how arrogant the Wind was. But they didn't expect that the Wind was not in a tie with him now. Instead, he directly slapped these people with bruises and bruises. If this was in the past, it was something they could never have expected. Therefore, they naturally admire Kazama very much in their hearts now. At this time, Fengjan was a person who didn't like to take credit and be arrogant. Therefore, as soon as he saw everyone complimenting him constantly, Fengjian waved his hand in embarrassment. Then he read to the crowd and said, I said everyone, don't compliment me. You also know that I have a very thin skin. Now let's take a look at the exams of these younger generation. Okay, no problem. At this time, everyone was already watching for Fengjan, so naturally they believed what Fengjan said. But just when everyone was preparing to watch this new generation of ninjas compete in the Chunin exam arena, but suddenly they saw a powerful attack falling from the sky, instantly blasting the arena below them into ruin. Then 3 ninjas in white clothes immediately appeared in front of everyone. This suddenly shocked Naruto and the other 5 shadows, because they had already felt the pressure of these 3 people. However, Fengjan was not shocked at all. Instead he immediately sneered at the 3 men in white. Otsutsuki trio that Kazama had been waiting for a long time. Also Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and Tatangura. These 3 people were sent by the Otsutsuki family of the previous clan that day to collect the 9-tailed beast, then replant the ninja of the god tree on the earth. And these 3 people are also notoriously arrogant and domineering. They planted the divine tree on the earth, and the purpose was to suck all the ninja chakras on the earth, and then kill this kind of person. If Kazama didn't know about their conspiracy, he might not pay attention to them, but now Kazama already knows their conspiracy. Then Kazama could not forgive them anyway. At this time, the Wind made a face-to-face effort and immediately came to the 3 of them. At this time, the 3 people didn't know whether the Wind was high or low. Therefore, as soon as he saw that Fengjan was just a teenager, he naturally sneered at Fengjan. You little bastard, what are you? You dare to be arrogant in front of our trio of Otsutsuki. I'm telling you little bastard, how far you go now, because our goal is EPUB, 9 tails people Jinchuriki column force is not you. Hehe, are you rubbish also qualified to talk nonsense in front of me? Kazama immediately sneered at the 3 of them, and listening to the trio of Otsutsuki, Kazama didn't take Kazama seriously. But now, when he saw Fengjan dare to laugh at them, the 3 of them were immediately furious. Therefore, with a face-to-face effort, he killed the Wind towards the Wind. Little Misty, today you will see the power of our celestial clan Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Arashi rushed to Kazama first, but just when he thought he could kill Kazama in an instant, an unexpected scene suddenly happened. Chapter 353 Hanging Otsutsuki Arashi. It turned out that Kazama's ordinary eyes at this time directly turned into Rinnegan. After a face-to-face effort, Kazama performed the Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push sign, directly sent the Otsutsuki Ura style, as well as the other 3 groups of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki flying hundreds of meters away. This sudden change made Na Otsutsuki's trio completely unexpected. It's not that the Otsutsuki trio are afraid of Kazama's Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push sign, but they never expected that an ordinary kid in their eyes would actually possess the Rinnegan pupil technique of their Otsutsuki clan. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push levy unleashed by Kazama is more powerful than the usual Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push levy. After all, Kazama has now gathered all the different fires. Therefore, Funyun's own strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes. At this time, Naruto, Sasuke and other cage-level masters quickly stepped aside when they saw Kazama making a move. It's not that they like to watch dramas, but they know that Kazejian is so powerful now that they can't help in the past. If you say that you go up to help yourself, then not only will it not help Fengjan, but it may even be a disservice. So it better to wait for the others to evacuate immediately. Let Kazama let go of his hands and feet, and fight against the 3 Otsutsuki Otsutsuki. After all, Naruto, Sasuke and others know the strength of Kazama very well. They also know that in this ninja world, no one is Kazama's opponent at all. No matter whether the Otsutsuki clan came from the sky, or from the ground, from the 9 heavens or the netherworld, it was useless at all. After all, Fanfiction is a monster-like genius. And at this time, Otsutsuki Ura saw that he had just eaten the first round, which made him laugh with anger. So that Otsutsuki Arashi came to Kazama again with a wild smile on his face. Okay kid, I didn't expect you to be really impressed by me now. A mediocre you can actually have Rinnegan, but I tell you, Rinnegan can only be owned by our Otsutsuki clan, so a little Rinnegan like you must believe it to our Otsutsuki clan. If you are sensible, you can gouge out your eyes, or I will let you live and die. Quote, that Otsutsuki Ura style finished speaking, Kazama made a face-to-face forehead effort, and immediately used the telekinesis technique to come behind this Otsutsuki. You know, Kazama doesn't have so much nonsense like Otsutsuki Ura style. From Kazama's point of view, the Otsutsuki trio are the most heinous and full of evil. Therefore, the wind must kill them. At this time, Otsutsuki never expected that. Now Kazama not only has Rinnegan, but even the instant body technique is so fast. This suddenly surprised him, and then this Otsutsuki Ura style hurriedly cast Yomatsu Hirasaka, which was able to dodge Kazama's attack. At this time, Otsutsuki Arashiki saw that Kazama's attack did not hit him, and sneered at Kazama again proudly. Hehe, how about the little stray hair? Do you think your attack can hit all the hits? Let me tell you, I'm afraid you haven't even seen this technique of mine now, have you? Isn't that Yomatsu Hirasaka? What's so amazing? What? The wind said. Otsutsuki Arashiki was shocked. At this moment, even Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki on the other side were full of shock. Chapter 354 Hanging Otsutsuki Momo. Because this Yomatsu Hirasaka is a ninjutsu derived from the Rinnegan of their Datangmu family, ordinary people don't even use it. They can't even know it. But now Fanfiction is actually a face-to-face kung fu, and then the name of their technique was revealed. How could it not shock them? And at this time, that Otsutsuki Momoshiki immediately came to Otsutsuki Ura's side, and whispered to him, this kid is weird, and now you are going to kill him with all your strength. Don't continue to waste time with him, otherwise there must be other changes in the long run. Quote, hehe, I said Xiao Dao. Don't let other people's ambition destroy your own prestige. This little brat can't be my opponent at all, and now he is so superb, and he knows our Otsutsuki clan. The forbidden technique. I naturally want to play with him and see what special ninjutsu he has. If his ninjutsu can arouse my interest, then I will naturally take it for my own use. Quote, this Otsutsuki Ura style does not listen to Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words at all. Instead, he immediately probed with one hand, and a yuhi-colored fishing rod immediately appeared in the crane's hand. Yuhi-colored fish basket appeared behind it. This is the Datang Mokba style special ninja tool. This yuhi-light fishing rod can penetrate the opponent's body and fish the opponent's chakra. The people who were investigated for chakra were unable to gather chakra smoothly for a long time, so Kazama knew Otsutsuki well, but it wasn't this trick. However, the wind was not afraid at all, because Kazama's body now has the strongest defense against volcanic stone flame, so even this Otsutsuki Ura style yuhi-light fishing rod couldn't penetrate Kazama's body. At this time, Otsutsuki Arashiki still didn't know that Kazama's current ability could completely restrain him. Therefore, he smiled again and said to the wind, little Zamao, you are young, your strength is quite strong, but unfortunately, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be the opponent of our Otsutsuki clan. As soon as Otsutsuki's voice fell, he rushed to Kazama with a face-to-face effort. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke on the other side were shocked when they saw that Otsutsuki's Ura-style instant body technique was so fast, because if it were them, they would not be able to escape no matter what. Pity that although Otsutsuki Ura's body instant technique is as fast as lightning, Kazama relies on his own Rinnegan. Still saw Otsutsuki's every move clearly, but Kazama didn't dodge it now, because Kazama wanted to stand and hang this Otsutsuki Ura style. Let this Otsutsuki Urashi know that he is not to be messed with. At this time, Otsutsuki Arashiki didn't know that Kazama was going to stand up and hang himself. He thought Fanfiction hadn't reacted, so he let out a long laugh. He directly charged his yuhi-light fishing rod towards Kazama, hoping to penetrate Kazama's body. Then he fished out chakra from the Kazama body, but Otsutsuki Ura never expected this. Now his yuhi fishing rod is invincible, and invincible. Not only did it not penetrate Fanfiction's body, but even Fanfiction's body was directly broken. This was so frightening that Otsutsuki Ura's style took a few steps back and broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 355 Hanging Otsutsuki Kim. Because Otsutsuki Ura has never seen anyone whose body can resist his yuhi bear fishing rod. Although it is said that the yuhi light fishing rod is broken, it can be automatically reconnected. But this still made Natsutsuki Urashi start sweating all over. At this time, Kazama sneered again and said said to this Otsutsuki Arashiki, "Did I say you are here to fish now? Why are you still holding a tattered fishing rod? If you really want a fishing rod to deal with me, I advise you to get a good fishing rod, otherwise it is impossible for a rubbish rod like you to hurt me." It really pissed me off. At this time, Otsutsuki Arashiro saw that Kazama is now not afraid of his Yuhi light fishing rod. He even laughed loudly at himself, which naturally made that Otsutsuki Ura's style furious and furious. After this, Otsutsuki Arashiki wanted to attack the Kazama again. Then he suddenly said secretly, "Although this little brat body defense is strong, no matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to defend 360 degrees. If I can start from the key point behind him, maybe able to penetrate his body, as long as I penetrate his body with my Yuhi light fishing rod, I can call out his chakra, and as long as this little bastard has no chakra, I see how he is arrogant." Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Ura's style immediately cast Yomatsu Hirasaka with lightning speed. Then a face-to-face effort opened up another space behind the wind. Then Otsutsuki Urachi used Yomatsu Hirasaka to sneak behind Kazama quietly, hoped to use this to penetrate Kazami's body. Because Otsutsuki Arashiki thought that Kazama saw through his attack earlier, he set up a defense in advance. Now he thinks that as long as he can avoid the eyes of the wind, then you can easily kill that wind room. But what Otsutsuki Ura didn't expect was that now his Yuhi fishing rod is still the same as before, broken again by Kazama's hard body. At this time, Kazama peeked out with one hand, and immediately grabbed Otsutsuki Ura style's neck through Yomatsu Hirasaka. The one who grabbed the Otsutsuki Ura style was Hale, and his breath was in and out. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki were watching the battle. However, I never expected that the strength of Otsutsuki Ura's style, which was not weaker than theirs, was completely restrained by Kazama in a few rounds. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki hurriedly said to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was the master, "I said, Master, now this Otsutsuki Urashiki is also our teammate. Shall we help him now?" "Hehe, you don't have to worry. Although Otsutsuki Ura is temporarily at a disadvantage now, it is impossible for him to be killed by just a little stray hair on the earth. If that is the case, then this Otsutsuki Ura is the A-bum. A bum is not worthy for us to rescue him." And at this time, because of this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki spoke very loudly. Otsutsuki Ura's style, who was caught by Kazama with one hand, of course, heard it clearly. Then Otsutsuki Ura's style sneered, and then cast Yomatsu Hirasaka again, escaping from Kazama's hand. And at this time, when Kazama saw this Otsutsuki Ura's style, he was surprised that the Yomatsu Hirasaka was using the perfection. Chapter 356 I Just Hang. You must know that although Kazama can now easily hang this Otsutsuki Ura style, but if this Otsutsuki Ura style can perform Yomatsu Hirasaka, then the scenery may really have no way to kill him for a while. After all, this Yomatsu Hirasaka is the ultimate base art. If Otsutsuki escaped with the help of this Yomatsu Hirasaka, Kazama really can't do anything about him. And at this time, the Otsutsuki Ura style, when he saw his ninja gear, Yuhi's bear fishing rod, couldn't do anything about it. He immediately became furious and furious. Don't look at Otsutsuki Ura style's special politeness before, but now as long as others anger him, he will become arrogant and domineering, showing off his power. Therefore, this Otsutsuki Ura style face-to-face kung fu immediately performed the Rinnegan technique. This Rinnegan coercion technique is very similar to the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push sign. It's just that the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push sign released a shockwave, and what this Rinnegan coercion released was the blade shockwave. Then that Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push sign. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who were watching the battle, saw that Otsutsuki Arashiki actually performed this extremely chakra-intensive Rinnegan pupil technique, which surprised them again. So they hurriedly flew into the air, because if they don't dodge, then even they may be killed by Otsutsuki Ura style, the reincarnation coercive technique. After all, this Rinnegan coercion technique is a 360-degree shockwave. At this time, Fengshi saw that Otsutsuki's Ura style Rinnegan coercion technique was so powerful that he immediately smiled coldly in his heart, rushed directly towards this technique, because Kazama wanted to absorb this Rinnegan coercion technique and use it as his own. At this time, Otsutsuki Ura style did not know that Kazama had the ability to absorb ninjutsu and use it for himself. Therefore, as soon as he saw that Kazama dared to rush towards the Rinnegan coercion he released, he immediately sneered. "Hehe, you little bastard. I said that you were really a stupid person. My Rinnegan coercion technique is invincible and invincible. You are the only one who wants to use your physical body to resist me. The Rinnegan coercion, I think you're a fool." In this Otsutsuki Ura style, when he kept laughing at the wind, however, he suddenly found that his Rinnegan coercion could not hurt Kazama even one bit. It was even completely absorbed into the body by the wind. This suddenly surprised Otsutsuki. Ding! Successfully absorbed Rinnegan's coercion Coercion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Rinnegan's Super Coercion, which can release a 720-degree knife net shockwave. He felt that he had obtained a ninjutsu that was even more powerful than that Rinnegan's Coercion. To know the previous Rinnegan Coercion, only a blade-like shockwave can be released. Although it is particularly sharp and powerful, if it encounters a ninja with super perception, it can still be avoided. But the Rinnegan Coercion that Kazama has obtained now can release the shockwave of the knife net. It was a seamless attack. No matter how powerful the enemy's perception is, there is no way to avoid it. At this time, Otsutsuki Ura style, but he did not know that Kazama had absorbed his own ninjutsu and evolved into a more powerful ninjutsu. Therefore, when he saw that Kazama was now safe and sound under the pressure of his Rinnegan, he was shocked. Chapter 357 Hanging Otsutsuki Threesome. At this time, Otsutsuki Daoshi immediately rushed to the side of Otsutsuki Jin and said, "There is something strange about the small hair in the wind. We must help Otsutsuki Arashi right now. Otherwise, if we really let him kill Otsutsuki Arashi, then it will be impossible. It's the loss of our Otsutsuki clan." "Okay, no problem. This is that Otsutsuki Kinshiki, as the most loyal servant of the Dao clan, immediately prepares to shoot in the wind." But just when Daoshi and Jinshi were preparing to take action in the wind, Kazama probed with one hand, and immediately cast Rinnegan's Super Coercion technique. At this time, waiting for the Otsutsuki trio to react, Kazama's knife net-shaped shockwave killed the Otsutsuki trio in one face-to-face effort. Facing the inevitable attack, the Otsutsuki trio felt the fear of death for the first time in their lives. At this time, Otsutsuki Ura hurriedly cast Yomatsu Hirasaka, which barely avoided Kazama's attack, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki immediately virtualized his body and brought himself and Otsutsuki Peach into a different space. Only in this way did Kazama's current sharp attack be avoided. At this time, as the trio of Otsutsuki appeared again, the eyes they looked at Kazama were different. Previously, they looked down on Fengjian very much, but now, the eyes they looked at Fengjian were full of shock. After all, the abilities that Kazami is showing now have far exceeded their expectation. It also subverted their worldview far. They never thought that a human being on Earth could actually perform ninjutsu even more powerful than their Otsutsuki clan. This is something they never dreamed of. At this time, Otsutsuki Arashiki also understood that he could not be Kazama's opponent at all. So he immediately said to Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki, "Ni, I know you two had some grudges against me before, but now this little bastard is the enemy of our Otsutsuki clan. If we want to capture the Kyubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Column Fort, we have to kill this little bastard. If we are in a wheel battle, all three of us will be defeated by the little bastard, so we must now use up do your best so that you can completely kill this little stray hair." "Nonsense, do you still need to say that?" At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had already inquired about the idea. After a face-to-face effort, he and Otsutsuki Kim took the lead in killing the wind. At this time, Otsutsuki Ura also performed a secondary evolution and became a monster like a bird, and its strength was also enhanced a lot. But even if these three people are awesome, no matter how powerful they are, it looks like garbage in that wind room. The 23 kinds of different fires in Kazama's body now just rely on Kazama's superpower of Rinnegan's coercion. You can easily hang these three people. At this time, the three people didn't know that Kazama was infinite chakra. Therefore, they thought that Kazama had already exerted the super powerful Rinnegan super coercion before. Then the wind must have consumed a lot of physical strength now. So he immediately rushed to the wind and sneered, "Xiaozamao, although your strength is very strong, but the ninjutsu you just failed to kill us, then your chakra is definitely not enough now. So now it's our turn to kill you." Quote, Chapter 358 Pissing Otsutsuki Threesome. "Hehe, the three of you really like inexplicable optimism. I have infinite chakra in the wind. Fuck, who do you think you are? Unlimited chakra." Just when the three of Otsutsuki sneered at Kazama's words, suddenly found that Kazama once again cast Rinnegan super coercion technique on them. This suddenly scared the three of them into a cold sweat, so they hurriedly used their ability to escape again. It's a pity that the current Rinnegan's super coercive attack speed is too fast. A face-to-face effort, they hit the Otsutsuki trio. At this time, Otsutsuki Arashiki was the most cunning and treacherous of the three. Once he saw Fengyan's strength so awesome, he knew that if he confronted the trend head-on, he would have no chance of winning at all. So this Otsutsuki Ura style immediately cast Yomatsu Hirasaka while the chaos was running away. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki had been bruised by the wind. Although they have super repair ability, they still seem quite embarrassed now. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw their teammate Otsutsuki Arashiki and fled first, which made him furious and furious. Immediately afterward, he said fiercely to the fleeing Otsutsuki Urasaki, "Otsutsuki Urasaki is really a rubbish. Don't let me see him again, or I will definitely smash his corpse into pieces and smash his bones into to ashes. Master, don't worry, as long as this Otsutsuki-ku style dares to appear in front of us next time, I will try my best to make it into a demon pill for you to devour. Hehe, I said you too. Now instead of yelling at the Otsutsuki Ura style who escaped here, you might as well think about how to fight against me. You must be proud, you little bastard. That Otsutsuki Momoshiki has always been fearless. Now that he sees this Fengjian dare to laugh at himself one after another, he is naturally furious and violent. So this Otsutsuki Daoshi immediately changed his pair of Rinagans into Yuhi-colored Rinnegan. At this time, Feng Shi did feel that Otsutsuki Dao's pair of Yuhi-colored Rinnegans are indeed much more powerful than their own pair of purple Rinnegan. But Kazama is still not afraid at all, because Kazama not only has Rinnegan but also has the reincarnation Sharingan of 9 Tomo, so Kazama can still easily hang this Otsutsuki Pete. At this time, Otsutsuki Momo didn't know that Kazama had that super awesome Samsara Sharingan. Therefore, he immediately sneered and said into the wind, I tell you, Xiaoza Mao, although your strength is very powerful now, although you can frighten that Otsutsuki Ura style and flee, you are still a piece of garbage in front of me. You are still not my opponent. As soon as Otsutsuki Momoshiki's voice fell, he and his subordinate, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, immediately killed him towards the wind. Kazama smiled coldly after looking at it, and once again used Rinnegan's super coercion technique. Although Kazama will have countless spells, Kazama feels that Rinnegan's super coercion is particularly cool. Therefore, Kazama naturally wants to use it several times. But Kazami didn't expect that now, this technique of his own is resolutely displayed. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's pair of Yuhi-colored Rinnegans actually completely absorbed the super pressure of his own Rinnegan into his body. This suddenly shocked the wind again. You must know that the Rinnegan super coercion that Kazama is currently exerting is very powerful. Even Rinnegan's hungry ghost realm couldn't absorb it smoothly. But now this Otsutsuki Momoshiki has absorbed it seriously, which naturally makes Nakazama deeply admire. Hehe, it seems that this is the ability of your Yuhi-colored Rinnegan. Nonsense, I told you Xiaoza Mao in the wind. I said that you are not our opponent. You can't be our opponent, and now your ninjutsu has no effect on me. Oh, really? Seeing that this Otsutsuki Dao clan only absorbed a mere Rinnegan's super coercion, he dared to be arrogant in front of him. That Kazama sneered immediately, so he used Rinnegan's super coercion dozens of times in a row. This suddenly scared that Otsutsuki Momoshiki fell out of cold sweat, because he knew that this technique was very chakra consuming. But he never expected that Kazama was not only used one after another before, now he can still perform dozens of times in one breath. At this time, Otsutsuki Daoshi really realized that Kazama really has infinite chakra, because the dozens of Rinnegan coercion technique in the wind are too awesome and too powerful. So even Otsutsuki's Yuhi-color Rinnegan is somewhat insufferable these days. And at this time, the wind immediately cast a different fire and swallowed the flame. Although it is said that the most powerful different fire in the wind is the first Emperor Yan. However, in the battle against the enemy, Kazami has always liked to torture the enemy step by step. Wouldn't it be too boring to kill the enemy in one fell swoop? And Kazama also knows that if it is an ordinary strange fire, it may face the fate of being absorbed by Otsutsuki Momo. But now the third-ranked void swallowing flame is not an existence that Otsutsuki Momoshiki can absorb. And at this time, just as Kazama thought, now his nihilistic swallowing flame has appeared. A face-to-face effort. The Otsutsuki peach was burned and rolled all over the floor, wailing endlessly. Bastard! How dare you insult my Otsutsuki clan? At this moment, a huge figure rushed towards Fengjian. Chapter 359. Come to another space again. And this figure that suddenly appeared was Otsutsuki Kim, the servant of Otsutsuki Dao. Don't look at that Otsutsuki Kim as just a follower, but his strength should not be underestimated. And he also mastered the art of space, a face-to-face kung fu. Before Kazama could react, this Otsutsuki Jin immediately inhaled Kazama into the different space. At this time, Na Fengjian came to this different dimension and took a closer look, only to realize that he had been sucked into another parallel dimension. Although this is also the Hokage world, it is also the village of Konoha. But the people here do not know the wind. Moreover, Fengyan's own Fenju system also disappeared, which suddenly surprised Fengjian. Kill the tail of this crane. Just when Fengjian felt confused about his sudden crossing, suddenly surrounded by a group of teenagers, Fengjian was knocked to the ground with 3 punches and 2 feet. Boy, how dare you sue me for a protection fee? Today I have to make you crippled. Anyway, no one cares if you rubbish is dead. Hearing the words of the person in front of him, the memories of Kazejian's crossing followed one after another. He is now reborn in a boy named Sanada Kazama from the Konoha ninja village. And this Sanada Kazama is the tail of the crane in the ninja school, so he has been ridiculed and bullied by his classmates all the year round. The person who is now asking for protection money is Shimura Ichiro, his grandfather Shimura Danzo. This person is domineering and bullying the weak all day long. Damn, Shimura Ichiro sneering towards him with kunai in hand. The wind was suddenly shocked. I've just crossed over. Is this going to be beaten up and disabled? Ding! Just when Fengjian felt extremely anxious, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Congratulations to the host who has crossed into the Hokage world, and the system will become stronger if you charge money for the host. I got the system. Hearing the voice in his head, Fengjian felt extremely excited. As a fan of online novels, he understands the role of the system very well. With the system as a weight, he also has the qualifications for a gorgeous counterattack. This system includes all ninjutsu, taijutsu, pupil jutsu, demonic illusion, and spiritism in the Hokage world. As long as the host charges money, all skills can be obtained instantly. Recharge 100. Any skill can be used. Kazama hurriedly handed over the remaining $100 to the system, because at this time Shimura Ichiro was ready to attack him. Ding! Purchase Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu success. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100 for the first time, rewarding the host with 100,000 detonating charms, unlimited chakra. Damn it! 10,000 detonating talismans and unlimited chakra. This reward is too awesome. Hearing that he had won the Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu and the system's reward, Kazama immediately laughed happily. Boy, you can still laugh when you're about to die. Shimura Ichiro didn't know that Kazama already had the ability to hang him, so he cursed at Kazama again. It's not that I'm dying, but you are dying, Kazama said, and directly took out a detonating talisman and stuck it on Shimura Ichiro's head. I rely on. Shimura Ichiro panicked when he saw Kazama sticking the detonating talisman on his head. At this time, Fengshi had already withdrawn to 10 meters away. Chapter 360. The shot is 3000 detonation charm. Blast! Then the detonating talisman exploded instantly. That mighty power seemed quite shocking in this silent night. Fortunately, Shimura Ichiro picked it fast, otherwise his life would be over. Damn, you dare to play with me. The tail of the crane. Shimura Ichiro, who had been blasted to the ground, could not wait to tear Kazama to pieces at this time. In his eyes, the wind room is notoriously useless as the tail of a crane, but now he has been put aside by this useless person. How can he bear it? The detonating talisman is very expensive. Where did this poor boy get the detonating talisman? At this time, the few little scoundrels on the other side were also stunned by this hand of the wind. No matter where he got it. Anyway, the family at the end of the crane has fallen into disrepair, and taking out a detonating talisman is his limit. I don't believe he still has it. Furious, Shimura Ichiro immediately ordered his subordinates to attack Kazama. All shuriken and kunai were thrown at Kazama. It's a pity that they are not real ninjas, but students who have not graduated from the ninja school. Therefore, neither the strength nor the accuracy is up to the standard, and the wind is far away from them, so dodging these shuriken and kunai attacks is easy. Just now there was only a detonating talisman that couldn't be thrown out. Now that you have the shuriken and kunai thrown over by you, I see how arrogant you are. At this time, Fengji smiled and took out dozens of detonating talismans, all tied to these shuriken and kunai. Then it was all thrown away at once. Although the strength and precision of the wind room are not good, however, the explosive power of the detonating talisman perfectly made up for this shortcoming. Burst, burst, burst. In this silent night, with the continuous explosions in the mouth of the wind, the explosions of the dozens of detonating talismans were one after another, one after another. The violent power immediately raged, and even the trees in the forest were pushed down layer by layer. Shimura Ichiro and the others were bruised and bruised. Bastard, if I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname. Seeing that he was being humiliated by the tail of the crane in Kazama, Shimura Ichiro was furious. Immediately, Hand Seal began to prepare to perform an ninjutsu attack between the winds. Si Wei Shen. It's the Great Fireball Jutsu. Boss, you're amazing. Seeing Shimura Ichiro's Hand Seal, the little gangsters immediately became excited. Little Misty Kazama, this time you are doomed. This Great Fireball Jutsu is AC rank ninjutsu, but Chunin can be a master. Hearing the ridicule of these little scoundrels, Fengjian couldn't help sneering, because he also just mastered Great Fireball Jutsu, and he is more skilled than Shimura Ichiro. Because Shimura Ichiro is now Hand Seal, making mistakes again and again. Shimura Ichiro, you can Hand Seal even the lowest level of Great Fireball Jutsu. Wrong. I said you are a weight. What? How dare you look down on me, you bastard. Seeing that he was being laughed at by the tailwind of the crane, Shimura Ichiro was furious. But now the more angry he is, the more unable to successfully Hand Seal. Okay, I'll show you my Great Fireball Jutsu next. What? You will cast the Great Fireball Jutsu? Dream about you. Hearing Kazama's words, Shimura Ichiro and the others immediately burst into laughter. Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 361 to 380. Chapter 361. I'm horny. But while they were laughing, Kazama had already started a quick Hand Seal. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Hand Seal of Kazama was completed. A huge fireball burst out of its mouth immediately. What? How is this possible? Seeing that Kazama actually used the great fireball jutsu, Shimura Ichiro was done. Boss, run. If it weren't for the little scoundrels beside him who would take him away in time, I'm afraid he will be burned to ashes by the grand fireball in the wind. Even Shimura Ichiro and others barely avoided Kaden fire style, but because now the power of this grand fireball is too great, and the attack range is wide. Therefore, Yue alone has shocked Shimura Ichiro and others to a shit, and accompanied by the fiery power after the fire dragon flame bullet dissipated, even burned Shimura Ichiro's load completely. Boss, isn't the tailwind room of this crane too powerful? Yeah, even you are not a complete master of this fire dragon bullet. How can he use it here? Damn it. You ask me who I asked. Shimura Ichiro knew that Kazama was not what it used to be, so he immediately fell to his knees with a plot. Brother Kazama, we were wrong. Please spare our life. Because of the power of the Kazama Grand Fireball, let alone they couldn't deal with it. Even Genin or even Chunin may not be able to withstand it. HMPH. It's okay if you want me to spare you. I remember that you used to ask me for protection money a lot, and often beat me up, so as compensation, give me all your money now. Okay, let's take it. Shimura Ichiro was overjoyed when he heard that Kazama only wanted money and didn't want his own life, because as long as he can live, then he can use the power of his family to deal with Kazama. After Shimura Ichiro and the others dropped the money, they all ran away without a trace. And what the wind needs most at this time is money. Because of the money, he can buy various ninjutsu to enhance his own strength. Damn it, these three guys are so poor. Kazama originally thought that Shimura Ichiro and the others would have at least 180,000, but who knew it was only a few $100s. Originally, Kazama was thinking about buying a few levels, even S-level ninjutsu, but it seems that now it can only be bought from low-level ninjutsu. Forget it, no matter how small a fly is, it do me. Thinking of this, Kazama happily opened the system interface again. In order to save your life, let's buy a clone technique first. After all, Kazama's funds are limited now, since he can't get a lot of ninjutsu in a short time to enhance his own strength. Then you can only buy some defensive ninjutsu first. Clone technique 500 yuan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Sweden, water style, avatar is 1000 yuan. Close black lens bracket. Raiden, thunder style, clone is 1000 yuan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Shadow clone 5000 yuan. Close black lens bracket. Seeing that each of these clones is more expensive than the other, especially the shadow clone costing 5000 yuan, Feng Jian couldn't help but smack his tongue. In the end, it's Prince Naruto's good clone technique. It's really expensive. Forget it now. I'd better buy a normal clone first, and I'll start with shadow clone when I have the money. Today's Kazama is a poor man, so he can only buy ordinary clone technique first. Choose separation technique successfully. Please pay the host 500 yuan. Seeing that the money he had just obtained was about to be spent, the wind suddenly felt a little painful. Chapter 362. Go back and beat Sasuke. However, in order to enhance one's own survival rate, this clone technique must be bought. Ding! The purchase is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the clone technique. Quote, haha. At this time, the wind quickly hand seal with both hands. In one breath, he cast dozens of clone. You must know that this clone consumes a lot of carrot. As a last resort, few ninjas dare to display so many clone, but in front of Kazama with infinite chakra, dozens of clones are trivial, and he can afford hundreds. At this time, Kazama immediately walked towards the ninja school excitedly, because today is the day for the graduation examination of the ninja school. Now that he has traveled to the Hokage world, he has obtained the system to become stronger by charging money, that Kazama naturally wants to enhance his strength so that he can dominate the entire ninja world in the future. The first step to becoming stronger is to graduate from ninja school and become a genin, because only by becoming a genin can you perform tasks and earn reward. Then you can buy all kinds of cool skills in the system mall. Kazama remembered that the first item in the graduation exam was the avatar technique. If it was the previous Sanada Kazama, it would definitely not pass the test. Kazama, who has mastered the clone technique now, this exam is just a drizzle. After coming to ninja school, Kazama immediately saw those familiar faces that could only be seen in the comics in the past. The female students led by Sakura and Ino around him. There are also Choji with Snack, and Inuzuka Kiba with Akamaru on his head. Why don't you see Prince Naruto? Kazama looked around but couldn't find Uzumaki Naruto. By the way, I remember that Naruto often drinks expired milk, and now he should have diarrhea in the toilet. At this moment, Baruka also came to the crowd. Everyone, next is the first clone technique for our graduation assessment. As soon as Iruka finished speaking, everyone stepped onto the stage and began to perform the clone technique. Uchiha Sasuke, who is known as a genius. Don't look at Sasuke's stinky face all day long, but his strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Avatar technique is the master's consummate skill. With the success of of Sasuke's avatar technique on the stage. Many female students under the stage were excited and danced, especially Sakura and Ino. Even more winked at Sasuke. Fengjian couldn't help but chuckle after seeing it. But if you cast one clone, you will be excited like this. If I cast hundreds of clones later, won't you faint with excitement? Just as Kazama thought that, Iruka called Kazama's name. Kazama-kun, it's your turn. Haha, the end of the crane is going to start a funny show again. After learning that Kazama was about to take the stage, everyone immediately started laughing. Do you remember? Last time, this waste in Fengjian didn't succeed in being cloned for a long time, and finally made a loud fart. Of course I remember. That's why this guy is called a waste of waste. Even worse than Naruto. Hearing everyone's ridicule, Fengjian laughed instead of angry, because he could slap everyone in the face next. Amid the roar of laughter from the crowd, Kazama immediately swaggered onto the ring. Then, under the watchful eyes of the public, he directly cast a clone. Kazama originally wanted to cast dozens or even hundreds of clones in a row. Chapter 363 I have so many clones. However, Kazama also knew that his current strength was not particularly strong, nor was it particularly defying the sky. Therefore, if you say that you must be a human being with your tail tucked, that is, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. At this time, everyone thought that the avatar separated by the wind must be very garbage. But everyone never expected that the avatar separated by the wind is exactly the same as the main body. To know the quality of the clone can be seen from the outside. Chapter 3 Slap everyone in the face. Even the avatars that Sasuke had separated before were somewhat illusory. After all, they are all just students at the ninja school, and they don't have enough chakra. Therefore, the split avatar will not be too real. But now the avatar separated by the wind is real. It is exactly the same as the main body, and it is almost difficult to distinguish between true and false. The people in the audience who were going to laugh at Fengjian were immediately stunned and looked at each other in dismay. At this time, the originally noisy venue was also shocked by the current avatar of Kazama, and it was silent. Even Iruka, the teacher, was full of disbelief. How about Iruka, sensei? Is my current clone still qualified? This one. Upon hearing Kazami's question, Iruka immediately swallowed. Then he hurriedly nodded his head happily. Qualified, of course qualified. Not only qualified, but also qualified with very good grade. As Iruka said that, he immediately gave a thumbs up to the wind. After all, Iruka knew that Kazama used to be the tail of a crane. Don't say it's a clone. Even the imprint of the clone can't be remembered in the wind. But now the wind is actually a face-to-face Hung Fu, and this real avatar is separated. Then Iruka was naturally very happy. At this time, the people under the stage saw the useless wind room at the tail of the crane in their eyes. The clones that are now being displayed are even more powerful than them. Immediately, all kinds of envy and hatred. Then the students who had looked down on Kazama before immediately laughed at Kazama again. Hehe, isn't it just a clone? What's so great? That's right, as a student of the ninja school, if you can't even tell the difference between your avatars, isn't that rubbish? Haha, don't say that. For the crane tailwind room, it is already very powerful to be able to separate this clone. Do you expect him to separate dozens of clones? Well, not bad, not bad. Such a result is also very perfect for garbage. Ha ha ha. While everyone was talking, they sneered at the wind again. Although everyone knows that Kazama's current clone technique has surpassed them, but they are still reluctant to admit that the wind is powerful, and they are unwilling to admit that the wind is powerful. It's like a person can tolerate someone who doesn't know each other become very arrogant. But if people around you who were not as good as you were, suddenly one day they became very arrogant, then most of them will be very angry and very jealous. At this time, the wind heard everyone in the audience laughing at him, and he could only create a clone. Then he smiled again and said to everyone under the stage, I tell you, not to mention 10 clones, I can divide even 100. Haha, it really makes me laugh. Hearing Fengyan's word, everyone in the audience laughed again. Chapter 346 Willing to gamble. I tell you Fengjian, just because you still want to separate 100 avatars, dream. As long as you can separate 10 avatars, and it is difficult to distinguish the true and false of your body, I will obey you. Not bad. At this time, everyone under the stage laughed at the wind. I don't need you to serve me. If I split 10 avatars, I need you to lose all your money to me. What Fengjian needs most now is money, so naturally he has to find ways to make money and buy skills. No problem, it's not just money, I have it. At this moment, the people in the audience who were watching the fun and didn't think it was a big deal immediately started booing. But if you can't distinguish 10 avatars, then you must kowtow 10,000 times to yes, boy, now your head is up. When everyone said that, they started laughing again, because they all thought that it was impossible for Kazama to display 10 clones. And at this time, when Fengjian saw that these people were so arrogant, he immediately smiled coldly. Immediately after that, he was ready to use the hand seal to cast his clone. This is the Sasuke who was about to leave, and was attracted by the bet that everyone was making now. When he saw that Kazama Kazama was willing to abide by the bet and displayed 10 clones. Sasuke sneered immediately. Even the genius of the Uchiha clan can't display 10 clones at once, and you can also display 10 clones from the crane seat. This is simply impossible. Just when Sasuke laughed at Kazama in his heart, the scene in front of him almost scared him to the ground. It turned out that when everyone did not believe that Kazama could display 10 clones, the handprint in the wind was knotted, followed by a few bangs. 10 clones have appeared in front of everyone again. What? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Don't say Sasuke at this time. Even the teacher, Iruka, was stunned by Kazama's action. At this time, those who bet with the wind were also stunned. They never expected that the tail of the crane in Fengjian could display 10 clones at once. This is clearly genius. And that's when everyone was shocked. Fengjian said to the crowd again, I can not only display 10 clones, but I can even have 100 clones. As soon as the voice of the wind fell, it appeared with the continuous smoke. The 100 clones of the wind have all appeared in front of everyone. Ding! Successfully cast 100 clones. Reward the host with the hand seal free skill. No hand seal. In other words, if you perform ninjutsu in the future, you won't need a hand seal. Awesome, awesome. Just when Kazama was excited about his newly acquired skill, everyone in the audience has been shocked and fled by Fengyan's feat of performing hundreds of clones in one breath. Damn it, monster, run. At this time, the people had changed from the previous panic to the current panic, because they have never seen a ninja school student who can display 100 clones at once. This completely subverted their worldview. It's something they can't even dream of. At this time, the few people who had been betting with Fengjian had already seen that Fengjian was so powerful now. Directly saw Yazi prepares to escape while the chaos. It's a pity that under the order of Fengjian, his hundreds of clones surrounded these students firmly. Since you lost the bet, is it time for you to pay now? Hearing Kazama's word, those ninja students who were arrogant just now could only rush to pay Kazama. Chapter 365 Re-hanging Otsutsuki Kim. And the reason why the Wind Room needs these people's money at this time, it is because Kazama needs money to buy space ninjutsu, that is, the Imperial Palace of the Sky. As long as Kazama comes to the Imperial Palace of Heaven, Kazama will be able to restore all his rank. At that time, Kazama will be able to return to the main world, and then hang Otsutsuki Kim. And at this time, it was just as the wind had thought. The money that these ninja students lost to themselves was indeed enough to buy the Imperial Palace by themselves. So Fengjian immediately turned on the system to become stronger by charging money. Purchase the super time and space ninjutsu of the Heavenly Imperial Naka. Goodbye everyone. Although this world is not bad, but I still need to return to the main world as soon as possible to deal with the big Otsutsuki trio. At this moment, as soon as the wind's voice fell, he immediately cast the Heaven's Royal Palace. And then as expected, at this time, as soon as he came to the starting ball space in the Imperial Palace, Kazama immediately obtained all the previous ability. It can be said that there are all kinds of different fire and burning systems. Although the previous system of charging money to become stronger is not bad. However, the Fenju system in Fengjian has reached its full level. Kazama will naturally not reselect a low-level system. Otsutsuki Kim, long time no see. What? How is this possible? At this time, that Otsutsuki Kim was absolutely unexpected. He clearly sent Kazama to a different dimension and sealed Kazama's ability. But now Kazama is still out of his control. Otsutsuki Kim, the space you created is not bad, but unfortunately I prefer this space, because this space can hang and beat you Otsutsuki people. I'm mad at me too. Hearing Kazama's ridicule, Otsutsuki Kim's face-to-face effort used all his strength. It seems that the wind room is going to be broken into thousands of pieces. It's a pity that he is facing the wind room with 23 kinds of different fires. And Kazama can also absorb other people's ninjutsu and use other people's ninjutsu for his own use. So even this Otsutsuki Kinshiki is the family that this Otsutsuki Kim is. He can't be the opponent of that Kazama. But now this Otsutsuki Kinshiki doesn't know Kazama's true strength. He just saw that Kazama had humiliated their Otsutsuki clan before, especially Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who is Otsutsuki Momoshiki's entourage, is the one who wants to break the corpse into thousands of pieces and smash the bones into ashes. That Otsutsuki Kinshiki has no Rinnegan, but this Otsutsuki Kinshiki has a special ability. That is, you can turn your chakra into various ninja tools to attack your opponent. At this time, when Otsutsuki Kinshiki raised one hand, a giant axe that opened the sky immediately slashed towards Kazama's head. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki slashed towards Kazama's head. While sneering at the wind, he said, I tell you Xiao Zamao, don't think that you can force yourself in front of me because of Rinnegan coercion. I will tell you that this chakra tool of mine can resist your reincarnation. Coercive. Hearing Otsutsuki Kinshiki's word, Kazama was shocked. Then he secretly said, Rinnegan's coercion is so awesome, I don't believe you can resist it. Kazama thought of this, and directly exerted Rinnegan's coercion again. But what Kazama didn't expect was that what this Otsutsuki Kinshiki said was right now. Chapter 366 Scared P. Otsutsuki Kim. Once Kazama's current reincarnation pressure was exerted, it really didn't knock that Otsutsuki Kinshiki into the air. This suddenly surprised the wind in the heart. Then Kazama immediately took Rinnegan and looked at Otsutsuki Kinshiki's golden body. Only then did I realize that Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body could be blurred anytime, anywhere. Obviously more powerful than Obito's blurring ability. And the weapon of this Otsutsuki Kinshiki is made of chakra. Therefore, he could completely avoid the shock wave of Samsara's coercion, which naturally surprised Kazama. It's too late. It's too fast. Just in these few moments, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's giant axe had already been cut on Kazama's head. Hee little stray hair. Now I see how arrogant and domineering you are. Just when Otsutsuki Kinshiki thought Kazama would be killed by himself, but he never expected the giant axe made of chakra. A face-to-face effort was smashed into two by the wind's body. This sudden change suddenly surprised Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and even Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the back had an incredible expression on his face. After all, this Otsutsuki Momoshiki is the master of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. He is very aware of the ability of Otsutsuki Kim's chakra weapon. This chakra weapon is very awesome and very powerful, and even Otsutsuki Daoshi himself did not dare to fight against this chakra weapon. But now Kazama's body is actually so tough. A single face-to-face effort. Datangmu Kinshiki's chakra weapon was shaken into two pieces. Why didn't this frighten him? At this time, Otsutsuki Kim saw that Kazama's defense was so strong. Immediately, he was shocked and hurried back a few steps. You little bastard. Are you a turtle? Why is your defense so strong? He. After listening to Otsutsuki Kinshiki's question, Kazama immediately sneered and said, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Not because my defense is strong, but because your attack is too rubbish. So you are the only one can't hurt me one bit. It really pissed me off. At this time that Otsutsuki Kinshiki was a short-tempered person. Therefore, as soon as he heard Funyun's word, he immediately became furious and violent. He immediately put away his chakra weapon. Afterward, he used physical technique to kill the wind. At this time, once Otsutsuki Kinshiki's physical skills were used, the power of that pair of fists could be said to be unparalleled. Even Kazama couldn't help but be shocked by Otsutsuki Kim's physical skill. This Otsutsuki clan is really awesome. Just looking at the physical skills of this Otsutsuki Kinshiki, it has already reached the level of Might Guy's 8th door. At this time, Kazama thought in his heart, and he confronted Otsutsuki Kinshiki again. At this time, let Otsutsuki Kim use that super strange power, coupled with his current superb physical skill. Naturally, it is invincible, and no one has ever been able to live under the attack of his physical skill. Therefore, he thought that since his chakra weapon could not hurt Kazama, then his physical skills will definitely be able to cause internal injuries to Kazama. Even if Kazama's exterior defense is awesome and powerful, it's useless to him. Chapter 367 Fancy Hanging Otsutsuki Momo. But this Otsutsuki Kinshiki did not expect that now Kazama is not only particularly strong in defense, and Kazama's super strange power is on par with that of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this time, Otsutsuki Kim saw Kazama being beaten by himself and retreated. Immediately, he sneered at the wind and said, let me tell you, Xiaozha Mao, in front of my super physique, no one can be my opponent. Boom. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's voice had not yet fallen, and he was directly punched by the wind and flew hundreds of meters away. This suddenly scared Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki to the ground. What? How is this possible? It is absolutely impossible. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was burned by Fang Kazama's strange fire, so he is still healing. He originally thought that even if Otsutsuki Kinshiki couldn't beat Kazama, he would still be able to tie Kazama. Only in this way can he start to deal with Kazama when his wounds are healed. But he never expected that his capable subordinate, Otsutsuki Kim, would be so vulnerable. It was so easy to be hit by the wind with a bruised nose and a bruised face. This can suddenly make that Otsutsuki Momoshiki annoyed. At this time, that Otsutsuki Kinshiki was absolutely unexpected. There are still people on Earth who can match the monstrous power of their own Otsutsuki clan. This naturally shocked Otsutsuki Kinshiki in his heart. So Otsutsuki Kinshiki immediately looked up and down in the wind. You little bastard. You are definitely not fucking human. You are definitely a monster. Say, what the hell are you? Clap clap clap. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki still had not finished speaking, and was kicked to the ground again by Kazama's 3 punches and 2 kicks. I tell you, you don't need to tell me who I am. My brothers will naturally tell you. And now it's your Otsutsuki family who invaded our Earth first. So it's not me that should be questioned, but you. Don't think you Otsutsuki clan are from heaven, so you can be arrogant and domineering in front of us ninjas. Don't give me this shit. At this time, the healed Otsutsuki Momoshiki had already flown to Kazama. Then he immediately cursed in the wind with a sneer on his face. I tell you this little bastard, you'd better not drag words in front of me, and don't give me us to invade your earth. Let me ask you, if our Otsutsuki clan didn't come to your earth to plant the sacred tree, would you people master ninjutsu? You human beings can only use hand-to-hand combat. And now if the traitor Otsutsuki Kagaya devoured the fruit of the divine tree, and later distributed chakra to you, how could you master ninjutsu and build a ninja village? Now you thanks to our Otsutsuki family for what we have achieved today. Quote, but you bastard, now you have become so powerful, you are not only not grateful to our Otsutsuki clan, but you even dare to slander us. It is really unbearable. You don't give me this set too. Kazama knew that Otsutsuki Momo was telling the truth, but the scenery disagreed. Because Kagaya wants to thank Otsutsuki Kagaya, because Kagaya gave ninjutsu to everyone, it is impossible for him to thank this Otsutsuki Momoshiki, because this Otsutsuki Momoshiki is a heinous person. Chapter 368. The Otsutsuki family is nothing but this. No one has ever asked you to come to our earth to plant a sacred tree, and if Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't devour your sacred tree, then the sacred tree will devour all of us humans on earth, and your goal will be achieved. Do you really think us people are so easy to bully? Hehe, you little bastard. It seems that you know a lot. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not listen to his words once he saw Kazama. Immediately, he sneered at the wind room again. I'm telling you little bastard, now you really think you can ride on my neck and shit after you beat me and my followers one after another. Hehe, I don't care if I can ride on your neck and shit, because I never like riding on other people's neck to shit, but if you dare to continue to be arrogant and domineering in our ninja world, then I definitely won't be able to spare you. Well, you little bastard, you are really arrogant and domineering. If that's the case, then I'll let you see the true power of our Otsutsuki clan. At this moment, as soon as Otsutsuki Momoshiki's voice fell, he immediately winked at Otsutsuki Kim. At this time, the big Otsutsuki Kim rushed towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Then Otsutsuki Momo immediately turned on his pair of Yuhi-colored Rinnegan. A single effort, the Otsutsuki Kinshiki turned into a Yuhi-colored fruit, and then swallowed directly into the stomach. It's too cruel, isn't it? At this time, Naruto, Sasuke and others in the back were naturally shocked when they saw that Otsutsuki Momoshiki had swallowed all their followers before. It also made them discuss the Otsutsuki clan even more. Therefore, in the eyes of their ninjas, their companions are their good brothers who live and die together. In order to kill the enemy and harm the life of the companion, this is something that their ninja absolutely cannot do. But now this Otsutsuki Momoshiki did this, which naturally made them angry. At this time, Kazama was also very disgusted by this approach of Datongmu Momoshiki, but he knew that the reason why Otsutsuki Momoshiki was going to devour Otsutsuki Kinshiki now was because he wanted to live with a stronger power. And at this time, it was just as Kazami had expected. Swallowing Otsutsuki Kim, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength has indeed become very powerful and very powerful. Just when Kazama was thinking about it, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes had turned into golden Rinnegan, and it was the golden Sitomo Rinnegan, which naturally surprised the wind. You must know that Rinnegan is also different in color. The most common is purple, followed by blue, Yuhi color, and the most powerful gold. At this time, with the appearance of Otsutsuki's pair of golden Sitomo Rinnegan, the momentum alone was enough to shock everyone present. And this time that Otsutsuki Momoshiki not only possessed great power, at the same time, it also has an extremely high speed. After a few face-to-face efforts, he directly killed the wind. Fortunately, Rinnegan of Kazama had already seen the attack route of the Otsutsuki Momo clan clearly. Only then did he evade Otsutsuki Momoshiki's attack with his heavenly hand, and this is due to the display of the heavenly hands in the wind. The purple Rinnegan in the wind also immediately became the Rinnegan of the Sitomo. Chapter 369. I'm not arrogant, I'm just jerk. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki never expected that Kazama also has Sitomo Rinnegans that are unique to the Otsutsuki family. This naturally made that Otsutsuki Momoshiki angry. Although this Otsutsuki Momoshiki knows Kazama's strength is not simple, but he never expected that Kazama actually mastered so many secret art from their OGI Otsutsuki clan. At this point that Otsutsuki Momoshiki was getting more and more angry the more he thought about it, because in his eyes, Fengjan is just a piece of garbage, a pariah. This pariah actually mastered the art of their Otsutsuki clan. So in the eyes of Otsutsuki Dao, Kazama has insulted their Otsutsuki clan, and he is naturally very annoyed in his heart. So Otsutsuki Momoshiki immediately pointed at Kazama's nose and scolded, "You little bastard, if I don't kill you now, I'm not a member of the Datongmu clan, and I will not only kill you but also get your Rinnegan back and save you from defilement of our Otsutsuki clan." Hehe, don't give me this set. Who told you that Rinnegan can only belong to your Otsutsuki clan? I am a man in the wind, and I can naturally open Rinnegan. Xiao Za Mao, although your Siktomo Rinnegan's are indeed shocking and surprising to me now, but Rinnegan also has a gap in strength, and now my pair of golden Siktomo Rinnegans can easily beat you. Purple Siktomo Rinnegan out. As soon as Otsutsuki Momoshiki finished speaking, he flew to Kazama in a single effort. After a few breaths of effort, the wind was defeated in a row. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke never expected it. Actually, they will be beaten down. They either said Kazama or deliberately let Otsutsuki Momo get the upper hand, because the higher a person climbs, the more painful he will fall. Besides, Kazama has absolute defense against volcanic stone flames, so now the body of the wind has reached the point where it is invincible. Therefore, just relying on this Otsutsuki Momoshiki's attack could not harm Kazama at all. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki didn't know Kazama's idea. He also thinks that the wind room is a piece of trash. He thinks that he now has the strength to hang and beat the wind room, but he was expecting that after several rounds now, not only did he fail to hang in the wind room, on the contrary, he was also divided by 3 and 5 by Kazama, absorbing all his attack. This suddenly shocked Otsutsuki Kinshiki in his heart. What? How is this possible? Now that my attack power has gathered super dense chakra, it is impossible for you to swallow it. How on earth did you do it? Hehe, you have no right to ask how I did it, and there is no need to know, Kazama said, and the trash sneered at Otsutsuki Momo. Because Kazama is now able to absorb Otsutsuki Momo's attack successfully, it was Fengjan who used the burning juice system in his body. You must know that this burning juice system can absorb all attack. Therefore, Kazama can easily counteract Otsutsuki Momoshiki's attack. It is said that if the opponent's chakra is absorbed all, then the opponent's attack power will not have any damage. But at this time, Otsutsuki Daoshi never expected that this absorption of ninjutsu was originally his forte. Chapter 370 I can finally let go. Now it has been used by the wind with pure fire, which naturally made Otsutsuki Daoshi's heart burst into anger, and he was furious. So this Otsutsuki Momoshiki once again used all his powers to kill the wind. I saw that Daoshi Otsutsuki moved with one hand at this time, and a huge chakra ball appeared in front of everyone. This is my Rasengan. At this time, Naruto in the back was shocked when he saw this trick of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. At this time, Momoshiki Datangmu seemed to have heard Naruto's exclamation behind him. Then he smiled and said to him, Hehe, you are right, this is indeed your Rasengan, but your Rasengan was absorbed by me before, and now I have increased it to a super awesome, super powerful level, so your Rasengan is no match for my Rasengan. What? Annoy me too. At this time, once the two saw that his trump card was actually used by Otsutsuki Momoshiki master, it was even carried forward. This naturally made Naruto angry. At this time, when Kazama saw this Otsutsuki Momoshiki, he could actually use other people's attacks as his own, and he could even increase it and bounce back. This suddenly made the wind laugh instead of angry, because Fengjan has not dealt with such a powerful enemy for a long time. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki used this super awesome Rasengan directly to kill the wind. However, after the wind room looked at it, he was not afraid at all. Immediately, he probed with one hand, and immediately summoned the huge monster that Susanoo had turned into nothingness. At this time, the emptiness swallowing flames can devour all things in the world. Therefore, a face-to-face effort swallowed this super awesome Rasengan into the body. What? How is this possible? At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki thought that Kazama had nothing to do, but he never expected that Kazama could still reach his attack so easily, and that was when Otsutsuki Momoshiki was shocked. Kazama came to him with a sneer, and immediately turned on the god-level Susanoo. At this time, with the appearance of this god-level Susanoo, Kazama and Susanoo's arms formed a mark at the same time. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, although it is said that you Datangmu clan are all the heinous people now, but in the end I still want to thank you, because without you, a powerful enemy, I really would not have the chance to manage such a hardy battle. Knowing that I have always been afraid to fight against others, because my ninjutsu attack range is too wide and its power is too great, it will not only kill the enemy, but even hurt the innocent. But now there is only you here, I'm the two of you, so now I can easily hang you. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, he immediately waved at Naruto, Sasuke and the others behind him. At this time, Naruto and the others knew that Kazama was about to start pretending. Therefore, everyone hurriedly fled far away. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki still didn't know what kind of tricks one had. Therefore, as soon as I heard that one was going to fire at full force, I would do everything in my power to hang myself. This suddenly made Otsutsuki Momoshiki sneer in his heart. You little bastard, no matter how awesome and powerful you are just a fucking earthling. I don't believe that a trash earthling like you can beat our Otsutsuki clan. And just when Otsutsuki Momoshiki kept laughing at Kazama, suddenly, a huge dark cloud appeared in the sky. Chapter 371 God Power. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was shocked when he saw it, so hastily cast his pair of Sitomo's Rinnegan and looked up. Only then did I discover that the shadow on the sky was not actually a dark cloud but a huge meteorite. This naturally made Otsutsuki Momoshiki even more shocked, because even Datonmu Momoshiki himself cannot summon this extraterrestrial meteor as a means of attack. But now Kazama has already performed this technique, and he also released this technique on top of his head, which naturally made that Otsutsuki Momoshiki terrified. "You little bastard, you're not really a fucking person, you're a monster." At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoji scolded Kazama while preparing to fly away. "It's a pity that no one can escape in front of the current Kazejian technique. God power meteorite falls from the sky." Voice fell. The meteorite that fell from the sky hit the Otsutsuki Momoshiki with a face-to-face effort. If it hits an ordinary person, then this person is afraid that a face-to-face effort will be beaten into nothingness. But at this time, that Otsutsuki Momoshiki is a person with high mana. I saw that Otsutsuki Momoshiki had a face-to-face kung fu, and hurriedly performed Yomatsu Hirasaka to transfer the meteorite from the sky to a different space. At this time, when Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw that he had completely avoided this meteor, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then he said with a sneer on the wind again, "How about Xiaozamao? Do you think ninjutsu can be very arrogant and domineering as long as it has a wide range of attacks and a lot of power? Let me tell you, your cognition is very wrong. Any art is rubbish in front of me, Yomatsu Hirasaka, because I can transfer it to another dimension endlessly." "Oh, really? Then I really want to see how awesome and powerful you are." At this time, Kazama smiled coldly, and then pointed to the top of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's head again. This suddenly puzzled Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart. He still didn't know what the wind was doing now, so he looked up subconsciously, and suddenly he slumped to the ground in fright. It turned out that a meteorite even larger than before appeared in the sky at this time. "What? How is this possible? You little bastard. What trick did you use?" I said. "Are you human?" As soon as he saw Kazama, he was able to summon meteorite one after another as a means of attack. At this moment, even Otsutsuki Momoshiki of the Celestial Clan was shocked. "Don't worry about whether I'm human or not. In short, I'll ask you how you want to resist this second meteorite." "I resist your mother." At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki dared to hang and beat himself one after another when he saw Kazama. He even dared to humiliate himself while hanging and beating himself. Naturally, he was furious and violent, so a face-to-face kung fu, they immediately prepared to fly away. But that Otsutsuki Momoshiki, though very fast, but in front of the ninjutsu that the power of the gods in the wind fell from the sky. This Otsutsuki Momoshiki peaches. It is useless. Now the second meteorite in the wind has completely hit that Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Will that Otsutsuki Momoshiki hit his guard? Chapter 372. Yes, I am God. So that Otsutsuki Momoshiki hurriedly cast Yomatsu Hirasaka again. Then he used his super powerful healing ability unique to the Otsutsuki clan. This prevented himself from being injured by the second meteorite in the wind. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki wanted to run away, but that Otsutsuki Taoshi suddenly thought, "This little brat's ninjutsu is indeed very good, very powerful. It is beyond my imagination, but no matter how good or bad he is, it is impossible for him use this god power meteorite one after another. As far as I know, this god power meteorite will consume a lot of chakra. If he can summon a third one, then I think he will definitely run out of chakra and die." Just when Otsutsuki Momoshiki thought it was impossible for Kazama to summon a third meteor to attack him, however, he suddenly realized that his previous thoughts were nothing but bullshit, because now Kazama has easily summoned the third meteorite. "I tell you, Datong Mutao, now I have an infinite chakra physique, so not to mention 300, 3000, I can easily summon them. If not worried that the earth can't bear it, I would have summoned countless meteorites to kill you." "What? Anger me too." At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw that he was pretending to be forced one after another, but he was slapped in the face by the wind's continuous beat of light. How could this not annoy that Otsutsuki Momo? And at this moment, that Otsutsuki Pete suddenly became wise in a hurry. "Now that I, Yomatsu Hirasaka, can evade the attack, why can't I cast Yomatsu Hirasaka on the top of the head of this little stray hair in Kazama, who is moving the meteor from the sky?" As soon as he thought of this Otsutsuki Momoshiki was instantly delighted. Immediately after that, two Yomatsu Hirasaka were cast at the same time. One is used to absorb meteorite from the sky, and the other is used to release meteorite from the sky. And at this time, to be honest, Kazama really didn't expect that this Otsutsuki Daoshi had been approached by himself, and he didn't expect him to be able to jump off the wall in a hurry. At this time, Fengjian saw that a huge meteorite from the sky appeared on the top of his head, which made him sneer. And this time that Otsutsuki Momoshiki, once seeing his plan succeed, when even pointed to the nose of the wind, he scolded loudly, "He, what's up, little stray hairs in the wind? Now my trick is to use his own way to pay him back, and you have been hunting geese all the year round. but now you have been pecked by the geese. Hehe, I said that you are Otsutsuki Momoshiki. You are obviously not from our earth, and you can use our words quite well. Don't give me this shit. I don't care what you say or not. In short, I'm going to kill you now. Just when Otsutsuki Momo thought that Kazama would definitely die, but suddenly I found that there was another scene between Hefeng. This suddenly surprised Otsutsuki Taoshi again. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki knew that what Kazama used now was ninjutsu, but even with space ninjutsu, it is impossible to instantly change the scene and enter another world. But now, he was actually pulled into this other space by a face-to-face effort by the wind. This naturally shocked Daoshi Otsutsuki, because he had never seen such a strange space technique. Chapter 373 Heaven's Royal. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was extremely shocked, and was about to ask Kazama what kind of ninjutsu he was using now. However, he suddenly discovered that the pair of 6-tomo Rinnegan's that Kazama had previously turned into a 9-tomo reincarnation Sharingan. This suddenly surprised Otsutsuki Momoshiki again, because that Otsutsuki Momoshiki knew that even if they were the Datongmu clan, it was impossible for them to have the reincarnation Sharingan of these 9-tomo. Only the 10 Tails Jinchuriki column power, that is, the one who devoured the divine tree, can have this reincarnation Sharingan. So this Otsutsuki Momoshiki was immediately full of resentment, and then said to the wind with a face full of horror, "You little bastard, could it be that you devoured the sacred tree?" Haha, I really didn't devour the divine tree, but I have the power of the divine tree. Don't give me this shit. I don't believe that you, a mere human, can withstand the power of this divine tree. At this moment, as soon as Otsutsuki Momo's voice fell, he immediately killed the wind again. But now that he hadn't hit Fengjian, he suddenly saw 2 or 3 kinds of strange fires appearing in Fengyan's body. A few face-to-face effort. These strange fires surrounded the Otsutsuki Peach clan firmly, and he burned his newly healed body to the ground again. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly realized that the power of these 23 kinds of different fires has far exceeded his imagination. Now even the unique healing ability of their Datongmu clan cannot heal. This suddenly shocked the heart of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Just when Otsutsuki Momo was terrified, Kazama came to Otsutsuki Momo with a sneer. "I tell you, if I want to solve you, then I can kill you in minute, but because my 23 different fires are too powerful, I couldn't use them on you just now on Earth, but now I have already cast the Heavens Royal. You are now in my space, so I can hang you anytime, anywhere. Don't give me a fuck like this. What is in the heaven and the earth? I don't believe that you little bastard can endure me." Otsutsuki Momo said that and cast Yomatsu Hirasaka again. He knew that he was no longer a match for Kazami no matter what, so he had to flee as far as he could. But what Otsutsuki Momoshiki never expected was, now, as Yomatsu Hirasaka, he can't play any role in the Heaven's Royal Palace of the Wind. This suddenly made Otsutsuki Momoshiki a little unbelievable, because in the past his Yomatsu Hirasaka has never made a mistake. But now, he was actually restrained by Kazama, the Imperial Palace of the Sky. This shows that the Heavenly Imperial Palace of the Kazama has far surpassed that of Yomatsu Hirasaka. That's why I made mistakes in Yomatsu Hirasaka. At this time, Kazama has already indicated that he wants to hang this Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Therefore, with a face-to-face effort, Kazama pulled that Otsutsuki Momoshiki to another dimension, the lava dimension. Then Kazama looked at it with one hand and used that lava fire to burn that Otsutsuki Momoshiki with bruises all over his body. Then, before that Otsutsuki Momo could react, Kazama took him to the ice and snow space again. At this time, Otsutsuki Daoshi really felt the taste of the ice and fire. Chapter 374 So arrogant. Although Otsutsuki Daoshi has been hit by these heaven-defying moves by Kazama, he is dying. But Kazama didn't stop there, but immediately used the supergravity space, desert base, and so on. A few face-to-face effort, Kazama made Otsutsuki Momo turn around in the 5 bases in the Imperial Palace. The one who hit Otsutsuki Momoshiki was scarred and bloodless. Just when Kazama was about to cast a different fire to burn that Otsutsuki Momoshiki into nothingness, Kazama suddenly realized that the Otsutsuki trio were not the only ones who came to Earth now, because there is another Otsutsuki Aikishi who never showed up. I still don't know the strength of this Otsutsuki Aikizu, so it seems that instead of killing Otsutsuki Momoshiki, it is better to use that Otsutsuki Momoshiki for myself. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately cast the strongest demonic illusion Kotoamatsukami on the Otsutsuki Momo. But who knows that this Kotoamatsukami cannot control the people of the Otsutsuki family. At this time, although Daoshi Otsutsuki was on the verge of being beaten by the wind, he was still conscious. He also knew what Kazama wanted to do to himself, so seeing Kazama's current Kotoamatsukami failed to control himself, so Otsutsuki Momo immediately laughed in the wind. Little bizarre. Our Otsutsuki clan or the Heavenly Clan. You use your earthly ninjutsu to control my dignified Otsutsuki clan. It's just illusional. No one can control me, especially you rubbish bastard. But just when Otsutsuki Daoshi kept laughing at Kazama, he suddenly saw Kazama give him a cold smile. Then, when Fengjian probed with one hand, a coquettish white fire appeared in his body for 100 years. And this strange fire is the pure lotus demon fire that can turn the enemy into a fire slave for himself to drive. This was waiting for that Otsutsuki Momoshiki to react. When Kazama said it was too late, he immediately put Kaden, fire style, the pure lotus demon, into the body of Otsutsuki Momo. Then Otsutsuki Daoshi was directly transformed into a fire slave by Kazama. I saw that Otsutsuki Daoshi's body that was all white at this time directly turned into a body surrounded by flame. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki's appearance has changed nowadays, however, his abilities still maintained the super advanced level before his death. And now Otsutsuki Momoshiki has completely surrendered to Kazama. Then I saw that Otsutsuki Momoshiki knelt directly on his knees and kowtowed to the wind. After all, now Otsutsuki Momoshiki's wisdom is completely owned by Kazama, so naturally Kazama asked him to do what he does. Seeing that Otsutsuki Momoshiki, a super awesome person, has surrendered, Kazama is naturally overjoyed. So Kazama immediately brought Otsutsuki Daoshi, who had become a fire slave, back to the Earth space. At this time, Naruto, Sasuke and others, because they saw Kazami previously use the Imperial Palace of Heaven, and disappeared without a trace. So I have always been very worried about the whereabouts of the wind, so they are looking forward to. At this moment, Kazama and the Otsutsuki Momo who turned into a fire slave suddenly appeared. Naruto and Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. At this time, because of the change in Otsutsuki Dao's appearance, Naruto, Sasuke and others naturally did not know him, so he immediately rushed to the wind and asked, I said, big brother Kazama, who is next to you now? Yeah, why haven't we seen him before? And where did the powerful Otsutsuki Momo go? Chapter 375 Scientific Ninja. Hehe, what is this? Hearing Sasuke and others eagerly asking at this time, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded at him. Simply, this person is to make Otsutsuki Momoshiki. What? How is this possible? Naruto and Sasuke were shocked when they heard the words of the wind. After all, they had seen Otsutsuki Momoshiki before. You must know that Otsutsuki Daoshi is completely different from the appearance of this Huo slave today. And they also knew that the Otsutsuki Peach clan was rebellious, so how could he surrender to Kazama? Kazama also knew that they were shocked, so he immediately explained what happened to them. And when Naruto, Sasuke and others heard that the powerful Otsutsuki Dao clan was actually turned into a fire slave by Kazama, this naturally made everyone admire the wind even more, and it really shocked them in their hearts. So Naruto and Sasuke held hands and bowed to each other. After all, Funyun's current strength is very powerful, and at this time, the four shadows on the other side saw that the strength of the wind was not only the same as that of the past, it was even more powerful than it was back then, which naturally shocked them even more. So they all complimented the wind, and at this time, once Fengjian heard everyone's compliment, he naturally took advantage of it. Although Kazama is not a very happy person, but everyone liked to hear other people's boast, and this time because Kazama has resolved the trio of Otsutsuki. As a result, one escaped and one died, and the other surrendered to Kazama. Therefore, the Chunin exam held in the 5 major countries will naturally start again, and this time with the Chunin exam, those people had already turned their attention to the contestants to Kazama who had saved their Chunin examination room. After all, these people had seen the superpower of the Otsutsuki trio before. They thought that if there was no wind, maybe they would really die. Therefore, everyone is now complimenting the wind. At this time, the leader of Konoha's scientific ninja research team had a great opinion on Kazama. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of this Chunin exam to launch his own scientific ninja gear. But now, when he saw Fengjian, a newcomer who actually stole his limelight, he was instantly furious. Although the leader of this scientific ninja team had heard of Kazama's deeds before, but because this person was very arrogant, he didn't take that wind in his eyes at all. He thought about the scientific forbearance he had created, but it was very powerful and powerful. It is possible to absorb anyone's ninjutsu into his scientific ninja gear and use it, and don't waste the ninja's own chakra. Therefore, the leader of the scientific ninja team thought that the momentum of the wind was so fierce. If he defeat Kazama with scientific ninja gear, then his own name will also be famous in the entire ninja world. By that time, my scientific ninja tools will be sold out of stock, so wouldn't I be able to become a billionaire? As soon as he thought of this, the scientific ninja tool walked in front of the team leader and immediately flew to Kazama. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he said that he was going to follow the trend one-on-one. After hearing the words of the leader of the scientific ninja team, everyone immediately burst into laughter. Chapter 376 I'm so hard. At this time, even Sasuke, who has always been unsmiling, was laughing backwards and forward. Kazama didn't know the careful thinking of the leader of the scientific ninja team, so he immediately asked him suspiciously, "I said you, the leader of the scientific ninja team, don't you study your scientific field well, but you have to go head to head with me. I haven't signed up for this Chunin exam now. Why are you going head to head with me?" "Oh, it's easy." At this time, the leader of the scientific ninja team knew that Kazama would reject his proposal, so he immediately said the remarks he had thought up earlier in the wind. "Let me tell you, Fengjan, your strength is indeed very good now, very powerful, but no matter how good you are, you can't be an opponent of our scientific ninja equipment. In addition, I know that you are only a genin now. Since this is the case, then you are also obliged to take the Chunin exam jointly organized by our 5 countries. Besides, if you believe that you don't agree to fight against me now, then I can think that you are afraid of our scientific ninja equipment. At that time, I can use our scientific ninja equipment to defeat you, the hero who saved the ninja world. Come, use it as a slogan to sell my scientific ninja equipment, and you can't refuse it at that time, because these are your default. After all, you dare not fight against me." It really pissed me off. At this time, Naruto, who was Hokage, was furious when he saw that his subordinates dared to disrespect Kazama, so he immediately prepared to reprimand the leader of the scientific ninja team. At this time, the wind immediately stopped Naruto. Then, smiling again, the leader of the scientific ninja team said, "Okay, since you want to duel me so much, then I will satisfy your request." "Oh, really? That's really good." As soon as he heard the wind, the leader of the scientific ninja team was overjoyed. After all, he knew that no matter how arrogant and powerful the wind was, you can use the scientific ninja to absorb Kazama's ability. He thought that even if he couldn't defeat Kazama, Kazama couldn't hurt himself. After all, he is very fancy about his scientific ninja tool, but he didn't know that the scientific ninja tool also had a limit. General C-level ninjutsu. Scientific ninja tools can be absorbed to some extent, but a shot like Kazama is Super S level, or Super SS level ninjutsu. Even that scientific ninja tool cannot be absorbed. But the leader of this scientific ninja team is simply a person with high aspiration. Relying on his own merits and achievement, he believes that no one is an opponent of his scientific ninja. You must know that he didn't even pay attention to Hokage Naruto before. How could he possibly put Kazama in his eyes now? At this time, with a face-to-face effort from the leader of the scientific ninja team, he immediately came to the fighting arena with his fancy scientific ninja gear. At this time, the crowd watching, when they saw the leader of the scientific ninja team, actually wanted to follow the trend. This naturally made them burst into laughter in their heart. At this time, although the leader of the scientific ninja team is a very ambitious person, he also loves face very much. Therefore, as soon as he saw that everyone dared to laugh at him, he immediately became furious and furious. So a face-to-face kung fu immediately insulted everyone. Chapter 377 Scientific Ninja Tool vs Ninjutsu. "You bastard, you dare to laugh at me. It's really suitable for people to say that you can't bear it, and then I will use my scientific forbearance tool to blind your dog's eyes. It was so rude. Yeah, you're such an asshole." At this time, the crowd watching, when they saw this scientific ninja team leader, dared to scold him and others. Immediately, the leader of the scientific ninja team rushed to the unceremoniously. At this time, Na Fengjan hurriedly stopped the scolding between the two parties after seeing it, because Kazama knew that the leader of the scientific ninja team just wanted to make a name for himself in front of everyone. Only in this way can this scientific ninja team leader advertise his scientific ninja equipment. Only in this way can he make his scientific ninja gear sell out. It's just that Fengjan is not willing to make wedding dresses for others, so Kazama immediately urged the leader of the scientific ninja team, "Now our game should start quickly." "Oh, alright, no problem." At this time, the leader of the scientific ninja team made a face-to-face effort, and immediately displayed 5 attacks of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth at the same time for 100 years. In a face-to-face effort, he was killed in the wind. Hehe, let me tell you Fengjan, no matter how powerful and arrogant you are now, you should also understand the truth of the 5 elements. Now that all 5 of my ninjutsu have killed you, I see how you can avoid it. Just when the leader of the scientific ninja team thought he could take the lead, however, he suddenly found that Kazama had disappeared, which surprised the leader of the scientific ninja team. Only then did the leader of the scientific ninja team realize that Kazama had actually used the telekinesis technique and came behind him. Then Kazama's palm was placed on the neck of the scientific ninja team leader. "I don't want to hurt you either, but now you have been taken advantage of by me behind your back, so how should you deal with it now?" "Hehe, I will deal with your mother." The leader of the scientific ninja team is a person who cannot afford to suffer. As soon as he saw that Fengjan was now taking the lead, he immediately became furious and violent. After a face-to-face kung fu, he immediately used the scientific ninja tool to perform a stand-in technique, escaping from the control of Kazama. Then he insulted the wind again. At this time, Kazama originally wanted to see the face of the scientific ninja team leader is a Konoha ninja and spare him a dog's life. But Kazama never expected that now the leader of the scientific ninja team would dare to speak rudely at him and dare to curse at himself. How could Kazama take him out so easily? So Kazama is also a face-to-face Kung Fu and immediately cast his S-level Kaiden Fire style Majestic Destroyer Flame Great Fire Annihilation. Directly killed the leader of the scientific ninja team. This is the leader of the scientific ninja team who saw Kazama's ninjutsu and immediately sneered. Then he picked up his own scientific ninja gear and prepared to absorb the Kaiden Fire style Majestic Destroyer Flame Great Fire Annihilation of Kazama. But he didn't expect that his scientific ninja tools also had a limit of absorption. C-rank ninjutsu can be absorbed. Now this Majestic Destroyer Flame Great Fire Annihilation is a serious S-rank ninjutsu. How could it be absorbed? Kaiden Fire style of Kazama shook the ninjutsu absorbing ninja tool in this person's hand into pieces. Then he sent the leader of the scientific ninja team hundreds of meters away. If it wasn't for Kazama's mercy, the leader of the scientific ninja team would probably be burned to ashes as an achievement. At this time, the leader of the scientific ninja team saw that he was knocked to the ground by the wind. It immediately made him even more annoyed. Then the leader of the scientific ninja team immediately displayed his trump card. At this time, the trump card of the leader of the scientific ninja team was displayed. Not only everyone was surprised, but even the wind room was taken aback. Chapter 378 Damn Scientific Ninja. It turned out that the leader of this scientific ninja gear group actually waved his hand and used his scientific ninja gear to create thousands of clones. And these thousands of avatars are also bound with many dense detonating charms. This sudden change suddenly shocked everyone present, including Kazama. Because as ninjas, they all understand very well. The densely packed detonating charms bound to these thousands of avatars are extremely lethal. A little carelessness will blow people directly into nothingness. Originally, this Chunin exam was forbidding beheading people, and that was all there was to it. But now the leader of this scientific ninja team is actually so arrogant and domineering. To actually dare to face each other and use such a trump card. Feng Jian was naturally angry in his heart. And at this time, it wasn't just Kazama who was the party involved who was very annoyed. Even the Five Shadows and Sasuke, who were watching the battle above the arena, were furious in their heart, and they were furious. They originally thought that even if the leader of the scientific ninja team was arrogant, he would not dare to make any waves in front of the wind. But they didn't expect that the leader of this scientific ninja team was jumping off the wall in a hurry. The fact that they dared to use this method to deal with the wind naturally made their heart violent. So these people immediately flew to the bottom of the ring and reprimanded the leader of the scientific ninja team. I said you were really arrogant and domineering. Yeah, now do you know that we are conducting the Chunin exam here? Didn't you mean to seriously hurt Kazama by doing this? And even if Kazejian could avoid your attack, wouldn't all the audience around us in the ring be killed by you? Stop giving me the fucking bullshit. At this time, Otsutsuki Ichiji was already angry, and he didn't care whether everyone was dead or alive. In short, he just wanted to kill the wind quickly and then vent his hatred. And at this time, when Kazama saw the leader of the scientific ninja team, he actually dared to be so arrogant and domineering. Immediately, I was shocked, so I immediately said to him, I tell you, I originally regarded you as a companion for the sake of you being that Konoha ninja, and didn't want to pay too much attention to you, but I didn't expect it. Now, you're so ruthless, and it is obvious that the fighting in the ring is all over, but you are so narrow-minded now, so naturally I will not show mercy to you anymore. Hehe, stop talking nonsense to me. What the fuck are you? You told me to be merciful. Okay, today I'm going to see why you don't show mercy to me. By the way, I'm telling you in the wind, there are thousands of my detonating charms now. Even if you can avoid it, then everyone here can't avoid it. At this moment, as soon as the leader of the scientific ninja team finished speaking, in a face-to-face effort, he immediately instructed his thousands of clones bound to the dense detonation talismans and killed them toward Kazama. At this time, if it was an ordinary person, there might be no way to avoid these thousands of detonating talismans. And even if it can be avoided, the surrounding onlookers, as well as those ninjas with low strength, will be killed by these detonating charms. Chapter 379 Shell Tissue appeared. However, in front of Kazami, it was easy to avoid these detonating charms. After all, Kazama used the super space ninjutsu in the sky, so Kazama immediately opened his own 9-tomo-s reincarnation Sharingan. Then, with a face-to-face Kung Fu, he cast the Heavenly Imperial Palace. At this time, the leader of the scientific ninja team hadn't reacted to what was going on. It was pulled by the wind to the ice and snow space. The leader of the scientific ninja team never expected that Kazama actually had the ability to space. This suddenly scared him into a cold sweat and almost collapsed on the ground. Then he hurriedly wanted to detonate his thousands of clones. It's a pity that now he has come to this ice and snow space in the wind. Then it is simply impossible for him to detonate detonate the detonating talisman again. After all, the freezing ability in this ice and snow space is very powerful, very awesome. Now Fengjian just waved his hand gently, and all the thousands of clones were frozen in place, and the detonating talismans on them were immediately frozen into powder. This was so frightening that the wind was extremely frightened. So the leader of the scientific ninja tool group immediately wanted to use the scientific ninja tool on his body to perform a teleportation technique to escape. It's a pity that at this time, even the scientific ninja tool on his body was frozen into pieces by the wind. Now the leader of the scientific ninja team just wants to escape, but he has no ability. Besides, even if he had the ability to escape, he would not be able to escape from the Imperial Palace in the wind today. Otsutsuki could not escape within this heavenly Imperial Palace. Not to mention this rubbish leader of the Science Neighborhood group. At this time, the leader of the scientific ninja team saw how awesome he was now. He knew that he might not really be the opponent of the wind, so he started kowtowing directly to Fengjian and begged for mercy, wanting to use the bitter meat trick in front of Fengjian. It's a pity that Fengjian didn't pay much attention to him at all. Instead, he cast Tsukuyomi demonic illusion directly on the leader of the scientific ninja team, because Kazama had previously seen from this scientific ninja team leader that his chakra fluctuations were abnormally disordered. Therefore, Kazama predict that the leader of this scientific ninja team is likely to be hit by someone else's demonic illusion. Otherwise, the leader of his scientific ninja team would not be so arrogant and domineering. You must know that all the ninjas in Konoha, I dare not say that they are all honest people Kunzi, but at least they are all upright people. But now the behavior and speech of the leader of the scientific ninja team are so abnormal. The wind naturally predicted that 9 out of 10 of them were secretly controlled by the enemy. Sure enough, now the leader of the scientific ninja team has been hit by Kazama's demonic illusion. A face-to-face effort tells the truth. It turned out that the leader of the scientific ninja team was previously controlled by the members of the Shell organization with demonic illusion. Its purpose is to cause chaos in Konoha and then destroy Konoha. Shell tissue. After hearing the words of the leader of the scientific ninja team, Kazama was shocked again, because Kazama had already heard about this Otsutsuki Aikizu. You must know that this Otsutsuki is comparable to Akatsuki back then, just that the real leader of Akatsuki was Black Zetsu, the product of Otsutsuki Kagaya will, and now the real leader of this shell organization is the Otsutsuki Aikizu, who has never shown up. Chapter 380 Working with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, Kazama knew that since Otsutsuki had set up this organization specifically, then the members of this organization must be more powerful than that Akatsuki. Originally, Kazama wanted to deal with the Otsutsuki trio first, and then deal with that Otsutsuki Ashiki. Expected that now this Otsutsuki's brain seems to be more aura than that of the Datangmu trio. This Otsutsuki Ichiji knew that Kazama was wrong, so he did not choose to fight alone. Instead, he chose to create an organization to fight against himself. Even destroying his favorite Konoha ninja village first naturally annoyed Kazama. At this time, Kazama immediately focused on the leader of the scientific ninja team again and said, since you were controlled by members of this shell organization before, do you now know the action plan of this shell organization? I'm not too sure about this, but I heard they said before that they want to destroy Konoha village first, and then destroy Otogakure village. What? Annoy me too. At this time, upon hearing the words of the leader of the scientific ninja team, Fengjian was immediately furious and violent. After all, this Konoha and that Otogakure village are the homes of Kazami. Konoha is a ninja village born and raised in Kazama, and the village of Otogakure was established by Kazama. There are many of his own companions in there, and it is naturally impossible for the wind to let the members of the shell organization hurt them. So Kazama's face-to-face effort immediately unlocked the demonic illusion, the leader of the scientific ninja team. Then he brought the leader of the scientific ninja team back to the real world. At this time, Naruto and the others did not know that the leader of the scientific ninja team was previously controlled by bad guys. So as soon as Kazama brought the leader of the scientific ninja team back, he was ready to deal with the leader of the scientific ninja team in his own way. And now Kazama immediately explained the reason to Naruto and others. Then he warned the 5 shadows to return to their respective ninja villages immediately, because the members of the shell organization are likely to sneak in secretly. But the 5 shadows had never heard of the members of this shell organization. Therefore, seeing such a powerful person in the wind, they are so cautious about the members of this shell organization. This surprised them all at once, which really puzzled them. At this time, Na Fengjian hurriedly said to Wying, everyone, don't think that I am a trivial question. You must know that this shell organization is more powerful, and more mysterious than Akatsuki back then. As far as I know, the leader of this shell organization is that Otsutsuki Aikizu. What? It's actually the bastards of the Otsutsuki clan. The 5 shadows have long seen the strength of the Otsutsuki trio, and they also know that the Otsutsuki Otsutsuki trio are particularly arrogant and domineering. Therefore, once the five shadows heard that the leader of the shell organization was actually established by the Otsutsuki clan, this suddenly shocked Wang's heart. So the five shadows hurriedly returned to their respective villages and began to make arrangements. At this time, Kazama performed the Hiraishin technique immediately. Also immediately came to his own village of Odogakure. At this time, due to the use of the time machine before that Kazama, he traveled to other periods of Hokage. And it has been a long time since I came to Odogakure village. Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 381 to 400. Chapter 381 23 different fire pagodas. So, Orochimaru and the others were flattered when they saw Kazama's arrival, and were very happy. Now Kazama really doesn't have time to chat with Orochimaru and the others. After all, Kazama now knew that his top priority was to inform Orochimaru and the others as soon as possible. Stop the attack of the shell organization. So Kazama immediately told Orochimaru the ins and outs of the matter. At this time, Orochimaru heard Kazama's word, and immediately nodded at Kazama with a smile. I said, the leader of the wind, you don't have to worry so much now. Oh, what do you mean by that? Saw Orochimaru and heard his word. He laughed instead of anger, and he didn't even feel nervous at all. This suddenly made the wind in the heart of doubt. After all, he knew the strength of his Odogakure village, but he couldn't compare to the ninja villages of the five great countries. But why is this Orochimaru, the temporary leader of Odogakure village, so relaxed now? Hehe, it's very simple. You may have been away for too long, the leader of the wind, so you may not be very clear. Today, the overall strength of our Odogakure village has already risen, and it is more than the sum of the ninja villages of the five countries. The strength is even more awesome and powerful. Quote, what, is this true? Hehe, of course. How could I lie to you? Hearing Kazama seemed a little unconvinced, Orochimaru immediately waved his hand. His Odogakure village over. At this time, these old faces who had surrendered to the wind, and heard that the wind had returned, they all came here in a swarm. Kimimaro, Akatsuki members, and the stronger and more powerful Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Kagaya never expected that even Otsutsuki Kagaya was willing to join his Odogakure village. This naturally made the wind in the heart very happy. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately came to Kagaya with a smile. I said, Fengjan, you are my savior, so I am here to join your camp and contribute to your village. Besides, I also need your Odogakure village and your strength to help me resist the Otsutsuki trio. After all, you are the only one on this earth that has this ability, so I hope to fight side by side with you. Okay, of course this is fine. Seeing that the powerful Otsutsuki Kagaya was willing to help himself, Kagaya nodded happily. After all, in this world today, only Datongmu Kagaya has the same 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan as himself. Then with the cooperation of the two of them, you can combine the two swords, and Moko is boundless. And this time, in addition to these famous ninjas, the strength of the younger generation born and raised in Odogakure village is also not to be underestimated. After all, their Odogakure village has 10 different fire pagodas, and each has its own abilities, so that these ninjas have also been rapidly improved. And at this time, Fengjan saw that the effect of the different fire pagoda that he left behind was actually so big, so powerful and so powerful. Fengyan's heart is naturally also very happy. I said, little brother Fengjan, although these different fire pagodas you left are very powerful and powerful, but you also know that the resources of the different fires inside are very limited, and now the flames of these different fires are getting smaller and smaller, and their abilities getting weaker and weaker. What to do with this? At this time, Orochimaru also hurriedly said into the wind again. Chapter 382 Shell tissue is garbage. Hehe, don't worry. Heard Orochimaru's word. Kazama nodded with a smile. Then a face-to-face effort. Fengjan injected the original fire in his body into the 10 pagodas. Relight those originally decayed flames. Orochimaru and the others were naturally delighted when they saw it. Because of these strange fires, they can speed up their cultivation in earnest. And at this time, he didn't wait for Orochimaru and the others to react. Kazama immediately performed the Doden, earth-style technique, followed by a face-to-face effort. 13 pagodas were added again. Now Fengjan just waved his hand gently, and he injected the other 13 kinds of different fires in his body into the newly built 13 pagodas. Although the previous 10 pagodas have been able to greatly improve the strength of the people in Odogakure village, but in the wind, there is no better, only better. So Kazama thought that since his own strange fire is so powerful, then this different fire pagoda is naturally the more the better. At this time, with the formation of the 23 pagodas, the strength of Odogakure village is naturally even more powerful and even more powerful. There are naturally more ninjas who come here. That Orochimaru originally thought that with Kazama's current strength, he could become a signboard of this Odogakure village, which made him very happy. But he didn't expect that now Fengjan came back and brought him so many gifts. This naturally made Orochimaru happy. But Orochimaru also knew that the village of Odogakure was originally owned by by Kazama. Then Kazama must do his best for the village of Otogakur, which is something that Orochimaru knows very well. And at this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya also heard that Kazama had defeated the Otsutsuki trio. This naturally made that Otsutsuki Kagaya happy. At this time, even Otsutsuki Kagaya, who has always been bad at boasting, gave Kagaya a thumbs up. I said, little brother Kazama, you really impress me very much. Oh, what's the matter? Kagaya, the so-called god of the ninja world, I praised myself like this. To be honest, the wind was naturally flattered. After all, Kagaya knew that Otsutsuki Kagaya was the ancestor of the ninja world. If there is no Otsutsuki Kagaya, then they cannot master ninjutsu now. Also has great respect for that Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled again and said to the wind, you don't know, the reason why I created so many white Zetsu armies before, to be honest, was because I was worried that the Otsutsuki clan would send people to hunt me down. The Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Ura style, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki you mentioned are all very powerful, but now one of them was killed by you, one was scared away by you, and the other was conquered by you. So now your strength can be, it's really awesome. It's amazing. If you want me to say that even the Otsutsuki family can't be your opponent. Hehe, I said, you little stray. You really like Wangpo who sells melons and brag. Who is it? How dare our Otogakur village be arrogant and domineering? This is that once Orochimaru saw that someone could not silently into their Otogakur village, they even mock Kagaya, the leader of their Otogakur village, and their most powerful foreign aide, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Orochimaru was naturally shocked and angry. Chapter 383 Trapped in a Different Space. Otsutsuki style. You bastard. How dare you use such rude means against me? At this time, when Kazama saw this Otsutsuki style, it was actually the same as that of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's attack. This suddenly made the wind in the heart annoyed. Hehe, I tell you, the little miscellaneous hair in the wind, don't be unconvinced. You don't care whether the method I use is inappropriate or not. In short, as long as I can defeat you, that's the best method. It turned out that this Otsutsuki Ashiki, when the Otsutsuki trio were fighting against the wind, had already been hidden aside. He just wanted to find the flaws in the wind. But what Otsutsuki did not expect, the flaws in the wind are very hard to find. So this Otsutsuki Ashiki is still after that Otsutsuki Kim, who pulled the wind room into the different phase. This shows that Kazama is not very good at space art. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ashiki has only adopted this method now, preparing to temporarily restrain Nakazama. After all, Otsutsuki Ashiki also knows that Kazama's strength is very high and powerful. Moreover, the strength of Kazama's subordinates Orochimaru, Nagato and others should not be underestimated. If you say that Kazama and Orochimaru, Nagato and the others gathered together, then you will definitely be defeated. That's why Otsutsuki Ashiki separate Kazamajin, Orochimaru and others. And now, this space of Otsutsuki Ashiki is even more powerful than the other space of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. So this Otsutsuki Ashiki is now sneering at Kazama. Let me tell you, the little girl in the wind, the two of us are originally well water and do not commit river water, but you fucking have to protect the traitor of our Otsutsuki clan, that is, that Otsutsuki Kagaya, then I can only smash you into corpses. Do on, my bones are ashes. Stop giving me the fucking bullshit. At this time, Kazama knew the real trick of this Otsutsuki Ashiki. This Otsutsuki one is ostensibly to bring this Otsutsuki Kagaya to justice, but in fact, Otsutsuki Ashiki wants to replant the divine tree on this earth, which is the body of Ten Tails, then absorb all the chakras of earthlings for their Otsutsuki home to use, and that Fangjan, as an earthling, is so powerful. How could he allow Otsutsuki to use such despicable methods against his comrades? So Kazama is naturally going to fight against him. And at this time, Otsutsuki Ashiki, seeing Kazama's face-to-face kung fu, exposed his own trick. This immediately made that Otsutsuki's heart irritated. So Otsutsuki Ashiki rushed to the wind again and said, I tell you, Xiaozamao in the wind, you are right. You are indeed very good, very powerful, but it's a pity that no matter how good you are now, it can't be my opponent either. My alternate dimension is even more powerful than that Otsutsuki Kinshiki's alternate dimension. If you don't believe it, then you can experience it for yourself. Ha ha ha. At this time, as Otsutsuki said, he disappeared immediately. And at this time, Kazama was puzzled by the words Otsutsuki Ashiki said. Suddenly I found that the 23 kinds of different fires in my body were suddenly out of control, and all of them escaped from my body. Chapter 384 Aliens Resistant. This suddenly surprised Na Feng in his heart. Now the wind has not reacted to what happened, and saw that Yuhi Lotus Karma Fire, Lotus Demon Fire, Void Swallowing Fire, and Emperor Yan, who possess spiritual wisdom, were all killing him. This Commander Dun was once again taken aback. So Kazama resisted the attacks of these 4 different fires. Said to the 4 fire spirits of different fires, I said, what happened to you, fire spirit? You all conquered me before. Why are you resisting me now? Hehe, what kind of thing are you. You are also worthy of us surrendering to you. At this time, before that Kazama could finish speaking, Yuhi Lianyahuo cursed at Kazama. Let me tell you Fengjian, our strange fires are all born in that day and earth, and they are the essence of heaven and earth. They are not inferior humans like you. Now you dare to let us surrender to you, really whether we can bear it or not. Quote, that's right, we didn't want to pay attention to you because of your ability before, but now we are bound to tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. What? How is this possible? Yuhi Lotus Karma Fire, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, and Wu Yan Emperor Yan, who were willing to surrender to him, fight side by side with him, and obey his own word. Now that he has become so arrogant and domineering, he has become like a stranger, and the wind is immediately shocked. This is not because Fengjian is afraid of them, but because Fengjian is a person who values love and righteousness. Now that these people are treating themselves like this, the room is naturally very painful. However, no matter how painful the wind is in his heart now, he is not that stupefied boy. Now that these strange fires dare to resist themselves, it is naturally impossible for Fengjian to give them a good fate. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, in Kazama rushed over, and immediately blasted these strange fires hundreds of meters away. You must know that Kazama now has the power of 10 tails, opening the Sharingan of Samsara. Therefore, even to deal with these 23 kinds of different fires, the scenery is more than enough. And then Kazama cast this Samsara Sharingan. In a face-to-face effort, the disordered chakra was found in the bodies of Yuhi Lotus Karma, Pure Lotus Demon, Void Swallowing Flame, and Dian. At this time, Feng Shi realized that the reason why these strange fires resisted him was all because they came to this different dimension with him. Therefore, the chakra in their bodies has changed, which is obviously the trick of that Otsutsuki. It turned out that Otsutsuki knew that Kazama had these awesome fires in his body. Therefore, this Otsutsuki style make these strange fires kill each other with the wind. At this time, Kazama originally thought that these strange fires really betrayed him, which caused Kazami's heart to be very hurt. Now Kazama sees these strange fires because of the unanimous temptation of that Otsutsuki. Then he had to betray himself as a last resort, and the wind was immediately overjoyed. So Kazama immediately cast his unique demonic illusion of Samsara Sharingan again. Prepare to let these strange fires escape the control of this fate. But what the wind didn't expect was that these strange fires are now controlled too firmly. A result, even his own reincarnation Sharingan failed to subdue them seriously. This suddenly shocked the wind in the heart. Chapter 385. You are so cool. At this time, Fengjian immediately rushed to the Fenju system in his body and asked, I said the system, what should I do now? If I really do my best to fight against these 23 kinds of strange fires, then maybe I will win, but I may also use all of these strange fires. It's called nothingness. You must know that these strange fires are my helpers. I don't want to turn against this strange fire and become xenophobic. Hehe, don't worry about this host. Once he heard Fengyan's question, the Fenju system said again, although these strange fires have indeed betrayed you and really want to kill you, but you don't need to fight them with all your strength, but beat them to half-death, and then use my burning system ability, reabsorb them for your own use. At that time, you can not only let these strange fires get rid of the enemy's control, but also conquer these strange fires again. Oh, really? Of course, I am a serious system, and you are my master. How could I lie to you? Okay, if that's the case, then listen to what you have to say. Kazama was naturally overjoyed when he heard the system make such a promise. At this time, in the face-to-face Kung Fu, Fengjian killed the 4 fire spirit, Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, Void Swallowing Fire, and Dian. At this time, because the 4 fire spirits were controlled by Otsutsuki Ashiki, their minds changed greatly. They didn't take the wind and others into their eyes at all. Therefore, these people have exhausted all their ability. After a few face-to-face effort, it was indistinguishable from the wind between the wind. At this time, although the wind room did not have the help of these strange fires, however, with its own strength, the two can still easily hang these strange fires. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, Levy, Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull, Rinnegan Coercion. Afterward, in the few face-to-face moments of Kazama, he used the unique power of his own Samsara Sharingan pupil technique. All these strange fires were sent hundreds of meters away, and at this time, the fire spirits such as Yuhi Lotus Karma Fire saw that Fengjian was so arrogant, so powerful, and immediately became angry. So he gnashed Kiba's teeth again and killed him in the wind. Kazama was naturally not to be outdone, so he immediately unleashed his 10 tails body power. It's a pity that the power of the 10 tails body is awesome, but in the face of this overwhelming fire, Fengjian was still beaten and retreated. Moreover, these different fires are not one kind of different fires, but the 23 kinds of different fires. Naturally, it is very powerful. At this time, Yuhi Lianyahuo saw that the wind fell into the lower wind, so he immediately sneered at the wind. How is it, little Misty? Have you seen our ability now? Will you dare to continue to control us in the future? Hehe, I can control you as I want to control you in the wind. Do you really think I'm asking me for a shit-eating child? At this time, Kazama Kazama gave an order and once again cast the full-body Susanoo. This Susanoo's armor on his own 10 tails body. Then he easily blocked the attack of Yuhi Lotus Karma and other strange fires. What? How is this possible? Your strength has been greatly reduced now, but you are still able to fight against all our strange fires. That Dian and other strange fires were immediately shocked. Chapter 386 Conquer the Flames Again. Hehe, of course. Seeing the shock of Yuhi Lianyahuo and others, Kazama immediately sneered. Then he said to them proudly again, I tell you, now my trick is that Prestige Susanoo. Others Prestige Susanoo are all QB 9 tails and I am directly 10 tails now. Look how arrogant and domineering you are. Hehe, what about the pretentious Susanoo? In front of the 23 kinds of strange fires like us, who cares what Susanoo is not Susanoo? In short, it's rubbish, it's just a scumbag. At this moment, Yuhi Lotus Karma and the others let out a roar, and the 23 different fires instantly turned into tens of thousands of flames. Once again, Kazama's current majestic Susanoo burned all over his body. I'll tell you the little stray hairs in the wind. As the saying goes, 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands. No matter how powerful you are, how can you alone beat our endless range fires? If you want to have more people than me, wow, I like to have more people than others in the wind. You must know that Kazama is now an infinite chakra physique. Therefore, in his few face-to-face effort, he used tens of thousands of clones. At this time, with the appearance of these clones, Yuhi Lianyahuo and others were naturally shocked. But then Yuhi Lianyahuo sneered again and said in the wind, I said about you, you little bastard, now your majestic Susanoo is not my opponent, but you still separate the number of mere number. 10,000 clones. Can you beat me with just your clone? Hehe, these avatars alone may not be able to beat you, but now in front of my infinite chakra, these avatars of mine can also use the Prestige Susanoo. What? How is this possible? S-word. Yuhi Lotus Karma was taken aback again. At this time, he didn't wait for that Yuhi Lotus Karma to react to what was going on. The scenery immediately made these tens of thousands of clones directly cast the 10 tails body. Then Susanoo was cast, with the appearance of tens of thousands of majestic beard. Even the entire so-called different dimension was shaken by the earthquake. At this time, Yuhi Lianyahuo scolded and roared towards the wind again, killing him. At this time, the wind also immediately gave an order, and let his tens of thousands of clones fight with those range fires. After a few face-to-face efforts in the street, these range fires were bruised all over. At this time, the system rushed to Fengjian and said, I said Fengjian, now you don't want to kill too much, and beat all these range fires into nothingness. Then there is no way for you to regain Amen again. Hehe, of course I know this. Hearing the system's word, Kazama immediately nodded with a smile. After all, Kazama is not a fool, so how could Kazama not know what to do and what not to do? Therefore, Fengjian is now between 3 and 5 and 2, and immediately uses his super powerful ability. After a few face-to-face effort, the 23 kinds of strange fires that had been beaten to death by himself had to be swallowed into the body again. At this time, with the re-engulfment of this range fire, these range fires also immediately understood that they had been bewitched before. Chapter 387 All generations of cage-level masters are trapped. That's why he resisted against his master, the wind. This immediately made them angry. So these people hurriedly said to Fengjian, I said big brother Fengjian, we were wrong. We were really wrong. We really shouldn't pretend to force you in front of you, so please leave us alone. Quote, hehe, of course this is no problem. Hearing the words of these people, Fengjian immediately smiled and nodded at him. Because Fengjian knows these 23 kinds of different fires, it is not really to betray himself. Therefore, Fengjian is not that stingy person, so it is naturally impossible for Fengjian to really be angry with these people. Then the wind again said to the Jinglian demon fire, I said Jinglian demon fire, although I say that your strength is not as good as this Emperor Yan, but since you can burn down the space, I hope to use your ability. Destroy this space. Hehe, of course this is no problem. Hearing Fengyan's instructions, the Jinglian demon fire made a face-to-face effort. His own unique ability that was immediately displayed was easy to burn Otsutsuki Ashiki's alien space to nothingness. At this time, Kazama originally thought that since he had burned this different dimension into nothingness, then you can leave this different dimension seriously. But what Fengjian did not expect was that now this different space was burned into nothingness. There was another space, which was actually a space within a space, which surprised Na Fengjian. This really annoyed the wind, because the scenery secretly hates himself for being played by this Otsutsuki style. At this time, the pure lotus demon fire rushed into the wind again and said, I said, Master, now you don't need to be so angry. It is easy for me to burn down the space, so no matter how many spaces this Otsutsuki Ashiki create, in my opinion, it is useless. As long as I do it, let alone one space, even 100,000, I can easily destroy it. Really? Hearing the words of Jinglian Yaohuo, Fengjian was naturally overjoyed. I said big brother Kazama, I hope you will remove that word, because what I said is true. Okay, Okay, if that's the case, then I'll be rewarded after the fact. Okay, then I remember what you said. At this time, the Jinglian Yaohuo said, and immediately displayed his awesome ability again. After a few face-to-face effort, they were killed in these bases. But at this time, Fengjian thought that the Net Lotus Demon Fire could successfully destroy these bases. Suddenly I found that in this base, there were all kinds of strange ninjas. At this time, Kazama took a closer look and found out that these ninjas were actually cage-level masters in all dynasties, and not 3 generation. These levels of the 4th generation are the most powerful 1st generation level. This suddenly shocked the wind again, to know that in front of him now, but there are the 1st generation Hokage, the 1st generation Mizukage, the 1st generation Reikage, the 1st generation Tsuchikage, the 1st generation Kazekage, were 5 1st generation cage level masters, which naturally made him extremely unbelievable. I said, all cage level masters, why are you in this different dimension now? So the wind room spoke to the crowd again. Chapter 388 I just want to hang you. This, hearing Kazama's word, the 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama immediately looked toward Kazama. When he saw Fengyan's forehead guard, he immediately burst into laughter at Kazami. I said, this little brother, now you are in the same space as us. Could it be that you were also attacked by that Otsutsuki Ashiki? What? Could it be that you were also pulled into this other dimension by that Otsutsuki Ashiki? Yeah, this Otsutsuki Ashiki is a famous bastard. He proposed to have a real fight with us, so we all naively thought he was going to fight us fairly, but who knew that Otsutsuki Ashiki is a villainous villain. He competes with us on the surface, but secretly uses his unique base ninjutsu to absorb us all into this different space he created by himself. Quote, although it is said that in this different space, there is no time, no concept of space, and we will not die, but we are trapped here forever. What is the difference between being killed? So we think about resistance all the time, but what we didn't expect is that our resistance now ends in failure, because this Otsutsuki Ashiki is really too powerful. Too powerful. We are not at all his opponent. It's really what a scholar can endure and what can't be endured. At this time, when Nakazama heard the words of the 1st Hokage, he felt annoyed in his heart. The 1st Hokage and all the previous Hokages, you don't have to worry. As long as I am here in the wind, then I will definitely smash the 2 Otsutsuki Ashiki to ashes. I said, little brother Kazama, do you have this ability? Hearing Kazama's word, the 1st Hokage immediately asked Kazama in confusion. Of course I have. My strength is enough to be on an equal footing with you, or even worse. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Otsutsuki Ashiki to imprison me here on a whim. What do you think? Well, not bad. What you said makes a lot of sense. At this time, the 1st Hokage heard Kazama's words and nodded happily. Then he asked Kazama again. I said, little brother Kazama, what do you think we should do now? It's very simple. Just destroy this base directly, and then we escape from this base. Hee. I said, you are really a mother-in-law who sells melons and brag. At this time, before Kazama finished speaking, the 1st generation Tsuchikage immediately laughed at Kazama. Do you know how awesome and vast this base is? The strength of our 5 cage level masters is extraordinary, but even we haven't been able to find the exit of this different space, and you say we want to use this base. The other dimension is destroyed. You are clearly making us laugh and laugh. Quote, what? How is this possible? The 1st generation Tsuchikage to finish speaking. The wind was already a face-to-face Kung Fu, releasing the pure lotus demon fire. At this time, with the appearance of the pure lotus demon fire, this so-called different space was immediately burned into nothingness. At this time, as the space dissipated, Kazama and the others naturally appeared in front of the arrogant Otsutsuki Aikishi. At this time, Otsutsuki Ashiki never expected that his plan to imprison Kazama had failed so quickly. Naturally, that Otsutsuki Ashiki couldn't believe it, and it also shocked Otsutsuki Ashiki. After all, Otsutsuki Ashiki knew that Kazama's abilities were very strong, and the ability of these subordinates in the wind is also very awesome. If Kazama is united with his subordinate, then the strength of the wind will be even higher, so that Otsutsuki Ashiki immediately used all his powers to kill the wind. But what Kazama didn't expect was that now this Otsutsuki Ashiki is just a clone, and Otsutsuki Ashiki's body is dealing with Orochimaru and others in Otogakur village. Chapter 389 The leader of the hanging and shelling organization. Now that you don't have Fengyan's help, I see what you can do with me. At this time, that Otsutsuki Ashiki trapped Kazama behind a different dimension. A face-to-face effort. He immediately launched an attack on Orochimaru and the others, but Otsutsuki's style underestimated the strength of Orochimaru and others. You must know that Orochimaru is not as powerful as him, but the village of Otogakur, where Orochimaru is now, is very strong. Not to mention Nagato, Akatsuki and other members. Just talking about the strength of Datonki Kagaya is enough to compete with Otsutsuki Ashiki. At this time, Otsutsuki thought that Otsutsuki Kagaya was seriously injured by the Ninja Union Army. Now her strength has definitely not recovered, so Otsutsuki Ashiki did not take Otsutsuki Kagaya seriously in the first place. fate, but she never expected it. Now, as soon as he shot, this Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately opened the Sharingan of 9 Tomo's reincarnation. This commander Otsutsuki Ashiki was shocked. Then Otsutsuki Ashiki resisted Otsutsuki Kagaya's attack. Otsutsuki Kagaya again. I said you were a traitor. You must know that you were the princess of our Otsutsuki clan, but you, a lowly servant, gave up the very noble identity of our Datongmu clan for the sake of the earth. Unbearable. Don't give me nonsense. I tell you that no matter how noble the Otsutsuki family is, I will not tolerate the Otsutsuki family killing innocent people indiscriminately. Hehe. I said Kagaya, now you really like to be arrogant and domineering. Okay, since you don't allow the Otsutsuki clan to kill innocent people, then I will represent the Otsutsuki clan to smash your corpse into thousands of pieces and turn your bones into ashes. Okay, I'd like to see if you have this ability. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya was also a face-to-face kung fu, and immediately displayed various powerful abilities such as all-killing ash bones and Byakugan Kamui. A few face-to-face fight, they followed Otsutsuki in an indistinguishable fight. At this time, although the strength of Datongmui's style is not weak, but compared to Datongmu Kagaya, he is somewhat weaker, because the Datongmu Kagaya absorbed the power of the Ten Tails body. So now his strength and the current Samsara Sharingan have long surpassed this Otsutsuki Ashiki. At this time, after Otsutsuki Ashiki fought this Otsutsuki Kagaya for dozens of rounds, he was very angry. After that, Otsutsuki turned his head and thought to himself, this Otsutsuki Kagaya is so powerful, if I fight her like this again, she will kill her in all likelihood. If that's the case, then I might as well get one. Tune the tiger away from the mountain. Thinking of this, that Otsutsuki Ashiki immediately feigned defeat, turned and ran away. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't know Otsutsuki Ashiki's trick, so he immediately flew towards that Otsutsuki Ashiki and killed him. At this time, all the members of Otsutsuki Ashiki's subordinate shell organization came to Otogakur village. This is what Otsutsuki Ashiki had planned in advance. That was Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was led away by himself, and then let the members of his own shell group come to raise the village of Otogakur to the ground. Otsutsuki Ashiki knew that none of the 5 great powers were as powerful as himself, but this village of Otogakur was an exception. Chapter 390 Akatsuki vs Shell Organization. Now, if you want to destroy the 5 kingdoms, you must first kill everyone in Otogakur village. At this time, Akatsuki members such as Orochimaru and Nagato originally wanted to help Otsutsuki Kagaya hunt down Otsutsuki Ashiki, but they never expected that this Otsutsuki Ashiki would actually do this. So the Orochimaru, Nagato, and Akatsuki members immediately fought against the members of the Shell Organization. You must know that the members of this Shell Organization are very arrogant and powerful, but in front of Orochimaru and Akatsuki members, they are still weak. After all, Orochimaru is not only Nagato with the power of Rinnegan Sika, also has that 1,007 Uchiha Itachi, Kamui Obito, Demolition Expert Deidara, Timeless Artist Sasori, Koala Ghost Shark and many more. Therefore, even if the members of this Shell Organization are arrogant and powerful, they will not be able to make any waves in front of Akatsuki. Therefore, after a few face-to-face efforts, the members of the Shell Organization were defeated by Akatsuki, Orochimaru and others. And at this time, Orochimaru and others thought they could take the opportunity to wipe out all the members of this Shell Organization, but suddenly saw that Otsutsuki Ashiki actually made a comeback again. This suddenly shocked the hearts of Orochimaru and the others. Know that they can ignore the shell tissue though, but they dared not take Otsutsuki Ashiki in their eyes. After all, this Otsutsuki Ashiki is Rinnegan with 6 Tomo, and his strength has already surpassed them. And at this time they thought that Datongmu Kagaya would help them deal with this Otsutsuki Ashiki. Now there is Otsutsuki Ashiki on the branch, and there is no Otsutsuki Kagaya at all. This suddenly surprised them, and then Orochimaru secretly said that it was not good. Could it be that Otsutsuki Kagaya was beheaded by Otsutsuki Ashiki? Thinking of this, Orochimaru was naturally shocked, although he knew that Otsutsuki Kagaya was his own enemy earlier. But then this Otsutsuki Kagaya has been dedicated to good, has become his ally. So now Orochimaru is naturally very worried about Otsutsuki Kagaya's situation. So as soon as Otsutsuki Ashiki came here again, Orochimaru pointed at Otsutsuki Ashiki's nose and cursed, "You son of a bitch, where did you get our comrade Otsutsuki Kagaya? Hehe, that's really making me laugh. You little bastards are also qualified to be called brothers and sisters to our Otsutsuki clan." Otsutsuki Ashiki did not take Orochimaru and others into his eyes at all. Therefore, seeing Orochimaru dared to curse at him, Otsutsuki Ashiki immediately waved his hand and knocked the Orochimaru to the ground. And Orochimaru though knows that Otsutsuki Ashiki is powerful, but he never expected that he would be powerless in front of Otsutsuki Ashiki now. This completely refreshed his worldview, and it was something he never expected. I tell you, just just because you are not qualified to fight against me. Otsutsuki Ashiki probed with one hand and immediately disabled that Orochimaru. And Otsutsuki Kagaya was not actually killed by Otsutsuki Ashiki but was trapped in a distant fantasy by Otsutsuki Ashiki. Otsutsuki Ashiki knows that Otsutsuki Kagaya is awesome, but she is not very good at fending off demonic illusion. Chapter 391 Hanging Otsutsuki Ashiki. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ashiki used his unique demonic illusion to temporarily trap Otsutsuki Kagaya. I tell you, little bastard, now you dare to provoke me, Otsutsuki Ashiki, then I will tear you all to pieces and smash your bones to ashes. I don't care what Akatsuki, Otogakur village you are. Anyway, you are trashed in front of me. Hehe, it's a pity that you are also trashed in front of me. Just when Otsutsuki Ashiki was about to completely kill Orochimaru and others, suddenly he saw a wave of fluctuations in the space, and then the figure of the wind immediately appeared in front of him. What? How is this possible? As soon as he saw Kazama's sudden appearance, Otsutsuki's expression was immediately shocking in his heart. Impossible. I obviously pulled you into a different dimension. How could you come out again? Hehe. I also tell you, is there anything impossible in front of my wind room? As long as I think about it, everything is possible. Although Kazama did cry a lot in the other dimension, Kazama didn't bother to explain so much to this Otsutsuki Ashiki. You must know that Fengjan has experienced 3 days and 3 nights in that different dimension before, but in this real space, it's still a white horse, and only a moment's effort has passed. So Kazama knew that as long as he could return, he would be able to help Orochimaru and the others to resist the attack of this Otsutsuki Ashiki. At this time, Otsutsuki Ashiki saw that Kazama was so powerful, and immediately became angry. Because he was a member of Otsutsuki Ashiki's clan, he didn't take earthlings like Kazama in his eyes at all, but he never expected that this earthling in the wind would ruin his good deeds one after another. So Otsutsuki Ashiki made a face-to-face effort and immediately started the Rinnegan of the pair of Sitomo, whistling towards the wind. At this time, Kazama had already prepared for Otsutsuki Ashiki's attack. Therefore, he immediately exerted Rinnegan coercion, preparing to pull some distance from Otsutsuki Ashiki first. Look at the strength of this Otsutsuki Ashiki. But at this time, the wind was totally unexpected. Now his Rinnegan coercion didn't do any damage to Otsutsuki Ashiki. Instead, Otsutsuki Ashiki disappeared without a trace. At this time, the wind room had not yet reacted to what was going on. That Otsutsuki Ashiki came quietly behind Kazama's forehead, which surprised Kazama. You must know that Kazama has already opened the reincarnation Sharingan of 9 Tomo. It stands to reason that no matter what kind of instant technique, Kazama is able to see clearly the course of action of people in the future. But now this Otsutsuki Ashiki's course of action is completely incomprehensible to Kazama. At this time, Otsutsuki Ashiki also found that Kazama couldn't see through his own attack, so he sneered immediately. Then he raised his palm and hit the wind behind him. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that a single face-to-face effort would be beaten and the court would be separated. After all, Otsutsuki Ashiki's attack may seem ordinary, but it actually contains a very terrifying power. But now, the body of the wind has the strongest defense against volcanic stone flame. Therefore, Kazama blocked the attack of Otsutsuki Ashiki with a face-to-face effort. Chapter 392 Crazy Hanging Datong Wood 1 Style. Although it seems that the wind has fallen into a disadvantage now, but Otsutsuki Ashiki couldn't hurt Kazama either. This suddenly made Otsutsuki Ashiki furious. Originally, Otsutsuki Ashiki wanted to kill Kazama directly, but he never expected that Kazejian's defense was so powerful now. This immediately shocked Otsutsuki Ashiki. At this time, when Kazama saw Otsutsuki Ashiki's base technique, it seemed to be even more powerful than himself. So Kazama immediately prepared to cast the Imperial Palace of Heaven. Plan to inhale this Otsutsuki Ashiki into my own alien space, and then hang up Otsutsuki Ashiki with full firepower, so as not to affect the innocent. But Kazama didn't expect that Otsutsuki Ashiki's space technique actually suppressed his own heavenly Imperial Palace. Otsutsuki Ashiki, his own heavenly Imperial Palace, had no way to successfully cast it. Hehe, I'm telling you, Xiao Zamao, don't think that you use the power of 10 tails to open the Sharingan of 9 Tomo's reincarnation, and you can be awesome in front of me. My Otsutsuki's accomplishments in space art are actually you are comparable to a bastard. I have mastered this ultimate base ninjutsu from the day I was born, so a little bastard like you can't be my opponent at all. Quote, at this time, while Otsutsuki Ashiki was talking, he used the space distortion method again and killed him toward Kazama. At this time, even if Kazama had the strongest defense, he felt the pain of his body being torn apart by that base. It seems that this is the ability of Otsutsuki Ashiki's master. The technique of space tearing is really awesome, and it is really terrifying. Fengjan thought, and sneered in his heart. Although it is said that Kazama can't do anything about this Otsutsuki style for a while now, is not afraid of this Otsutsuki Ashiki at all. After all, Kazama has a more powerful trick than space ninjutsu, and that is the different fire. Therefore, when Fengjian probed with one hand, he immediately released Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, Void Swallowing Flame, and Deity Flame. At this time, once these four different fire spirits appeared, the world was shocked. Even the distorted space was re-quenched by these four different fires. Afterward, the fire spirits transformed from the four different fires, Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, Void Swallowing Flame, and Emperor Yan, immediately surrounded Fengjian. Otsutsuki's style was never expected. Now Kazami's body strength is not only very powerful, but also very powerful. Even the strange fire summoned by the wind is so awesome, so powerful. This has greatly refreshed the worldview of this Otsutsuki Ashiki. Then Otsutsuki Ashiki turned into anger and pointed at Kazama's nose. You little bastard, what kind of sorcery are you using now? As far as I know, there is no such thing as ninjutsu in this world. Tell me, what are these flames? Hihi, you don't need what these strange fires are. You just need to know that these fires are for you. If you want to kill me, well, then I'll let you die with me. Seeing Kazama want to kill himself, Otsutsuki Ashiki sneered immediately. So he immediately prepared to escape, but he didn't wait for him to react. Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, Void Swallowing Fire, and Emperor Yan's face-to-face skills immediately blocked Otsutsuki Ashiki's backpack. Chapter 393 Kill Datong Wood. Otsutsuki Ashiki originally wanted to use his space art to escape, but who knows that the Jinglian Demon Fire has the ability to burn space. Therefore, in one face-to-face effort, the alien space created by Otsutsuki Ashiki was directly burned to ashes. This suddenly made Otsutsuki Ashiki curse inwardly, but now is not the time for him to curse, because these four strange fires have pierced through Otsutsuki Ashiki's body. That Otsutsuki Ashiki was 7 orifices bleeding, knowing that he will die soon. So Otsutsuki Ashiki turned his heart and cast a strange mark directly. Then Otsutsuki Ashiki's body exploded and died in an instant. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely be exploded into nothingness by this Otsutsuki's momentary self-destruction. Pity that now Otsutsuki Ashiki is facing a powerful strange fire, and it is a fire spirit transformed by a strange fire. So even if these four strange fires were self-detonated into nothingness by Otsutsuki Ashiki, but it didn't take long for them to reunite again. At this time, Kazama saw that the culprit, Otsutsuki Ashiki, had blown up and died, so he rushed to that Otsutsuki Kagaya fell into the illusion, and then cast his own unique pupil technique of Samsara Sharingan to help Otsutsuki Kagaya get out of the demonic illusion space. Seeing Kagaya saving himself again, Otsutsuki Kagaya was naturally very grateful. Afterward, Kagaya also told Otsutsuki Kagaya that Otsutsuki Ashiki was killed by himself. This suddenly made Otsutsuki Kagaya's heart even more shocking. After all, she had fought Otsutsuki Ashiki for hundreds of rounds before. Otsutsuki Kagaya knows the power of Otsutsuki Ashiki very well. She never expected Kazama's current strength to be so powerful, and she could actually kill Otsutsuki Ashiki. You two dog men and women. At this time Kagaya was talking to him Otsutsuki Kagaya. Suddenly, a figure came to them. At this time, as soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya saw the figure of the person coming, he immediately stepped back in fright. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya's current performance, Kagaya was puzzled. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya was in his eyes, but the real ancestor of the ninja world. Who the hell would scare Otsutsuki way like this? Immediately sneered and said to Fengjian, little devil, I am the ancestor of Otsutsuki's family, and Otsutsuki Ashiki is my direct disciple. You two bastards actually take my place. If the direct disciples are killed, I am bound to smash your corpses into 10,000 pieces today, and smash your bones into ashes. At this time, as soon as the voice of the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family fell, he was immediately relieved of a strange exercise toward Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya and killed him. At this time, Kazama thought that he was now unmatched in the Hokage world. What if the head of the Otsutsuki family came? So Kazama immediately greeted the attack of the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family. Prepare to absorb the attack of the ancestor of this Otsutsuki family and use it as your own. Because Kazama knew that the head of the Otsutsuki family was very powerful, Kazama thought that if he could absorb his ninjutsu, then his strength would be even better. But what Kazama didn't expect was the strength of this Otsutsuki ancestor's attack now. Chapter 394 Otsutsuki, the head of the family, descend. The shit has far exceeded the ability of the wind to bear. Now Funyun's Fenju system has not transformed this attack, was even knocked to the ground by the attack of Otsutsuki's main family, him and Otsutsuki Kagaya, which surprised not Kagaya. At this time, the head of the Otsutsuki clan, when he saw Kazama actually take the initiative to greet his attack, immediately sneered. Xiao Za Mao, did I say that your brain was kicked by the donkey. You really make me laugh when you see my attack and don't dodge it. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya also rushed to Kagaya and said, "You don't know Kagaya. The strength of this Otsutsuki clan leader is very superb, very powerful. Even if you can absorb all the ninjutsu in the world, but you can't absorb the attack of the head of the Otsutsuki clan no matter what." Just as Otsutsuki Kagaya was talking, Feng Jian suddenly felt that some indescribable changes had taken place in his body. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya was the same as Hefeng, and his eyes also changed, so that Otsutsuki Kagaya felt bad, and hurriedly said to the wind again, "The ancestor of Otsutsuki's family is a serious evil spirit. The ninjutsu he practiced is the double cultivation technique, and now we have fallen into his spell. If we can't get rid of the body immediately, then we will definitely die." Damn, it really pissed me off. Fengjian saw himself beating geese all year round, but now he was pecked by geese. How could Fengjian endure it? So Kazama hurriedly cast Yomatsu Hirasaka and brought himself and Otsutsuki Kagaya to his own different space, prepared to temporarily avoid the attack of the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family. And by the way, think about how to deal with the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family. This time it was just as Otsutsuki Kagaya said, and Otsutsuki Kagaya have all fallen into the double cultivation secret method of the ancestors of Otsutsuki's main family. Cause Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya's body has been out of control. Originally, Kazama had no unreasonable thoughts about Otsutsuki Kagaya, but now Otsutsuki Kagaya is in Kagaya's eyes, just like that stunner, making Kagaya unable to stop. So Nakazama immediately began to sway with Otsutsuki Kagaya. After a second, with the wind shivering, he hurriedly got up and tidied up his clothes. At this time, Kazama never dreamed that he would be able to have such a relationship with Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of the ninja world. And after this incident, that Otsutsuki Kagaya's feelings for him Kagaya also changed. After all, the two of them already have a relationship between a man and a woman, and they are still raw rice and cooked rice. At this time, Kagaya immediately said to Otsutsuki Kagaya embarrassedly, "Don't worry, I am a man of the sky. I will definitely be responsible for you, and now I will kill this ancestor of Otsutsuki's family. But the head of the Otsutsuki clan is very powerful. How are you going to deal with him? Don't worry, soldiers will stop you, and water will flood the earth." As soon as Kazama's voice fell, he immediately cast Yomatsu Hirasaka again and came to the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya thought that Kagaya would definitely die by his own hand, but who knows, Kagaya is still alive now. Chapter 395, the first op of the Journey of All Worlds, One Piece. However, the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family didn't mind at all, because Kazama was already a dead person in his eyes. So the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family immediately sneered at the wind. "Cave, you're so fucking lucky. It's a pity that you won't have such good luck in the future. Hehe, a mere Otsutsuki ancestor. Do you think I will be afraid of you in the wind?" At this time, Kazama looked with one hand and immediately summoned 23 kinds of different fires, all of which were killed towards the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family. The ancestors of Otsutsuki's family didn't pay attention to the strange fire in the wind, but when he saw that the fire in the wind was so powerful, he was shocked. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was hiding in the different space, and used it as his shield. Kazama was shocked when he saw it, and hurriedly stopped Yuo's attack. And Kagaya never expected that this Otsutsuki Kagaya was hidden in a different dimension by himself. The Otsutsuki family still managed to catch the whereabouts, so Kazama hurriedly used the hands of the sky to switch places with Otsutsuki Kagaya, and successfully attacked the ancestor of Otsutsuki's family, severely wounding him. Did not expect at this time was that although the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family was seriously injured, he still did not give up. Instead, with lightning speed, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was on the side, was severely injured. "Xiaozamao in the wind, I admit that you are indeed very powerful. Your strength has exceeded my imagination, but if you dare to kill me, your concubine Otsutsuki Kagaya will not survive, haha." The ancestor of Otsutsuki's main family was preparing to escape while talking. It's a pity that now Kazama has murdered the ancestor of this Otsutsuki family. Therefore, the effort of one photo immediately detonated the 23 kinds of strange fires. At this time, the power of the explosion of the 23 kinds of different fires was very huge. Even this space fluctuated. At this time, the scarred Otsutsuki head of the family made a face-to-face effort, immediately escaped into the different phase. Kazama originally took advantage of the situation to hunt down the head of the Otsutsuki family. After all, this Otsutsuki family head hurt Otsutsuki Kagaya, but Kazama was very worried about Otsutsuki Kagaya's injury, so he hurried to Otsutsuki Kagaya's side. Not that Otsutsuki Kagaya infused the flame of life. This kept Otsutsuki Kagaya's injury from getting worse. After that, Kazama rushed to Orochimaru and the others who were on the side and gave orders. "Now you heal Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately." immediately. He will fully recover soon, and now I have to kill this Otsutsuki head of the family. As ordered. Then the wind also immediately flew into the different space. With a flash of white light in front of Fengyan's eyes, he suddenly found himself in a castle. When Fengyan was wondering where this was, the sound of the system sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for coming to the world of One Piece. One Piece's world. Hearing the system's word, Kazama was both surprised and delighted. Host, because the ancestor of Otsutsuki's family arrived first than you. In this One Piece world, the strength of the ancestor of Otsutsuki's family is several times higher than yours. If the host wants to defeat the ancestor of Otsutsuki's family, he must unite with the One Piece world. Heroes from all walks of life work together to deal with the ancestors of the Otsutsuki family. Chapter 396 First Battle Pirate. I have never been to the world of One Piece. Since this is the case, in order to defeat the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family, I can only unite with many protagonists in the world of One Piece to deal with the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family. Hearing the introduction of the system, Kazami immediately nodded. But at this moment, the castle where Kazama was located suddenly shook. This suddenly surprised the wind in the heart. At this time, everyone in the surrounding castle immediately fell into chaos. At this time, the wind hurriedly flew out and came outside. Only then did he discover that what he was in was not a castle, but a huge ship. Because this ship is very luxurious, Kazama mistook it for a castle. And at this time, dozens of shells in the distance had already killed the place where Kazami was. Are these people pirates? It seems that my luck is really good. I just came to the world of the Pirate King and encountered the attack of the pirate. Thinking of this, Fengjan smiled faintly, because he has long wanted to use his ninjutsu to make a breakthrough in this One Piece world, and he also wanted to see if the abilities of these pirates were high or low. Who is more powerful than the ninjutsu master in the Hokage world? Sweden, water style, water formation wall. After a face-to-face effort, the wind immediately cast a powerful ring-shaped water formation wall, directly blocked the attack of these shells. What? How is this possible? At this time, the pirates who attacked the ship where Kazama was on, they were surprised to find that their shells were actually blocked by the inexplicable seawater. So these pirates immediately reported the incident to their pirate captain in a panic. The big thing is bad, Miss Erika. Now, around the merchant ship we are attacking, for some reason, a wall made of seawater suddenly appeared, blocking our artillery attack. What? Exploding me too. That fat and ferocious female pirate of Alrita, upon hearing that her shells did not destroy the merchant ship, immediately, she was furious, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to kill the ship where the wind was located. At this time, the guests on the ship thought that they would definitely be buried in the sea, but they didn't expect that Kazejian was alone now, and he saved all the guests of their ship. This immediately made them happy. It also really made them feel special doubts about the origin, identity and ability of the wind. After all, in their cognition, no one can manipulate the power of this sea. So this kind of person immediately gathered around Fengjan and kept complimenting Fengjan. At this time, Kazama's compliments from everyone could only be a polite nod. After all, now that he came to the world of One Piece, he didn't want to accept everyone's compliments here, but to quickly find the Monchidi Luffy who dreamed of becoming the Pirate King since he was a child. At this time, the men of the Yarita female pirate were already scrambling to kill the ship where Kazama was. Run, there are monsters. But then these vicious pirates all ran out of the kitchen in a flash. Chapter 397 Capture Luffy. This suddenly made the wind in the heart greatly puzzled, so Kazama immediately came to the kitchen, and even saw that Monchidi Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece, had just woken up from a wooden barrel. Because Luffy's original ship was washed into ruins by the sea, so Luffy lay in the barrel, ready to float to wherever. This suddenly made the wind burst into laughter. At this time, Luffy has the ability of Rubber Man because he devoured the devil fruit. Therefore, it is easy to deal with the subordinates who deal with the Aurita female pirate. At this time, Kazama also knew that Luffy, as the protagonist of One Piece, will be very powerful in the future. So Kazama is now in order to completely defeat the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family. Then he has to disarm Luffy's power, and the power of Luffy's future companion. So Kazama immediately came to Luffy's side. At this time, Luffy didn't know Kazama, and he didn't know that Kazama came from the Hokage world. So he immediately asked in the air of doubt, "Where is this place? Why am I here? Have you forgotten? You floated there for days and nights before being picked up on the boat." Yes, I am sleepy, but how do you know that I've been floating at sea for days and nights? Seeing that Kazama was so clear about his own affairs, Luffy was naturally puzzled. Facing Luffy's question at this time, Kazama wanted to tell him the truth, but then Kazama thought again, and now he is someone who has traveled from the Hokage world to the One Piece world. Although I say that I am very familiar with the plot of One Piece world, but Luffy, as a two-dimensional person, how can he immediately exist as a traverser? Maybe he will treat himself as a monster. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately immediately rushed to Luffy and said, "You don't need to know how I understand your business. In short, I know that you are a man who wants to be the Pirate King, and it happens that my dream is the same as yours, and I hope to become a Pirate King. One Piece. Then since this is the case, the two of us should be companions and go to the Great Voyage route to find treasures." Of course it's fine. To be honest, I'm just looking for a companion. Luffy is a person who likes to make friends. Therefore, when he heard the words of the wind now, he was immediately overjoyed. "Hee, you two little bastard. Now the two of you are still pretending to be here, saying that you want to become the man of the One Piece. It really makes me laugh and laugh." And at this moment, a bloated, vicious-looking ant fell from the sky with a bang. It smashed in front of Kazama and Luffy, and because Kazama possessed that super perceptive power, it was said that he had already noticed the trace of this girl thief Alrita, so he didn't show any panic. "I tell you Arita, I advise you to be obedient, and give up your big boat to us, otherwise I'll make you bruised and bruised." Haha, it really makes me laugh. At this time, Alrita originally wanted to burn Kazama and Luffy, the two people who rebelled against him, to ashes, but he never expected that this little devil in the wind would dare to humiliate himself now. Chapter 398 Hang and Beat the Female Pirate. So Alrita immediately gave up the attack on Luffy and came to deal with Kazama. It's a pity that this Arita is not the huge water formation wall from before, but it was cast by the wind. Otherwise, even if she is given 10,000 courage, the tower will not dare to be presumptuous in front of the wind. At this time, in the face of Alrita's crazy attack, Kazama can be said to deal with it calmly, and Kazama can knock down Alrita at any time, but Kazama wants to see how strong this Alrita is and whether there is any special ability for him to absorb and utilize. That's why Kazama didn't defeat Alrita in an instant. But at this time, Yarita's subordinates saw that Kazama was beaten by Yarita and retreated, so they thought Kazama was not his boss's opponent, so they all laughed at Kazama. "Little devil, could it be that your head was kicked by a donkey? How dare you fight against our leader? Or is it that you were drunk before and haven't woken up yet? See clearly that this is our female pirate, and it is the most beautiful and elegant female pirate leader we have ever met. What? Laugh at me too." Just then, Yarita's subordinate, selling melons and boasting to the queen of Yarita. Luffy immediately grinned. "I said you, auntie, you look like this, and you have the face to tell your subordinates that you are the most beautiful woman in this I said, haven't you ever seen what is the most beautiful woman? I'm mad at me too." Alrita hated people saying she was ugly the most. Although she is indeed ugly, she will never tolerate others laughing at her. So Alrita was immediately furious. Then a face-to-face Kung Fu, immediately waving the Wolkiba stick, Zoro slapped Luffy with a bruised face. You must know that this Luffy has the ability of a rubber man, so even though Luffy was beaten by Alrita, his nose was bruised. But in fact, Luffy didn't suffer any damage, and just as Luffy was about to counterattack, Kazami immediately blocked his way. "Just a female pirate, just leave it to me. Hee, you little bastard dares to underestimate me. You are really mad at me." Alrita didn't take Kazama and Luffy in his eyes at all. Therefore, in a face-to-face Kung Fu, he waved his Wolkiba again and killed it towards the wind. At this time, Kazama blocked the attack of this Alrita female pirate with just one finger. Then a slap passed, and Alrita was fanned from the boat to the sea. Don't say that Arita did not expect this sudden change. Even the pirates and Luffy around there were completely unexpected. After all, the figure of this Alrita female pirate is particularly huge. Its weight is less than 500 pounds, but the seemingly thin person in the wind, but with a gentle wave of his hand, he sent the Alrita flying hundreds of meters away. Why didn't this shock the crowd? At this time, the Arita female pirate also never expected that the power of the wind was so huge. Then he secretly acclaimed, "This is clearly the power of the devil. Little devil, could it be that you devoured the devil fruit and gained super strange power?" The female pirate Arita immediately asked Kazama with a terrified face. Chapter 399 He grabbed the female pirate's ship at the beginning. "Is there any magic fruit among devil fruit? I really don't know about this. Don't give me a fucking smack." At this time, Alrita didn't know that Kazama actually came from the Hokage world. "I don't know that Kazama has never devoured any devil fruit. Now the strange power in the wind is all his own strength." Then Alrita knew that she was not Kazama's opponent, so she hurriedly ordered her subordinates to kill Kazama. "I tell you little babe, don't think that you can act in front of me because of your strength. No matter how powerful you are, there are only two of you now, and there are hundreds of my subordinates. I see what you do. Fight them. Hee. If there are more than people, then I will never admit defeat." What? Before Alrita could react to what was going on, Kazama immediately cast the Mokudan, wood-style clone technique. After a face-to-face effort, thousands of Kazama's clones appeared here. This scared Alrita slumped on the ground. "I said, you little bastard, do you still eat the devil fruit with the ability to clone? You can still clone. You don't care if I have eaten any devil fruit. In short, now I need your wealth and pirate ship. Let me and Luffy go on that great voyage, otherwise I will be rude to you." Not bad. At this time, Luffy also also immediately echoed the road. Although it is said that Kazama and Luffy will not kill and snatch the gold and silver jewelry, but they also know this Arita, the notorious female pirate in this area. Therefore, it is reasonable to say that robbing this person's ships and supplies. At this time, Nile Rita saw that Kazama and Luffy were both so awesome and so powerful. In particular, the wind rune was so powerful that it defied the sky, which immediately made Nile Rita terrified. In desperation, this Arita could only agree to the request with a smile on her face. He gave up his pirate ship and the gold-silver jewelry on it to Kazama. At this time, when Luffy saw that Kazama was so capable, he immediately admired him. After all, Luffy had worked hard before, and only then did he get a broken ship. But the broken ship was beaten to rubble because of the tsunami earlier. Now that he saw how easy it was for Kazama, he rushed into the hands of the Yarita female pirate and obtained such a large pirate ship. There are even countless gold-silver jewelry, and Luffy naturally admires Kazama very much in his heart. Then Na Fengjian rushed again and said, "Big brother, now you have not only saved me, but you are even willing to be my companion, and you have also brought us so many gold-silver jewels and such a big ship." "Pirate ship, but I don't know your name yet." "Don't I know your surname? My name is Sanada Kazama. You will call me Kazama in the future." "Okay Kazama bro." Because Luffy admires Kazama very much, he took the initiative to recognize Kazama as his eldest brother. "Luffy, since our goal is to become the Pirate King and go to that great voyage, then we must find more companion." "No problem." For Kazama's proposal, Luffy naturally agrees with both hands, because Luffy's current thoughts are exactly the same between Hefeng. Chapter 400 Rescue Sauron. But then Luffy focused on Kazama again and asked, "I said Kazama bro, where are we going to find a companion now?" "It's very simple. We're going to that naval town now." "What? Go to Hyjin town? Where are you going and what are you doing? You must know that the navy is the enemy of our pirate." At this time, when Luffy heard about Fengyan's destination, he was naturally shocked. "It's very simple, because there is a so-called bounty hunter Sauron detained in the naval base. The strength of this Sauron is also very powerful and very awesome. Since we are going to that great sea route, since we want to be one piece, then it definitely not enough for just the two of us. That's why we're looking for this Zoro. But it seems to me that this Zoro is nothing more than that. He was actually caught by the navy." At this time, Luffy didn't know Sauron, so he heard that Sauron was actually caught by the navy, so he naturally thought that Soren's strength was nothing more than that. But Kazama knew that the reason why Sauron was caught by the navy was actually Soren's volition, because in that naval base there is a naval chief, Monka, and this Monka and his son were very brutal in the local area, and they were also particularly arrogant and domineering. This Sauron had a conflict with that Monka's son. Later, in order to protect the residents of the town, Sauron volunteered to be tied to the naval base by Namunka's son, people who want to use themselves to protect the entire town. But Sauron didn't know that this Monka and his son were both arrogant and domineering. How could they possibly keep their promise with this Sauron? Therefore, Monka's son had already started to secretly kill that Zoro. But at this time, Kazama and Luffy had already arrived at this naval base. Because Kazama is very familiar with One Piece's manga, so now he is very clear about the route of the navy's base. Therefore, between 3 and 5 and 2, they immediately came to the naval base, when even saw the Zoro who was tied up with 5 flowers. At this time, Sauron had been tied to the wood for 3 days and 3 nights, but Sauron was still not afraid at all. As expected of Zoro, the swordsman of the 3-sword style, he is really awesome, really powerful. "Who are you?" Zoro was shocked when he saw Kazama and Luffy. 2 strangers came to him, and he still felt a powerful force in the wind. Although he couldn't say what this powerful force was, but Zoro really felt the pressure brought by the wind. "We are here to save you, and we hope you can become our companions and become pirate together." "What? Pirate? Laugh at me too." As soon as Zoro heard Luffy's word, he immediately laughed wildly. "I said, you straw hat boy, don't you know who I am? Zoro. I am a famous pirate hunter. I specially take the heads of pirates in exchange for the bounty. You actually let me be you as your see the thief comrade. Really makes me laugh. There are bad people and good people among pirates. I hope you don't make generalization." Hearing Soren's ridicule, Luffy immediately spoke to Sauron solemnly. "Okay, don't talk nonsense with me. If you really want me to be your companion, then you can give me my saber and get it back. Maybe you can agree to your request and tangle with Luffy and Hefeng. Besides, his sword is in the naval castle, where the security is heavily guarded." So Zoro thought that the two of Luffy and Hefeng could not complete this task at all, but he didn't know that it would be easy for Kazama to regain the saber.